right, what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey everybody, welcome. It's me, Legal Vices. This is a Legal Vices raid. I'm raiding my own channel. We just finished up Maritime Monday on my channel here. That's why I'm still wearing my Maritime Monday hat, so we can get rid of that. I have to get another hat at some point here, so you can see my little hair's growing there. I'm looking like a hippie. My hair is too long. Gotta have some time to shave ye oldie noggin. But we'll get us another hat for a time I have to stand up and take a break. All right, we are here. We are waiting for the court to start. Let's bring this up just in case. The camera is flowing already, so righty, let's see. And again, we can expect the usual law and crime buffering problems, I assume, today, but we are watching live. We have caught up. We have caught up with the court feed because they didn't have trial last Wednesday or last Thursday or Friday, and that's when we got through everything. So this is now live. And joining us here live is Meme Copium, a friend from Japan. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. How are you doing, sir?
Good. Just looking for people in my time zone to keep me company as long as possible and to make witty
so this
comments.
is the girlfriend murderer. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good stuff.
What happened with the Brooks Horror Show?
Hold on a second. Let me just...
Well, he was convicted. The victim impact statements will be tomorrow, and then Wednesday will be the sentencing. And for those of you that don't know Meme Copium, we'll let him introduce himself when he gets back here in a few minutes. But he's over in Japan, just across the here. Oh, quickly introduce yourself, or we're waiting for the court to come in.
So I'm Josh, and I do streams I start about 2 hours before your usual time, I think. So
Yeah,
8 p.m. Japan time, I think it's 6 a.m. Central time. I do streams Monday to Friday, and I also do some critical review analysis of various TV shows. Did some on Lord of the Rings. I'm currently working on the Del Toro video, which is quite good, the Cabinet of Curiosities, except for a couple episodes. But we can talk about that more when you finish up the series, I guess.
And tell us about your legal background.
I was inducted into the legal world by a very strange man that has a penchant for melons, and then I was confirmed by Rakeda as a official lawyer, along with Cool Frog and Mad Call Mofo. So that's my acumen, is right there. Very happy to be a part of LawTube, officially.
So yeah, and again, it's just good to have people here in my neck of the woods, in my time zone, to spend as much time as possible. Are you familiar with the facts of the case?
Not really, no. Could you give me a quick rundown?
All right, let's give a quick rundown. Okay, what happened is, guy here was at a bar with his woman. They were drinking, and he seems to have issues because he went to the bathroom. Well, she went to the bathroom. He followed her to the bathroom. She came out of the bathroom. He followed her out of the bathroom, but she was a little bit ahead. She was walking around the bar, and some drunk dude was just walking by going, woo, just did like a little 1 second dance, and she went, woo, back at him. And that started a whole thing, whole drama at the table with, was she dancing with him? Was she flirting with him? What was going on? Guy gets jealous. They completely ruin the evening. They go home, and something happens, and 30 minutes later, he just goes to town on her and allegedly breaks stuff in the house. She allegedly runs away into a bedroom, locks herself in the bedroom. It was one of those with like just a regular round knob you can with a little hole for the lock where you can I'm not going to do that on stream, where you can push the a hanger or something into the lock and pop it open. So he's undoing a hanger which has been introduced into evidence to jimmy open the lock. But while he's doing that, she pops open the bedroom window and pops the screen out and jumps out. He eventually catches up to her on the street, gets really, really, really stabby on her. I lost count somewhere around 26 or 27 stabby marks they were talking about being introduced into evidence. And one of them was just an ear-to-ear throat slit. And so he leaves her bleeding out on the street. He runs off. Yeah, just straight across the throat. He runs off. The cops find him a few hours later, hiding in the bushes. They send in 2 dogs after him, and they sniffed him out. And one sniffed him out, and the other one got him. Got all bitey and barky
I
on
see,
him.
JSD's asking, did anyone do a wellness check on Sean? He's fine. He's fine. I did. He did check in. He's alive. Don't worry about it. It's only 15 shots. He was fine. He took 2 swigs out of the bottle. That's fine. He'll be all right.
And there's still no audio. You can see the audio is off. It's not me. There's nothing going on. They're just
you begin the stream with the little the mens rea thing, which is quite interesting because I actually didn't know that.
Yes.
But I'm kind of curious, how much of Latin do you actually need to be a lawyer? Is it like
not much?
These elite lawyers that use it all, or just sometimes?
There's a certain few core phrases, but
now, do you know why they did that?
Jackoffs.
Was it purely to keep people keep it an elitist profession, essentially, or
well, it's all back from when people actually learned Latin in school. It's just kind of a holdover from those days. You don't use it much anymore, other than just a few core things. Now, if somebody tries to be a dick and use some sort of Latin phrase, everybody breaks out Black's Law Dictionary and go, "Oh, that's what that means."
That's quite interesting, though.
But today, the prosecution is going to have some DNA evidence, but also they are bringing in possibly today another witness, a former girlfriend.
The one that he stabbed formerly?
The one that he stabbed formerly. He stabbed her in the neck as well. He got drunk, got abusive, and stabbed her in the neck. It's this really weird exception that Florida has. Mostly you cannot use prior bad acts to prove current bad acts. Just because you were a safe cracker before doesn't mean you cracked this particular safe that you are accused of cracking. But they have this exception in Florida basically that allows you to bring in these prior bad acts if it shows knowledge, modus operandi. Ooh, hey, there's another Latin phrase that shows so like if there's 10 bodies that are laying on the street, that they're found on the street, and every one of them is positioned or dressed exactly the same way, so okay, that's his modus operandi. That's just how he rolls. And so they argued, and the judge allowed this in because it shows he has knowledge and he's done this exact same thing before. They both got drunk. He was drunk in both occasions. He had a girlfriend in both times. He abused them, and he stabbed them both in the neck. The best argument the defense could come up with to counter that was, well, they're not exactly the same, because the other one, the one that lived, she was stabbed outside. This one was stabbed inside, and one lived and one died. So they're completely different. There's not a single thing that's similar about the two acts. The judge says, well,
now,
yeah, but they started the fight inside the house. Yeah, go ahead.
Is she allowed to testify to her experience, or just to the ability that he has the experience? Okay, so she can tell the entire Herring account? Okay.
That's pretty much why she's there.
First, we dealt with a matter at the bench, and we're taking care of that now.
Okay.
But after that, and Deputy Estea is back, I hear that all of our jurors are here.
Now,
is there
I'm talking over the judge just so you guys in chat can let me know how the volume balance is. Do I need to turn the court up, or me up, or what needs to happen, or is everything okay?
Ready, and we're close to on time. We'll get the jurors out in just a moment.
Let me know how we're doing on volume. In the meantime, Michelle Caverneau says, love your work from Cape Town, South Africa. Hey, welcome, South Africa.
I don't have any special requirements today regarding breaks or finishing early, so...
let's finish early,
I didn't
so I can sleep.
Tell them to plan for
2012 Jameson.
I've got about an hour.
Very flexible.
So.
Okay, cool.
Today, but
they try to make legal documents understandable.
Doubt that.
Take a lunch break around 12-ish.
They're impossible to
and
another very frustrating.
Break around 3 or 3:30-ish, depending on when we take our lunch break, and then finish.
And Givener has said something. Thank you.
A lot of flexibility.
Probably calling me all sorts of bad names. Thank you, I guess. Maybe, possibly. Otherwise, go to hell. I don't know. I don't know.
So it's in pounds, but maybe, I don't know, maybe Gaelic or something? Who could say? Maybe there's too many vowels for that.
Xcomer says, 2 streams are spoiling us. Aw, thanks. Hey, somebody's got to do it. So, all right, what's going to happen once they get going, I'll put these super chats up on the stream. But I won't read them. Then when there's natural breaks in the proceedings or some pauses, then we'll go back and read the super chats and respond to them. And if what else? Hit the like button, please. Weirdly, I think there's something wrong with my counter because it says we have 45 viewers and 209 likes. I'm not sure what's happening there.
That's what it says for me
okay.
too, actually. 45 watching and 212 likes.
Alrighty,
That's
so something's...
interesting.
That's
interesting. I refreshed it. It says the same.
Yeah, I just refreshed it too. Huh. All right.
Okay,
it says there's 649 concurrent viewers.
Ah, okay.
All
That's a bit better.
I was looking at. I went ahead to go to the analytics street. And this is the murderer here, the alleged murderer here.
That means we need 20 more likes to get 50% like ratio. So people in chat, you need to hit that like button. Come on now. There's all this content you're getting.
Don't make me go Andrew Branca and shut down the stream because we don't have 50% likes yet.
Oh my goodness.
Don't make me do that.
That's an interesting strategy. I wonder if that's effective. I wonder if that would work.
Apparently it is. But, I want people to like me because they like me. Not because I'm threatening to walk away. I would never walk away on this. I'm not going to do a Branca.
I feel like they wouldn't work for my stream. I feel like they would just do that despite me.
They'd go like, just like, they'd say like, fuck off and go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, do we have a Steph sighting? Do we have a Steph sighting here? I didn't see a Steph sighting. I got an A up Steph. Steph the Alter Nerd. Someone gave an A up Steph. We got some more high Stephs. Stephs. What are we? Oh, there he is. Steph the Alter Nerd. A up, everyone. A up, Steph. What's up, girl? I haven't seen you in like a dog's ear.
I was looking in the back of the courtroom. I was like, is there a Stephanie in the back? Is it the blonde one or the other blonde one? Like,
the one in the purple that's not standing out at all?
Is she someone significant to the trial?
Steph the Alter Nerd. No, she hangs out with popcorn.
No, the girl in the purple.
I don't know. They didn't introduce themselves to us. The shame of them. We believe that the old guy and this woman next to him over here may be the parents. Hey, Steph, if you're free, you want to join? If you're free, let me know. I'll send you a link. We would love to have you here.
The more, the merrier. See, the lady in the purple. She seems like she's positioned herself in front of the camera. Are they allowed cell phones in the box back there?
Probably not.
Okay, so she couldn't have planned it by checking her phone or anything. I was like wondering if she's like looking down and trying to arrange herself. So she be. If she tells the guy in front to turn his face to the other side, then we know that she is.
Yeah. Oh, he's wearing some sort of purple support bracelet, probably for himself. Dance, grifter, dance for your dollars. Thank you, Stingy. Steph says, I would love to, but I'm in the middle of, I knew you were in the middle of the workday. I was just hoping you had a day off or something. But Dave, thank you for popping in. Always lovely to see you, and we gotta get a stream together soon. It's been a while. Anybody that isn't subscribed to Steph the Alter Nerd should be. Are you subscribed to Steph the Alter Nerd meme?
No, I've never heard of her. What does she do?
Oh, all sorts of pop culture stuff. Right up your alley. You need to get over to Steph the Alter Nerd and subscribe. She also produces for Popcorn Planet.
Oh, okay.
She hung out with Johnny Depp last week.
Really?
I have to check went to the concert, the Jeff Beck concert with everybody, and
let's have a look.
And Melanie, this is the question that none of us have the answer to. It seems. Do we know if he has a public defender or does he have private counsel? I don't know. Sometimes they seem like public defenders. Sometimes they seem like private counsel. XCOM only sent for Jeff.
Now, so he stabbed himself in the neck, did he not?
Allegedly, yes.
Can they use that as a defense for perhaps a crazy or a crime of passion, like something like that?
We don't know. Well, first of all, they don't have to put on a defense. They don't have to explain anything. The state has to prove that he did it. But they can put on a defense, but they haven't given any clue as to what it might be.
Oh, so this is really fresh.
This is live as we speak.
So the woman on the right appears to be a Fremen. Those eyes are really blue.
Yeah, that's the aging Greta Thunberg. She is the defense counsel. She's the defense counsel. Stabby McStabberson over
the true spice all along.
Probably. Stabby McStabberson here alternately just looks like a random crazy person or like Steve Carell. Yeah, we just kind of give everybody nicknames around here.
You have to find something.
Greta is the new Mrs. Stabby. Thank you, Flux.
No. That's a good one.
So yeah, you'd get along with Steph, the alternate. She's pretty damn funny, pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'll check out some of her videos tomorrow. As you know, it's almost midnight. I was going to get up really early tomorrow, but I've got a bit of time to spend. It's fine. How's the weather over there in Korea? It's like it's getting that nice, like
today.
long T-shirt weather over here at the moment.
It was until yesterday. Today it got that got the first big rain of the winter, so now everything is just freezing now.
Yeah.
Still don't have to wear pants in the house though.
I went up into the mountains the other day to just take a nice walk up to the waterfall that I've got near me. And beautiful countryside. The leaves are all like nice and red. I actually saw a couple of giant salamanders there as well, which you usually don't see in my area of Japan. Quite cool. Although I do know quite a bit about them because I went to do some work with them when I was doing some filming stuff last year.
I used to raise newts.
These ones, or the ones I saw about, the camera's reversed, about that long. So about a foot and a half.
I'd take one home. Are they legal?
They can grow. They can grow up to 1.8 meters. So almost the size of a properly tall person. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Unfortunately, they're like a national monument, like a cultural national monument. You can't touch them. It's quite illegal to do so.
So it's one of those like literally, if you touch them, you're going to jail for a long time.
Yeah. But then, I mean, I saw a bunch of people throwing bread to it, so I'm
throwing bread to the salamanders.
To be fair, the Japanese government doesn't even know who controls them because it's like either controlled by the Board of Tourism or the Board of Education. It's very bizarre. But if you're like a licensed professor, you're allowed to touch them. That's when I went to do the filming for them. We had to have one of them with us so we could actually find them and actually get them. Pretty cool creatures though, and fascinating. Like really
I used to breed newts. We had like one couple was Olivia Newt and John. We had Wayne Newt.
That's cute.
Sir Isaac Newt. I had like two more. I can't remember the names. They're all Newt-based names.
I always wanted an axolotl as a pet when I was growing up.
Cool.
Never could get the fish tank, But those.
You had
those
another Dune reference. Things. Just put them in the axolotl tanks.
The Talaxu ones, right?
Yeah. There we go. More Dune references.
When's the next Dune movie coming out? It should be
December of next year.
So it's almost a year away. I hate it when they do that.
Yeah.
I wish they would have delayed it just so that they're like, if like sequels are like more than 6 months apart, I don't think I really care too much about them. Like it's just such a long wait.
It was
good though. Yeah, well that's true, but they should have, filmed them together or something so they could have come out sooner because it was so good, and we just have to wait so long. It's like here's a great piece of cinema. Better wait 3 years for the next part of it. I was like, oh, okay. I might have kids by then. Who knows?
Here, 400 likes. And almost 800 viewers. Hit that like button. We need to get up to like 700 likes would be awesome. Because once you hit like the 600 likes mark, that sort of triggers the YouTube thing. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So, Meme is actually the deep diver analytic guy. But I always hold this is my story. That if you get 600 likes, that triggers the YouTube like thing, and it allows them to recommend you to other people.
I know more about regular videos more so than live streams, but you have a very high rotation rate. Whenever I hear about like the viewer duration for your live streams, very good. Like, so that's great. I mean, that's the hardest thing on YouTube is getting that retention up. Like
usually around 20 to 40 minutes, somewhere in there.
Yeah, but that's like very long for a live stream.
Yeah,
that's excellent.
I have long attention span people here. You guys are awesome.
It's the best audience.
This is just hands down the best chat on the internet, and they know it.
Yeah, I think your chat's pretty good.
See, that's worth that's worth at least another 50 likes. Yeah. All right, Judge. Oh. Come on, Judge.
That would be funny if there was. It still shows 45 viewers for me, but then you've got like 460 likes, which means we still need 140 likes to go. But
I'm just looking. I'm in the analytics, looking at the concurrent viewers. And
it's like 10 times. Like, that's like 1,000% viewer satisfaction. That's incredible.
Aw, they like me. Now, interestingly, tomorrow, if things go according to plan, someone here in chat last week was saying that they worked with this guy in Michigan when he committed the other stabby things. So we're trying to get him on the stream. I've got some initial due diligence back that strongly indicates that it's a legit thing. So we may have a guy who knew this dude on stream tomorrow. And also we may have another special guest tomorrow as well. All right, the jury is coming in finally.
I'll stand up for this.
Yeah. The judge was speaking, but not to us. Eva Torres says, "We like you a lot, duh, Jeff." Don't stand up. I feel like I should stand up, and I'm not going to.
May be seated at this time.
I'm not standing up. I'm
Ladies
just
and
sitting.
gentlemen
I just
of
did a
the
posture
jury,
check.
good
I have
morning.
really bad posture when it
Welcome
gets into the
back.
evening.
Happy
so
Monday. I'm
gonna
glad
wrap it
to
up.
see you all survive the storm, the long break, and you're back now where we can pick up where
This
we
judge
left
is
off.
really
Let
good.
me first ask,
Oh,
though,
yeah?
was anyone exposed to anything about this case during the break? It turns out it was a 4-day break, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Anyone see anything, read anything, hear anything, or talk about with anyone, or overhear anyone talking about this case during the break, by show of hands?
Does anyone ever
Excellent.
answer yes to this
Looks like there
question?
are no hands. Again, thank you all very much.
I guess sometimes
It's
if they
absolutely a
have.
pleasure to see all your bright,
I mean,
shiny
I guess if you wanted to get out of
faces
jury
again,
duty or
and we are
something,
going to
you'd
pick
say
up
yes.
where we left off, and I'm going to ask the state to now call their next witness.
State calls Detective Kevin Ritu.
Detective Ritu.
Ratatouille. This is Kingpin here, the prosecutor.
I like how there's always a new cast of characters every trial.
Yeah. And we think he has
Detective
Tourette's
Ritu,
because he
good
keeps
morning
making
and welcome,
facial.
sir.
He has like facial tics.
You'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Perfect. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Detectives will follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair. Please watch your step. When you get to that seat, go ahead. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. The green light is on, so the microphone is on, and that microphone is fully adjustable. All right. You may proceed, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Morning, my name is Kevin Ritu
And how are you employed?
with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in total?
Just over 12 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned as a detective in our Criminal Investigations Division within the Homicide Section.
How long have you been assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division?
Just over 4 years.
And have you been in homicide that entire time?
Yes, I have.
So you've been a homicide detective for the past 4 years, roughly.
Correct.
I want to talk with you about an investigation that began in the very, very early morning hours of Saturday, May 28th of 2022, in the area of 6209, 6211 Kite Ridge Drive. Were you called out to that scene?
Yes, I was.
And explain to the jury how the process begins that a detective gets involved in an investigation.
So initially, the patrol deputies will respond to a call for service. As detectives, when it's determined to be a certain type of investigation, in this case a homicide, we're called from our homes, where we have an allotted time to respond to the scene, and then start conducting the initial investigation.
And did you arrive on scene somewhere just after, did you get notified somewhere just after 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you arrive on scene?
2:06 in the morning.
Did you have at that point a working understanding of what time this
Yeah.
alleged incident
Here we
was
go.
supposed to occur?
The legendary
Law and
issue.
crime.
What was that?
The original call for service, like I said, the deputy.
It's just law and crime here, doing their thing. This is
Are they in charge of the media pool for this one, or
well.
do we know
This
if
is
they
off
came
of.
in
I
with
don't know who's
them
in charge of it, but this is their deal, and this just happens.
or not?
As anyone who, again, this has nothing to do with me. We just did an hour and a half stream with literally
Deputies would respond
no
to,
problems.
Came out about 12:30, so about an hour and a half prior to me getting there.
When a buffer
As
is
you
just
got
bear
there,
with me, it'll come
were
back.
you assigned a specific role or function in this investigation?
Yes, I was.
And what are the general roles that get assigned to detectives in a homicide case?
There's roles assigned primarily are a lead investigator, someone to assist them as the lead, and somebody to document the incident scene or identify any evidence.
So who was assigned as the lead?
I was.
Who was assigned as the assist?
Detective Bryant Gibson.
And who was assigned as the scene detective?
Initially, it was Detective Andrew Mangouder.
When you got to the scene, did you have a chance to just sort of walk the scene generally to get apprised of what was known at that moment?
Yes, I did.
And were you made aware of a residence at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive that turned out to be a residence of interest to this case?
Yes, I was.
By
He
the
looks,
time you got
he looks
there,
like a
was someone
fat
already in
version of
process
the
writing a
nerdy
search
cop
warrant
on
for that home?
Brooklyn
Detective Van Gelder was,
Nine-Nine.
And since he's the scene detective, is that?
Oh, a little bit. I can see it.
Were you also aware that at that point, droplets
Also
of
looks
blood
like Cher's daughter.
had been located moving away from the victim and through backyards?
We're
Yes, I
off.
was
We're off to the
aware of
races. Chaz. Looks like Chaz.
By the time you got there, had you been alerted as to a potential suspect? Did you have a name of a suspect at that exact moment when you got there?
Objection, relevance, hearsay, speculation.
I'll overrule it. I'll allow it.
Did you have
That's
a name of a
rude.
suspect when you first got there?
No, I didn't.
While you were there on scene, were you approached by a neighbor?
Yes.
And did that neighbor identify
Austin
who they
Overlord.
believed the victim was in this case?
Yes.
That's a good one.
And who did they believe the victim was?
Do you think you're allowed to play Crash
Kay
Bandicoot
Baker,
on the
her
stand?
neighbor across the street.
And so she thinks that Kay Baker is the potential victim. Does she then tell you about any people that are associated with Kay Baker who then becomes a person of interest to you?
True, not enough chest hair to be
Was the
hated.
defendant identified
Hayden's
as
got
a
that
person
powerful tough coming out.
who might have been in a romantic relationship with Miss Baker?
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll allow it.
Yes, she did alert us to somebody that she believed Kay Baker was dating at that time.
And were you provided a picture at that point of who this person might be?
Yes, I was.
That picture, you know where it came from?
I believe she researched it on her phone on Kay Baker's Facebook account.
All right, so you saw a picture of Miss Baker and some man with her.
Correct.
And now you're trying to figure out who this person is and how they might be involved.
Correct.
While you were there, did you also learn about the fact that a gentleman named Nicholas Calacochi had come forward and provided some information to another one of the detectives at the scene?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And what detective was that?
Detective Frank Enriquez.
These are all
Did you have a
friends that
chance
were
to
at the
talk to Mr.
table
Calacochi
on
directly?
the night in
Not at
question.
that point, no.
But based on what Detective Enriquez reported to you from Mr. Calacochi, did that again reinforce the notion that the boyfriend might be a person of interest in the investigation?
Yes, based on the information that he provided.
As you were there at the scene, somewhere around 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:30 in the morning, this person of interest, is he anywhere around?
No, he's not.
Is there indication that any of his belongings, like things he owns, a car, for example, was anywhere in the area?
Yes, his car was in the driveway, and it was later learned that some of his belongings were inside of the house as well.
While that was happening, because obviously this is an investigation, there's all kinds of people participating, right?
Correct.
There's detectives doing things, there's crime scene people, there's deputies, everybody has different jobs, everybody's doing a bunch of different things.
That's correct.
While you're waiting for other people to do what they're doing, do you and Detective Gibson have a chance to go around onto Lithia Pinecrest, the back side of the residence?
Yes, we did.
And why do you all go back there?
Initially, our observation was that this residence backs up to the main roadway of Lithia Pinecrest. There was a deputy station back there, so we went around the back to see if there was any indication that there was any evidence back behind the house as well.
And while you're looking on the back side of the residence along Lithia Pinecrest, do you or Detective Gibson find anything of interest?
Yes, we do.
What do you find?
What looks like an apparent blood drop in the grass just outside the tree line behind the backyard.
And I'm going to show you
I will be doing this tomorrow.
State's Exhibit 66A first.
I'm invested now.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
There is a house in the dead center of the picture that we're looking at. What are we looking at there?
That's Ms. Baker, the victim's house, and that's the large brush line between kind of the shoulder of Lithia Pinecrest Road and the backyard of the victim's residence.
And so looking then at 66B, and then ultimately looking at State 66C, is this just moving further down Lithia Pinecrest along that same brush line?
Yes, it's instead of looking at the backyard, you just turn to the left and look down Lithia Pinecrest, and that's along that hedge line or tree line there.
I'm going to zoom in for a second. We can see that there's a red marker F just off the center of the picture. Is that the area where the blood droplet was found?
Yes, that's the one we initially found when Detective Gibson and I first went back there.
Tempted to post an F in chat.
Now,
for that.
you find this blood droplet, but while you're back there, do you make any observations that are related to the area depicted in 66A?
Yes, the kind of the trampled down area where you can see through the brush line to the house appeared to be like freshly trampled down, and observed more apparent blood drops within that trampled down area.
And so looking at State 66D, having been there and having been able to see it from different angles, was the brush depicted in 66A trampled down and the brush in the area of 66D not trampled down?
That's correct.
So now you see this trampled area of brush and you find this blood droplet. What happens at that point?
We kind of isolated that spot so as to not contaminate it for a dog track. We called in one of our bloodhounds that would have the ability to
Champ
kind of
was the
sniff spot
bloodhound.
and then continue on.
I like Curfew as my one.
Given the
one
fact that
actually
you
got
had
it,
one
right?
blood
Yeah.
drop at that
Curfew's the
point,
one
that
do you
bites.
know whether or not the blood would next go, for example, to the left or to the right? Do you have any way of knowing in that moment?
We didn't at that time, no.
So you're relying on the dog.
Correct.
Were you made aware of a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Figgins?
Yes, I was.
Did you ever personally
Cyril
talk to him?
Yes, I
Figgis.
did.
And in talking to Mr. Figgins, did he tell you anything about noises he might have heard?
Objection, hearsay.
Not a offer to the truth of the matter that you started going.
Your Honor, approved.
All right, they're approaching here, so I'm gonna read super chats, and then because we're getting buffery, I'm gonna drop us down to potato cam here, and we'll slowly work our way up over the night. So enjoy potato cam here. Sorry, just trying our best to make sure we don't get buffered into oblivion as we always do. Bad weather biker simping hard here for the blonde mommy daughter combo in the gallery behind the defendant. Well, there's something to look forward to. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Was that the one in the purple? Oh, that was quick.
That was the purple one, yeah.
Talking to Mr. Figgins,
Okay.
Mr. Figgins indicates to you that he heard noises
He
coming
won.
from the backyard area
Right
Prosecutor
behind us,
won
dude,
that
Cedric.
somewhere
objection.
around the same time he discovered the victim.
Yes, he did.
Why is the fact that he hears noises in the backyard of interest or of note to you as part of the investigation?
We later had indication that from where the victim was found, that's a path somebody would have traveled from where the victim was found towards that backyard.
And
where he
when you
heard the
say
noise.
the indication that someone had traveled, are you talking about the drops of blood along the ground?
Yes, I am.
That's a
So
pretty big
now you're
indication.
seeing drops of blood moving
Blood
away
drops.
from the victim. You're seeing bushes trampled
like-
down. You're finding blood
Be
on
a
the
trail
other side.
leading
You're
to the right.
hearing this report of noises coming from the backyard. Is this suggesting to you that someone had fled from the scene of the attack?
Yes, exactly.
At some point, are you tasked with the responsibility of notifying the next of kin?
Yes, I am.
And who did you go to speak with?
Initially, the only local kind of loosely connected family would be the victim's ex-husband, Kevin Baker, who lived close by.
And did you make contact with Mr. Baker?
Yes, I did.
In the course of talking
God.
with Mr. Baker, were you able to
Your
obtain
ex-wife has
a
been
phone number
murdered.
that was attributed to the victim, Kay Baker?
Yes, I was.
Did you later provide that phone number to Detective Van Gilder so he could then try and determine if any cell phones inside 6207 would have belonged to the victim?
Yes, I provided the number to Detective Van Gilder.
And there is a cell phone in evidence.
Detective looks like he cries after sex.
States exhibit number 39.
So this is how chat is going to be today, is it?
This is labeled as a cell phone found in the kitchen. Was this later
Now,
determined to be the
Kevin
phone
Baker,
that
yeah, he was in
answered
Footgoose.
to the phone number that was provided to you, identified by Ms. Baker's ex-husband as Ms. Baker's phone number?
Yes, it was.
In this case, was there a second cell phone found inside the residence?
Yes, there was.
Did you have any initial indication as to whose phone that might be?
Not initially, no.
I could have one moment. Sir.
And well, she has
Savage one.
kids, and the kids were at her ex-husband's house, I believe. I can't remember where the kids were, but they weren't at the murder scene.
There's some absolute savages in chat. This guy has such a small mouse with such a large dude. Oh my god.
37. I need the picture.
So it's almost a miracle he's alive, right? So he stabbed himself in both sides of the neck, and he just happened to miss both the arteries, or was it intentional?
Well,
Or,
it was like
I
on
assume
either
we
side
can't-
of his jugular. He just missed his. She tried twice and missed his jugular on both tries.
It's quite
It was like
lucky.
It was like on either side of his jugular. Yeah. All right, they're approaching, and now he gets to listen into what the judges and the lawyers are saying at the bench.
That's nice.
Which
He
is
doesn't
very
have to get
interesting.
up.
I've never seen this before, but I mean, he has the right to do this. He has the right to participate completely in his. And I've never, ever, ever seen anyone do this ever.
Would a lawyer just usually just stand up every time and just go over?
Yeah, the lawyer would just go up and then come back and maybe whisper what happened.
Detective, I'm going to show you.
I mean,
a
it's cool
picture
that he's
that's
doing.
already
They're
in
doing
evidence. This is State's Exhibit 36D.
Hey,
Do you recognize this
36
area?
double D.
Yes, I do.
That's my
What are we
favorite piece
looking
of
at
evidence.
here?
This is one of the nightstands in the master bedroom of that house with some items marked on top of there with the number 3.
And I'm going to show you then 36E. Are these the items that were marked?
Yes, they are.
There is in this picture what looks to be a cell phone and a set of keys. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Look,
Is
Oh,
this
there's a
the other
wicked
cell phone that is
illusion
recovered
going
in
on
the
here.
residence?
Yes,
If you
it
look
is.
at the
The
3,
set
it
of
looks like it's
keys, were
going
those
in
recovered
instead of
as
coming
well?
up.
Yes, they
If
were.
you look at the wrong way.
And it's in
Looks
the
convex when
evidence
it's
of State's
concave,
Exhibit
you know?
number 38.
Yeah.
I can show them to you if you want, or you can use the picture. But do you recognize these keys as going to a particular vehicle at the residence at 6207 Kite Ridge?
Yes, I do.
And which car do these keys go to?
Those cars belong to the silver Ford Focus in the driveway at the residence, which
And
was,
Is that the vehicle that was identified as belonging to the defendant?
yes,
So these appear to be the car keys to the defendant's car.
correct.
And that cell phone is different than this cell phone depicted in State's Exhibit 36A and 36B. Is this the phone depicted as, that is Kay Baker's?
Yes, the one I just looked at.
Jeff understood. Jeff's not that dumb.
Do you
No, it's just if you
remember
look at it a
where
certain
Baker's
way, you
car
know.
was?
Like once you see it one way, you
It
can't
was
see it the
parked
other
in
way.
the
sort of thing.
garage
Like the
with
woman
the
that's
garage
standing
door
around,
closed.
you know.
Yeah.
But I was perplexed at it for a
And
second.
then was the silver Ford parked in the driveway?
Yes, it was.
So am I correct in that Ms. Baker's vehicle is at the house, the defendant's vehicle is at the house, Ms. Baker's cell phone is at the house, and the keys to the defendant's vehicle are all at the house with another cell phone?
That's correct.
Why is that of interest to you, or why is that of note?
It appears that,
Objection, relevance to his opinion and speculation.
It's not speculation if it's his relevance.
Yeah.
I'll allow.
Do these things give indications to you that the victim and the defendant got home that night and had started to like normally unpack the things they might have on them?
yes, it does.
At some point later in the evening, or I guess the morning really, somewhere around 5 a.m., were you alerted to the fact that someone had been taken into custody?
Yes, I was.
And were you alerted that was the defendant, Matthew Terry?
Yes, I was.
Do you see the defendant, Matthew Terry, in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so we know exactly who it is you're talking about?
He's the gentleman at this table here wearing the blue tie, black shirt, and black glasses.
You said black shirt?
I'm sorry, black jacket, white shirt.
Oops.
Thank you. Your Honor, that's the record reflection.
He's like,
of the
aha!
defendant.
Oh, shit.
Now, Detective Ritu, as far as the
It'll be that
residence
new
at
dress meme.
6207, as well as the one at 6209,
Which one
and
is
the
this?
residence at 6211, but most importantly, that middle area between 6209 and 6211, is that in Hillsborough County?
Yes, it is.
So, you now have been alerted that the defendant has been taken into custody, and are you aware that he goes to a hospital?
Yes, I am.
Did you respond to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Before you went to the hospital, did you go to see the area where the defendant had been apprehended?
Yes, I responded there first before going to the hospital.
I need exhibit number 44.
I just love the chat. Makes me laugh at a murderer.
You got to do something, right? It's like 8 hours of trial, I guess.
Yeah.
Got to get it through it somehow.
All right. We currently have 1,016 viewers, not the 45 it says. But while we're seeing, we have about 600 likes. So I would deeply appreciate if we could get those like numbers up.
Number 66.
I know you don't think about it, but YouTube thinks about it a lot. And it would mean a great deal to me if you'd smash that like button. And subscribe. That would be make me, and go over to Meme Copium and subscribe to him too.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Definitely do that.
I don't want to be
State's
mean.
Exhibit 66M.
Go
but
ahead, be mean.
Is this the area that you went
I
to
was
look
gonna
at?
say maybe it's the potato
Yes,
camera,
it's the
but
area I
the
was
Greta
told
girls
the
give me
defendant
these
was
Odo
located.
vibes from like DS9.
And here's 66N as
Is that
in Nancy.
is that rude?
Of course it is. That's why it's funny.
Did you see these areas that are depicted
Oh,
here
no.
by these red evidence markers?
Nice
Yes, I
one.
did. Those are.
I think it's the blurring on the camera, but like, I
indicating
don't know.
blood
That's all I
going
can
into the
think
area
about now.
where the defendant was located.
And I want to draw your attention
no.
specifically to 66S and 66T. Is this an area of red discoloration on the ground?
Yes.
Did this appear to be wet?
Yes.
So this appeared to be some sort of red liquid on the ground.
Correct.
Having actually been to the scene, having walked through the backyards, having seen the drop along Lithia Pinecrest, the one that we saw marked earlier with F, how would you describe the size of those drops?
The ones through the backyard were
Bloody big?
appeared to be just individual smaller drops.
That's a nice one. I appreciate that.
Versus this area where the defendant was located appears to be a larger pooling or
Unbreaded
somebody was
Baldos.
standing there and collecting the blood on the ground. Collecting the blood on the ground.
You know, there has to
Does this
be a
cause you to
case
think that
one day in
there's
the future
something else that
that contains
happens
a
here
bulldozer.
then that is different than whatever was
Statistically, it just has
transpiring
to
in the
happen.
backyard?
It appears that way, yes.
Well, just give it time.
What is the weirdest murder weapon you've ever heard of in a case?
Were you also present when the medical examiner
Good question. I'll have to think about that.
came to inspect the body of the victim?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note at that moment in time?
Just observing her do her initial observations, I saw several large lacerations to the victim's neck, pretty deep and significant.
All right. And so at that point, does that give you some sort of indication as to what type of weapon or instrument that you're looking for?
Yes, it appeared to be some kind of bladed instrument or a knife.
Oh my God, Chad.
So you're not looking for a gun, for example.
Correct.
So now you've done all these things. Did you at some point have a chance to actually go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a chance to physically observe the defendant yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice if he had injuries to his person while you were at the hospital?
I did notice that he did, yes.
YouTube is having another update that breaks stuff. It says 45, but we have 1,027. I can only see that by going to my analytics page and looking at how many people are watching currently. Umbrella was probably,
Here
yeah,
it states
Umbrella is
Exhibit
probably the
27A.
weirdest one.
Did you see this?
Oh, you mean like the Russian secret agent umbrella
Did you
assassination?
notice
No, this was a U.S.
That's probably the
service member
coolest-
who,
one of
to
the
the
coolest
neck
one.
of the
Have you heard
defendant?
that
who
story?
Yes, I
graped.
did.
No, but
Did you
yeah, I
also
have not
make
heard it.
note
Oh, that's fascinating.
of this red substance?
It's like
that
actual James
appears
Bond
to be blood or
story.
dried blood in
Yeah,
the
this
area
wasn't.
of
Mine
his
wasn't.
nose.
Yes, I did.
Did you also observe states 27D, these red lines
He
on
just
his
looks
arm?
like an arrogant prick.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, he had like scratch
Did
marks
you
on his
also
arm.
see states 27F, this single red line to his other arm?
Yes, I did.
So now you're aware that the person who is in custody, the defendant, appears to have some injuries to him.
That's correct.
As part of an investigation, when you're trying to figure out ultimately whether or not to pursue charges against a person, do you inherently have to contemplate the possibility that a person might have been acting in self-defense?
There we go. Congratulations. We managed to get a few
You've
things
never heard
here.
of the Russian umbrella assassin?
I
It's
have
like
not.
actually a story out of James Bond. So they, I think this is like maybe during the Cold War or something. But there was a man was walking across a bridge and he stumbled and he was holding an umbrella and it went into the guy's leg. And it actually had a gun inside it that would shoot a tiny pellet that had a radioactive something or other, I think, or some sort of ridiculously poisonous thing. So there's a tiny ball was inside him, which had the effect of cyanide. It's one of the top spy stories I think I've ever heard. Definitely check that one out if you haven't seen it.
I will.
Might be rice in
All
here,
right.
I'm not sure.
All right. Well, now they're having another breakdown here at the another objection that needs to go to the judge. The prosecution, they have objected now officially more in the first few minutes of this trial than they did during the entire case up to this point. So I don't know if that just means the prosecutor's really not pushing the boundaries. I don't know if it's desperation or they're just coming to the end of the trial or what, but they're objecting a lot more today. Now, the umbrella murder weapon, I know it was a story back in the Wild West days of Itaewon here in Seoul. A U.S. service member raped a prostitute to death with an umbrella,
That's not good.
allegedly.
Oh, that would. Did he open it?
Yeah.
You know, it's rude to open an
Yeah.
umbrella inside.
Oh, dude, too soon. It's only been like 25 years.
Oh, dude, no,
It's
that's
terribly-
pretty bad. But
It's
you know how they have
Kenny
like
G. We're changing the subject here.
it's like the,
All right, we got some
the
super
magic
chats to get
mileage
through here.
bullet.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of those?
Aspen Fallen. Hey, Jeff, can you recommend a good beard trimmer? Yeah, my beard trimmer lives about 45 minutes away from here, and he does a hell of a good job. If I have to do it on my, which I have to do on my own tomorrow because I haven't been able to get to it, I might just use a regular head shaver. So I just carefully do it myself. Anything, the cheapest one. I just bought the cheapest one I could find.
That's got a good option. They're saying you should get that sponsorship from Manscaped. See if they can send you a
Yeah.
pack over.
Yeah, hey,
It's actually an
Manscaped.
ironically good idea.
Yeah, they can stop using Nair. In Bad Weather Biker, Detective Eagle straight to DVD Aussie Overlord sequel. Straight to DVD. I think it's not. Yeah, it's not the real one. It's just the cheap knockoff straight to DVD one. Seaman 3. Something to make you laugh. Had jury duty on the 3rd. Walked into courtroom and it was my sister's ex I allegedly tried to run over on trial for running over his sister's husband. Where's the laugh part of that? Wow. I got dismissed. I would imagine. Yeah. Wow. Holy crap. Execution. Who's to say the ex didn't do it using the same technique he was arrested for previously? Also, Team Greta for the win. Well, I guess anything's possible, but that's why the state
Some
has
research required to do that. That'd be quite a
Yeah, that's
feat,
why-
but actually pretty smart
why
if
the
you could pull it off,
state-
I guess.
Well, it was pretty well known because he was dating this victim before.
It sort of reminds me of the movie Double Jeopardy.
Detective,
Is that
having
actually
seen
legally
these
accurate?
injuries to the defendant,
I haven't
you
seen
at
it. I
some
don't recall
point
it. Maybe I've seen
decide
it.
To seek
If
the
we have another
opinion of
buffering
a
break, I can
medical
tell you about it.
examiner regarding whether or not the
Interesting
wounds might
interesting
be
movie, though.
self-inflicted. And let me be clear, don't tell me what they said. That's hearsay. I'm just asking, did you take
Objection.
the time to ask them?
Subject matter jurisdiction and grounds, Your Honor.
Did
And
you
finally,
ultimately
nothing but good quality
arrest
entertainment
the
for you today.
defendant
Thanks,
somewhere
Paul
around
Farrell.
9 a.m. that morning for first-degree murder?
Yes, I did.
Okay, they nailed him that morning.
Somewhere after that point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Kelly Andrews or a person by the name of Sean Andrews?
Yes, I did.
And were they people of interest to you in this investigation?
Yes, they were.
Why were they of interest to you?
No. Whose cell phone went off? That better be yours, meme. Or somebody's in trouble.
I don't have a cell phone. I don't have a cell phone ringtone.
Some days I wish
I
you
said
would,
what?
actually.
What, you don't have phones? You guys don't have phones?
Why was Kelly Andrews or Sean Andrews of interest to you?
They were last known to be at the a location with the defendant and the victim just shortly before this incident occurred.
And so they were
Judges
some of
don't
the
like
last
cell
people
phones
to see
going
the
off
victim.
during trial.
Did you then
Can't imagine.
decide to go and interview them?
Yes, I did.
And again, I'm not going to get into what they told you, but did they provide you information as far as a time and a place that they were with the victim so you could then follow up on that?
Yes, they did.
Now, as the investigation is unfolding, are you interested in what a potential motive or reason for a fight might be?
Yes, I am.
And so are you looking to see if there's any sort of disagreement between the victim and the defendant?
Yes, I am.
In talking with Nicholas Calicochi and then talking with Kelly Andrews and Sean Andrews, was this information that you were relying on to pursue possible dispute or disagreement between the victim and the defendant?
Yes, based on the information they were providing.
While you were there talking with Miss Andrews, did she make you aware of any phone calls or electronic communications that she had made with the victim?
Yes, she did.
And were you able to take screenshots or pictures of any text messages?
Yes, and her call log as well.
And that's number 54.
Everybody's clearing their throat. It's
Ham-
cold.
It
Says-
states 54A. Did you take this particular picture?
Yes, I did.
And is this a picture of text messages that were inside the phone of Kelly Andrews?
Yes, it is.
All right, and I want to draw your attention to this one.
So they were all people that were at
it
the
says,
table whilst the
yesterday,
argument was going on.
11:56 p.m. Did you understand this to be a text message from Kay Baker?
Yes, it was.
Did that therefore give you a timeline or narrow the timeline as to when this attack and this fight that resulted in Ms. Baker's death might have occurred?
Yes, it did.
did you also see this? Is this a call log?
Yes, from Ms. Andrews' phone.
And was this number 517-410-2641, is that consistent with the same phone number that was provided to you by the victim's ex-husband, Kevin Baker?
Yes, it was.
So this appears to be a call then with Ms. Baker. Did you make note of this timestamp of this phone call that it appears to be an incoming phone call at 11:48 p.m.?
Yes, from Ms. Baker to Kelly Andrews' phone.
Now, in fairness, you don't know who actually types the text message, but did Ms. Andrews indicate to you that she physically heard the voice of the victim during the phone call?
Yes, she indicated she heard Ms. Baker's voice during the actual phone call.
So in a worst-case scenario, does that allow you to conclude that the victim is still alive at least at 11:48 p.m. on the night of Friday, May 27th?
That's correct.
And then the incident happened somewhere just before 12:30, correct?
Correct.
Does that give you then roughly like a 40-minute window that's unaccounted for?
Yes.
Now, we've talked about the fact that you knew that you were looking for some sort of sharp instrument or weapon, like a knife or something of that nature. Had anything been recovered up to that point?
Not at that point as far as a knife or cutting instrument, no.
Did HCSO therefore make efforts to try and locate any potential weapon?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell us what you all did, how many times you did it, where you went, things like that?
Included searching the immediate area with multiple other detectives, crime scene investigators.
Well, let me stop you. You say the immediate area. We've got a couple different places, I think, of note here. We have the area where Ms. Baker is. We have the backyards of 6209, 6207. We have the bushes moving from 6207 towards Lithia. We have the area along Lithia. And then we have that area that we saw a little bit ago where the pool of blood was and ultimately where the defendant is arrested. Which areas are we talking about?
It would be all those areas, anywhere somebody could have reasonably placed a knife around the neighbors' backyards, all the way out, following the trail of blood through the tree line, using metal detectors and multiple other detectives and personnel.
And some of those areas look like pretty dense or thick underbrush. Did
Correct.
detectives or people from HCSO make an effort to search those areas?
Yes, I did.
In the course of searching them, did any of the detectives get injured in any way?
Yes, Detective Gibson got stung by a hornet while searching, yes.
Wandering off into the woods?
Yes.
Stung by
So,
I'm
we are still
laughing
basically all on May 28th.
because someone
when
asked,
all the things
was
we
this guy
discussed,
stung
right?
by bees in his mouth?
Did
Why
you
is
end
his
your
face
shift that day
shaped like
somewhere
that?
around 11 or 11:15 in the morning?
Eric, you're
Yes,
a
sir.
prophet.
That was just day one.
Correct.
Oh no.
So somewhere after that, did you dispatch another detective
Nostrafrickin'
to go
there.
to the landing to see if there was surveillance video that depicted the victim and any of these other people that were of interest, Mr. Calicochi, Miss Andrews, her husband, so on and so forth?
Yes, I did.
And was
It's
that Detective
Cochichi,
Royal?
wow.
He was the supervisor at the time, Corporal Royal, that assisted with that, yes.
Sorry, Corporal Royal, didn't mean to demote him. Did he go and watch video?
Yes, he did.
And was he able to obtain it at that point?
His partner
No,
was
he
stung
was
by
not.
a hornet.
Did he at least alert you to its existence?
Yes, he did.
There also was an autopsy that was conducted. Did you personally attend the autopsy?
No, I didn't.
Were you informed of the results of the autopsy?
Yes, I was.
All right, and again, is this sort of like a team effort? Different people are doing different things, but does all the information ultimately funnel back to you as the lead detective?
Exactly, yes.
So on June 1st, did you then make an effort to go physically obtain the video?
Yes, from the landing bar, yes.
And while you were there, did you have a chance to observe the timestamp on the video, both for the date of the 27th, but also like live as it was happening?
Yes, I did.
And what could you tell us about the timestamp on the video?
Matching the timestamp with the live timestamp with the actual time, the timestamp on the video appeared to be 12 hours ahead of actual time.
So if, for example, we're watching a portion of video and it's Friday, May 27th, and it said, well, actually, I guess it would say Saturday, 10 a.m., you have to back up 12 hours to Friday, 10 p.m., is that correct?
Correct, to get the
There's
actual
never been a CCTV camera on Earth that tells the correct time.
Now, we talked about the victim's phone. At some point, did you obtain a search warrant for the victim's phone?
The phone was, no, not a search warrant for the victim's phone. It was reviewed, though, and downloaded.
All right, so you were able to get into it, you didn't need a search warrant.
Correct.
And so when you got into the victim's phone, were you all then able, when you talked about it, you said it was downloaded. What's the process by which it's downloaded? What does that mean?
One of our other detectives has training in a program we use to download cell phones called Cellbrite. That was Detective Van Gouder in this case. It was provided to him, and he downloaded it with that program on the computer.
All right, so you take the cell phone, you plug it into some sort of device, and it's able to pull all the data off the phone?
Correct.
Once the data is pulled off the phone, are you then provided with the records that are obtained from inside the phone?
Yes, I am.
Did you observe or analyze those records yourself?
Yes, I did.
And having done that, were you able to locate text messages between the victim and Kelly Andrews on the date of Friday, May 27th?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, can I approach? Yeah. Detective, I'm going to show you what
Courts
has
do
been
not work
marked
on
as
weekends.
State's Exhibit 56, 3 pages A through C. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Is that a copy of records you were able to pull out of the victim's cell phone regarding text messages
Yes, we are.
between Kay Baker and Kelly Andrews?
Yes, from the Cellbrite program.
And do those fairly and accurately depict what you saw from the downloaded records from the phone?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 56, A through C.
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
All right, so now we get to see.
Detective, I'm going to show you 56A. So just the top, this is just Celebrite, this is the, but then here on the left, it says participants. Is this a record of who is communicating with the victim's cell phone?
Yes, because it's from the
We
victim's phone.
informed.
This is her messages with that person.
All right, and so I'm
Not
going
the
to
only
look here at
person
the
saying
first text message.
infant message. Infant.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is potato
At the
can
top, it
here.
says to
Yeah.
that specific number for Miss Andrews, and this is the message that Miss Baker sends to her. Still want to do the landing tonight. And at the very bottom right is the date and time stamp of when that message was sent.
Now, I noticed that it says 12:34 p.m. UTC. I think that's a G4. What does all that mean?
The UTC, it's actually a -4. That's a standard time that's used, universal time. The program automatically subtracts 4 for actual Eastern Standard Time.
Right, so that's in real time in Tampa. For example, UTC -4.
Well, we've already
is the
been
time zone
demonetized.
Tampa is
That's cool.
effectively in.
Correct.
All right, so this is roughly a text message at 12:34 on
57,
5/27.
that's not bad, not
You
bad.
still want to do the landing tonight, and we can see that this one is in green, and now we can see that there's ones in blue. What are we looking at here?
This is a response from Miss Andrews, kind of how your cell phone works back and forth. It separates it on the left side now. Miss Andrews telling Miss Baker, yes, I can be there around 6:30. Is that okay? And again, that's the time in the bottom right at 4:20 p.m.
All right, and so
Three-
moving to
three
the last
bulls.
text message on that page,
Is that what I think
is
it
this
is?
a message from Miss Baker to Miss Andrews telling Miss Andrews that Miss Baker is heading to the landing in about 30 minutes?
Yes, at 5:07 p.m.
What was the question?
The previous message said, "I'm
Turning
with
to
3
page
bulls right now. Should I bring them?" or
2,
something to
which
that
is
effect.
B.
Like 3 bulls. Does
Is
she
this
mean
then the
3?
next text message in the conversation
Is this guy
They're just with friends.
between Miss Baker and Miss Andrews? Sorry, it doesn't want to sit here because the
3 bulls with a girlfriend?
Here's
If you
a
wanted to
little
join,
type.
was
Is
the
that
message
it?
apparently.
Yes, that's Miss Baker texting Miss Andrews that we're at the landing at 5:35 p.m.
Now,
Could
you
get
had a chance to
interesting.
watch surveillance video from the landing. Is that consistent with the video that shows Miss Baker arriving at the landing somewhere around 5:30, 5:35 in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
And on that video, did you see Miss Baker in the company of someone else?
Yes, I did.
And who is in the company of Miss Baker?
The defendant.
So she arrives at the landing with the defendant?
Correct.
Now, I just want to show you a couple of text messages just very quickly.
Thruple.
There's a text message right here at 6:31. It says, yay. And then it says 6:31, is Sean coming later? Again, is this Miss Baker texting Miss Andrews?
Yes, it is.
So I'm again going to show you states 54A.
It's 3 Bulls Tavern and Brewery.
Okay.
Does that then line up
You
with
degenerate.
That's
the text messages here, which are flip-flop? Now Miss Baker is in gray and Miss
You got me,
Andrews
you got
is in
me.
green.
Yes, it is.
Did you see any text messages between Miss Andrews and Miss Baker that appears on one person's phone that doesn't appear
Gonna
on the other
punch him in the balls.
person's
Ah.
phone? It suggests that somebody
Oh.
was deleting text messages or
Come on, Lon Cuck.
Concealing communication?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it looks like they may have fixed the YouTube thing. I can see live updates on provided 1,100 people are watching. But not even 800 likes. Come on, we need another 53 likes. People in chat, get on that.
Like it when
You
this
take this
stops
moment.
buffering.
Then turning back to states 54, 56C.
No, nobody else is streaming this. It just happened. It's happening less today than
Did
normal.
you see this
so.
text message?
Yay.
That again is at 11:56 from Miss Baker to Miss Andrews?
Yes, that's the last message at 11:56 p.m. sent from Miss Baker's phone to Kelly Andrews' phone.
Almost there. Just need 17 more likes. 17 more likes. If you like the stream, it'll stop buffering. True fact.
Yes,
Yeah,
Feed the
exactly.
hamster.
Called detail records.
The records we can get from a cell service provider, for instance, Verizon or AT&T, and they'll provide us essentially with a call log, some kind of log of any calls to and from a certain number or text messages to and from a certain number.
So if I was to pick up my cell phone, which embarrassingly just rang a few minutes ago.
Oh, it was his.
and
Nice.
call my mother. In theory, there would be a
Good
call
job,
detail record that would
prosecutor.
show my phone number calling another phone number, which
Would
you
be
could then try and
prosecutor.
figure out who that is, and you might figure out that that's my mother, for example.
Correct.
And it doesn't work the other way if somebody calls me.
Yes.
All right. So did you obtain call detail records in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review them?
Yes, I did.
Was there anything suspicious about them?
No, there wasn't.
As part of this case, do you also have the ability to submit items to FDLE for what is known as DNA testing or DNA analysis?
Yes, we are able.
And so explain that process. How does that work?
Thanks,
So when
Flux.
items are initially collected from a scene, they can be examined in a laboratory for any kind of biology, DNA. In this case, there were several blood drops that we collected, so we submitted those to our state lab at FDLE so they could do their analysis on it for any kind of DNA.
And so if you had to ballpark it, how many items of potential DNA?
All right, we've got the 800 likes.
Do you think there are in this investigation?
Thank you, chat.
Now we need 900 or
Ballpark guess,
1,000.
I
We need
believe there's
1,000 likes.
Over 50.
All right, and so do you get to send all 50 swabs to FDLE right out the gate and say start testing?
No, we don't get that many.
Why not?
They're a government state-funded lab that they have a caseload just like we do. So we're limited by policy to only send 5 items at a time.
Huh,
All
that's
right,
weird.
And so did you send 5 items to FDLE for analysis?
Yes, I did.
And was that on June 7th?
Yes.
Did you somewhere later receive results, and again, don't tell me what the results are, but did you receive results from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that indicated that those initial 5 items have been fully tested and analyzed?
Yes, I did.
Was that somewhere around August 26th?
Yes.
Did you then submit a second round of items to FDLE for testing?
Yes, the next allowed 5.
And so did we ultimately receive notification from FDLE somewhere around October 24th, a week before trial started, that a second batch of DNA testing had been finished?
That's correct.
At that point, have we basically run out of time?
Yes.
So I want to talk with you as part of the various.
Oh, dear,
things that
Mike
you can
Morrison is
get,
here.
Like call detail records and looking in phones and sending things to FDLE. Do you also have the ability to subpoena medical records?
Yes, we do.
Did you subpoena medical records in this case?
Yes, I
Hang
did.
tight.
And did you subpoena them as it relates to the defendant, Mr. Carey?
Yes, from Tampa General Hospital.
And did you ultimately receive those records?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review those records?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit number 57. And I'm going to start on what is marked as page 49 of the document, as notated on the bottom of the page, page 49.
And while he's doing that, we'll
Did you
quickly
have a
read
chance
this.
to
Mike
see this
Morrison,
entry that says
you're very
Tampa
quickly becoming my
General
favorite law
Hospital
tuber, hell, one of my
Trauma
favorite YouTubers.
Tertiary Survey?
Keep it up.
Yes, I
It's
did.
the $100 shot rule.
Chamberlain.
I just got water.
And so
until
that
Friday.
record appears to be made by someone, at least according to the records. It
Mike
says
Morrison.
progress notes by Nuri Nelson.
A gentleman among
APRN,
gentlemen.
5/29/2022.
Is that the Shackleton
Is
whiskey?
May 29, 2022, as you understand it?
Yes.
Don't need to find a
And I'll
bottle of
zoom
that.
in
That
because it's
looks
very
so
small,
good.
so everyone can see it real quick. That's at 8:26 a.m.
Correct.
The defendant was already at the hospital, right?
Yes.
was
So
a
this
little
is
more than a
consistent
shot.
with the defendant was at the hospital on
I'm
May
gonna
29th.
get a bottle of
Yes.
But he did not
Basil
check in on
Hayden's
May
this
29th.
Friday.
No.
And anything I
Really?
don't
Check
finish
in
drinking
on
on
the
Friday, I'm taking to
So this
BP's
is the
house to
day
give
after
to
he's
him.
been there.
Correct.
So we'll see how much he
All right,
gets.
so I'm going to flip to the next page of the records, page 50. Did you observe at the very top of the page, again, this appears to be an entry by Nuri Nelson, 5/29/2022, 8:26 a.m. continued. Did you see that top line that says stated he tried to kill himself pending psych consult?
Yes, I did.
Was that of interest to you in the investigation?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now they're starting to tie the
I want to
self-inflicted
then
wounds
turn
in.
to page 51, just as we move through the record. Again, this is still Nuri Nelson, 5/29/2022, 8:26 a.m. continued. Did you see here towards the bottom of the page, there's a box that starts psych, P-S-Y-C-H?
Yes.
And did you see the entry next to it?
Yes, I did.
And so did you take note of the fact that it says suicide attempt per patient pending psych consult?
Yes, I did.
So give me
No,
one
this is
second.
evidence in a murder trial.
Try and
court orders
reorganize
it.
this stack of papers. I want to now draw your attention to page 27. This appears to be made by Christina Chachatka, 5/29/2022, 9:16 a.m. Is that roughly 40 minutes, at least according to the records, after the previous entry by Ms. Nelson?
Yes, it is.
And is this section labeled psychiatric consultation evaluation?
Yes, it is.
Except for me. Wash your dirty whore mouth, Darth Hideous. It does kind of look like Hayden, though. Like
A little
the
bit, a little bit.
Like the direct-to-DVD Hayden. Like if they couldn't afford the real Hayden.
Yeah, discount Aussie. Yeah.
Yeah, like a dime store Santa.
On July 6th, did you have a chance to meet with the defendant's father?
I didn't personally meet with him, no. Talked to him over the phone.
Okay, and did he call you for a specific purpose?
Yes, he did.
Was he attempting to obtain one of the keys to the silver Ford that had been parked in front of the home at 6207?
Yes, he was.
Was that one of the keys that had been impounded?
Yes.
Was that part of the same set of keys that we saw depicted as what's evidence marker number 3 on that nightstand in the bedroom?
Yes, on that key ring.
Was that key ultimately turned over to the defendant's father so that the family could resume custody of that car?
Yes, it was.
As part of the medical records, did you notice if there was an indication that the defendant had been consuming alcohol or had alcohol in his system when he was at the hospital?
Yes, as part of the records, yes.
Now, we talked about FDLE for a second. We talked about on August 26th, you got the first notification that the first round of DNA testing had been completed. At that point, did we have a known DNA sample from the defendant?
No, we didn't at that point.
So were efforts made to then obtain a DNA sample from the defendant?
Yes, they were.
And how was that accomplished?
Through a court-authorized procedure to obtain a buccal swab from inside of his mouth for his DNA.
And did you ultimately have another detective assist you in obtaining a buccal swab?
Yes, I did.
And was that detective Anthony Watson?
Yes, it was.
Did you then submit that buccal swab and a second round of items to FDLE for testing?
For testing in comparison to the previous results, yes.
Did you later, on September 2nd, interview a person by the name of Tara Johnson?
Yes, I did.
Now, we're almost 3 months after the event.
It doesn't look
after
anything
Ms.
like
Baker
you.
has been found deceased. How
My
does Ms.
mouth is
Johnson
too
come
big.
into the picture?
Initially, she wasn't somebody who was known. She came forward indicating that she was also at the landing bar with the defendant and victim prior to this and wanted to give her perspective of what happened at the bar.
And so when you say she came forward, you mean she did so completely of her own accord?
Correct.
Nobody went and hunted her down or anything?
Correct.
And did you ultimately discover that Ms. Johnson is one of the other people depicted on the video from the landing on the night of Friday, May 27th?
Yes, we now know that.
And again, I'm not going to ask you what she said, but based on what she said, was it consistent with what you saw on the video?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Detective, I want to talk about a couple of pieces of evidence that are already in, and talk about whether or not they were important to you in your investigation. In the course of interviewing people, whether by yourself, Detective Gibson, or any other detective who interviewed you, did any other person indicate that somebody else had been seen with Ms. Baker last?
Hearsay. Objection, approach.
Ooh, it doesn't even. She doesn't even get to say why she's objecting.
Did
It's just
anyone
like,
else indicate
sit down.
that somebody had been seen last with Ms. Baker other than the defendant?
No, they didn't.
We talked about, obviously, there was an indication that people had made it home, so I'm going to skip that. Did you see, and I'm talking about the physical exterior of the home, not what's inside the home. Did you see any entry into the home that in any way was suggestive of forced entry?
No.
Did the front door look like it had been kicked in?
No.
Did the home have a rear sliding glass door?
It did.
Did it appear to still be locked and in working condition as it normally should?
Yes, it did.
Nobody broke the glass or jimmied the lock or anything like that?
No.
Were there indications to you that there was some sort of event inside the home that was unusual?
Yes, there was.
And what did you make note of that was of interest to you?
There was damage to several doors. The master bedroom door had.
But we
a
don't know
piece
when
of
that
the
happened. It
door
could have
mechanism
happened that night. It
broken
could have
off.
happened 2 years
The
ago.
bathroom door was physically, it looked like it was kicked in. The wood was splitting from the frame.
Well, let's take a look at those for a second. I'm going to get State's Exhibit number 35. This is 35A. Is this the master bedroom? I can zoom in if you want to read the little tag.
Yeah, it appears to be, yes.
Okay. So this is the door to the master bedroom. Just looking at the door here as we see it, does anything appear off?
Not from that angle, no.
All right, but then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35B, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. Do you see these two items that are on the floor? One
Okay.
right next to the foot of the nightstand,
That
and the
kind of
other
connects
one
it in
sort of
time to this evening.
southwestish from it towards the bottom of the picture.
Yes, I do.
Are these the same two items here in State's Exhibit 35C?
Yes.
And then 35D, is this a close-up of one of those items?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
that's
Did you
the
physically observe this
that's the
item on
inside of
ground?
a door handle.
Yes, I did.
Here states 35E. Did
That's
you
the
observe
outside
this
of the door
item on the
handle.
ground?
Locking mechanism
did.
or something. So.
Yeah, that's the
Here's
faceplate.
State's Exhibit 35F.
And that's where the faceplate used
Got
to
it
be.
upside down, so sorry. What, if anything, did you notice about this door?
What, if
Not the
anything?
lock, about the door that was of interest?
It looks like the wood is split, as if some kind of force hit it.
When you talk about the wood being split, are you referring to this line that appears to run vertically up the side of the door?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35G. Is that a close-up of the lock?
Yes.
Now, on the floor, we could see two metal objects. The first object is sort of a round thing. Does it appear to be the lock that actually goes inside the door there as we see it?
Yes, it does.
And though we don't have a picture of it, the other one is sort of a rectangular piece of metal. Is that the strike plate on the door where the door would close?
Yes, it is.
A different door. He kicked one door in, and the locked one
Would
was
it be
the
fair to
bedroom.
say that you don't know the actual circumstances that led to whatever damage was done to this door? Is that correct?
That's correct.
But again, is this something you consider as a possible indication of some sort of violent episode inside the home?
Yes, I do.
And for the other picture,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The pieces of the door on the floor definitely tie it to the time, unless they were like really, really bad housekeepers. Flux says, bee stung
State's
babyface.
Exhibit 17.
3 bulls and a
Do you
girlfriend.
recognize
Is that like
this
2 girls in
area
1
inside
cup?
the home?
Yes, I do.
And what is this area?
It's a hallway kind of leading from the living room into a small hallway that divides up 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
All right, and so I'm going to
2
show you
bedrooms,
State's
1
Exhibit
bath.
17D, 17E, and 17F. Did you have a chance to observe this?
Jesus.
Yes, I did.
Now, somewhere before you were a detective in the homicide unit, did you ever work burglaries?
Yes, I did.
Do you know what a kick-in is?
I do.
What is a kick-in?
It's with the door is closed or secured and somebody wants to force entry into it. They can kick it with enough force that'll just split the wood and defeat the mechanism that locks the door.
Yeah, that was a
And so,
kick
looking
and a
again at
half.
State 17D,
If it was a kick, could have been just a body slam.
and having been at the residence yourself to see the door and how the door would operate normally, does that appear consistent with a potential?
Yeah, I don't think that's how the door operates normally.
Calls for opinion, speculation. Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. All right, time for the judge to lay down the law. She says it's irrelevant and speculative whether that's the proper way to open a door. Yikes.
I mean, we got the door open.
Did. Flux again says, turns out if you have an Android, you can say lesbian and dick. If you have an Apple phone, you can't say it. This is what we were trying to decide during the last stream, because Flux could say lesbian and dick, and other people couldn't say lesbian and dick. Turns out, apparently, Flux has solved the great lesbian dick mystery. And Mike Morrison, again, thank you so much for that awesome super chat. Deeply, deeply appreciated. And Arlene Unseen, legal vices. So even though the guy didn't witness the exam, he can be used to simply read the psych report, because he wasn't testifying as to whether or not it was true, or whether he was saying that would just clued him in. That's evidence that would indicate to him a reason to investigate further.
Similar to the damage you see here?
Objection.
Rephrase.
Humpty Dumpty Esquire
The damage
questioning.
that you see here,
Thank
can
you, Torgo the
describe
White.
it to me as to whether or not it appears consistent with previous kick-ins that you've seen?
Objection. Same.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
I'm so glad. All right, so now he's got to. Okay, prosecutor's got to figure out how to ask the question correctly. So he wants to get in whether it looks like the door was kicked in or not. And so he's got to try to find a creative way of asking that question. Which, you know, have you seen doors kicked in previously?
I assume you would have performed that in training, right? Don't. He's a detective, so you should have gone through school. That at one point I assume they all learn how to do it. But you have to hit it right above the lock or something, as I understand it, like to be effective.
Yeah, all the doors I've kicked in. I've only broken in 3 doors in my life.
I've done it once, just for fun, on a
one
house
was
that we're
just in a-
demolishing.
Detective, have you seen
Drunken
similar damage
rage.
to door frames like this before?
See, there you go.
Yes,
Have you
I
seen
have.
similar damage? Yeah. Mike Morrison, you're very, very welcome. Always forget about the $100 shot rule. I never do. Thank you so much, Mike Morrison. Always a pleasure. Soon I'll be kicking in doors, because I was going to say one of the doors I kicked in was I locked myself out of my house, and I had to get in somehow because I was liquored up, and it seemed like the right thing to do rather than call a locksmith.
Just next to that bathroom that we were just looking at,
Cheers,
was
Mike.
there a child's bedroom that was indicated to you to maybe have been locked when HCSO first arrived?
Yes, it was.
Did you have a chance to observe the door itself?
Yes, I did.
Does that door lock from the outside?
Anyway,
meaning
I
you
should
can
probably head
stand
off.
in the hallway
Jeff,
and
thanks
lock
for the invite.
door?
All right.
And I hope
Hey,
Trogo
thanks
as
for
well.
popping in for a minute.
It was fun.
You
All
have
right,
to be
see you,
See you
chat.
again.
To lock it.
Take care.
Nice night.
Go to
Is
Meme
that the
Copium.
same
Like and
bedroom
subscribe to
where
everything.
A window was found open with a
There was
screen.
some
pushed
savages
out?
in chat today. They made me laugh. I was trying to hide my laugh all the
Again,
time.
you
It was
don't know
really
the
good.
circumstances
Good
as to
jokes.
why the
All
screen
right,
was
peace.
pushed out, right?
Take care.
Correct.
Bye-bye.
You don't know who it is that pushed the screen out.
Correct.
Okay, they're talking about the
But
screen
when
that was
you
popped
see
out.
a
He doesn't know who
bedroom
did
door
it.
that is locked, it's locked from the inside, and there's a window that's open and a screen pushed out. Is that of interest to you in this investigation and trying to figure out what happened?
Yes, it is.
How many ways in and out of the home were there? Like sort of normal ways in and out of the home?
Normal ways.
Just the front
Objection.
door and the back door.
There's
What's
a garage
normal?
door as well, right?
Correct.
Was the garage door up when HCSO arrived?
No, it was closed.
Oh yeah, is that what you're gonna do?
Did anyone indicate at any point that the garage door had been open when they first arrived and then they closed the garage door once they got there?
No, there's no indication of that.
All right, so the garage appeared closed, there was the front door, and then there was a sliding glass door, correct?
Correct.
And we talked about that, the sliding
Come on. We're not going to do this again. I don't want to do this again. Come on. You can do it. Come on, lawn
The
cuck.
glass door appeared locked and closed, correct?
And intact, yes.
Did you take note or interest in the fact that the front door had been discovered partially ajar?
Yes.
No, the
upon
door is a
deputy's
door.
arrival.
It's not a jar. Oh, that's a really bad place to pause. Here we go.
At any point in all of the witnesses that were interviewed, did anyone ever indicate hearing a male voice screaming, yelling, asking for help, anything of that nature?
No, I didn't.
We know that there is blood in the area of 6209 and then going into the area of 6207, those backyards. Did you see blood anywhere else other than along Lithia? Did you see, for example, blood going away from Miss Baker past the front of the home at 6211?
No.
Did you see blood going away from Miss Baker and instead passing in front of 6209 as opposed to in back where we've already talked about?
No.
Did you see blood leading any other direction other than the blood that we're going to talk about that goes through the backyards of 6209, 6207, into the bushes and then down Lithia?
No, I didn't.
Detective, were you aware of what the defendant was wearing when he was arrested?
Yes, I was.
And what did you understand him to be wearing when he was arrested?
Just a T-shirt and his underwear.
At some point, did you try to figure out where the rest of the defendant's clothing might be?
Yes, I did.
Since you had the video from the landing, were you able to see what kind of clothes the defendant was wearing earlier in the evening at the landing?
Yes, I was.
And so I'm going to show
I'll be
you
back
State's
in 1
Exhibit
minute. I have to
16A.
prepare
It's
for
a
our
little
next
dark, but
guest. Hang
hopefully
on.
we can see it. Just inside the doorway here to the left, there's something on the ground. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's like a plastic storage tub that you would store things in.
Like one of those Rubbermaid bins?
Correct.
And on top of that Rubbermaid bin, was there anything of interest?
Yes, there was a pair of gray shorts on top of them.
All right, I'm going to show you then State's Exhibit 16G. Are those same gray shorts you were talking about?
Yes, and with the, looks like a brown belt looped through the top.
Did you have a chance to watch the landing video to observe what color shorts the defendant's wearing in the video?
Yes, I did.
Did those shorts appear consistent in color with
No,
these
I'm not
shorts
putting
that we
pants on. I was just
here
preparing something
in
for our
State's
next
Exhibit
guest.
16G?
Yes, I did.
You want to approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked to State's Exhibit number 55. I'm not going to ask you to pull it out. You can just pop up in the bag and look.
Yeah, don't whip it out in court, dude. Yep,
Do you
that's lunch.
recognize what is contained in what is marked as State's Exhibit number 55?
A ham
Yes, I
sandwich.
do. The same shorts.
Those are the same shorts that we just saw depicted that you recovered from the home on the Rubbermaid bin?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you initially recovered them?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence State's Exhibit number 55.
Any objection? 55 is admitted.
He's like, oh God, this smells so good. Pastrami.
Detective, on the video at the landing, did you notice if the defendant was wearing shoes?
Hey, he's hungry.
Yeah, yes, he was.
Let me get my notes here to figure out the right number. 13.
And while he's getting the next piece of evidence here, let's look up at. We have Steve and Gosney. You're back in Florida.
Correct.
You made it
Here's
home.
State's Exhibit
Welcome.
16C.
Hold on a
Is
second
this
here.
the way
Let me
the
get.
shoes were arrayed or arranged when you first came in the home?
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to draw
We
your
may
attention
get our
to
Wilson
two
rule witness
pairs
today.
of shoes.
Williams.
First is
Williams rule.
What is the furthest
Williamson?
left shoe in the picture?
Williams.
It's sort of this gray sort of shoe. It looks like a moccasin maybe or something of that style. Did you see that shoe?
Yes.
So next
And
break
then
we'll catch up. You can catch me up
There's
here.
another pair of shoes.
All
There's
right.
two like very, very white shoes just behind
That's
this
racist.
like running shoe. Did you see those shoes?
Yes.
In the video, is Kay Baker wearing a pair of white shoes consistent with these shoes at the front door?
Yes, she is.
And that gray moccasin or boat shoe, is that consistent with the shoe the defendant is wearing on the video at the landing?
Yes, it is.
Steve always sounds
Detective,
great.
has any person ever
I
come
sound
forward and
good?
said that they found any like
Oh.
knife or other suspicious sharp
Always.
object anywhere along Lithia Pinecrest?
No, they haven't.
Any of the neighbors in the neighborhood ever come forward and said that they found a knife in their backyard or in their front yards or anywhere around their home?
No, they haven't.
Would it be fair to say that whatever the suspect weapon is in this case, it has not been recovered?
That's correct.
Oh, they don't have the knife?
Does typically go into a home and
Nope.
account for every knife?
The
inside
murder
a home
weapon
in an
is
investigation?
unaccounted for.
Not-
Objection, relevance of what they typically do.
I'll allow it, overruled.
Not typically unless there's reason to believe something like that's involved or important.
You did not personally go and account for all the knives in the home, did you?
I did not.
But are you aware of the fact that Detective Van Gouder did it?
Yes, I am.
And I'm not going to go through the pictures, but did you ultimately see the pictures were taken depicting a knife block with one knife that's unaccounted for?
Yes, I did.
Is apparently the murder weapon was a 3-inch long paring knife.
Detective, throughout the course of
In
the
the murder-
investigation that began on the early morning hours of May 28th to as we sit here today, has there ever been an indication of any other person as a potential suspect? Is there anybody
No,
else that you
objection.
followed up on, investigated, had reason to suspect?
I'd object
No other
to
reason
that.
to suspect anybody else.
I don't, I don't know about that one.
Relevancy?
Well, it's also it's absence of evidence. I don't know, I have to think about that, but doesn't that sound problematic to you?
You may.
That doesn't go to proof of any element, does it?
Medical records you referenced. they
Absence
allow
of evidence is not
No.
evidence of absence.
7.
I mean, it's a dangerous question because then she can say, oh, so you didn't even consider anybody else.
Right. So this is cross. Now,
Yeah.
the murder occurred, where did the murder occur? In that,
Outside.
I'm going to-
Outside the
outside,
house.
outside the house, not the
Yeah.
bar.
Yeah, outside the house. They went home. He attacked the home, broke
Do you see
the bathroom
indications
door.
that a
She locked the
Yuya
bedroom door and
Burkhart
escaped through the window, and he
started
chased her
working on
down and
Mr.
stabbed
Perry
her a
when
lot.
he arrived at
Nice.
the trauma?
Allegedly.
Spoken like
In
a true lawyer.
Minecraft.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Ray, can you please spell it?
Yes, of course. Yuya is Y-U-Y-A, last name Burkhart, B-U-R-K-H-A-R-T.
She's one of several listed on here. Yes.
And would you be surprised, despite it saying Yuya Burkhart there, that Dr. Mendoza testified it was actually...
And he
her
read through
working
2
on
psych
Secretary at
reports
that
that
time?
said that he
Would you like to
was.
call from the comment on the testimony of another witness?
I'm asking if you'd be surprised.
He read through 2 psych
I don't
reports
know how
that said
TGH
the
does
suspect
records or how other
was
names are
was
inputted.
being watched for
So I don't
because he
know.
attempted suicide,
I guess their procedure, how they
The-
operate.
Right.
referring to
We
the
don't
2
know
stab
their
marks.
procedure. All you're going by are the records to make this assumption about the note that the state asked you about in regard to self-infliction, right? Because you don't actually work at Tampa General.
I don't work at Tampa General, but I'm saying I don't know why there's different names here, or how they're listed like that.
Well, let's talk about another one then, on page 11. Go ahead, take a look at that. Do
Has
you
the
see
trial
where it
been pretty
indicates where it's
clean?
actually Dr.
Yes,
Lawrence
totally.
Seymour writing that note about treatment for Matthew Terry?
I see, it says this note was begun by Lawrence Edward Seymour.
Would you be surprised that Dr. Mendoza testified it was actually her treating Matthew Terry at that time?
I don't know about using the word surprise. I mean, if that's their testimony versus what the records say, then I can't speak on that.
I can take that. And the reason that you can't speak on that, again, is because you don't work for Tampa General and have no idea the way in which their records are compiled, kept, or if they're even accurate, correct?
Correct.
In addition to the medical records issue, you talked about things that you don't know. You said, and this is a quote of yours, you don't know the actual circumstances of what occurred that night, right?
Correct.
And that's because there are things that there's just absolutely no evidence of, right?
Correct.
There's no blood in the home, is there?
Not that we found, no.
Okay. There's no timeline attached to those marks on the doorway that you were describing, right? No witness that can tell you anything about when those occurred, correct?
Correct.
Additionally, you talked about there's blood in the backyard and noises, and that indicates that someone fled, but there's nothing that indicates who fled, right?
No.
Now, you indicated as well that there was no knife found. You looked in the area, and when I say you, I mean HCSO, not just you, but multiple deputies, looked in the area where Kay Baker's body was, where Matthew Terry was found lying there, the entire backyard, and no knife was found, correct?
Among the thick brush, correct.
Someone might have ran off with that knife, right?
It's unlikely. It's possible, but the thick brush is more.
Pretty good cross going on right here.
The thick brush was a little harder to look through than the likelihood of someone running off with it.
You think it's harder to look through a small area of brush than to have somebody run when the police didn't set up a perimeter for an hour? Is that really your testimony here?
The thick brush is a large area, and there's a likelihood that it was still in there, is what I'm saying.
Let's talk about that brush. That brush was searched with multiple metal detectors, wasn't it?
Correct.
On multiple days, wasn't it?
Yes.
By multiple detectives, right?
Yes.
And no knife ever found, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. See,
In
that's he's trying to
addition, you
wiggle.
said that there were over 50 items of DNA that were collected, right?
Correct. It's
You
an
s-
estimate, but yes.
You sent 10, correct?
Correct.
Now, you claim that you can only send 5 at a time, but actually, there's a specific procedure for prosecutors and for detectives to request permission to send as many as they need to. Isn't that correct?
In certain unique circumstances, yes.
Like a murder trial, perhaps?
Ooh.
It'd be something to made decision above my head, but yes.
And that wasn't done. in
Stephen
this
and
case, was
Gosney,
it?
defense lawyer,
So we
liked
have
that
10
question.
out of 50 or more
No, I like this cross.
tested, right?
Correct.
Mathematics, we have 40 or more left untested, correct?
At this point, yes.
And one of those 40 could be a third person, couldn't it?
Oh, this is good.
Objection calls for speculation.
This is the advantage to waiving your to
In
not
addition,
waiving
you
your right
talked
to a speedy
about
trial.
Having worked burglaries. Could I have 11C, please?
I mean, you'd almost always want to waive your right to a speedy trial to allow time to prepare for an adequate defense. But if they've got a whole bunch of untested stuff, get to trial as soon as possible, wouldn't you say?
Was this a speedy trial case?
Yeah, he refused to waive his right to a speedy trial. This happened in May of this year. Oh, it's courtroom ASMR.
So that's her escape out the window.
People enter homes in a
Allegedly, yeah.
burglary through a ground floor window by taking out the screen, if it's unlocked, don't they?
It can be a certain point, yes.
And that's what we have shown in 11C? A screen taken out of a ground floor unlocked window, correct?
Correct.
You also said that there were indications that Kay and Matt got home and started to normally unpack. You mentioned things like Matt's keys being on the side table by the bed, Matt's car being there, right?
Correct.
And Kay sending a text at 11:56 p.m. that everything's all good now, right?
The text from her number, yes.
Judge, could I have a moment?
Yeah, I like. I don't know. I haven't seen all of it, but I like this defense attorney's cross right there. That was very effective. What do you think?
It's not ineffective, that's for sure. I mean, that's strong.
Clearly, the issue is identity, right? So
Yeah.
there's
Yeah,
the.
they've already established an identity attack on things here.
So the issue here is going to be the OJ defense, right? That there was
Yeah.
somebody coming in that
They stabbed everybody and ran away.
right. Somebody. Well, what was there a knife found where he stabbed himself in the neck?
Nope, that was they assumed it was the same knife.
The same knife that the other third party attacker stabbed him in the neck and left him for dead out.
He just stabbed everybody. Nuya says, "Why the hell didn't they test the samples?" There's an interesting thing. Is there only like one testing center in Florida?
Well, FDLE. That's a good question. It's FDLE, which is the government. It's a government operation. So
Because he was saying that they have a requirement they can only send 5 pieces of evidence at a time.
right per case, but you can for murder trials. It's whatever you want.
Yeah, so he said they had to keep sending them in batches of 5.
Yes, that's that's the FDLE crime lab, Florida Department of Law Enforcement crime lab. But if you get a speedy trial, they'll put everything aside, test whatever you want. I've had that issue when I was a prosecutor, and that rule is basically to keep everybody submitting 20 things for testing on a third-degree felony.
Detective, can you give me a rough
I didn't know
idea
you worked for the dark side.
of the distance
6 years.
from,
Wow.
you saw that area of trampled bushes behind 6207. So if a person emerged from somewhere in that area of those trampled bushes and walked
And Flux
all
says,
the
"This is
way
why
down
I'm
Lithia
scared. The
Pine
defense
Crest
is
to
making
the
big
area where you
holes."
finally see the pool of blood at marker H. Can you give me a rough idea of distance?
It's about 100 yards football field.
So there's about a football field's worth of distance. Is the underbrush or the thick bushes running the entire length of that area?
Yes, it is.
And can you give me an idea as to how deep you think that is? 20 feet, 30 feet?
Yeah, I would say about another 20 or 30 feet deep before you reach the backyards of the residences.
All right, so you've got an area of bushes alone, just along Lithia, roughly 300 feet long and 30 feet wide.
Correct.
Does it have like walking trails running through it?
No.
When you all went out there to search for the metal detectors, do you have to like literally wade into the bushes and try and crawl through them?
Yes.
Was it easy to do?
No.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. If I went to the other side of Lithia Pine Crest, is there trees and bushes on that side too?
No, there isn't.
Is there homes on the other side?
I believe so, yes.
So are the homes so far away that a person couldn't, for example, get the knife and fling them across the street to other homes and other backyards?
It's not far. It's a 2-lane road. It's possible with a good arm.
Is that road
Well, and then
often
the
traveled even in the dead of
recross is,
night?
well, did you search other homes in the area?
So if a pickup truck drives by, since you're being asked about all the possibilities, could a pickup truck be driving by and a person could throw something in the back of the pickup truck?
Ooh, that's
possible.
weak. What do you think? Well, that was a weak question, wasn't it?
You were also asked about
It's
Is it possible to
State's
throw it in the
Exhibit
back of a
number
moving
11.
truck?
I'm going to show
Yeah,
you
this is that,
11E.
yeah, that's
You were
yeah.
asked about the window, but is this
That's
a
kinda
stuffed
aggressive.
animal?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
And that's outside the home, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit number 19.
Another thing that's
Here's
judges.
19C.
yeah.
Detective, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can you tell me what all those things are arrayed on the inside of the open window where the screen is pushed out?
It's stuffed animals laying on the bed just inside of that window that was open.
So it was an exit, not an entry, is what they're saying, right?
Yeah.
This is a death penalty case?
It is.
May this witness be
Huh.
released by the state?
No, Your Honor, it has to remain on standby, but he's free to leave for now.
One thing I like about what the judge is doing is he's allowing both parties to question until they're exhausted.
And ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen
So
of the jury,
it's
it is
not
the
like you
perfect
can't
time
redirect.
for our morning break. It is slightly after 10:30.
All right,
We'll
hang
take
on
our
here.
normal morning break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. We'll
Yeah. All right. We will move this to the background here for 15 minutes or so. Well, that's not the one I wanted to move to the background. Nor is that. Hang on.
Wait,
There we go.
hey.
I got it figured out. Got two super chats to get through here real quick. Lancelot 652. If you're already in the bathroom from the window, then why would you kick the door, Greta? The door was kicked in the bathroom, but then I guess after that she locked herself in the bedroom, and he was undoing a hanger to pop the lock in the bedroom open, I guess, when she escaped. He didn't open the door. The bedroom door was still locked when the police arrived. So that's what they're saying. Okay, so someone didn't come in through that door because it was still locked, and there's the stuffed animal outside to show someone going out. And our last little super chat here, Nathan Lai, thank you so much. No proof it was him. Looks like she tried to saw her own head off. Did they check where the Clintons were that night?
Well, but I don't think that what they're saying is that there's some third party that escaped with the knife that stabbed them both. So there was a home invasion. They were both there. They both fled. He got stabbed. He went dizzy and collapsed into the wood line while she was chased down and murdered. So So, I mean, I'm just throwing out reasonable doubt scenarios. Is this a public defender?
We haven't figured that out yet. Of course, I must admit I haven't really deep dived into it enough to ask, but sometimes it seems like public defender, sometimes it seems like private. I'm just from the.
It's hard to tell. I mean, she seems pretty good and seems pretty on point. So far, from what I've seen, and I missed a day, but the trial was very clean. That all of them are everybody's operating pretty cleanly. Is that still the case?
Yeah, there's been more objections today than the entire trial up to this point combined.
Because they're getting into identity issues.
Yeah,
and
they've probably been up to the bench 4 or 5 times, 5 times maybe.
Right. Well, one of the things I was just noticing that I like about the way they're doing it is that the state will put their evidence, there'll be a cross, the state will do redirect, and then they'll allow recross. And so basically the judges kind of let them go back and forth until they're exhausted their points. And I like that because it allows for a complete, it's not like you're artificially placing limitations. These lawyers are behaving. So the judge is letting them do that to flesh out the issues fully and before they get released. And I mean, to me, that's a better way to do it because it is a seeking of truth. I mean, it can be abused if you have attorneys and everybody who abuse it, but it looks to me like everybody's respecting the system. And if they do that, that's the better way to handle it, I think, in a courtroom.
Well, before we go further, for those of you who do not know who Stephen N. Gosney, lawyer extraordinaire, is, please introduce yourself.
Yes, well, I'm Stephen N. Gosney, lawyer extraordinaire. No, actually, I'm a assistant public defender in Daytona Beach, Florida. So I'm a Florida lawyer. I'm board certified criminal trial lawyer.
Hang on, we seem to be buffering at this point. Hang on, I have to go over that again in a second. It says are we still buffering, guys?
Buffering?
I can't. Yeah, it says we're. All right, I think we should be good. Might want to start that over again.
Okay. No, well, so Steve Gosney, let me see what to say. I got a lot to say, but
say
limited time. Well, I don't know. I'm a assistant public defender. I'm board certified criminal trial lawyer. However, I've been working for the last 12 years in the appellate division in Daytona Beach. So I do appellate work. I'm qualified death penalty appellate attorney, as well as board certified criminal trial lawyer. I was a prosecutor for 6 years. I've been in appeals for about 12 years doing public defender work. So I've been on both sides. And I have a book. Did I tell you that?
And it looks suspiciously like this one.
Hey, look, you got one. Look at that, man. I think
there we go.
Whoops, you have one. I don't even know. Oh, here it is over here. Yes, with foreword by attorney Andrew Bronca. See there? And in fact, I will tell everybody that before I came on here, I had work to do. And one of them was to reorder. And I've reordered this so that the second edition will be coming probably the end of the week. So I added an article and I've given some special paper design and stuff like that. So if you haven't ordered the book, go over to crimelaw.net and order the book. But I don't know what else to say.
Well, that's good. For those of you in the law tube genre, we have Nick Rekieta. He's given us a little blurb on the back. He's mentioned in the foreword.
Yeah, Nick's been great, and I met you through Nick, actually.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Well, I met you.
Yeah. Stephen Hayward's on. You know Stephen Hayward with Powerline blog?
Yes.
He gave me a blurb too. Did you see that?
And Steph the Alter Nerd, an absolute amazing YouTuber from England, asks, is the book easily accessible for those that are not well versed in law?
Yes. Actually, I've worked my whole life to try to speak and write directly, because I found that people that, academics get so wrapped up and they try to talk big words and make things very cloudy because they want to look intelligent. And I find that clarity is intelligence, because a lot of times people hide behind big words and things like that to make things when they're hiding the truth, or they're hiding something that they're weak on, right? So I try to write as directly and simply as possible. I mean, I don't know if you've read any of it, but I
left it in the office all weekend, so I just brought it home tonight.
But it's designed, each chapter is kind of designed that you can reference it. And so if something is boring or doesn't interest you, you can move to the next chapter. So it's not like you read it cover to cover. You can bounce around and see what topics interest you. And actually, there's some topics that are specifically for non-lawyers. But it's a lot of people that are buying. The book is for people who are interested in the law and want to get an in-depth understanding of special problems in the law. So, yeah, go over there and order it. I'm really proud of it. It's my life's work. I've poured my heart into it. Let me think. What else can I tell you about? Oh, I also teach for Andrew Branca's law self-defense class. So I'm teaching a criminal law class for non-lawyers for Andrew Branca on his law self-defense website. So I'm doing a lot of stuff, and then I do my regular job. So this is sort of a hobby. My wife wrote me an email today and she says, I'm so proud of you that you've got a hobby that actually makes money.
Yeah, but buying guitars doesn't. I remember the ex-wife telling me, "Do you really need 6 of them?" And my answer was, that was my answer. It's like, well, I need more, but apparently that was the wrong answer.
Yeah, like
anyway.
There's my Andrew Branca rule. That's my law self-defense guitar. So I bought that with my with what Andrew gave me, and that's a Martin D41.
Ooh,
yes, nice. Very nice guitar.
You can never have. That's one thing you can never have too many of.
Yes, I even know what my next one I want to get is, but don't tell my wife.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody, chats.
Corn Pop says, my legal opinion matters. I'm not blocked. Okay. It does. And you are not. Yeah. And Dan Reeder, thank you so much for the super chat. Didn't law enforcement kick in the bedroom door? Pretty sure that was on the police body cam. Yes, because it was still locked. Somebody, presumably the defendant, allegedly, possibly, kicked in the bathroom door, which I guess caused her to flee into the bedroom and lock it. She escaped out the window, and then the officers kicked it in when they got there.
Yeah. So what else has been tested? So I guess the question for the case.
Oops, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I just
the question for the case, and you've been following.
This is an example of a banner. Thank you. Example of a banner. Whatever.
The question, I guess, for the case here is, what is the evidence? Now, we have a lot of circumstantial evidence here, but what is the direct evidence that, and this is enough to convict? People don't understand is that they can come back guilty on the evidence as I've seen it so far. There's enough circumstantial evidence here that it can go to a jury. They'll argue JOA, but I think given the circumstances, there's enough. But other than the circumstantial evidence, what other evidence is there establishing identity for the state?
There has not been any, really.
Okay.
I mean, they're trying to narrow down the scope, the focus of the circumstantial evidence. They've got texts that were sent after they went home from the bar. So to narrow down the time of the murder to a very, very short period of time between when the last message went out and when the neighbors were saying they were hearing stuff in the backyard. The fact that he was being treated for attempted suicide in the psych reports, which she just kind of shot holes in.
Oh, and then they also have the Williams rule evidence coming up.
Yeah,
right.
That's coming up. Yeah,
that's going to be
either
damning
today or tomorrow.
Okay, that's good. So what we have. Let's just think about this. So from what I understand, we have the argument, the jealousy, the witnesses to the jealousy, the multiple witnesses, the pre-bar stuff, right? Yeah. And then there's some intoxication, there's some motive. Then you have the obvious, the signs of a domestic disturbance where there's a kick to the door, there's a flight out the back window by somebody. It looks like that was an exit. She is then killed outside the house by a vicious kind of, the circumstances of it, basically chased down and stabbed, which is not normally something a home invader would do. Then you find the defendant hiding in the brush with suicidal stab wounds to his neck, although no knife found. And then you have, and then we have this Williams rule evidence of prior knife attacks on girlfriends by him. So other than that, what do we have other than that? How do you like, that's a defense attorney. Other than that, it's nothing, right? No, but other than that, what is the evidence? Is there any other evidence? No DNA, anything like that?
Well, there's supposed to be some DNA evidence coming up later.
On
so pretty
what
much
item?
We don't know. They just said that they're going to be calling Dr. Somebody to give DNA evidence, a couple of detectives, and then the ex-girlfriend. I think that's pretty much all they have left.
Because the blood on him would be her blood on him would be very good evidence for the state.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, what other evidence might there be or his blood on her, right?
Yeah, because he had some superficial wounds there to his arms as well, some scratch marks or lacerations of some sort.
Well, here's something that they really should look for, and I'm just talking, is DNA scratch evidence under the fingernails of the decedent. Because a lot of times when there's a defensive fight, she might scratch or attack, and that just a DNA under his DNA under her fingernails would be a very good evidence for the state. Yeah. I'm just speculating. Like, see, these detectives come in. Usually they do that. I mean, they'll bag the hands, and then go to the. Have we had the autopsy or the medical examiner yet?
Yes. Yeah. They did that. They bagged the hands and stuff.
I'm wondering if there's DNA under her fingernails, because that would be really.
They didn't say.
Wait, Mike, that would be a good way to close, wouldn't it?
Yeah. We do have a question again here from Steph, the Alter Nerd. I tried to order the book, but it looks like you don't ship internationally to the UK. How else can I get a hold of your book?
Well, see, this is really a hobby, and I was telling, like, I'm just happy for people buying, because basically I didn't lose money on the deal. Because books are expensive to make, man. And this is kind of a specialty book. So I know that it's not like J.K. Rowling or anything, right? So the people that buy it, though, they're interested in it. You know, hopefully I'm giving them everything I've got to give and value with buying it. So the specific answer is, I have a really nice person who emailed me, said they can do a Kindle version. And so I'm working on that. I have a real job, and so I'm trying to, I have so much to do. And so this is actually kind of, doing that has not been priority, but I plan on having some sort of electronic version so that way people can buy it internationally. I haven't worked out the details or how I can do that or anything. This is all new to me.
Is there any other place you want to mention that if they were in Extremis that they could get a copy of the book from anywhere else that happens to be selling it?
Nobody else sells it. You can only get it from my website. I don't. Because
you didn't go through Amazon or anything yet. Huh?
No, because Amazon, they want to rape you. I mean, like I've done. It says I did the cover, I did the formatting, I did everything, I did the writing, I did everything, and then they want to buy it. They want to take all the money. I'm like, what the hell is that? I'm not going to sell very many of these. This is very limited run, right? And I will. And I will. So it's funny. I had somebody email me about something about the book. And so I answered them, right? And they said, is this really Mr. Ghazi or is this an employee? I'm like, employee?
Steph, I'll tell you what I'll do. I can get it. I have a freight forwarder that forwards me stuff I order from the States dirt cheap. I'll order you a copy of the book, and then they'll have it sent to me, and then I'll send it to you. Just do it. That's specially for you, Steph. Nobody else gets that offer. That'll be my Christmas present to you.
That's very sweet. Well, see, I don't want to take away from your wonderful offer. That's so gentle. But what I was going to say is if you email me through my email on the website there, we could probably make special accommodations. Like I said, it's just me, and I'm hand doing every book myself, right? So if they really want to order it, the thing is that my shipping is a fixed $5. So we'd have to cover the shipping. I would be happy to ship it internationally, but we'd have to account for that shipping cost. So, and we could work that out. I mean, it's doable, and I'm very hands-on. So,
I'll get it for you for Christmas, Steph.
You're sweet. Well, you got yours for free. So you got the limited edition hardcover, or did you get the soft cover?
Oh, there's a limited edition hardcover. I guess not.
I don't have. Well, I'm out of them.
Yeah.
I only ordered.
It has a lovely personal inscription in it, though, so I appreciate it.
Oh, okay, yes. Oh, just for you, though. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah. So I'll get that for you, Steph. I'll order that tomorrow and have it sent to me. It might be Christmas by the time it gets there, but we'll work.
Well, you're in Korea. How's that going to work?
Well, no, I have a freight forward in Oregon. You send it to the address that I'll order to in Oregon. They get it, and then they have very, very, very cheap rates because they send like containers full of stuff to Korea every day.
Oh, that's cool.
And so it's like $2 to get it sent over here.
I'm amazed how quick it got to you.
Yeah, it usually takes about 10 days. It'll take however long it takes to get to Oregon, plus about another 10 days to get to me, and then probably about another 10 days to get there. So you should have it about this time next month. But I'll get it for you, Steph. No worries.
That's so sweet. You're a good guy, See, that's why I like you. You're a good man.
I try. And Flux says he still has the knife hidden in his prison wallet. Ow, that would be really bad since May. It may cause some lacerations.
Now the knife, you said it was. How do they know the size of the knife?
Because they had a butcher's block full of knives. When they got there, 3 knives were missing. 2 were found in the dishwasher, and the 3-inch paring knife is missing from the block. That is completely unaccounted.
And they're saying that was, yeah, but I mean,
yeah,
that's just a missing knife. They don't know that for sure.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
I mean, I think I've got some missing knives too. So use them as like a screwdriver.
Yeah.
Do they break, or that's kind of weak, actually. I think.
The best testimony they gave is the wounds are not inconsistent with a knife of that size.
Okay, well, that's the way it should be worded. Just the way you said. Is that the way they said it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it should be, because so many of these tool mark things are garbage. You know, it's proper for a tool marks examiner expert to be able to say, this is consistent with a 3.5-inch paring knife, right? For them to say this is a 3-inch paring knife wound, that is garbage. And so many times in Florida and all around the country, these tool marks people want to go too far with what they can say with their science. We're going to cover that at less. I'm almost done with my crim law class, and we're going to cover that not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday on this hallmark dark evidence. Yeah.
No, you won't, Steph. It's a Christmas present. You're not going to send me anything.
Is she a regular? Do you know Steph?
Steph, the Ultra Nerd, she has an amazing YouTube channel of her own where she does lots and lots of cool stuff on pop culture and things like that.
Yeah, my Rumble channel is like whatever's I'm thinking today.
Yeah.
So I do. At first, it was like a book thing, and I talk about the book. But then I was like, I'll just do. Oh, and it was Nick Ricada says, because I play guitar and bass, and he's like, you should play that. That's like your first 40 videos, and I'm like, really? So I started playing some music, Iron Maiden, Rush, yes.
No, there's 2 lawyers in Utah that are pretty famous on YouTube they play in this pizza parlor every Thursday, and they have a huge following on YouTube. Now they've started touring, and that's just their whole deal. One of them works for the prosecutor's office. Danny she was trying to be his boss, but they do an incredible Rush cover as well. The one that actually Geddy Lee said it's the best cover of his song he's ever heard.
You should hear. There's a band called Why Not, and the bass player for there has just got Geddy Lee. He's the best guy playing Geddy Lee I've ever seen, and he was actually hired by Sansamp. You know Sansamp?
Yeah.
Yeah, he played with this band Why Not, and he did a lot of videos playing the bass on a lot of Rush. He's like obviously a Rush fan, and so and he just nails it. He's got the tone and everything. He's like, I actually called him once because I was hoping he's from Florida, and I was hoping to give my son some bass lessons, but he ended up leaving Florida to go up to wherever, I think New York or whatever, so to work for Sansamp, and they did Sansamp does the Geddy Lee pedal. In fact, I got one right over here. You check it out. See the Geddy Lee? That's the Geddy Lee Sansamp pedal. And it's cool. It's a little distortion device, kind of adds a little crunch and doesn't lose your low end. It's a good sounding pedal, and Geddy Lee uses that. Anyway, why am I talking about that? I don't know.
Because Chet loves it when we talk about music.
I can talk about music all day. I'd rather talk music than law, but
Yeah, that's what we do here, and then they always like it when we go off the rails and start talking music. Well,
on a crazy train,
Yeah, I'm trying to find this here.
I got to see YYZ.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Oh, I get it. Oh, hey,
not?
All right,
Yes.
clever. I get that.
Yeah, this guy. Look, I forget what his name is, but this bass player just kicks rear end. I'll find it if you want. I'll put it in the private chat. I'll find it for you.
Yeah, it's this guy is Mike Massey and Jeff Hall. They do a cover of Limelight, and they do a cover of Toto too. That Toto said, okay, this is it. This is almost better than our version. They do a cover of Africa that currently has 16 million views.
Let's see. I don't know what would be a good one to. Oh, this guy kicks rear end. There's so many. I mean, this guy, what's his name though? Let me see if I'll find a
We'll just play a couple of what have I done now? I've done a Jeff here. What have I done? All right. I didn't close the court. I didn't really do any good damage to the stream. That's good. I closed a window and I'm not sure what window I closed, so apparently it wasn't an important one.
Yeah, I think his name is Tim Star Race. Oh, this is your guy.
Yeah, they're two lawyers in Utah. Let's kind of fast forward through bits of it. They sound very Toto-ish too. Assuming I gotta go through the buffering. We've got like 500 windows open here. This is my buffering problem. This isn't Law and Crimes, unfortunately.
Hurry, boy, it's waiting there for you.
Yeah, so we're buffering too much. We got too much going on here. I've got like 15 YouTube windows open, and I don't know why.
Well, I sent you another one. This is
okay.
This is the fellow Tim Starace.
Okay.
And he was like a mechanic from Florida, and this is a little snippet. It's only a 2-minute snippet doing Circumstances, which is a cool Rush thing. But listen to this guy's tone and feel.
Dang.
And touch.
Dang.
What's dang?
I just pulled it up and just got the thumping riff. Oh, sweet. This is gonna be good.
Yeah, as I'll tell you, this why not? They're a band that does like a lot of Rush covers, and then they also do originals. And he's living the dream. He like was a mechanic, and he's doing this stuff on YouTube playing, and he's just so good.
Wow, that was kind of powerful there.
I'm telling you, it's got to talk to musician stuff.
All right, just a few seconds here of this is enough, man. Jeez.
That's it.
That's some good stuff there.
He has just got the touch. Some people got it. Guys got it.
And Baloney Bong says, Steve, you should definitely check out some playthroughs from Dominic Lapointe.
Hold on, keep it up there.
Not for everyone, as he is tech metal, but worth checking out.
Thank you, I will.
Have you seen the YouTube videos of he's like a Scandinavian guy, does like slap bass stuff, and he critiques bass players around the world?
Yeah, there's so many guys that do that, Not on Rumble, though. See, I'm the only guy on Rumble doing music. Yeah.
I said, send it to Jeff's post box he got last week, right? I was actually going to get a post office box set up today, but the boss decided that all the lawyers were going out to lunch today, so I couldn't do it at lunch. I'm going to try again tomorrow.
You're originally from Utah.
Yes.
Now, how often do you come back to the States?
Like once a year for vacation, and around somewhere between June and August.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, let me see.
Well, we've had a lot of people stick with us through guitar break here. So for those of you that are still here, go. I was about ready to send them to your non-existent YouTube channel.
No, my Rumble.
To Rumble.
I don't believe in censorship. No censorship for me.
Your Rumble channel is what?
Oh, it's Crime Law with Stephen N. Gosney. So replace the net, aka with, and then you've got Rumble. Yeah, I just kind of random stuff. I talk a lot about faith. I have parenting tips. I've got, what else? Life hacks, like how to be a better person. I've got music. I've got stuff about my book. Just kind of whatever I'm thinking about at the time.
Good lawyer guys that doesn't want to talk about law when he gets out of the office.
Well, I will, I will, but it's life is, one thing about being a good lawyer, I think, is you have to be a well-rounded person. A big problem in law is we see these prosecutors who like all they think about is law and law and law and law, and they don't have a understanding of human beings and feel and people. I think that as a lawyer, you have to understand people and life, and so investing in different parts of life makes you more human, and the law should be reflection of humanity, not some kind of cold machine that grinds people up.
Yeah, the application of just black letter law and no accounting for circumstance. Yeah, it can
I have
be
great
a cold,
teeth.
cold thing.
I don't think I have great teeth. No, I'm Catholic, not Mormon.
Mine are hiding behind the law rack stash.
Okay, are you Catholic or Mormon or other?
Seriously, if Steven says he's Mormon, I wouldn't be surprised. Just because he has great teeth and he's nice. No, I'm Mormon.
A lot, actually,
nominally, yeah.
Catholics and Mormons actually get along. There's a lot of Catholics in Utah, actually.
There are.
I hear there's a lot of commonality there.
Yeah, I mean the Cathedral of the Madeleine in Salt Lake is one of my favorite buildings in all of Utah. It's just gorgeous. Mm-hmm. There's a Trappist monastery up the canyon that they make the most amazing bread and honey up there. Ugh. Like literally, people will go to the Trappist monastery just to buy the bread and honey. Mm. Is it so fantastic?
They have like monks, as monks do that up there, right?
Yeah. It's a little Trappist monk monastery, and there's some Jesuits there as well. Yeah,
actually, Aaron just said some things to stay away from: religion and politics. I actually have a one of my Rumble videos that I did was I had a really good friend of mine who passed away. It's hard for me to talk about him, but he was a really good person, and but he said, I remember I used that line on him one time, like, well, we shouldn't talk religion or politics. But he came at me like this. He says, well, I care about you and I love you as my brother. And those things are important. And I think that we should talk about important things. And those are important subjects. We should talk about them and share them, because if you don't, then you're ceding the entire conversation to media and people who don't care about you. So I don't agree with that. I think that if I also have a tip on how to talk with people who disagree with you respectfully and make progress on it, and some rules for doing that. But I think that the people that you love, you should talk. Those are exactly the people you should talk about religion and politics. I know that that's sort of countercultural, but what is it? Who does that benefit? That benefits the big media types who want to tell you what to think, right? Your friends don't talk about it, so we'll tell you what to think.
I would say don't argue about politics and religion.
Sure.
Discuss it. And you can talk similarities, differences, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Once a Mormon, always a Mormon, unless you ask to be removed or excommunicated. Isn't that kind of the same with every religion?
Well, some are harsher than others. Let's put it that way. I remember we had a conversation the other day about heaven and like, is this person going to get in heaven? And I'm like, I'm really not qualified for that.
Yeah.
And in fact, most of the priests that I've talked to, that are Catholic priests, they'll say, well, the church thinks this, and here's what we think. He's like, but really nobody knows. And it's like, for me I can say, well, this is what we think is a sin, but whether they're forgiven or get into heaven or hell, that's not really my call, nor is it my place to condemn in that way. I mean, we have a basis of belief, but nobody really knows, right? I mean, nobody's been to heaven and come back and reported with their body cam.
Yeah. I mean, I think, there's people, you say, oh, you don't believe in such and such, you're not going this place. But, I know people that if there is a heaven, and if they go there, if they don't go there and I do, it's just really not fair.
That's right.
Well, they're way better than me,
But you're not going to know until you get there whether they're there or not, right? So it's like, yeah.
No, that's a good classic Mormon joke. Is the Mormon guy dies and goes to heaven, and they take him over, and you're like, okay, here, this is such and such heaven. This is like the Muslim heaven. These are the Muslims. This is the Catholic heaven. And then you're walking down the street, seeing all the nice buildings, and then they climb up into the mountains and they look over this little ridge, and he's like, well, who's that? He goes, shh, that's the Mormons. They think they're the only ones here.
That's funny.
Yeah,
that's great. You got to have a sense of humor and going at things. I think some of the keys is humility. Approaching things with humility. I mean, I try to share, because I think the problem in a lot, I mean, I don't know about Korea, but I know American culture is really got problems. And a lot of that, whenever I analyze these problems, we have political and personal and all these things, it always comes back to faith with me. It seems like the fundamental problem confronting the entire Western world is a crisis of faith. And so I try to talk, we talk law and politics and rationality, but usually people, have a lot to say on that level, but they have not really thought about the faith part. And when I talk about faith, I'm not just talking about God, religion, Jesus, that. I'm talking about right and wrong, ethics, morality, truth and falsity, good and evil, those type of concepts, because those things aren't talked about. When do we ever hear about good and evil? or right and wrong. That's like that. You can't talk about good and evil and right and wrong. That's a religious discussion ultimately, but it's not necessarily a Mormon or a Catholic or a Hindu it's an overall spiritual faith question when you talk good and evil. And those are really important for us to talk about. And that's where we failed in our Western civilization right now. Where we are failing across the board is it's like you can't talk about that.
Oh, they're already swearing in the next witness. They just sprung him on us here.
Mm-hmm.
They're public defenders, apparently.
Oh, good. Well, she's doing great. I've been enjoying this trial. It's such a breath of fresh air from that Brooks trial.
Yeah.
Mr. Diaz has indicated to us that he stepped out and asked you whether you had watched any of this trial.
Oh, no.
Over the past, I guess, 2 weeks that it's been publicized, and you indicated that you had. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is this
Can
a juror?
you tell us what you've seen, where you've seen it, how much of it, this trial you've seen?
I don't know. They just started swearing him in.
A couple of days ago, I was searching the case because I had been out of town, so I hadn't seen anything on the case.
Oh, no. Why would you do that?
When you YouTube it, it'll come up. And so
Please
I
don't say
started
Legal
watching
Vices.
it, and then it was...
That Legal
it was
Vices guy was all
3,
over it.
Which I didn't notice until the defense attorney, she was talking, and then she had brought up... can I say what...
Yeah, you absolutely. We need to know everything.
Okay.
Please don't say there's some
Lorax
looking guy.
Adjust the microphone down so that they can hear you.
And then when I saw, I guess it was it was the middle of the arguing statement, and she said that nope, that they don't have any proof that anybody was in the house during that day of the incident, and then I went. I was there. I was in the house that day, that afternoon. So then I didn't finish watching it because it was already day 3, and then I said I need it. So I asked
She
my
seems to be a
boyfriend, I
witness.
said, well, what should I do? And I should contact them because it's on statement that I was there when they questioned me before.
So how much in a matter of time, like minutes, hours of the testimony did you watch on day 3?
No, it was only probably about maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes because I had guests from out of town, and so I wasn't able to watch it.
Anything else as far as reading, watching, or anything other than that approximately 15 minutes?
No.
And if I'm hearing you correctly, during that 15 minutes, you heard some argument or testimony that no one else was in the house that day, and you realized that you had been in the house that day, and that was, in your mind, important enough to talk to your boyfriend about, and then contact the state attorney?
No, I didn't know who. Actually, I didn't know.
She's a surprise witness?
Maybe.
So then this morning when I went to work, I asked a friend about it, and he said he would find out who I contacted.
Oh, so this might be a late disclosed witness.
So
yeah,
let me see if the attorneys have any questions. Mr. Diaz?
Ma'am, when you went inside the home, did you make any observations about the bathroom?
Yes,
What did you observe?
it was a normal bathroom.
Was there any damage to the door frame of the bathroom?
No,
Any damage to the door?
no.
To be clear, the home has 2 bathrooms, a master bathroom and then another bathroom that serves as a guest bathroom, but also like the kids' bathroom. Do you know which of the 2 bathrooms you went into?
It was the kids' one because I remember the rooms on the left and the right.
Okay. Is your memory in any way different because you saw what you saw on TV?
No,
I mean, are you saying now that the bathroom wasn't damaged because you saw it on TV and you think that's important somehow?
well, I think it's important. Yes.
You think it's important in the case, but I mean, has that changed you to now say it wasn't damaged when it was?
No, no.
Any other question?
Ms. Perry?
You hadn't previously indicated prior to seeing that portion that you specifically watched anything about whether there was or was not damage to that bathroom, correct?
No.
Okay, so that was something that specifically because of what you watched, you came to find someone in order to tell them that specific information, correct?
Yes.
And you've since then spoken to other people about what you saw in those 15 minutes, yes?
No, I said, well, I don't know, clarify that.
Sure. You indicated that you spoke to a friend because you wanted him to find the prosecutor and find out who to talk to, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you talked to other people in addition.
This is interesting.
In regard to what you saw on TV as well as what you believe you recall from that day, correct?
I didn't tell specifics, I just said, who do I contact?
Okay. And additionally on that day, and forgive me, but you had your deposition, you indicated you were having significant trouble remembering because you were intoxicated, correct?
I didn't say I was intoxicated. I had I said I had a couple drinks, and, I had been drinking. Afterward, yes, when we were at the landings.
This is interesting.
No, the jury would not be present for this.
Yeah, the jury's not present. She's probably watching the trial, found out she was a witness.
Forgive me, but you said a couple times.
Now the state's trying to introduce her.
I just want to ask, is there any memory difficulty due to what you consumed that night? And you said yes. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you indicate not only had you had beer, you had shots as well?
I said I did.
Okay. Thank you. One second, Doug.
This is tricky.
Further in that specific regard, Your Honor.
States, I don't know.
Ma'am, were you, I'm going to show you a copy of your deposition transcript. Specifically, I'm looking at page 10, the section that starts on line 2.
I don't understand this.
Well, we,
No, not allowed. You read yourself.
oh, okay.
We'll see. We'll hear when they argue what the deal is here.
Yeah. This is suddenly strange. Unless she thought she was going to be a witness, heard them say something that she disagreed with, and now wants to come and be a witness to prove they're lying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just read it?
Yeah.
Ma'am, in your deposition, did you indicate when you were talking about the events that you did that day go into the bathroom?
Yes.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Does that bring up any additional questions from the defense?
I'll see how he does that. I like that.
Yeah.
I like the way he.
Pam, were you ever told not to watch or research anything about the trial?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna ask you to step outside. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Well,
your testimony.
Interesting. Now they're going to argue about whether the
I've
state
gotta
can
talk
call
to
her or
the
not.
lawyers.
Let's hear what they have to
Step.
say.
Ooh. Stabby McStabberson's getting a little nervous there. He's getting fidgety for the first time.
Oh, I just got a donation from somebody. I think it was
Wow.
Nicole, but I think she wanted to buy the book and she clicked on the donate button rather
All right,
than the.
she's out.
Judge, not
Uh-oh.
only did they fail to tell a potential witness of theirs not to watch the trial, violating the rule of sequestration, they also then had the specific impact of that specific portion that the witness then watched as a result of them failing to give her that instruction that the court ordered to be given, actually changed her testimony. She indicated she gave testimony at the deposition about going into the bathroom, that she never told anybody anything about seeing the condition of the bathroom, that it wasn't
Was she
in
asked?
any way damaged. She wasn't specifically asked
Okay.
that, but she never gave any indication of that prior to seeing what is on TV, which satisfies the requirement that there be some substantial change in order to prevent her from testifying. Had she not watched it, had they instructed her the way they were supposed to, she would never have changed that testimony, and we wouldn't be in this position now.
Good
Judge
point.
I didn't
Cosme?
instruct Ms. Juarez because she wasn't on my
How
list.
do you rule?
She
I'd
was supposed to
strike
be
her.
on vacation last week when I thought that I would conclude testimony last week. We're only in this because I basically lost a day on Thursday because of the storm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten to this point. I think she would have still been on vacation when I would have rested. So I didn't instruct her because I didn't anticipate calling her. I also, again, I remind the court that I didn't know when this trial started on November 7th what the issue in the trial was going to be. I didn't know if it was going to be somebody else did it or not. I had no reason to think that it was going to be of interest at that moment that the bathroom door was normal when she went into it, and I think that's consistent with her deposition. She said, I went to the bathroom. She didn't say anything more about it because nothing is unusual about the bathroom at that time. If the door frame had been splintered, I imagine she would have said, I went to the bathroom and I noticed the door frame was all broken, or whatever the case may be. She's basically being called to say she didn't observe the splintering of the door when she went to the bathroom, which is consistent with her testimony effectively. Nobody asked her specifically, was there damage to the bathroom? But,
Yep. I'm sorry.
but I think that when a person says, I went to the bathroom, they don't make any further observation, they're effectively saying everything was pretty normal. And so I don't think that anything that she's seen on TV has colored her testimony or changed her testimony. I don't believe that she's saying anything different than she would have otherwise said had she not watched TV or talked to anybody else. But obviously when she did watch TV, she realized that what she knew might be of use, and so she came forward.
Judge, it is disingenuous for them to say that they didn't think the damage to the bathroom door would be an issue. When it was brought up at the Williams rule hearing, it was brought up in their opening. They have known they were going to try to argue that that somehow indicates an incident inside. And this specific change in testimony is a direct result of them failing to instruct this witness. If they weren't sure, they should have told all of their witnesses, you can't watch it. Every potential witness.
Right.
They didn't do that, and because they didn't, this one witness has changed her testimony in regard to that specific fact. Exactly what they want her to testify here to.
Let me read to you from section 616.1 of Earhart's Florida Evidence 2022 edition, volume 1 on, obviously, section 616.
Do we know this book, Steve?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you about it later.
616. And on page 812,
Oh, it's a big
I
book.
cite the following language. The most extreme remedy, that of disqualification of a witness, may be imposed only after the trial court conducts a hearing and determines that the witness, and this is quoted, the witness acted with the knowledge, consent, procurement, or connivance, end quotation, of the party calling the person as a witness. That would be the state. If the court determines that the rule violation occurred with the knowledge or connivance of a party or counsel, it may then exclude the witness only if it finds that, and this is quoted, the testimony of the challenged witness was substantially affected by the testimony he, it says he, but in this case she, heard, to the extent that, it says his, but I'll change that to her, testimony differed from what it would have been had he or she not heard testimony in violation of the rule. And then it cites, there's a footnote 28, which cites Steinhorst, Steinhorst versus State, 412 Southern
Steve
2nd,
taking notes.
332, which is a Florida Supreme Court case in 1982. Anything else from the defense?
412 Southern 2nd, 332.
412 Southern 2nd, 332, yes.
She should ask for a 15-minute break.
And the specific language is on 336, apparently.
She'll have a team behind her with people working on this in a death penalty
It
case.
also cites, I apologize, Wright,
team of five?
W-R-I-G-H-T, First State, 473.
We do
Southern
teams of
2nd,
five.
1277, which is a Florida 1985 Supreme Court.
Yeah, I know
decision.
right too.
And as I read the footnote, there's a list of other district court opinions cited. Take a look at them just to see the other sides on the footnote, because they give more specifics, but you can see if there's anything.
Tracy D, yes, this is a death penalty case.
See, why? I mean, here's the thing. This case is clean as can be, but they're putting in an appellate issue right here. So the state should be careful enough. I mean, why would they put this person on? It doesn't really get you anywhere. We'll talk about this after they...
Sinbad 333. Can't witnesses watch the trial? I thought only jurors were limited. No, witnesses should not watch it.
It's called the rule of sequestration.
If you watch the Johnny Depp trial, you remember that one of the main witnesses got booted because she saw a few seconds of it on TV. Bad weather biker. I have to leave the stream for some medical tests, and Fatten Oswald is replaced by Jabba the Hutt's ex-wife Jenny. Well, that's pretty harsh, bad weather biker. But thanks for the super chat. And she came forward because the opening argument from the defense was, we heard why she came forward.
When it's a
and thanks for the super chat, super sticker.
Defense witness. I understand the argument. I understand the language. But when you're talking about the knowledge or the connivance of the state, you have to also impute some common sense into that which they maybe knew or connived.
Let's assume that there is. I mean, the second part of what I read says, if you find the connivance, then you can only exclude if their testimony would be different.
Correct, and her testimony is different. She indicated during the course of deposition going in, saying absolutely nothing about this supposed damage. Watching that specific 15 minutes is what specifically changed her thought of, oh, I'd better call and say there was damage. Had she never seen that, she would never be changing that which was said.
I don't disagree with that.
Is she
that
changing or adding to it?
There, but she wasn't asked in the deposition. It's not like she said there was no damage and now or there was damage and now she says that there wasn't damage. That is my idea of a change in testimony. I hear you, though, that she never even would have thought about it had she not, and the state would not have known. Anything else?
And the imputation of knowledge.
He's going to let it in, isn't he?
Is that they
He
have
sounds
to
like it.
inform all of their potential witnesses.
He shouldn't, though. If he was smart as a judge, he
shouldn't.
shouldn't.
Choice not to, probably because she said during her deposition that she was intoxicated, and that choice is something that they have to live with. They didn't inform her. She violated the rule. Now it substantially changes what she would have said otherwise and prejudices the defendant.
But we're past that. Even if they intentionally violated the rule, that doesn't automatically mean that it doesn't come in. It only means if the testimony is different. That's the only reason that you exclude. That's an extreme remedy to exclude a witness. It's only done in rare circumstances.
And it is changed. Her omittance of that information is a material change to what she's now claiming occurred that she never told anyone before when she couldn't remember what happened because she was drunk that day.
She also needs to go on the violation of rule sequestration and the Brady problem. Yeah. You know, the Richardson hearing. So we just got cut off on sound?
Yep. And we're back. And we're cut off again. Well, JD asks, what is the difference between this witness seeing a YouTube clip and the trailer park owner in Deb Heard that saw the trial on TV and became a witness? She has already been questioned by both sides. She's already been questioned as a witness. He just came forward. He hadn't been deposed. He hadn't been questioned. He just said, hey, I saw this on TV and I happen to know a little bit about it. Whereas she has already been put under oath and questioned.
See, if I was this judge, I'd give him a 15-minute break to have him come back and do a little research because it's a surprise. Mm-hmm. And think about this very carefully. I got a whole bunch of notes on this little deal. This is fun.
Talking.
This is great stuff.
Start talking.
Well,
this is what a good trial looks like, people.
Yes, this is a good trial.
Well,
Judge, I'd like to point out, reading from Earhart from footnote 27, which is at the end of the sentence that the court read about the witness acted with the knowledge, consent, procurement, or connivance of the party calling the person as a witness. It references a case. There is I think your book is the same as mine. This is on page 812. It says, suggesting that connivance be required before a witness may be disqualified and recognize that it is, quote, a matter most difficult of proof, end quote. This requirement is justified because, quote, often a prospective witness will be confused and will not understand what the court said, or he may come into the courtroom after the court has made its order. Counsel is often so busy and intent on trial problems that he will not be aware that one of his witnesses is in the courtroom. This possibility of confusion is one reason that courts are sometimes reluctant to order witnesses not to speak to each other They inadvertently do from time to time, and then the trial degenerates only into ugly accusations of bad faith that becloud the central issues. The courts have similarly been hesitant to exclude the testimony of witnesses for discovery violations, and that's citing to Comer versus State, 730 Southern 2nd, 769, first DCA case out of 1999.
It doesn't matter. That's no longer my concern.
The state takes issue with the description of the testimony has changed. Again,
I don't believe it's changed.
Right, and if the testimony hasn't changed, I don't believe there's a basis for exclusion to be the proper remedy.
I don't think that the law requires exclusion in this case. But my concern is that I stepped out of my lane as a judge when you said you weren't calling her. You made a decision not to call her. And then I don't remember what I said, but somehow I reopened that door, and as a result, I'm not allowing you to call her.
Oh, good job. All right, that judge, man, thumbs up there. Smart.
That did not look like the way he was going.
The state calls, the state will be calling Alyssa Troutman.
All right, let's get the jury.
Good job, Judge. Good job, Judge.
Still plan to
they
take
don't
the
need
lunch
her.
break
They don't
around,
need her.
You know,
Yeah.
I'll go to 12:15, 12:20. Let's see where we're at. Do you think this witness, you'll finish with this witness in 30 minutes?
No.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Then we'll wait. Is this her?
Yes.
No, hold on. Take her out, please, until the jury's in. We'll bring her in after the jury is seated. Sorry about that.
This is a smart
She can wait
judge.
right in the vestibule there.
He's very good. This guy's good. See, why would you inject an appellate issue in a clean as a whistle trial when it doesn't really make an effect on the case? That testimony is not be all end all. It doesn't change really anything. So why inject an appellate issue in a death penalty case? So caution is there's a lot of issues around that witness.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about this at the next break, but I've got a whole list, but that was a good judge move right there. I'm concerned about my donation from Nicole Taylor,
Yeah.
because I don't have an address for her book because she donated and didn't order. So if she wants to order the book, I'll refund her the $25 donation. If she's still on there.
Nicole, please still be here.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I know the break was a little longer than we expected. Again, I take full responsibility for any delays, and I hold that against the attorneys, the parties, or anyone else. If you're upset that you had a long break, you can hold that against me. The plan is still the same, though, that we'll break for lunch probably between 12:15 and 12:20. So that's the plan. I'm going to ask the state to now call their next witness.
State calls Alyssa Troutman.
Alyssa Troutman. Ms. Troutman, good morning and welcome. If you'll please, wherever you're comfortable, raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that seat, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Alyssa Troutman.
Ms. Troutman, what do you do for a living?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I'm a crime laboratory analyst.
And do you work in a particular section of the crime lab at FDLE?
I work in the biology section.
Does the biology section handle the analysis of suspected items that might contain potential DNA?
It handles items that contain possible body fluids and performs DNA analysis.
So, are you one of the people who does
Well, here we go.
DNA analysis of items?
Yes, I do.
All right, well, let's talk about that. I assume you didn't just walk out of high school and become a DNA analyst. Do you have to go to school after high school?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven, and that included coursework in molecular biology, biochemistry, and genetics.
So you obtain your science degree, And then do you just become a DNA analyst, or how does it work?
At FDLE, I went through a couple different trainings. One was a 3-month training program. I started as a forensic technologist. The second was also as a forensic technologist, where I studied serology and how it relates to forensic cases. And then the third was about a 9-month training program for a DNA analyst.
And when did you finish your 9-month training program to become a DNA analyst?
In September of 2013.
And have you been working in that same capacity then as a DNA analyst since 2013?
Yes, I have.
So that's, I don't know, 8.5, 9 years?
Yes.
Now, you talked about serology, and obviously we're talking about DNA. Do you receive specific training and education on those particular topics in furtherance of your job?
Yes, I received training in forensic serology as it pertains to criminal cases. It is the study of body fluids with criminal investigations.
As part of your job in doing DNA analysis, do you have to also use statistics?
Yes, I do.
So you talked about a science degree. Do you have training in mathematics as well, or at least statistics?
I have training in statistics as it relates to my job, so I went through a couple different trainings while I was learning about statistics for my DNA analyst program and afterwards.
All right, so if I needed you to do trigonometry, you might not be the person to call, but you at least know how to do statistics?
I know how to do statistics, yes.
Okay. So you became a DNA analyst somewhere 9 years ago. In an average day or average week or month, whatever block of time is easiest for you, tell me how many items of evidence do you potentially analyze or review for possible DNA evidence?
Each week can vary. It can vary from maybe 2 to 3 items to 10 to 15 items. It just depends on the type of cases and how many items are submitted at the time.
It'd be fair to say that, I mean, you average somewhere about 5 a week?
Possibly. Not each week is the same. Sometimes I'm needed in court, and other times I'm needed for different trainings, so it might not be 5 a week, but on average, maybe 5 to 15 a week.
All right, 52 weeks a year, it means you're doing a couple hundred items a year?
It's probably fair to say.
Okay. So once you became an analyst, you got the job, and you've been on the job, do they test you from time to time to make sure you still know how to do the job correctly?
Yes, I am proficiency tested twice a year.
And have you passed all your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been called to court to testify to render an expert opinion in the areas of serology and or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
And as part of that, have you ever been asked to render an expert opinion also as to statistics related to the DNA analysis?
Yes.
Can you give me an idea of how many times you think you've done that?
In court in general, I've probably gone about 40 times. Statistics, maybe about 30 times. There was a time where I was only working serology cases, so that wouldn't involve statistics.
At this time, I turn to the witness for voir dire.
Any questions? No questions. You may proceed.
Ma'am, I want to talk with you first about FDLE as a whole unit, or at least the place you work here in Tampa. Is the lab accredited?
Women being harsh on
Yes,
women.
it is.
Can you explain what it means to be an accredited lab?
Accreditation means we are meeting a set of standards that are put forward by an outside agency to ensure quality work product is being done at the lab.
And the outside agency that sets the guidelines or reviews your accreditation, who is that?
That it is called ANAB, or the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is this a nationally recognized agency to accredit forensic laboratories?
Yes, it is.
Beyond the accreditation, well, first of all, I guess, is FDLE still accredited?
Yes.
And has it been accredited throughout the year of 2022?
Yes.
Beyond the standards that are set for accreditation and all the things that the lab has to do to maintain accreditation, do you have internal policies like technical review to make sure that just inside the day-to-day work you're doing it right?
Objection.
Bolstering.
Sure.
Yeah, this gets, this is very typical. They always love to do this. This is it gets to the point that it's improper bolstering. They talk about how wonderful and everything they do, and it's so important and all. It's really not an issue. Usually, if it's a DNA evidence, at what point do you cut this off? I have all these credentials. I went to all these classes. We're certified. We're this. And at some point, it becomes improper bolstering to add a because he's already qualified as an expert, so he can render an opinion. This is what an expert can do, is give an opinion on evidence. And in this case, it looks like it's a DNA because I'll say I'm suspecting there's going to be some blood on one or the other, or fingernail stuff. If I was to guess my FDLE procedure and my homicide unit crime scene procedure, there's going to be something like that on either one of them, or
color to a pink color.
Okay.
I know it's a positive result, and if it doesn't change color, it's a negative result. The semen test is very similar, so if it changes color with the specific chemicals for semen,
he shut him down on the bolstering.
If it changes color,
Move on,
get on with it. Yeah.
no color change.
And do you know the phrases presumptive and confirmatory?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain what the differences are?
Presumptive test is testing for the possible presence of a component within those items. So like I talked about for blood, if there is a chemical present and it reacts with the chemicals that I am testing.
Now, it might also be that there is no DNA evidence and they have to call her because they don't want the defense to call her.
Blood, semen, or saliva present. So there is a test for blood, and the test for confirmatory test for semen is identifying sperm cells within a sample that is taken.
So you could do a presumptive test, get a result, and then you could go further and do a confirmatory test?
You can, yes.
Now let's talk about DNA, because we talked about serology. What is DNA? Where does it come from? What does it have to do with forensics cases? Tell me about those things.
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid.
Science lesson incoming.
This is so. There's basically a form book for this testimony. I'm serious. There is.
Over 99% of DNA is the same among individuals.
The only thing that matters in this testimony is the end.
That I am doing my testing. No two people other than identical twins.
Mandy, yes, if you were watching Nick's stream earlier, you'll see that is now my new profile picture on Locals. Thank you.
So when you talk about 99% of DNA is the same, is that why, for example, you and I both have a pair of eyes, a nose located in the center of our face, a pair of ears, arms, legs, those sorts of things?
Yes, it codes for how people look as well as different functions within the body.
But then obviously there is something in your DNA that's different from my DNA, and that's what makes you you and me, for example.
Yes, it is.
And does DNA change?
DNA cannot change among people, no.
So whether I'm 440 or 400, my DNA is arguably the same?
Yes, it would.
At this point, I'm still signing books.
You talk about DNA and that you can analyze DNA. Is this only done in criminal cases, or does DNA have non-criminal case uses?
DNA has many different uses. Instead of just being criminal cases, it's done in medical testing. It also can be done in paternity testing, as well as genealogy testing.
Is it used for reasons other than just people?
I do.
You can use it for like agriculture, for example?
I think there is different studies on there on plant DNA as well as animal DNA too.
Okay. So now we know what DNA is. It's this thing we get from our parents and it makes us somewhat unique. How do you analyze it? What is the procedure by which one can analyze DNA?
This is necessary, but it's so boring.
The type of DNA testing I'm performing is called STRs, or short tandem repeats. I'm looking at how many times a particular sequence is repeated among the DNA at the different areas I'm testing. So the overall process on how I do that is I have to get the DNA out of the cells. So I apply heat and chemicals in order to break those cells open to get the DNA out. I have to see how much DNA is present, so I perform a test that will do that, because our tests work well within a specific range. If I put too much in, I'm not going to get a good reading, and if I put not enough in, I'm not going to get a good reading. So it works best in a specific amount. Then I take it through a process which will highlight all the different areas of the DNA I'm testing. After that, I put it through an instrument that will read those highlights, and it will correlate to your DNA types at the different areas. So it all boils down to looking at a specific set of numbers. So you could be a 10-11 or a 10-10, which would just mean your DNA types at that area. And it just means how many times your DNA sequence is repeated at that area.
And so is this the commonly or widely accepted procedure in the field of DNA analysis for analyzing DNA, this short tandem repeat analysis?
Yes, it is.
So you talk about looking at particular areas. Are those areas called alleles?
The areas are called loci.
And do they involve alleles?
The DNA type, so your types at those areas are called alleles.
All right, and so you talk about loci. Is there a specific number of loci that we're currently looking at in DNA testing?
Currently, FDLE is looking at 21 different STR areas plus some gender markers.
And if we rewound the clock 5 or 10 or 15 years, that number would have been less, I assume?
Yes, it was.
So right now you can do 21 plus 3 for gender.
Yes.
And so you have 21 loci plus 3 for gender, so that's 24 total areas. Are those all loci or just 21 loci and then the 3 for gender?
There's 24 loci or areas.
All right, so now we have 24 loci, and at each of those loci there are these things called alleles. Can you explain what that is?
The alleles are your DNA types at those areas.
So when you talk about like a 10-10 or an 11-10, those are pairs of numbers?
Yes.
Do your alleles pair?
Your alleles do pair, yes. So you could be the same number or 2 different numbers at that area.
So when you're looking at a particular loci 1, for example, I don't know if that's the correct name for it, but the first loci, you might see 11, 10. 11 is one half of the pair, 10 is the other half?
Yes.
Now, when you look at DNA and you're looking at these loci and you have all of these alleles represented by numbers, what can you then do with that information?
So once I get the overall DNA result, I then make a conclusion as to what it is. So I could have a complete DNA profile, which would mean information at all the areas, a partial DNA profile, which would mean I'm missing some. I could have a DNA mixture, or I could have no DNA results or too limited amount of DNA in order to do anything with. And then I can make comparisons to any knowns within the case.
All right, so you covered a whole bunch of stuff there. You talked about a complete DNA profile. So the jury's already heard the concept of a buccal swab. Somebody comes and uses a Q-tip, basically takes some of my DNA from the inside of my mouth. You could then run that through your procedure and figure out my numbers for all of those 24 locations?
Yes.
And that would be a complete DNA profile?
Yes, it would.
If for some reason the sample was incomplete, and you only had 18 of the 24, you would call that a partial?
Yes, if there is not full information at all the areas, it would be a partial profile.
And you talked about a mixture. What is a mixture?
A DNA mixture is DNA from more than one person. So since we know how DNA behaves and what it looks like, I can tell the difference between DNA from one person versus DNA from more than one person.
And can you even be definitive enough or at least get a pretty good idea of how many people are in a mixture, whether it's 2 or 3 or 20?
Not quite 20, but I can tell the difference between 1, 2, 3, and potentially 4, depending on what the DNA looks like.
All right, and so once you have this information, I submit to you some item. We're going to pretend my folder is an item I submit to you, and you swab it, you collect it, you run it through the system, you process it, you get a bunch of numbers, the 24 locations. Now you have that information. If you're provided a known sample from a person, can you then compare the results of the known sample against the suspected sample to see if there is some sort of agreement or correlation between them?
I can make a comparison to any knowns within the case from the question samples.
And so can you determine if, for example, 2 DNA samples, a known one and an unknown one, are a match?
Yes, I can.
If the unknown sample has a mixture, meaning there's 2 or more contributors to the mixture, can you decide if the known sample is at least one of the contributors to the mixture?
I can make a comparison, and if the DNA types are present within the mixture from the known, they would be included to that sample as a possible contributor.
And so is the term included different than a match?
Yes, it is.
Do you only use a match when it's a single source?
Yes, that's the terminology that's used when it's single sources match.
Now let me give you a hypothetical. Let's pretend that I had here floating in the air a known sample, and you had a complete profile of somebody's DNA. You had the numbers for all 24 locations, okay?
Thank you.
And then I gave you another unknown sample, and we put it here floating in the air as well, and you had the numbers at all 24 locations. And at 23 of the locations, the numbers are exactly the same in every way. And then we get to the 24th location, and one is a 10-10, and the other one is an 11-10. What would that mean for you?
Well, is it the same profile?
Well, what I'm trying to get to is, you know the phrase an exclusion?
Yes.
What's an exclusion?
An exclusion means when the DNA isn't the same between the two.
And so, does it have to be, they have to agree at all 24 locations, or can you disagree at just one?
All of the areas have to match in order for it to be a match. So the DNA types between a question and an unknown sample have to be the same. If there is any sort of issue between the two that don't correlate with each other and aren't the same, it would be an exclusion.
So if one loci does not match, you would exclude a person as a contributor in a mixture, for example?
Typically, if it's more than one, it should be more than one loci. There's a very rare circumstance when it's not, but it would be an exclusion if the DNA types weren't present.
So you talk about analyzing submitted items that possibly contain DNA. How does FDLE receive those items, and what precautions do they take to secure those items to make sure they're not tampered with?
So when an agency comes to submit items to FDLE, they're taken in by our evidence department. They are given a unique FDLE case number as well as item number. All the items that come in are sealed, and they are insured to make sure no one has touched them once they come into FDLE. The chain of custody
This up
is
top
then kept
is
as
one of
well.
my vocal triggers.
And
Oh yeah.
once it's
She's
in
not that bad.
FDLE's lab and
No,
you've taken all
but
the steps to maintain the
it's
chain of
every
Then I
custody,
go,
it
and I'm
is
like,
turned over to you,
hey.
correct?
I hate that.
What steps do you personally take to make sure that you're not
I think she's a pretty
contaminating
good
the substance
witness.
with either your own DNA or one of your coworkers?
She's not
or whatever the
horrifically
case may be?
boring, which is a good
So
thing
when
to
I'm
be with
working
a
on
DNA
any
guy.
items, I'm wearing a lab coat, a face mask.
And what they're doing is
a
they're moving
helmet
the
if it is
last
needed,
questions
as
are going to
well
be
as
the key
gloves, and I
questions.
change
This
my
is all
gloves
preliminary
frequently.
stuff.
I clean down the area that I'm working on.
He's just
with
trying to
a,
educate the jury
soapy
as to DNA.
solution. I then use a piece of paper to open the items on. I take my notes.
She's
and
getting
then
bad.
do any of my analysis. And when I'm done
Open a
with
piece
it,
of
I seal it
paper,
back up,
take my notes on.
and put it in
It's just my personal
locker that
trigger.
I have
No,
access
I
to.
got you. I'm with you. I
And
hate
then
it.
once
This
that's
isn't
done,
that bad.
It is returned to the agency.
That and
Is
vocal
that
fry.
the
I can't
process, the
stand
procedure you
vocal
follow in
fry.
all cases where you're analyzing DNA?
Yes, it is.
Now, we've talked about what DNA is, how you can analyze it, what you can determine with it potentially. We
Now,
haven't
what
gotten to
did you
statistics,
determine
so how
with
does
it?
statistics play in all of this?
So when I'm making any sort of comparisons, I am providing a statistic. If the
Why didn't you point that
if
out to
the
me?
Statistic is a
'Cause it's
match
driving me
or
up
a
a wall.
inclusion.
Now I'm hearing it. It's
The
bothering me now.
statistics are also done to show if someone is excluded from a sample.
Sample. See,
And
period.
how do you
Not question
do the
mark.
statistic? Do
Period.
you have to refer to some database or something?
The statistic is done with use of a database that have the DNA types and how those were seen within a particular sample set, and those are used within the calculations when I do my statistics.
Do you know what a likelihood ratio is?
Yes.
And what is a likelihood ratio?
The likelihood ratio is the statistic that I use at FDLE to make my comparisons. It is just a comparison of two different hypotheses.
Do you all have a number or a sort of a cap as to where you will cap the likelihood ratio generally when reporting it?
So sometimes when we're dealing with statistics, the numbers are very large. And so in my reporting, if the number is larger than greater than 700 billion.
Sorry, everybody.
I'm going to
Why did you
cap
do
it at
that?
Greater than 700 billion. That
It's
is a
just
number
fingernails
FDLE
on a
chose
chalkboard
be
to
a bit
me.
more tangible, because when you start getting into these larger numbers, in my opinion, they kind of sound made up. So 700 billion is something everyone
Jeez.
can kind of grasp their head around.
Right, and so if you have
Only 30
DNA
more minutes of
submitted
this,
from
people.
a single source, meaning there's only one person assigned
Get to the
mixture,
point.
like a buckle
Please.
sample, and then you have an unknown sample, and that turns out to be a single source as well. You could determine whether or not that is a match, correct?
Yes.
Would you assign a likelihood ratio in that situation since it's only one person?
Yes, I would assign a likelihood ratio since it's a match.
If it's a mixture, right, you have a buccal sample from a known person, and now you have some other object that you're testing to see what the DNA says there, and it turns out to be a mixture, do you assign a likelihood ratio to that?
Yes.
And so you talk about capping it at 700 billion times more likely than, is that the correct phrasing?
It's greater than 700 billion.
And so if, just hypothetically,
It's a big number.
you had a object.
Yeah, so it might as well
and
be
you determine that
infinity.
this object is a mixture of suspected
But
blood.
That's the problem with this
You
DNA evidence.
perform your
Numbers
DNA
get so
analysis and
big,
you're
they
able to
become
get
meaningless.
Results out of it, and you compare it to a buccal sample. would you say something like the chances of it being the defendant and someone else is greater than 700 billion times more likely? Is that something you might perhaps say?
The terminology is a little bit different. It's given the observed DNA profile of the sample, it is greater than 700 billion times more likely to be whoever I'm comparing. And if it's a two-person, it'd be
It would be much more compelling, I think, to say the chances of anyone else on Earth having the same DNA is almost zero.
Now, we talk about these really big numbers. Is this something that you can do with a computer, without a computer? How does that work?
It can be done with or without a computer.
Do you generally use a computer?
Yes, because it is easier and faster to use a computer.
All right.
Is that thing turbocharged?
I want to ask you about the process by which items are submitted to FDLE for evaluation. Is there generally a limit or a number by which items can be submitted?
Yes, there is a limit based on the different case types.
Oh, I like that one.
And so, what is that number generally at for DNA and for like violent crime?
It depends on the violent crime. So in particular, a death investigation, it's 5 items that are unknown, and any number of buccal samples can be submitted to the lab as well.
And so your lab, FDLE, covers a portion of Florida. What portions do you cover?
I forget how many counties, but it's the surrounding counties of Hillsborough. And then we also help out some of our other regions as well, so I can be doing work from anywhere within the state.
But it's counties like Pinellas and Polk and Pasco and Manatee, like that's surrounding counties?
Yes.
All right. And so are there labs that cover other portions of the state, like the Panhandle area and down in South Florida and up around Jacksonville?
Yes, there are other FDLE labs as well as different county labs.
And do all the labs have that same sort of general rule, that sort of provision of you can submit 5 items?
The FDLE labs do. I'm not sure about the other county labs.
Is lethal injection
So let me
the
talk
only
with you about
death
the
penalty
analysis you
method
performed
in
in
Florida?
this case.
Yes.
I'm going to first approach you and show you 2 items. Exhibit number 62, which just
There's no
so you can
firing
see it
squad
before I put
flux.
it up there. This is State's Exhibit 62.
We used to have electric
Which on
chair,
the
but
packaging
now
says
it's
blood
just
standard card of K. Baker.
Yeah, Utah
And then
did away
this is
with
State's
the
Exhibit
firing
63,
squad, I believe, in
Buckle
2015.
swab taken from Matthew Terry. I'd like you to take a
2005.
look at these items and tell me if you recognize these items as items you previously performed work on.
Yes, they are.
And how do you recognize them as items that you performed work on previously?
They have the unique FDLE barcode as well as my handwriting, date, and initials on it as well, and my seals.
And you place those things on there when you're either doing the work or shortly after you're done?
Yes.
And anything about, other than the fact that somebody has already taken the time to cut the packages open, anything about anything there suggests to you that there's somehow been some sort of tampering or anything with the packaging?
Other than the openings, no.
If I could retrieve those. So let's start with State's Exhibit number...
There's got to be DNA.
62.
With that lead up, there's got to be something significant here. If it was not, they would have truncated that quite a bit.
You talked about a whole process of where you use a cotton swab, you collect a sample, you use heat and chemicals, you extract the DNA, you make copies, all those sorts of things that you talked about. Is that one of the things that you would have done here? Is that the process and procedure you would have done for this particular item?
Yes, it is.
And
Blood.
having done that,
Somebody's
what, if anything,
blood.
can you tell us about this particular item, item number 60,
Kay
or exhibit
Baker's
number
blood.
62?
I obtained a complete DNA profile from the blood stain card from K. Baker.
All right, and so that means you have information, the pair of numbers for all 24 locations for K. Baker, is that correct?
Yes, I have complete information at all of the areas I'm testing.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 63. Again, did you go through that same procedure of using chemicals and heat to extract the DNA and replicating it and running it through the instrument to determine the numbers?
Yes, I performed the same analysis.
And were you able to obtain a complete DNA profile for this particular sample, which is listed as the buccal swab taken from the defendant?
I obtained a complete DNA profile from the buccal swabs from Matthew Terry.
Is it fair to say then you have all the information that you would need, or can get at least at the moment scientifically, to then perform analysis to see if either of these 2 persons' DNA is in another object?
I have all the information I would need in order to make comparisons.
So I'm going to start with
So here we go. Here, what is the evidence that has the DNA?
Okay.
on it?
items number 31 and 32. Take a look at these if you need to and tell me if you recognize them as objects you previously performed work on.
Yes, I do.
And again, do you recognize them by the lab number and the writing and the date and all of that?
Yes, they have our unique FDLE barcode, a case number, date, and initials that are mine that I wrote on there in my seals.
Anything about them suggests that they've somehow been tampered with or some sort of hanky-panky's been going on?
Not since after I touched them.
All right, if I could retrieve them. So I want to start with exhibit number 31, which on the packaging says right fingernail clippings from K. Baker.
There you go.
Were you
There we
able
go.
to perform the process that you've already outlined a couple times, just as you did with the bloodstain card and the buccal sample from the defendant?
Yes, I was able to do the same process.
And having done that, were you able to obtain results that would allow you to then tell us about what may or may not be in this item?
Yes.
So let's start off with, can you tell me, is this an item that comes from a single source of DNA, or is this a mixture?
This was a single source profile, and I obtained a complete DNA profile from item 11.
All right, and so when you obtain a complete DNA profile, you can then potentially reach a match if you have the right person's DNA, correct?
If they do match, yes.
Now, before you even get to whether it's a match or not, just looking at this item and the results that generated, does it give you any indication as to whether or not the single source is a female or a male?
It was consistent with a female individual.
Be right back.
And so then tell me about, were you able to identify whose DNA, were you able to make a match on this item?
So the language is a little bit different. Since this was an item that was taken from a person, I'm able to expect their DNA to be present. So I obtained a complete DNA profile from my item 11, which would be Kay Baker's right hand fingernail clippings and nail clipper. I collected a sample. Kay Baker was expected to be a donor since that item did come from her, and no DNA results foreign to Kay Baker were found on her right hand fingernail clippings.
And I want to talk about that. As to her right fingernail clippings, there's nothing in the analysis that you performed that suggested that somebody else's DNA is under her right hand, correct?
It was a complete DNA profile that she was expected to be a donor. Nothing foreign was obtained.
So let's look at State's Exhibit number 32, which is the left fingernails. Again, did you perform the same process and procedure for this?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to obtain results that you could then interpret?
Yes.
For this number 32, was this a single source or was this a mixture?
This was demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
And let me stop you there. You said consistent with. Can you say for sure that it's only 2 people?
The DNA results I obtained were consistent with 2 people.
All right. It doesn't give you any reason to suspect a third person?
I had no indication of a third person, which is why the language is consistent with 2 donors.
All right. So you got 2 people's DNA here in a mixture, and one of them is male. Is that correct?
There is at least 1 male contributor. I can't say how many males are present.
Fair enough. Did you look to see if Kay Baker was one of them?
Since this is another item that was taken from Kay Baker, I was able to expect her to be a donor to that item.
You would expect her own DNA to be on her own fingernails?
Yes.
Did you look to see then if the DNA profile that comes from the defendant's buccal swab was in any way consistent or matches or is included, whatever the word is, as it relates to number 32?
I did make a comparison from Matthew Terry's buccal swab to the mixture that was obtained from the left-hand fingernails, and Matthew Terry was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
Since you got a inclusion, do you then proceed to the next step and do statistical analysis to come up with a likelihood ratio?
Yes, I perform a statistic.
And so in your report, how did you reflect it?
Left-hand
The
fingernail.
observed mixed DNA profile, which would be the left-hand fingernails, is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Kay Baker and
That's a
Matthew
lot.
Terry then from
Yes,
K. Baker,
it's-
and an unrelated individual.
All right, and you said it's greater than 700 billion. Do you actually, in this case, have the number?
I do have the number, yes.
So can you tell us what the actual likelihood ratio is that it's K. Baker and the defendant as opposed to K. Baker and someone else?
This is tough. This is tough testimony. DNA is the gold standard.
The actual number is 160 quadrillion.
Jesus,
All right,
he's
people
dead.
probably never heard of a quadrillion, so let me just make sure. We got million, billion, trillion, and then we get to quadrillion?
Yes.
160 quadrillion times more likely, or greater than, I guess it's 160 times more likely if it was K. Baker and the defendant as opposed to K. Baker and anyone else.
Literally no one has
DNA
any idea
profile
what that
is
number
greater than
means.
700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from K. Baker and Matthew Terry than from K. Baker and an unrelated individual.
All right, so that's those.
So his DNA is underneath her left-hand
I want to
fingernails.
now talk with you about State's Exhibit number 33.
He just
Again,
happens to have
take a
some
look at it.
scratches on his right
Tell me if
arm.
you recognize it as an item you performed analysis on.
Is that how much we gave to Ukraine? No.
Again, it's got the lab number, your handwriting, all those sorts of things.
Yes, it does.
Anything about it suggests it's been contaminated or tampered with?
No, other than opening.
I'll take that one back.
23 million Earths
Did
to
you perform
find
the
someone
same
with the same
process and
likelihood.
procedure on Exhibit 33?
But it's possible.
Yes, I did.
It
For
is
purposes of
possible.
the jury, so they can keep track, this is labeled swab of K.
It's
Baker's
not
neck.
zero.
Tell us what, if any, results you obtained from this.
I tested it for the possible indications for blood, and using a color change test, it did give the chemical indications for blood. And then I obtained a mixture from the swab from K. Baker's neck. And since she was expected to be a donor, she was included and observed in that mixture. Sorry. The DNA results, there were DNA results for into K. Baker obtained on item 10, but due to the limited nature of those, I couldn't make any interpretations.
All right, so you know that there's somebody's DNA is on this that's not K. Baker. You just cannot tell us who in any respect. Is that fair to say?
Right, it was too limited to do anything.
The
with.
cross is going to
Now,
be when
I wanna ask you a
when
question.
did this happen?
Beyond
It
blood,
exists, but
semen,
when
and
did it
saliva,
happen?
do
Right.
people also potentially leave DNA by touching things? Can you have what's called touch DNA?
Yes, it would be the touch DNA would be the shedding of skin cells when we touch something.
When you're talking about DNA that comes from blood as opposed to DNA from touch DNA, is one more likely to reach better results or provide a greater quantity when you're trying to analyze it?
Usually DNA that is from body fluids will give a much higher DNA result than something when it's just touched.
All right. So all we can say is that somebody's DNA is on K. Baker's neck, but we don't know who.
I cannot make any interpretations
And
from
is,
that.
because it's limited and not interpretable, can you even tell if it's a man?
I cannot make any interpretations based on what I obtained.
I want to turn your attention now to marker, well, this is State's Exhibit number 50. I'm going to give you that. While you look at that, I'm going to grab something over here.
And while they're doing that, the Vol 7 Dweller just bought the book as a non-lawyer, curious in it all. Just wondering if the books are still being signed. You said yes, they are, as of yet.
Yes, I am still signing the books as of now. You definitely, if you get a book, I will definitely autograph them for you. Thank you very much for the purchase.
Both of y'all are great, and keep up the wonderful videos. I'll try. Also, Vol 7 Dweller, thanks. Now I notice it too. Talking about the.
I know. I was from the lab number and your handwriting.
I was
and date
happy
and all
if
of those
they did.
things.
Yes, it is.
Anything about it appears that it's been tampered with or molested since you last had it.
It doesn't appear.
Yeah, don't molest the envelopes.
All right,
And
well, I
thank you,
can't find
Jeff.
the
Something
photo at
was
the moment,
bothering me
but,
about her voice, and you called it
What
out.
can you tell us about this item that you analyzed?
So that item is my item number 4, which would be the swabs from the red stain on the front porch of 6209. I tested it for the possible presence of blood, and using that color change test, it did give chemical indications for blood. and I obtained a complete DNA profile consistent with a female individual from this item, and that DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Kay Baker.
All right, so this packaging is marked as green DD. You have no idea what that means, correct?
I do not.
But whatever green DD is at this particular area that is swabbed, which says the front, the stain on the front porch at green DD, you found that this was Kay Baker's DNA?
The DNA profile from that swab matched the DNA profile from Kay Baker.
Anybody else's DNA?
It matched Kay Baker's DNA.
So it's a single source, there's nobody else, this isn't a mixture?
Correct, it's single source.
Next, I want to turn to I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 46. Yes, 46. No, sorry. BB number 48. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Again, same lab number, handwriting, all of those things?
Yes.
Anything about it appear to have been tampered with or molested?
No.
All right, so I'm going to show you what is marked on the packaging of States 48 as green BB, swab from the east side. Is this one of the items that you analyzed?
Yes, it is.
What can you tell us about this particular item?
This item gave the chemical indications for the presence of blood.
We'll get to you in a minute,
results
Mike.
obtained from item 8, the swabs from the east side of 6209, demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. I then compared the DNA from Kay Baker and Matthew Terry, and Kay Baker was included as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained from item 8. And Matthew Terry was also included as a possible contributor from item 8.
All right, so this is a mixture?
Yes.
And again, did you say it's consistent with 2 donors?
Yes, it did.
And one of them appears to be, at least one of them appears to be male?
There is at least 1 male individual.
But Kay Baker is included as a possible contributor, and assuming she's female, we can draw conclusions from that. But then the defendant, is he included as the other possible contributor?
He's included as a possible contributor to the mixture.
Mixtures
Now I'm
of
gonna draw your
blood
attention
is
to
also
State's
bad
Exhibit
for our
46.
defendant here.
Yeah,
you have
and there's a
Blood
lot of
on
to be
blood.
mixed.
Yeah. Very difficult.
You recognize that one?
Yes, I do.
And is that another object that you perform analysis on?
Yes, it is.
It's got your handwriting and the date in the lab?
Yes.
Anything about it appear to have been tampered with?
No, it doesn't.
All right, I'm going to retrieve that from you.
And Flux of South Carolina, Oklahoma, and Mississippi still have the firing
Ma'am,
squad
just very
suite.
briefly, I'm not going to ask you any questions. I just want to give the jury a chance to see a couple pictures. State's Exhibit 41D and State's Exhibit 41E.
Now, by my recollection, they're going to have
Then I'm
this
gonna
blood
now show the
splatter
jury.
expert on, and then probably the
State's
Williams
Exhibit
witness. which is just
41J. that has
and now
the
all we get all
screen
these scientific
are
evidence.
evidence
He's done it
marker on
before.
So, ma'am, turning back to State's Exhibit number 46, were you able to obtain results from this that could then be interpreted?
Is that my item 7?
It is green R, swab from red stain along 6211.
Yes, I was able to obtain DNA results from that item.
All right, and so did this give the chemical indication for blood?
It did give the chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Were you able to obtain a complete DNA profile from this particular item?
I obtained a complete DNA profile from item 7, and it was consistent with a female individual, and that DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Kay Baker.
And again, is this a situation where you were able to assign a likelihood ratio?
Yes, it was.
And what was the likelihood ratio as relates to this item?
The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Kay Baker than an unrelated individual.
And this is not a mixture, correct?
It is not a mixture, no, single source.
I'm going to next draw your attention to 47 and
700
49.
gajillion.
We'll start with 49.
Pretty much.
You can look at 47 while I'm here. Try and put down the number of trips.
Blood spatter experts, that's a much trickier than science. I don't know. They got to be careful with that one too, because there's some hocus pocus in blood spatter expert testimony.
Again, do you recognize both of those?
Yes, I do.
And are those items that you previously performed work on?
Yes, they are.
Do they have the lab number, your handwriting, and the date so that you can identify them as items that you previously performed work on?
Yes, they do.
Anything about them appear to have been tampered or molested?
No.
I'm going to look at State's Exhibit number...
You're not going to have those questions
49
memorized by the time we get
first.
through the 26 pieces of evidence here.
This one is marked as green CC, swab of red stain from the front of the west fence. And just while you're looking at your notes real quick, I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit number 41N and 41Q.
So she was stabbed in the house and then fled.
Were you
Is what
able to
to
perform
say, right?
analysis on this item?
Yes, I was.
Did it give chemical
No, they're saying it was all done
indications
outside.
for the
There's
presence
no
of
blood found
It
in the
did
house
give
at
chemical
all.
indications
I
for
know,
the
but
presence of
her blood is found
As to
outside the house in
the
a
west
trail
fence in
to where her body
6209
is.
CC?
blood. Yes,
Yeah,
the
from the
stain on
front
west
porch area.
And what can you tell us about
Somewhere,
that?
I guess. That's from somewhere. There's 3 blood
The
trails.
DNA results obtained
One
from
to
that
him,
item is my
one to
item
her,
3,
and I can't remember where the
demonstrated
3rd blood
presence
trail
of a
was going.
mixture
I think it was like back and
consistent
forth
with
or
2
something.
donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I think for purposes of the item, this is marked as 942435, number 34.
Oh, sorry, that's my item 9.
Yeah, there's another one on the fence we're going to get to shortly. That's
Okay, I apologize. So, the results obtained from item 9, they failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. So once that happened, I didn't perform any other analysis on that item.
Prosecutor knows this evidence.
Suspected it would be DNA. Is
Remember that New
correct?
Mexico
Correct.
trial?
Yeah.
Prosecutor didn't even know the freaking
Yeah.
evidence. This guy knows what he's in. When he's like, oh no, that's the wrong piece, right? He knows exactly what he's given her.
So now I want to look at the other fence one. This is 942435, number 26, which is marked on the packaging.
That's what we've
of
been
State's
saying we
Exhibit
hate about her
47
voice from
has
square one.
Green
She's not
hue,
really a vocal fry,
swab
she's
of
just
red
not talking.
stain on the north side of the fence.
She's a little bit. Not terrible, but a little bit. Just
I've
a
heard
little bit.
worse.
A little bit. I've heard a lot worse. Remember the girl, the babysitter from The Incredibles?
I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit number 42S.
Handprint.
Ooh. Those are tough pictures.
So
there.
as to State's Exhibit 47, marked as green U, swab of the north side of the fence, did this give indications for the
Now
presence
look, Chad,
of
the only
blood?
thing they focus on in
My
this
item
entire
3,
thing
swab
is
from
the
stain
no
on the
bra
side of the
thing up
fence
here.
Gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
You
Can you tell us
degenerates.
if this is a mixture or a single source?
The DNA results obtained from item 3 demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including
Wow.
at least 1 male contributor.
This
Was
is going to
Kay
be a tough
Baker
one too.
included as a possible contributor on the State's Exhibit number 47?
Kay Baker was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the swab from the red stain on side of fence.
And did you assign a likelihood ratio to it being Kay Baker on this particular swab?
I did assign a likelihood ratio, and the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Kay Baker and 1 unrelated
So for those of you that were
individual
worried
than
about
from
the
2
prosecution
unrelated
being able
individuals.
to close
So we
the
got Kay
case,
Baker one of
I
the
don't
suspected
think you really
contributors?
need to worry
Did
anymore.
you find another contributor that
Yeah.
you can identify or provide any information?
Sometimes you just don't need a
compared
murder
the DNA
weapon.
profile from Matthew Terry to the swab from the side of the
Here we
fence.
go. Let's hear what it
And
is.
was he included as a possible contributor to the mixture that is consistent with two people?
Matthew Terry was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA
Surprise.
profile obtained from
That's
item
tough.
3.
And did you assign
That's-
a likelihood
that's-
ratio
boy, that's-
that Matthew Terry would have been the contributor?
I did assign a likelihood ratio, and that result was the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Terry and an unrelated
What do you do on
individual
cross?
than from two unrelated individuals.
The
Now,
fingernails
turn
are easier to
attention to state's
explain than the blood
exhibits
print, handprint on the fence.
45.
I mean, you can get the fingerprints from scratching the back or something, from a back scratch or just.
Take a look at
Right,
that
you
one.
know, they exactly, but a bloody handprint on the fence as she flees with both people and the fingers on the left hand, that's just, I think we just gotta, that to me is the beyond the reasonable doubt.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that another item you performed analysis on?
Yes, I did.
Does it again contain your lab number, your handwritten initials and date?
Yes, it does.
Does anything about it appear to have been molested, tampered with, or otherwise contaminated?
No, it doesn't.
I want to draw your attention then, I need to take that back from you, sorry.
While we're doing this, don't forget to hit the like button. We need to get up over 1,000 likes. That would be fun. Get us
And
up
we
over
got
1,000 likes.
And we'll talk about the $100 super chat. I want to talk to you about that fella too. 'Cause
Green J
he brought up some good
swab
points.
from red stain
On the
in
next
the
break.
backyard.
Oof. I got an
And I'm gonna
argument.
show you-
I got a defense argument, but it's
I'm going to show the
weak.
jury. State's Exhibit 43.
So does the
This
defense
is
counsel.
N. And also,
See if it's the same one.
She'll just try to say you don't know how it was placed
State's
here.
Exhibit
You don't know how this.
43J. So as to State's Exhibit number 45, what can you tell us about this particular item?
Is that my item 2?
It is swab of red stain in the backyard of 6207 942-435-15.
Okay. I tested it for the possible presence of blood, and it did give chemical indications for the presence of blood. A complete DNA profile consistent with a male was obtained from item 2.
Does that mean that this is a single source?
This is a single source profile.
This is DNA from one male and one male only. Were you able to analyze this against the complete DNA profile obtained from the buccal sample of the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What can you tell us about it?
The DNA profile obtained from item 2 matched the DNA profile from Matthew Terry.
And what is the likelihood ratio attributed to this particular item that you have now said is a match to the defendant?
The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Terry than an unrelated individual.
And I suppose logic would answer it, but just to be clear, since it's a single source and it's Matthew Terry, this means that you can exclude Kay Baker as being the person whose DNA this is?
I did exclude Kay Baker from that item.
And if you haven't hit the subscribe
Let me show
button,
you
please
State's
do that as
Exhibit
well.
Number 52.
That would be deeply appreciated. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. I'd love you
We're almost
forever.
there. State's Exhibit number 52. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And is this, again, another item you performed work on?
Yes, it is.
Does it have your lab number and your initials and the date?
Yes, it does.
Anything about it suggests it's been tampered?
No, it doesn't.
All right, I'm going to briefly put up for a second State's Exhibit 44A. Now I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit number 52.
This is good work on the part of everybody I've seen. I don't have much criticism of this trial.
This is referenced as leaves with possible blood from red marker. Did you obtain results from this item that were interpretable?
Yes, I did.
And what can you tell us about this?
Using a color change test, this item, which was leaves, gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. A complete DNA profile consistent with a male individual was obtained from this item. I was able to exclude Kay Baker from this item. And it also, the DNA profile obtained from the leads matched the DNA profile from Matthew Terry.
And again, did you assign a likelihood ratio when you determined that this was a match to the defendant, that his DNA is on this item?
Yes, I did.
And what is that likelihood ratio?
The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Terry than an unrelated individual.
Thank you.
Can you get the item number? This is State's Exhibit number 52, and on the packaging information, it says it's HS 942-586-1.
Witnesses item number is at 5.
It is item 5.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second.
Prosecutors, this is very methodical, very clean. No objections. There's nothing that can be objected to.
Last one.
Bringing the evidence in. Boom, boom, boom. He's going to paint this all together in
I'm
his
going to show
closing.
you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 22. Take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it as an item you performed work on.
Yes, I do.
Exhibit 22. Do you recognize this based on the lab number, your handwriting, the date, those sorts of things?
Yes, I do.
Anything about it suggests that it's been tampered with, molested, or otherwise contaminated?
No, it doesn't.
I'm going to very briefly show the jury State's Exhibit number 27E. And now I'll show the jury State's Exhibit number...
That was a couple of samples ago.
22, which is marked as the swab of the right hand of Matthew Terry.
Uh-oh. Here it comes.
Oh.
Here it
Yeah.
comes.
His hand was smeared with her blood. That's a bad
Are
thing.
those results interpretable?
Yes, they were.
Did you perform the same process and procedure that we've talked about before, where you use heat and chemicals to extract the DNA, you then run it through your instrument, it generates numbers that you can then analyze, so on and so forth?
Yes, I did the same process.
Did you walk through all the same steps that you talked about to make sure that you're not contaminating this, wearing your lab coat, your face mask, wearing your gloves, your hairnet if necessary?
Yes.
Was there anything about the way that this item was received from the sheriff's office and then kept at FDLE before it was physically turned over to you that suggested in any way it was something unusual, different, that would have disturbed the chain of custody or the sanctity of the object?
No, it didn't.
All right, so let's talk about this item. Did this item give the chemical indication for the presence of blood?
Yes, it gave the chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Was there a mixture of at least 2 people's DNA on this item?
The DNA results from item 1 demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
And again, you use the word consistent with 2 donors. Explain what that means, because you use those words specifically.
So
Here it comes.
The DNA profile that I obtained, the mixture, looks like DNA from 2 people, so I can say it is consistent
Don't you dare buffer here.
with 2 people.
Thank you.
I know it's not from 1 person because I can see DNA from 2, and there was no indication of a 3rd contributor.
All right. You have previously told us that sometimes you can determine whether or not there is a male contributor to the mixture. Could you determine that here?
Yes, there was at least 1 male contributor in this mixture.
All right. So of this mixture that's consistent with 2 donors, at least one of whom is male, did you compare Kay Baker to see if she was a possible contributor?
I did compare Kay Baker, yes.
And did you compare the defendant to see if he was a possible contributor?
Yes, I did.
So this is the defendant's hand. Would you reasonably expect the defendant's DNA to be on his own hand?
Yes, I would have.
Was he included as
Reasonable.
a possible contributor to the mixture that was taken from his right hand?
Matthew Terry was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile from item 1.
Can you tell me the likelihood ratio that you assigned to that?
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Terry and an unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
As to Kay Baker, could you tell me if Kay Baker was included as a possible contributor to the mixture that is identified as coming from the right hand of the defendant?
Kay Baker was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from item 1.
And did you assign an initial likelihood ratio to that result?
Yes, I did.
And what was the initial one?
The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from
I mean, they got it all.
and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
Right, but you again use the words greater than. Do you have an actual number greater than 700 billion that you can tell us as to the likelihood ratio that Kay Baker is a contributor to this mixture
Yes.
on the defendant's right hand?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
What is that number?
A bejuggle. Just make up a word.
Bagillion.
Yeah. Just make up a number.
So the actual number is 5.8 trillion.
Oh, that's
It is 5.8 trillion times more likely.
But there is a
that this
possibility.
sample came from Kay Baker.
every
and someone
possibility
else
is yes or no. It's a
unrelated
50-50.
The
So-
sample is 5.8 times.
So they got it
in the
all.
Evidence. It's 5.8
Blood on his
times,
hands, blood
trillion
under
more
his
likely
DNA
to
under her
occur if the sample
fingernails,
originated from
mixed
Kay
blood on
Baker,
a bloody
an unrelated
handprint.
individual than two unrelated individuals.
Mr. Diaz,
Unbelievable.
is now a good time? I just have a couple questions and I'll be done, Your Honor. I'll be here in just 2 minutes. Ma'am, can DNA tell us how somebody's DNA
See,
gets on somebody's hand?
he's
Can it tell us
cutting
the
undercutting
circumstances
the
it
defense
occurs?
here.
No, it cannot.
Yeah.
Can it tell us the time when that occurs?
No, it cannot.
That is a limitation of DNA as a whole, right? That's nothing specific to this case, is it?
It is nothing specific to this case. It can't tell how it got there or when.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I told you
Wow.
I'd get you the lunch before 12:30, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back after for the
He made it with
cross-examination.
1 minute to spare.
Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to this case, and please avoid any reports of this case outside of the courtroom. Please have a nice lunch. I'll give you an hour and 15 minutes, so that is 1:45. We will pick up where we
Oh dear, what
left
am I going
off
to talk
our
about for an
last
hour and 15 minutes?
Oh, I think we can go. That was awesome.
Wow, your thoughts and feelings about today so far.
Textbook. That prosecutor, that was exactly the way you present the DNA evidence. It's a little boring, but once you get to it, what's he going to be able to argue in closing? He's going to say, he's going to be able to trace the battle right out to the death scene, right? He's going to show left hand on the decedent's hand under her dead fingernails is his DNA, as opposed to scratching him in a fight situation. He's going to show blood on the defendant's hands when he's captured. There's going to be a bloody handprint with a mixed DNA of both of them on the outside on the fence during the exit path and the chase. I mean, that DNA evidence is very, very strong and very
Is that bad for the defendant?
bad for the sentence and very inconsistent with a third party attacker, because note that there's no third party involved. Now, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? But the fact is that you have only two contributors throughout this entire scene of blood. And so that DNA evidence is very, very tough. I mean, the defense is trying to say it was a third party home invader that attacked both of them and walked away with a knife, right? Let's just say that's the theory.
Mm-hmm.
How reasonable is that given this evidence?
Well,
don't answer. That's a rhetorical question.
yeah. Well,
You want to let's take that $100 super chat because he's been waiting, and that's quite a nice donation.
let's burn through the small bad weather biker. Look at the size of the DNA lady's nose. She's a blonde trans Nick Ricada. That's pretty harsh. And E. Poindexter, you guys are great and informative. From one Rush fan to another, thank you for all you do. You're very welcome.
Very nice.
And thanks to Stephen for just being here, just
hanging out,
yeah,
just having fun.
And hey, Steve, can we get hard covers of your book? Asks Torgo the White.
I'm still thinking about it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many. I've only got a few like these. It's like you get a bonus, and I ordered them once like this, And I really only gave them to people that actually contributed, because there's a few articles in here that are contributors to the book. I'm thinking about doing it. It's so expensive. These hardcovers are so expensive. I may, but it would probably be like at a $10 upcharge or something. I'd be interested. I wonder if people would be interested in that. I don't know. Maybe. Let's put it that way. Keep involved, right? Keep watching, following CrimeLaw. Hey, where's my little CrimeLaw.net taggy thingy?
It's there.
Okay.
If you give the super chats up, for some reason you can't do both.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I'm just no problem.
Oh dear. And Mike Morrison, we have the $100 shot rule in play here.
Oh, I don't have. What time is it? 12:30 here.
That's time for a glass of water. Yeah.
I'll go get a glass of wine, but after we get to the point where we talk.
All right. Well, cheers. Thank you, Mike, again. Thanks for contributing to the liver replacement fund. Unrelated, but my mother-in-law is a former stripper who converted to Mormonism. She just informed me I'm not allowed into the highest level of heaven. If I'm lucky, someone will baptize me after I died, so I'll be saved from burning in hell. Drink for me. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there.
Well, yeah, you're the Mormon. Let's lead with the Mormon view of this, or the almost Mormon. You say you're sort of a closet Mormon. What is it?
It lapsed.
There's a lot of good people that are Mormons. The values that it espouses. You see, the people are very good people. We disagree doctrinally, I guess, but it's one of those things. But the fact, coming at it from a Catholic convert, I will say that I don't believe any human being on earth knows who's going to heaven or who's not. Mm-hmm. To say that we have our faith and we have our churches and we have our people who study these things, who give us the best answers that they can based on the Bible and the Jesus speaking and whatever they can surmise. But ultimately, nobody has an insight. There's no body cams in heaven, right?
Or New Mexico.
So for somebody to condemn you like that, I don't really think that that's really a place of any Christian to do that. But that's my opinion. And I mean, we can say that we believe that this is sin, but that's my belief, right? And so you can say, I believe that you're sinning, but do you know that God's not going to give you his grace?
I concur with you completely. And so would Mormon doctrine.
Okay, so that's anyway, that's a nice super chat and a very thoughtful thing.
The Mormon view is it's a combination of works and grace. You do what you can, and God makes up the rest.
Nikki just posted another good super chat. I refunded her money. I refunded her money, and now she ordered my book. And I wanted to say, my wife is from the Philippines.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I've been to the Philippines twice to meet really white. Well, the first one was not wife related. The first one was scuba diving related. But then I met my wife, and my wife is. Let me see how I say this. This is always tricky. My brother is married to my wife's sister.
Oh,
it's not illegal if you think about it. It's not illegal, and they're both Filipina, and they're so my two brothers married two sisters. He married first. I followed. We were actually part of it was we were going to the Philippines. This is a little side note. We're off in La La Land here. We were going to the Philippines. My brother was going to kind of meet his writing girl, and I went along to kind of check it out and go scuba diving. And then my wife showed up to see who's this American guy coming to see my sister, right? So she crashed the party, and I was like, "Wow, who's that?" Then we fell in love there. So it was. So Nikki, thank you for the book.
I'm excited for my book. Need something to read on my trip to the Philippines. Now, is it weird that I have two sets of twins who married each other?
Well, if two twins may.
Yeah.
The twins
they didn't marry each other. Yeah.
That would be
the male twins married. They were identical males and identical female twins, and they married each other. Is that? I mean, again, it's weird, but
But it's funny because if my brother and I switched wives, it wouldn't work for a minute. I mean, they're very different people. We're very different people, but somehow it's a miracle. I mean, actually, when you have faith, you see miracles and things, right? And I mean, it's a miracle. How did I meet my wife? I was born and raised in Daytona Beach, Florida. She's born and raised in Manila, Philippines. We grew up, she was 29, I'm 31, and we met, and it works. It's amazing. It's a miracle, but what do you do?
Real Evander says Jeff gets kind of weird and quiet when he's asked about his Mormonism law. It's weird. It's because we're in the middle of a murder trial. We didn't all come here to talk about you.
Speaking of which, I have some notes. Do you want to hear some legal notes?
Yeah. So we always get I always hate it when you talk about music and religion. It's like, well,
all right.
You got to answer. We should just do some religion stream one night. That'll be fun.
All right. The first thing is that there was some chat discussion about jurisdiction. I'm a Florida appellate lawyer. I am qualified to do death penalty appeals. So if this guy gets convicted and then he gets the death penalty, I would not get this case, okay? Because I'm in the 5th DCA, which is Daytona Beach, Orlando. This is in the Tampa area, which is the 2nd DCA. So it is an automatic, a death penalty is an automatic appeal to the Florida Supreme Court. So they must be appealed. You must write a merit brief, and it goes directly to the Florida Supreme Court. But the office that handles it, the public defender's office that handles it, is in the DCA jurisdiction in which the trial occurs. So if it's an Orlando or a Daytona murder, then I would get the death penalty appeal. If it's a Hillsborough murder, that would go to the 2nd DCA appellate team. So I'm not in conflict situation on that.
And I'm glad it happened there, so you can be here.
Yes, I would
not.
I'm
not glad a murder happened. I mean,
so that's one. You have it? And then the second one I wanted to talk about Earhart, the book.
Yeah.
Yes, Broward. Broward is not my jurisdiction. We have 13 counties. I think it's Melbourne, St. Augustine, Putnam, Orange, Osceola. They're redoing it in January. We're going to get Jacksonville and leave Orlando. So it gets. Well, Earhart is the evidence book. Okay, so in Florida, there is an evidence code, like, hearsay objections and all kinds of evidentiary objections, right? Earhart is a professor at Florida State University, and he wrote a book on evidence, on the Florida evidence code. So it's basically federal. Most evidence is similar across. We adopt the federal evidence code and we just make it the Florida evidence code, right? It's very similar. But he has this book in FSU that talks about each particular evidence thing and has little case citations. Well, FSU people are very parochial. Florida, we love home cooking, and everybody loves our Florida State University law professor of Earhart. So Earhart is like the Bible of evidence for Florida courts. Now, I will say I went to Washington and Lee in Virginia and studied evidence on non-Earhart evidence. So when I came here, I'm a Florida guy and I've studied Florida evidence. But it's like people way overdue Earhart. I mean, in my opinion, and I'm a disagreeable kind of guy.
Oh yeah, you're just a contrarian by nature.
I'm a contrarian. Well, and the thing is that I find Earhart to be very limited. All right. Now, I recognize that if you cite Earhart in your briefs and in court, everybody loves it. Oh, it's Earhart, because he also talks at all the, he'll go to these public defender and prosecutor training. He'll do judge training. So he's out there promoting his book and talking about it, right? But I'll just give you an example. I had an appellate case involving it's actually one of the articles in my book. I expand on that, which is about a one witness case. And it was a contradictory under oath statement as to an element in a one witness case with no other evidence. So the one witness came up and accused the defendant and contradicted herself on a major element of the crime. But the judge allowed that to go to the jury, and the person was convicted. Now, I believe that by itself is enough to grant JOA, because reasonable doubt is inherent in a one witness contradictory thing. That's one of the articles talks about. But that argument was not developed from Earhart. Earhart has about 3 sentences on that issue. I went to Wigmore in Evidence, which is an old school paperback multi-volume thing on evidence. Wigmore had 18 pages on that issue. All right. So I'm just a little skeptical. Whenever I start with Earhart, but I don't finish with Earhart whenever I'm doing an evidentiary thing, because I find that there are other sources that have been forgotten which are old school kind of sources like Wigmore on evidence that are brilliant and have all kinds of insights. And, it's sad because it's not digitized a lot of times. It's in book form. And people, it's like, well, it's not in Earhart. It's not, I can't look it up on my Westlaw, then it doesn't exist. But it's like
nobody looks at books anymore.
But it's a tremendous knowledge that you could get there. I mean, this whole argument I developed for this case was based on Wigmore. So anyway, I'm just so whenever I see Earhart, it makes me cringe a little bit. Not that he's not, he has, I understand it's credible and all that, but it's a book, it's a handbook for trial, but it's not the end result of your trial, right? Does that make sense? Let me see, what was it? Error and death penalty. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about the witness. Do you have any questions? If you want, I'm just rolling along here.
Well, let me burn through a couple super chats. We got two super chats and just a couple quick other comments while we're doing this. I still think a friggin' street map would help the jury. That unseen witness was in the house that day. See, again, I'm surprised in retrospect after listening to the DNA evidence that they were trying so hard to get this woman to testify about a broken bathroom door.
That's stupid. And well, that's where I was going with this. I was going to talk about that next if you want.
Okay, go right ahead.
Well, because that's the one thing I would criticize this prosecutor for. Okay, he's being a little too aggressive on this. It doesn't really matter, that witness. It's not going to prove or disprove your case, but what it does is it injects error into a death penalty case. It's going to be a mandatory Supreme Court appeal. Somebody's going to appeal, and if that witness gets on, what's going to be issue number one on the death penalty appeal? It's going to be this undisclosed witness, right? There's lots of issues here. It's not just the fact that she watched stuff. She was not subject to the rule of sequestration, which she should have been. She was not disclosed properly. There's disclosure issues. There's change of testimony issues. There's violation of the rule of sequestration. There's a lot of issues here with that witness. So if I was that prosecutor, I just wouldn't call her. But he pushed it. Now, the judge is smart because he could have probably let that in, and it probably would fly on appeal. It probably would be, well, this is harmless, or, there would be talk about it, and it would be rubber stamped, right? But you're giving the defense an issue that you don't need to give them, especially with this DNA evidence. Why give the defense an issue to talk about? I mean, keep them in their chair as much as possible. So being a little overly aggressive on this, they really, I don't think the prosecutor should have done that, but the judge cleaned it up, and that was a good ruling by the judge, I think, to keep it clean.
Sounded like he was going to let it in there right until he said he wasn't.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I mean, he was reading from Earhart, and that's not the end goal. So if I'm an appellate attorney, and I am an appellate attorney, if I played one on TV, okay, sure, he'd be citing Earhart, but I'm going to go look back on Wigmore and all these other evidentiary sources to find ammo to bomb his decision. Say, oh yeah, sure, Earhart says that, but that's not the end point. That's not the authority. That's a legal commentary who is giving guidance to trial courts, right? So I'm going to find out of state. If I can't find it in Florida, I'm going out of state. I'm going to find something to attack that issue if it's there. So smart for the judge not to let that in.
Fair enough.
I
agree. I mean, like I said, I was leaning towards letting it in. I mean, until the judge started again harping on the fact that they could have just very easily given an instruction to not watch anything. And I guess that's why you just always assume that someone may have to be called as a witness, anybody you've deposed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I wanted to talk a little bit too about death penalty, because I'm opposed to the death penalty. Let's leave my cards on the table, but I also am a critic of the mechanism in Florida by which death penalties are assigned. Because see here, I'm not certain why this case is a death penalty case. I mean, what distinguishes it? Because see, in the U.S. Supreme Court says you have a set of all first-degree murder charges, right? And within that set, there has to be distinguishing factors that can separate life in prison first-degree murders from death penalty qualified first-degree murders. There has to be a weeding process. If all first-degree murders cannot qualify for the death penalty, all right? But see, in Florida, we have what they call aggravator creep. And in Florida, basically all first-degree murders now qualify because of the aggravators are so broad. And so if you gave me a set of 20 first-degree murder charges, I could not pick out and say, okay, this one qualifies and this one doesn't, because what would happen is they would all qualify. And because of that, that's a problem with the death penalty statute in Florida, because it applies to everybody. It's overbroad. And this is a problem. And see, like in this case, I've seen a lot of murder cases, and I'm not certain why this one was picked, other than, of course, it's a young woman, and it's a brutal stabbing type of CAC, which is shocking, right? But I've seen cases just like this that go litter life in prison cases, right? So it's basically arbitrary decisions by prosecutors. It's up to the local prosecutor what they decide to charge. And if every first degree murder charge qualifies for the death penalty, then the statute is problematic. And that's something that we as appellate attorneys are attacking the Florida's death penalty statute on all the time, and are trying to say that there's too many aggravators, they apply to everything, and it's overbroad. So anyway, that's just a little insight into what we would argue on appeal. Like I say, well, if this thing is clean as can be and he gets the death penalty, one of the issues that's going to be argued on appeal to the Florida Supreme Court is exactly what I said.
Well, the only thing I know is just like an article I read about it just before it started that I pulled up a little bit of it. New York Times is telling me I have to pay to read because I've reached my free article limit for the month. The former state attorney Andrew Warren left or was replaced by Susan Lopez, and I would just assume it's election season. You want to look tough. It's coming to trial right around the midterms.
I don't like politicians playing with citizens' blood to earn my vote. Yeah, that's just, I don't want my politicians doing that. Sorry. I mean, that's like, it's a, I don't know. We can talk about this more, but there's other topics we can talk about that are probably more exciting for folks.
Well, I've got one more super chat here. Execution says, any idea how many times I asked my wife to scratch my back because I couldn't reach it? The mixed blood pattern proves they were together. That's all. But yeah, I mean, under the fingernails, I mean, you can get people's DNA under your fingernails doing anything, basically.
Yeah, but that's why that bloody handprint on the fence with both their DNA is killer. Because you can say, well, she scratched him and they were, at the bar or whatever. And if I was the defense counsel is going to come up and say, we don't know when this was placed, but that bloody handprint on both of them on the way out to the murder scene, that's a hard one to get over. And then the blood on both of them, or the DNA on both of them, I mean, it's just game over as far as I'm concerned. But, there's always reasonable doubt. And the question is also, if he gets convicted, there's another penalty phase. There's a whole nother trial as to whether he gets the death penalty. So, this is all preliminary to the penalty phase. Sometimes you'll try to use the guilt phase, this part we're in now, as some sort of mitigation and use that to bounce and say, okay, you count him, he's going to get life in prison without parole. No use to put on the death penalty.
Well, Paul Farrell says death penalty probably because this is the second time the defendant has gone stab happy on a woman. But the prosecutor who was handling it first, the state's attorney, he said that he wasn't going to seek the death penalty, and then his replacement changed the mind and went for it.
Yeah. You don't have to prove to me you're tough. Life in prison without parole is no game of, it's no you're soft. You believe in life in prison without parole. I'm a softie.
And been there, done this. As to my fellow Jack Mormons out there, choose the right. Let's see here. Matt from Tinder. I'm Matt from Tinder. Mine, talking about his wife, mine found me because of the trail of money. I know where my ex-wife went because of the trail of money. Let's see. Vince Clortho, Legal Vices, came here to watch a trial. We all met Mormons. I'm Catholic. Get back to the trial. That's one of the hate mails. But talk to Joe. I've been on Joe Neerman. Good Logic with Joe. We've talked religion on a couple of occasions. I'm not adverse to it, of course. Yeah, it's just some people don't like it. If you've ever been near Utah for more than a week, if you've been in Utah for more than about 5 seconds, I mean, maybe like the first person waiting at the gate of the airport isn't, but the next person is.
Well,
yeah.
Let's see what it is.
Steve Gosney, is it true that Disney won't let you die on their property? How would that work if someone killed someone at Disney?
Well, no, I don't. I'm sure they don't want people dying on their property, but but there's that whole thing in Disney. We have Florida had created a special district for Disney, so they were their own municipal government. They're in Orange County, basically. They're in Orange County, which is Orlando area, but the state, when Disney came here, the state legislature set up a special taxing. They have their own utilities, their own electrical, own sewage, no water, garbage pickup, everything. Oh, they even have their own building code. There's something called the Epcot building code, which is more strict than any other building code. You say, well, they're loosey-goosey because they're capitalists. No, they are much more strict. So when a builder comes on there to build something, they got to conform to the Epcot code. Well, if you remember, Disney started playing games with his children and playing games with politics and Florida politics and started criticizing the Republican leadership. And they're like, so what is it? You got this special district? Well, to hell with you. So they repealed the district. You remember that?
Yeah.
And so now they're negotiating. Now they're like, oh, now they're going to have to start paying taxes to Orange County. They're going to have to deal with all this utilities. And they're going to, okay, you want the government that you want? All right, now you're going to be regulated from outside. And why should a big corporation like that take my tax money? Let them pay taxes like everybody else, right? Anyways, I know, so what do you call that? There's that German word like Schadenfreude or something where like, yeah. So that's that.
But if anyone is interested in the Disney tax special districting, talk to Legal Mindset. That's his sort of area when he was in Florida. That's what he was doing, was the special zoning law stuff.
Going back to the criticism about talking the trial, we're expecting two things, and you're saying we're going to expect the Williams Rule witness, and we're going to expect the blood splatter expert. Yeah. Blood splatter is a lot of hocus pocus. There's a lot of danger there for the state, because there's things that they can testify to, but there's a lot of stuff that they think they can testify to that they can't. So we'll see how much, like, we have patterns and this is distinctive of a ticket, and we can recreate the scene based on blood splatter. There's a lot of hocus pocus there. So we'll see how disciplined the state is on that. Williams Rule, I'm interested. It's fascinating that it sounds to me like they're going to do the Williams Rule at the end.
Probably the last one.
I wouldn't end on her.
Really?
Yes, because I would have ended on this DNA expert, because this is killer evidence. It's boring.
I would skip the blood. I would skip the blood splatter and go from the killer DNA evidence to go, oh, and just in case you're wondering, he's done this before.
Well,
but,
see,
you can't say he's done it before, but that's the only thing they're going to get out of it. They're not going to get out of the fact that he knows how to do this, and he's going to go, it's another stabby girl.
Well, here's the problem. And I mean, I'm very conservative, and especially in a death case. I think the prosecutors need to be very, very conservative on what they put up. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing about Williams Rule witnesses in Florida. You cannot make it a feature of the trial. Right. That's all the law is. If you're arguing all about the Williams Rule stuff and not about the evidence in your trial, then it's problematic. Now, I'm not saying, I mean, it may be right way to lead. I mean, it may not be a problem, but if you bury the Williams Rule witness in the middle of the trial, and then you just go on to the next thing, then it's part of a whole stream of evidence, right? But if you make it the last witness, and it's kind of like, boom, right? Then it kind of, is that a feature of the trial? So I just think you got to be careful about that. And now it's probably, but I'm looking at ways I can attack this trial as a defense attorney, right? And so if I say, look, it's an argument. The Williams Rule witness was a feature of the trial. That's what I want to say. Well, look, the state put it on as the last witness, as their penultimate witness was Williams Rule. It was a feature of the trial. You're giving me that argument as an appellate attorney, as opposed to, well, it's buried in the middle of a stream of other evidence, and the jury's paying attention. They're hearing it. You don't need to make it dramatic. You can end with that DNA evidence. And that to me that's the science, the compelling. DNA is killer. And so anyway, I'm just talking. Yeah. I'm just talking.
Well, Flux says, but blood splatter is my favorite. Flux, you need some help sometimes, I swear. Well, as someone who does death penalty appellate work, what is the, I guess if there was a number one grounds for appeal, what would be the most common death penalty grounds that actually gets death sentences overturned?
Well, death sentences don't generally get overturned. We have a set of arguments that we have against the death penalty in general. All right. So there are statutory problems with the Florida death penalty law. Number one, there are constitutional problems, federal constitutional arguments against the death penalty. So we raise those also. And then there are case-specific arguments that you may make against the death penalty, right? So we're always going to have the statutory and federal arguments. Whether we can get other stuff in there is a question. I had one of my colleagues who's our appellate division chief, who is a brilliant lawyer, Nancy Ryan, that she walked somebody off death row.
It does happen.
Yeah, and that's the Dausch case, Daucsh, and that guy was convicted, put on death row, and basically the evidence was insufficient. He should not have been convicted, much less the death penalty. He went from guilty death penalty to not guilty walking off death row.
Wow.
And so Florida's the number 1, I think, or 2 state in the country for death penalty exonerations. So
that's either very, very good or very, very bad.
It's it's very, very bad.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. They get there, but very, very good. So some get, I won't say caught. So some get resolved correctly. I mean, that's
no, but we're talking about exonerations. We're not talking about not guilties. Like Dausch was a not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, I'm talking about people that were put on death row that were proven actually innocent through DNA testimony.
Yeah.
So that's a different standard, right? That is proven innocent.
Yeah.
And Florida's like number 1 or 2. So I'm not proud of that. Now, this is a clean trial from what I've seen. And it looks to me like the evidence is very strong. The problem is this type of prosecution, it trickles down into other type cases, right? And they start cheating. I'm proud of this team, the whole team, the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense attorney. I think they're putting on a good, clean trial here. I mean, what do you think from somebody from out of town, an out of towner?
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, there's just today has been far and away more objections than there has been for the entire trial. And again, like you said, just because now we're getting to specifics. But I don't think, I mean, nobody seems to have done anything shady. There hasn't been any tricks, any gotcha moments. It's just straightforward, cards on the table. Let's do it. And I've been very, very impressed. I was afraid this would be either just a complete slam dunk thing, or it would just be one of these just absolute crap fests like we've seen recently. And I'm surprised this has been I think a very, very good, just textbook standard case.
Well, and see, here's one of my arguments. See, the prosecutor should always be like this, always. And no matter how serious, if it's a death case or a misdemeanor case, the prosecutor should always be following the law and always be playing fair and clean. All right. No matter what the defense does or anybody or how bad the judge is, they should always play fair. See, here's the problem, though, is that they cheat. Like we don't need to cheat because it's a strong case. So you cheat when it's a bad case? You see that and that's what we saw in that New Mexico case. They had a weak case and they were cheating. They were playing dirty. Well, if it's weak, your job's to follow the law. There's no excuse ever for a prosecutor to cheat. And I mean, I don't care how bad the defense is, how bad the guy is, how much you think he's guilty. Trust the jury, trust the system. And if you're not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, the system has done its job. You do not undermine the rule of law by cheating on the case. I'm going on and on because I've seen so much prosecuting. It's so common and there's so little sanction for it that it upsets me as a defender of justice when I see inappropriate behavior on the part of prosecutors.
I mean, my criminal defense experience is ridiculously limited. Utah has a 3rd-year practice rule where as a 3rd-year lawyer, if you work under the supervision of a licensed lawyer, you can practice in limited capacities. And so it was essentially mounted to an internship at the Salt Lake City at the public defender's office. And just in that short year, I think I handled 4 or 5 trials. Every one of them literally just, I don't want to say all prosecutors are bad, but I mean, for example, one case, it was clearly self-defense. This woman had been charged 9 months ago, and for 9 months, she's got this thing hanging over her head. It's a very simple fact pattern. Her brother had a van that turned out to be stolen, weirdly, but and her leather jacket was in the van. Brother's girlfriend came over and stole the leather jacket from the van. She pulled in the driveway just as she was trying to steal the jacket. They got in this tug of war over the jacket. The girlfriend smashed the defendant in the head with her purse, which had a Gatorade bottle in it. So the person who had been charged with assault and battery hit back at her, and it was as well. Let's do a plea in abeyance. No, she's not going to plead guilty to something. And then the day before the jury was getting selected, I said, look, all I'm going to do, I said, do you want to lose to a third-year law student? I'm just going to go in. I'm literally going to just read from the chapter of self-defense in the first-year criminal law textbook. Do you want this? He said, well, he said, well, if I'm not prosecuting her, I'm going to be prosecuting someone else anyway. So we may as well go to trial.
That's so weak.
Yeah, and I said, let's do it. He called me at 8:30 before the 9 o'clock trial and said, yeah, how about if we drop the charges? And would she agree? If we drop the charges, would she agree to testify against the other woman? I said, there's probably not a chance in hell of that right now.
Yeah, they burned our bridge. But, it's I don't know. I just want to make this point to any young budding prosecutors that their job is to uphold the law. This, like if this case, for example, this case is so strong right now. I mean, that DNA evidence is just killer, and the circumstantial evidence, the custody, the flight, the injuries to him, the suicide, the FIDUS evidence, the Williams rule evidence, the motive evidence from the bar before. I mean, all of this is just killer evidence, right? But let's assume that we did not have the DNA evidence in this case. Would this prosecutor cheat? Because he's like, I know they did it, right? But I'm gonna play a little, it's like the temptation is there because like I know he did it, and I want to win, so I'm gonna make arguments that may be unfair, but that will unfairly sway the jury to try to get cheat in there so that I could get the conviction, right? See, that's the temptation. If you got a really strong case like this, the prosecutor, there's no incentive for him to cheat. Why would he want to cheat? He's got it. He's got him in the bag. Now, sometimes they cheat anyway, but there's really no, but when it's like, if they did not have this DNA evidence, would he be then tempted to try to cheat? You see what I mean? The temptation, that's why the emphasis has to be on morality and ethics and doing the right thing. And the job of the prosecutor is to follow the law.
And I will say this because I've been saying it. Every Thursday we do the O.J. Simpson trial. Just some of the highlights that I think, because I say 27 years, I'm not changing anybody's mind, whether they think he's guilty, innocent, or some sort of combination of that. I just do it to show how when you have some of the world's best lawyers, Barry Scheck and F. Lee Bailey, one of the best defense lawyers that's ever walked planet Earth, involved in your case, how they can plant reasonable doubt in the minds of a jury.
Well, I will say one thing about that case, observing and remembering it. I wasn't a lawyer at the time. I was doing other stuff. But the judge in that case was terrible. He got
caught. Judge Ito got caught up in the this happened between the last semester of my 2L and the end of the first semester of 3L. So that whole gap was where he just got caught up in the fame and fortune, and
he was so afraid
people.
He was so afraid of making a mistake that every time the defense would raise an objection, he'd like, well, let's adjourn for 2 weeks and you do memos and stuff, right? And then like make a decision so I get the exact right thing. I mean, a good judge, chop, chop, chop. I mean, I could never imagine in Florida. How many months was that damn trial?
It was 9 months. The jury was sequestered for 256 days.
The longest case I ever remember, non-death penalty, was 2 weeks. So now, I mean, I can't imagine doing it. I wouldn't even know what to do for 8 months. Well,
Imagine
but
being a sequestered juror for 9 months.
So, I mean, the not guilty verdict in that, some of that is just hostility towards the court and the system for doing that to them. It's not nice.
And I think, I mean, I to the day I hit my grave, I will say that there was some of the cheating going on there, where you have such a great case against it. Even from the police level on, we know we have this guy. We know it was him. We're a little light on the evidence, so why don't we just plant a little bit? You put a little blood drop here, put a little blood drop there. Mark Furman, who acting all by himself, who's dropping N-bombs all over the place, said he would do anything if he saw a black man and a white woman together. He would find a reason to pull them over. Not a good look. Then he finds the blood, but all these things. It's that you just have to make sure all of your I's are dotted and all of your T's are crossed, and then the prosecution supports that, goes along, and then you get caught. Well, I think there could have been.
It was such a political case too.
Yeah,
and political cases, a lot of these high profile cases are abnormal. And I like that's why it's really nice to see you covering a trial like this. This to me is much more typical. Well, I shouldn't say that. I've seen my share of treating prosecutors, but this is the way it should go. There's not a lot of it. It's all worked out. The prosecutor knows his evidence. See, he's in there. He knows exactly what she's going to say, exactly on every piece. And even like the experts up there, and she answers like, "Are you sure about that? Let me show you this again." See, he knew exactly what he wanted on each piece of evidence. Very professional, very thorough. And I'm sure the defense attorney is on top of that too. I expect the defense attorney in this case, I know my public defender's office is aiming for a mitigation. So they're not aiming to win at the guilt phase. They're going to be aiming to win at the sentencing phase. So they're going to look for a life result. So that's the goal. If I know my public defenders, which I do, I'm actually also trained on death penalty jury selection. So we have in our jurisdiction, we generally have a team of 5. We have 2 lead attorneys, 2 lead trial attorneys, and then 3 jury specialists on death penalty jury selection. So I'm part of. I've been trained on those 3. I don't know if people don't know how much we've got some dedicated public defenders, and people do not realize what they're getting when they get a public defender, because we do mock juries. We had the death penalty case we just did. We did 2.5 months of mock juries. So wow. every Friday we would do a mock jury on our death penalty case. And that was for 2 months. So how many Fridays? That was like we probably did 10 mock juries to practice, to figure out what works. I mean, it's like we have some dedicated people who really know their stuff. And sometimes the prosecutors don't. They're so used to winning that they don't like it when the defense attorneys are so on their game. And see, when I'm watching this defense attorney here, she doesn't have a lot of work with, so she's probably aiming for the life sentence. So we'll see how this unfolds in the sentencing phase. Although I don't know how much I can hang on this case, but I'm here as much as I can today. How's that?
Do you think there's a likelihood that they will give him the death penalty?
There always is, obviously, but if the defense is doing it right, and this defense, that cross was really good, the one that she did. So she's a good attorney. And I know that she's done she's doing death penalty. She's done the death penalty jury selection. She knows the law, so I think she's aiming for that. So, like I said, I don't think this is a death penalty case. If I was going to aggregate this amongst what I've seen and what gets the death penalty and what doesn't. But jurors, it's up to each individual juror. See, people don't understand this too. See, a guilt verdict is a unanimous verdict, right?
Yeah.
A life or a death sentence is 12 individual jurors, each individually making a moral decision that they have to live with for the rest of their life. So it's not a group decision. It's kind of like marriage, who you got married to, right? It's not a group decision. It's an individual decision. And same thing with, like, if you're willing to impose the death penalty, that's a decision that once you vote that, you will never be able to take back that vote. And your life, your decision to vote death is a personal decision that you can never take back. So you have to be darn sure. I have a friend who does jury investigations, post-conviction jury investigations. And she had a client who said that she voted guilty on a felony case. And 30 years later, well, she had a friend who got convicted. And now she sees how bad the prosecutions can be. And now she feels guilty. She's like, there really was reasonable doubt on that. And now she's second guessing her vote. She's like, now she's got to live with the vote that she cast because she feels guilty. Like, now that I see the way it is and being accused and be on the other side, and now she has to live with that. So in a death case, think about the severity of that. That's a vote you can never take back. It's tough.
Yeah, that's literally the final action you get.
Right. It's easy to say it in the act, like, oh, I'd just kill him. I'd pull the thing. I'd shoot him and I'd do this. It's easy to kind of say that when you're not the one making that call. Right. And life in prison is the thing. It's not like he's getting away with something. I mean, he's going away for the rest of his life without parole. I mean, that's a thing, right? So it's like, do you really want to kill somebody on behalf of the state? And it's your call.
Well, there's some sort of weird insurrection thing going on here in the chat. Corn Pop, stop talking about Corn. Corn Pop is not blocked.
Corn
Pop? I have been looking at the blocked list. I have not blocked Corn Pop. No one else has blocked Corn Pop. So all of you that are saying that she's saying this and she can't get it, I mean, you're all probably being trolled by her and disrupting it by, I assume it's a her because people keep referring to Corn Pop as a her. Corn Pop is here commenting and no one can see her. How do we know this? If you can't see her, how do you know she's talking? I didn't block her. Nobody has blocked her. Again, I'm assuming it's a her. So we can stop talking about it. I'm guessing it's Corn Pop being a troll by sending private messages to people saying that they're not here and getting you to disrupt the stream that way. Worlds Without End, Corn Pop is not blocked. So anyone saying she's blocked is not telling you the truth, including Corn Pop. So let's stop talking about Corn Pop. Corn Pop, Corn Pope. Nobody with corn is blocked. Corn Pops and Corn Popes are not blocked. Nobody is blocked. No. Neither one. Nobody with corn in their name. The only one that is not Corn Pop is the only one that is blocked. Not Corn Pop. Because that was a troll account, apparently. So, yeah. Don't worry about it. Not happening. Corn Pop or Corn Pope is not blocked or banned or timed out or anything else. Moving right along. Let's get back to some other questions. Did you miss Danny Connolly? Oh, thank you so much for the super chat, but I apologize for the topic. Or did you miss my first super chat during the first break? Danny, I don't know. But just in case, if you will send it here in chat again, don't do a super chat. Just send it here in chat and I will read it and address it. So if you're still here, which I hope you are, please just send it here in chat and we'll take care of it. Quickly here. So, what arguments would you make? You said you had an argument, but not a very good one from the defense point. What would it be?
Well, I mean, you still have the masked intruder, unknown escapee with the knife defense, right? So, basically they were both attacked. They were both fleeing together. And so that explains, that does not, the possibility is that if this unknown attacker had come in at them and stabbed them both and they were both fleeing, they were both bleeding, that explains, the injuries. They were together as they fled. Okay, but like I said, I don't think that after listening to the evidence that's here, I don't think that this is a guilt phase issue. I think this case, they're going for the life in prison. So they're going, that's what they're doing. So I would guess, You don't know how the client is. Sometimes clients just won't concede to anything, but there's no reason to, well, there's kind of no reason to plea guilty when the state's going for the death sentence. Why would you give them anything? Make them work for everything. We debate this all the time. When we have death penalty cases, it's like, and we're always strategizing. It's like, do we want to plea to the guilt phase and just go right to the penalty phase? Or do we want to do both? I mean, there's pluses and minuses to each one of those things. Does the jury get upset that you're challenging guilt and therefore or do you educate the jury as to the totality of the circumstances in the guilt phase such that when you get to the penalty phase, they think, oh, well, this is really a life case. It's a heat of passion. This is a heat of passion killing, right? So to me, this is a life case because it's a heat of passion killing, not a pre-planned murder type thing. So this, I'm just talking, this is a strategy. It's a tactic. And so the defense in this case has chosen to challenge guilt. And they're gonna say they didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no body cam. There's no evidence. We don't know how the DNA got mixed. There's a possibility, and they don't have to prove anything. The state has the 100% proved beyond a reasonable doubt. So you can argue reasonable doubt in good faith in this fact pattern, but it's you and I talking as not being lawyers in this case, right? You could make a good faith argument, but whether it's reasonable, that would be a jury question. So I hope that answers that question.
Is there anything else you can pull out of your magic defense hat that would even have a shot?
No.
I mean, the evidence just looks. The DNA is just crushing.
The DNA is crushing. The circumstantial evidence is crushing. The flight is crushing. The Williams rule study. When you put this in the totality of circumstances, it's a very strong state case. Now, and like I said, I think they're going for the sentencing phase. That's what they're going to be looking for.
Danny Conley says the super chat was for Stephen. Ever heard about a case in 95 in Somerville, Mass, I guess, of Eddie O'Brien, a 15-year-old convicted of murder and got life with no parole? There were problems with the case.
No, but I haven't heard of that specific case. But at this point in the current state of law, a 15-year-old convicted of murder cannot get the death penalty and is entitled to a 25-year review. So no parole is not allowed in a juvenile context, even for first-degree murder. The maximum sentence for a juvenile of any crime is life in prison with a 25-year review.
Okay.
Sorry, that's it.
Nope.
That's that period. That's a 25-year review. It's because with the reason that little tack comes from these younger folk is that they're afraid to make an assertion. It's like, this is what it is. So I'm being more gentle. I'm not actually, I don't want to offend you. So it's like even when they're saying the chances of conviction are 1 in 700 billion, because, it's like you're making a question mark because I don't really, I'm just saying, I'm suggesting, I'm not making an affirmative statement. So I'm making it a question, which is stupid. I mean, look, it's 1 in 700 billion, period. You don't need to do that little tick. It's a real bad habit. This one,
and then it becomes a habit. Yeah,
it is a
then
habit,
it becomes a habit, and you can't not do it. And everything you say in life comes out that way.
Somebody has a DCF question. I don't know what the DCF question is. I don't know. We had a super chat on DCF. I don't remember that. Catherine I met Steve Harris. I am so jealous. Catherine, man, you're cool.
I didn't see a super chat.
Okay.
Was there one?
I'm going to work with Catherine to get her, the foreign things, and I will work. I'll email you, Catherine, and we'll work out something that you can cover to shipping. People are asking about international book shippings, and it's just me. This is my hobby. And I want to send it to whoever wants it. It's just that, I'm a poor public defender and I have to charge for shipping. My wife would get mad at me if I didn't collect the correct shipping. So we'll work it out, Catherine. And the fact that you're an Iron Maiden Steve Harris fan, I got to go my extra mile. I play Iron Maiden on my Rumble channel with my bass. You've seen some of that, right?
Yeah. Well, and this is just a random thing. Mr. Terrible, statuesque means fat, right? No, statuesque means tall. Statuesque Miss, she's 6'3".
Who is?
In the chat here, her name is Statuesque Miss. Is her profile?
No. I think statuesque is like sculpted, right? That's good. It's not fat at all.
No, it's tall and
tall and Greek goddess kind of thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean fat; just it's tall.
Yeah,
like a statue. Yeah. No, it doesn't mean fat at all. Oh shoot! The up voice is insecurity. Yeah.
Right. It's not willing to make an assertive statement.
And even if it's not, that habit was developed during some sort of period of insecurity. And then it just stuck with them for the rest of their life. To where even if they are trying to say something authoritative like 143 billion quadrillion,
right?
It doesn't come out as very.
It's a very
powerful.
bad tick. It's not powerful, but she wasn't near. We're making fun, but she was. I've seen such bad. I've seen so much worse. That to me, this is like low level. I mean, it's there. But it was pretty until you pointed it out. I didn't even notice it. Then you pointed it out, and every time she does it, I'm like, oh no, But it wasn't really that bad. She could fix that very easily. She should be told that, and she could fix it very easily. Just discipline your voice.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised by the number of lawyers that, I mean, and the number is virtually zero that do. I mean, lawyers. You would think that. Joining Toastmasters or getting some sort of professional speaking training would be a lot more common than it is.
But it's tough to change your speech pattern. I mean, I talk the way I do. I mean, it's hard. I know I have certain problems with my speech and I work on it, but it's like you've lapsed in because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking about what's in front of you. And so to be so self-conscious about how you speak, like if you're raised with a Southern drawl or, an accent from the hood or, whatever your accent is, it's kind of hard to overcome it. No matter how smart you are, it's just kind of who you are. So I don't know. It's easy to sit there and throw stones and say we're annoyed by it, but you're
blessed with a very pleasing, sympathetic voice.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, tell that to my judges.
Those are the comments we always get in chat after you leave. Is oh my gosh, he's just like the nicest, sweetest guy ever. He just sounds so nice, and we get all these like the nicest guy on the internet kind of quotes. So
maybe on the YouTube, maybe like when I'm sitting here talking, it seems that way. But then when you met me in person, be like, ew, he's yucky,
What is your that you're aware of your worst vocal or habit? I don't know if I'm going to call it habit, or if you could change one thing about your delivery, what would it be?
That's tough. My brother is a big he's an older brother. And so my brother is a big influence. So he has ways of talking that are very, and it comes out sometimes. And I don't know if I don't even want to think about it because then I'll start doing it. Right. But there's a stridency. I think I tend to be strident, and I don't know. It's hard to look in the mirror and see how you are. I tend to watch back these live. I also always think I'm worse than I come across. Like when I look back, I'm like, well, that wasn't so bad. But when I'm doing it, I think it's just terrible. And the worst thing is when you do appeals, because I do trials and appeals. I assist trials. I'm not I don't want to go back to trials if my boss is watching. No more trial. But I've done too many trials. But I like to assist the young kids in doing their trials. I like to strategize and get behind the scenes. And sometimes I'll second chair in certain circumstances, right? But I always do the appeal. So if we have a trial and I second chair it, then I get the appeal, right? And when I read back myself, I think it's sometimes just incoherent. I think it's great. And, and then it comes back and I read it back. I'm like, what is this guy? It sounds so scattered because I talk a lot with my hands. I like drama. I like demonstrativeness. So I'll say this guy right here. So this is the man right here, and this whole place, this is a prosecution machine. You're saying, and I use my hands and I point and gesticulate and I say, so you stabbed like this, right? And it comes across as when you read it in paper, like incoherency.
Well, that's one of my favorite Bill Burr comedic bits when he's talking about how things don't sound the same in court transcripts as they do in real life. So, yeah, you're with the girl, and you're like, she's like, no, stop. Oh, you're bad. Don't do that. Stop. The next thing you know is like, no, stop. You're bad. Don't do that. Stop. That's not how you said it.
Right.
That's the problem with it.
I killed the clerk. I took it down right here. I killed the clerk, right? I killed the clerk. Yeah. I killed the clerk, right? It's out of context, right?
Ralph L707 says, Jeff does this throat sigh that I find annoying.
Oh, do the throat sigh.
I don't know what a throat sigh is. What is a throat sigh?
I don't know.
Tell me what the throat sigh is.
See, don't tell me these things. I don't want to be annoyed by Jeff. I want to like him just the way he is. He's cool.
It's my it might be my anti-swearing thing. When something disgusts me to the point where I'm gonna launch into profanities, I just kind of do a little ugh. Is that what you're talking about? The ugh thing I do? If it's not that, I have no idea what you could possibly be talking about.
I don't know.
The throat growl. Like when I'm really agitated and I do that. That's just me being passionate. That's what happens when you grow up on the farm in northern Utah with the horses and you're sucking hay bales all weekend and
turn that into a death metal vocal.
Someone says you just did it. That one or the ugh? Is it the ugh or just the growl? I don't know which one you're talking about. Try holding your breath; it'll fix it. See, I just did it again. The throat gut.
Is it a tick? Is it a tick, or is it just an expression? Or how does that come across on a transcript?
In the castle of
You mean he sat there and typed it, right? Or he chiseled it out.
Farron was making fun of me for it. Okay, whatever.
I don't detect any ticks that annoy me, but
yeah, I don't either. I do the or thing when you're talking for 5 or 6 hours straight and you're literally trying to think of things to talk about on the fly. But
I promised the chat that I'd get a glass of wine, right?
Oh yeah.
So I do need to do that. So don't let me forget.
Okay.
Somebody go buy my book and I'll go get a big glass of wine. How's that?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
A book for a large glass of wine. It's afternoon.
A large glass. Yeah. So if you don't know my book, please go buy my book. It's at crimelaw.net.
Right there under his picture.
Yeah, it's right there. See, they got it. It's the only thing I have to grift. Or you could give me a donation. There is a donation button. That was what we had somebody give a donation. They thought they were buying the book, and they gave me a donation. I'm like, well, great donation. Nobody gives me donations. So then it's like, no, they wanted to buy the book. I just as well. I mean, if you get the book, then you got something you can hold on to. Right?
There you go. Get that book. Mm-hmm. Dan Reeder says, speaking of the death penalty in Catholicism, Steve, have you seen the movie Angels with Dirty Faces? It's a classic.
I have not.
I've never heard of it.
I have not. What's it? I'm not. I don't watch any movies. I really avoid the news. The thing is that I find that stuff corrupts what you think as far as what the real law is. I mean, for example, I see a lot of, again, I'm picking on prosecutors, but I love picking on prosecutors. That's why I'm an appellate attorney and a public defender, right? But damn it, they've got a job to do, and they should do it right. There's no excuse. So anyway. But a lot of them go to law school and they think that they watch all these I love law because I love legal, whatever it is, crime show number one. And then they go into trial and they think that's the way it is. They think that that's like what I see on TV is what real law is. What you're seeing in this trial right here is the way it should be done. And it may look boring. It isn't as exciting as, Your Honor, I strenuously object, right? I mean, that's, and they gesticulate, and all that stuff's out the window. You don't strenuous. I remember one time we were in court when I was a prosecutor, and we had this defense attorney come in, and it was a trial. I forget who it was. No, I do remember, but I'll let her remain unnamed. She comes in and we're having something and she says, Your Honor, she jumps up. I strenuously object. And Judge Hammond looked back and he kind of laughed. He says, "Oh, you strenuously object, do you?"
Well, okay then.
Yeah, it's like, well, in that case, it was, but he basically laughed at her. I mean, and it was, I'll tell you, that was the best overrule ever. It's like, yes, well, since you said it that way. So.
Oh no. I think Vince Clortho has solved the mystery. You did it when talking about Corn Pop et al. That was my exasperated side. That was just the. Is that it? That one?
You can't even get that vocal roll.
I have a weird uvula. Like my uvula is really big.
There's a joke there somewhere, but I'm just not good at jokes. I will tell you, that's something else, is that everybody takes me so seriously. And one thing is, humor does not work in court, at least for me.
That is such a dang. I mean, it had better be the funniest thing ever.
And I'm seeing humor all over the place. I love listening to you guys because, like you and Nick, you're so funny. And I'm not funny. I don't think I'm funny. I think, well, actually, I have a sense of humor. But I know that when I try to deliver it, people get offended. Like, oh, I can't believe Gosney said that. I'm so offended, I wish I had this gift that, where people can say stuff and it's like, oh, Nick, he's so funny. Everything he does, oh, it's just Nick. And I try to do that stuff. It's like, oh, Gosney said that. I'm like, it's just a joke. So I stay away from humor in court.
And everybody should. I mean, that is just a minefield.
Uh-oh.
What was that?
I think Angela bought a book.
Did Angela buy a book? Super.
That's good. I got to go get my wine now.
I guess that means you deserve some wine.
Hold on
I
a
wish
second.
I had a book to pimp. Wow.
Thank you, Angela. Hold on a minute.
All right.
Well, I'm going.
Stephen will be back in just a moment. And someone here in chat asked about joining the stream, and you know who you are, so check your email here in just a couple of seconds. All right, sending an invite out by email. Let's see. Sending it to the Hotmail address. Okay. What are we doing? All right. Hang on. Hang tight. Everybody relax. All right. The chat is away. The link is away. So there you go. Oh, chat, you guys make me laugh. Check your email, DA for DA. Check your email.
Who, me?
No.
Okay, here we got Adolf Bueller, Piesporter Mickelsberg, Riesling Auslese from Germany. It's a very sweet German white Riesling. How's that? Does that work?
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I'm going to do two things. I'm changing my headset because these things like starting to press my glasses between my ears, and my ears are killing me. And so switch that out to the other headset here, and then we'll welcome another guest.
All right,
to join us and help us get through this. Oh, hey, we've only got about 10 more minutes before trial's back. That's good.
Okay, well, Michael, if you buy a book, I'll drink straight from the bottle.
Just do it. Just swig it from the bottle.
No, it's got to be. I got to bribe somehow. Like, this is a Nick Rekieta move, right?
Yeah.
$100 super chat. I take a shot. So you got to earn it. I mean, come on. I'm selling books here. That's the only way I mean, I'm taking actually I'm off this week. I think I told you I had see I can't take my time. Like I've got I think over 70 hours I'm over because I never vacation.
Yeah.
And I've been in the public defender's office for 12 years. So I've got, if I don't take my vacation time, I lose it.
Yep.
So I've been taking off block. But the thing is, but then they shut down the office for the hurricanes and I was supposed to be on vacation. And then of course I was also, we didn't talk about the Arizona the travel disaster that I did. I can share that exclusive story here in Legal Vices.
All right. Well, while you're bringing that up, I'm going to introduce our next guest who is joining us for however long that they're here. It's Danny On. Welcome, Danny.
Thanks for having
Danny.
me.
Oh, your book is in the mail. The last batch, I just sent it to the post office today. So you'll be getting the book.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I went and I creeped on your Rumble account and watched a few of your videos. So very educational. Would recommend. 10 out of 10. Go check it out, people.
So you like Iron Maiden?
Actually, I was looking at your religious discussions, which we won't get into on this stream, but it was interesting. What kind of wine are you sipping?
We went through that. Somebody bought my book, and I told them I would have some wine, and it's Adolf Mueller, 2020 Pease Porter Mickelsburg Riesling Auslese. It's a German, sweet German white. It's the best. This stuff is it's about $20 a bottle, so it's not terrible. But it's a Pease Porter, which is the region. German wines are great because you can read it out. Mickelsburg, that's again part of the region. And then Riesling is the grape. And Auslese is a late harvest grape. So it's a very late harvest wine. It's almost a dessert wine. Oh. But I like girly wines. So you'll like this. It's like sweet. So I like sweet. Whenever I go to a mixed drink bar or something, I say, just give me the sweetest drink that you have. And usually I like it.
Yeah, life is too short to live pretending that you like something you don't.
And Danny and I have done glasses of whiskey in bars too. That she's not a girly drink girl.
Well, I kind of am. Here's the thing: the bar we went to put so much lavender in this one drink. I thought I was just like drinking essential oils, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't know doTERRA was having a convention today."
That was a bit lavendery.
It was very strong. I wasn't opposed to the strength, just opposed to the mix of the lavender.
It tasted like my grandmother's house smelled. We talked about it. It was like my grandmother had this lavender thing. She had these 2 giant lavender bushes outside the house. She had about 1 million things from Avon, and they were all lavender scented.
Avon, man, that is great.
Lavender, the scent of the boss babe.
Yeah, and so I can't handle anything that smells or tastes like lavender because it just reminds me. And she had lavender perfumes and hairspray,
it's grandma,
She liked lavender.
Yeah. Well,
Danny.
Yeah, let's talk, Danny. I want to tell me what's going on.
I thought you had a story you were going to share. Did I miss the story?
Yeah, but you're new, and everybody's heard me talk. They don't want to hear any more of me.
No, I'm not that exciting. I will say I've been watching you guys for like an hour now. And you're pretty funny. You're a funny duo. Congratulations.
Well, I'm
He's
always
funnier than me.
No, absolutely not. Oh no.
I do something undefined with my voice.
See, we are so much more sensitive to criticisms and negative emotions than we are to positives, because you get 100 chats telling you how funny you are and how great, and then somebody says, you got a vocal tick that annoys me, and all of a sudden it's like that's fixated. Isn't that like human nature or what?
Yeah.
I really hate vocal tick though. We have a lot of them here in Utah. That's Utah woman slang is hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, that's what the DNA lady's doing. You saw that.
I'm gonna go to the church, and then I'm gonna go over to the.
Oh, don't do that! Don't stop it! I hate that.
And when we talk about the rules of evidence, we want to start with. I can't stand it. I can do it really well because I had to stop it.
Yeah. Eva Blink says, "What's your thoughts on South Carolina and the fact that the governor appoints judges and is an active practicing lawyer defending another lawyer on a murder/money theft case?" Well, that's a lot to unpack there in that particular sentence.
What's your thoughts on South Carolina and the fact that governor appoints judges? Okay, so a governor appoints judges every state, right?
Everywhere, yeah.
It's active practicing lawyer defending another lawyer. No, the governor is practicing law. I don't think that's true.
No.
Couldn't
How
imagine
could he
that.
be practicing law and appointing judges at the same time?
That doesn't. There's something wrong with this question.
Yeah.
I'd like to
this
answer it.
judge.
Well, well, do you want to hear my travel story?
Yes.
Yes.
Ugh. The pain. One of the reasons I'm off is I'm in like my clock is all screwed up because my wife for our 24th wedding anniversary, she bought me a plane ticket to go see her. She's in Prescott, Arizona. She works for a university out there, or she works for a university that has a branch campus. So they sent her there for 2 weeks. So she's like, why don't you come out for the weekend? And I'll just go there for the weekend and then come home, and it won't cost. I won't have to take off. And it's a little anniversary thing, right? Okay, great. So I flew out to Arizona. I was supposed to come home from Phoenix at 10:30 on Monday morning or Monday night, 10:30 Monday night. So I get the airport at 7 o'clock in Phoenix. Frontier Airlines bumps it back to like 12:30. I was like, okay, 12:30. They bump it back.
Where this problem begins, don't you?
2 o'clock.
With the words Frontier Airlines.
2 a.m.
Yeah.
So I'm in the airport from 7 to 2 a.m. At 2 a.m., they cancel the flight. And then they just say, they don't say, well, we've canceled flight because, or we're here to help you, or go to the desk. They just say, it's canceled. You're on your own. So here I am in Phoenix. So I had to find a flea bag motel close to the airport at 2 a.m. in the morning. So I check in this hotel, and then they kick me out at 11 because that's checkout time. So then I walk around in Phoenix for however long, go back to the airport. And of course, the 2 p.m. or the whatever the flight that night was also being delayed and canceled. So I finally, after spending 2 days in Phoenix airport, I said, just take me to Denver, because I had to do the law of self-defense class with Andrew Bronco, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his office is in Denver. So we had a backup plan one time to fly me out to Denver. So I flew to Denver. Of course, the airport in Orlando shut down because of the hurricane. So I didn't get home until Saturday night at like 11:30. That's how much so I was supposed to be home on Tuesday morning, and I was actually back on Saturday night. Oh, it was travel. I had to go through travel purgatory in Phoenix.
Wow.
And it was nice. Andrew's put me up, and I have another friend in Denver. So I had some people were taking, but I'm one, I like systems. I like regularity. I like planning, and I didn't get any of it. I heard a bleep. I hope that wasn't the drink from the bottle guy.
That actually surprises me. You had issues going through Phoenix. I've never had issues going through there. Where I usually have an issue is connections through Dallas, Chicago, or DC. Is
this Michael? Michael, if you say in the chat, I don't have to drink from the bottle. That is a little undignified. I will if you say it.
It's not.
I did my part wrong. Sorry, I'm being a girl here for a second.
Whatever. Yeah, my part's kind of off today too.
I know, it's really rough. Hey, Steve, we should go swimming. Or can I call you Steve, or do you prefer Steven?
So I've been called a lot worse. Anything you say, I'm fine.
Well, we should go scuba diving next time I'm in Florida. I miss it a lot.
Oh, I have not been scuba diving forever. That's cool. If you come in Florida, definitely, I'll show you Daytona, because Daytona has another side. A lot of people come here, and it's like, there's kind of blue collar, but there's another side of Daytona that if you have a local, I was born here, there's a nice side of Daytona that you can see if you have the right people. You get the inns and the local restaurants, you know what I mean?
You have to show me, because I lived in Florida. I actually worked for Disney. I'll let you read the super chat. I just and we can talk about Disney's special status and all that nonsense, and whether or not people are allowed to die on property.
Oh, well, tell us about that. That's interesting. I don't know. What's your take?
Well, as soon as I'll let you read this one super chat, and then
We got this one here, and then an actual super chat here. Legal Vice, before we finish break, you have a law and cut graphic in your DMs in case you want to use it. I will look at it tomorrow. I'm really not very good doing things on the fly. I like to make sure I'm doing it correctly, because I know if I just tried to throw up a thing that I've never done here on StreamYard, it would nuke everything and destroy everything, and it would ruin everything. So we'll look at it for tomorrow. And Noah Bourbon said, watched your stream on the Costa Concordia last night. Great watch. Would love to see you break down the Saywell incident in the ferry incident in the future if you have time. That will never, ever, ever, ever happen on my stream. Why? Because we're talking about the deaths of hundreds of children on a ferry boat in Korea. It is sacred and hallowed ground. Nobody talks about it here. Even Koreans don't talk about it. April 16th is the anniversary, and it happened about 10 years ago. Everybody wears little yellow ribbons, but it's just not something you talk about in Korea anyway. And the last thing they need is some white guy spouting about it on the internet. Yeah, it would just be there. I have nothing to gain by doing it, and absolutely everything to lose.
No, the Philippines has had some terrible ferry accidents too.
Yeah.
Those are really tragic. Well, let me see. What was it? Somebody was talking about Daytona. See, part of the problem with board and living in the place like I work and then doing criminal law is that every location has a associated crime with it. And I think I've told you that there's 4 murders that have occurred in the last 2 years within eyesight of my office. So there's a double homicide location I can see from my office window. One of our appellate attorneys witnessed a murder right when he went to lunch, and he went down the street. And it's kind of, I mean, and part of it is when you're in touch with the criminal, all these things. It's like, there's the house where this kid was killed. There's this, there's that. It's sort of a negative part of practicing criminal law. So somebody was talking about Eileen Wuornos and Ted Bundy, because Eileen Wuornos was right here. I mean, we're ground zero for Eileen Wuornos, the monster female serial killer. I mean, she dumped bodies right up from near where my house was. She was eventually caught up in New Smyrna Beach at a bar. There's still a bar that you can go there and they kind of celebrate. It's like, here's Eileen Wuornos' bar, right? Yeah. And in fact, my former boss, John Tanner, was the prosecutor here. He prosecuted Eileen Wuornos and was the first one to get a death penalty on her. Yeah, she was a character, and she was a death penalty volunteer.
Wow. Well, Danny and I, we have a tie to the Ted Bundy part of this equation. We both went to University of Utah. Ted Bundy went to University of Utah Law School.
Well, and he killed people at FSU. And actually, he was convicted on bite mark evidence, which is garbage science. I don't know if you know that, but there's this guy right here. This book, I'm not selling it. I'm working on it. Junk Science, the American all talks about bite mark evidence, and bite mark evidence is garbage. And there's a whole bunch of there's people with certifications, and they testify it too. There's a lot of wrongful convictions come out of that. But a lot of what Ted Bundy, there was evidence against him, was this bite mark evidence, which was very bad. And it's not admissible now. I guess I got a swig. I'm sorry. I never do this, but I'm doing it because the guy bought.
Well, hang on. Wait just a minute. We'll get to the drink here in a second. But again, it's a story. Every time somebody mentions Ted Bundy, I have to do it. My property law teacher, Professor Swenson, who began teaching law in 1939. That's how old he was. He was the legendary fertile octogenarian that we learn about in law school. He had a mind like a steel trap, and we were going through the class, and he got to my name and said, first day of law school, Mr. Harrison, yes, you win the lottery. Said, why? You're sitting in Ted Bundy's seat. So I sat in Ted Bundy's chair in the property classroom. So that's my tie to Ted.
I can one up you on that.
Oh, cool. One up me on Ted Bundy. Then we'll get drinking.
Well, I studied for a semester at Trinity College, Cambridge, when I was in law school.
Wow. Cool.
And I got to tour the House of Commons and the House of Lords. Wow. Well, that House of Parliament is huge. And by the time we got to the House of Lords, I was just worn out. So I decided to sit down in the front chair of the House of Lords. And I got yelled at by the English folk. You know, I'm like an American. This is the thing. Like somewhere way back before 1700, there was a Ghazni that crossed the ocean, right? So I'm American all the way. I'm like, well, there's a chair. It's a nice red chair, and it looks so comfy. I'm just gonna sit and rest.
No.
As soon as my butt hit that red leather, it's like, hey, you get off the chair. And I was like, what? What's going on there? Like, you don't sit in the House of Lords chairs. I found.
I guess not. Wow.
I think that's better than Ted Bundy. I think. What do you think?
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
Didn't Prince Charles lose a girlfriend at the time he was Prince Charles because of that? She sat down in Queen Mary's chair, and the Queen had a
something
fit,
like that,
and then they stopped dating.
It was a senator that is defending the lawyer. Okay, says Eva Blink. I guess that's the South Carolina question. But we have the court is back. They've turned the court camera back on, so we should be getting there in a second. But Stingy says Jeff/Steve, the ambiguous gay law duo. Well, I'll be Robin to his
There's
Batman.
the dog.
Hey, doggo.
He's whenever I start eating meat, he's like, this dog is such a. This is Jackson.
Hi, Jackson.
All he cares about is food. If you had a treat, come on, look at the camera, Jackson. See, all he cares about is getting fed.
Aw. Good job, little buddy.
He says, buy my book so I can eat treats. See there?
Those are great dogs. Any dog that's food motivated is really a great dog.
Well,
they're so easy to train once you get them.
I'm going to give him one slice of pepperoni. Come on.
Lucky dog. When I was stretching my legs a minute ago, I was literally looking. I realized not only do I have no snacks in my house, I have nothing to eat in my house that's easily just like munchable.
This is this stuff. You need to try this. This is good stuff.
I will.
That's what Badar is for. So you're good.
Mike Morrison just bought your book, Steve. Jeff, let me know when you're having the religion stream. Says Mike Morrison is $100 super chat, which is a shot. Thank you again.
Do I take caffeine? I'll take a caffeine shot.
Okay, I'll do double. I've never drank from a bottle directly.
I want to try some of that with
Take a walk on the
it's
wild side,
making
Steve.
me envious, and I just started my workday, so.
That's your fault.
If you guys see me looking down, that's why. If I'm looking to the right or if I'm looking down, it's because I'm on the clock. That's the real punishment of losing an election is you have to go back to your old job, which in my case is particularly rough because I'm a senior policy advisor for the county council. So I get to see my opponent next week when he comes and begs for money. He's asking for $1.5 million to put in hurricane shutters. It's going to be great. Oh, we're back.
I hope everyone had a nice lunch and a sufficient break.
That was more than one shot.
I do have to ask, as always, was anyone exposed to anything about this case between the time we started the lunch break?
All right, we're starting the cross-examination of the DNA evidence lady.
At all related about this case?
Oh, Jeff, you should
By show of
order
hands.
Badar
Let the record
while
reflect
we're
there
in
are
a
no
lull,
hands. Again,
while they're
thank you all
talking.
very much. We are going to now switch. You may
Since you're
recall
drinking,
before the
you don't
break
wanna
that the
upset your
state had
tummy
finished
for
their
tomorrow.
direct
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm
of
not
this
eating
witness. She
food.
is still on the stand. We did let her step down and have lunch.
This is
as
why
did
I've gained
everyone
weight
else,
and you
but she
haven't.
is still under oath, and we're now going to turn to the defense for cross-examination. Mr. Kane, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trout.
He's fidgeting a lot more today.
I wanted to.
I think his confidence isn't what it was an hour or two ago.
In your direct examination, the first
this
being
is
that
cross.
I think you said that your education is a bachelor's degree, correct?
A Bachelor of Science, yes.
Right, okay.
Oh,
And
the attack
have
the
you at all
degree
pursued a
thing.
master's or any other further education in that field?
I took some credits on my master's, but I didn't complete it.
And so right now, as it stands, you have a bachelor's degree, and that is in forensic science?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, would you say that in terms of the natural sciences, that biology is probably one that is more geared towards the life sciences, right?
It can be a scope of many different things.
Okay, and it's the study of living organisms and then the vital processes of those living organisms, right?
Biology can be the study of living organisms.
I already don't like him.
And obviously DNA, that's an organic.
I'm reserving
type of thing that
judgment.
living organisms possess.
Why?
Would you say that?
DNA.
Why don't I like him?
A thing that living organisms.
But you only have a
is thing that
bachelor's
living
degree, so therefore you're an
organisms
ignorant
No,
person
you
that doesn't know
didn't.
anything.
He
You
didn't
also
say
talked
that.
about how
You're
DNA
assuming.
is broken down. And the DNA is a molecule, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the molecule is, I think we've all seen it, somewhat of a helix shape, maybe two things like a ribbon, two things wrapped around each other.
It can resemble a ribbon, yes.
Now,
right,
of
now I
all
don't
the
like them.
the possible loci on a DNA molecule, you're focused on 21 of those, right?
Yes, I'm testing 21 different areas.
And they're not necessarily areas on the DNA molecule that are right next to each other. They can be placed throughout the DNA molecule. Those just happen to be the genetic markers that you guys are looking at for determining uniqueness. Does that sound fair?
They are spread across the
just trying
different
really
areas of
hard.
DNA, and they can be anywhere, and they are in combination what makes people unique.
And those 21 markers that you're looking at, you're not looking at, say, if you and I were to compare our DNA, you're not going to take 21 markers on your DNA and then 21 separate markers on mine. You're going to be looking at the same markers on each. Does that sound fair?
We would be looking at the same markers
No,
based on.
you're not
whatever-
banned at all.
All right, so
See,
let's take a look
this is
at-
coming through here.
at
You're not timed out. You're
what
not
you were
banned
talking about
anything.
in your direct when it comes to the 21 markers and the alleles and those things that sort of make each person unique. Want to take a look at that? All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to draw this back a little bit.
I think they're prepared for this cross. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder
All right,
what he's
so-
going to get with it.
Would you agree that this is the DNA profile of Mr. Matthew Terry?
That looks like a piece of paper pulled out of my file,
Mhm.
and that would be the DNA profile from Matthew Terry.
All right, so you would agree that this is the DNA profile of Mr. Terry?
I can look and cross-check it within my notes to make sure it's the same one.
All right, I can tell you, if you accept my word for it, that this came out of your file. You see the case number and your initials at the top, Analyst ET, that's you?
Yes.
Right? You see the case number? You
Yes.
see the date? It
Yes.
says STR summary sheet, global filer, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we can agree that's yours.
Yes. that
That's
is
your,
the
that's
piece
your
of paper.
work product, and those are the alleles that you came up for each one of the markers for Mr. Terry, right?
It appears that way, yes.
All right, so when we say, now to use some of the words that we used in direct, we take a look at D3, right up here, right? Okay? D3, would you say that D3 is the loci, the location on the DNA molecule?
D3 is the loci or
Okay.
location.
Now, right next to D3, it says 1516, right?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that 1516 is the DNA type at that loci?
1516 is the DNA type for the DNA profile from Matthew Terry at D3.
Okay. And then we go down, obviously, at some point here, we have the Y, XY. Would you say
This is very
gender
interesting. I've
all
never
three
seen
of
a
those are
good
the
cross
gender
of a
markers.
DNA expert,
And then
and he's going
all the
somewhere
rest
with
of the
this.
numbers, going all the way down to D2 at the very bottom of the page, the rest of those are the loci that are not related in any way to male or female.
Correct. The rest of the loci are not related to male or female.
Okay, so in looking at the rest of the 21, not the 3 gender markers, but the rest of the 21, from those 21, you can't really tell whether or not somebody's male or female.
No, I cannot.
Okay.
We'll see where this
Now,
goes.
you also use the word possible a lot in your direct testimony. And when you say possible, you're talking about the possible presence of DNA, or an individual is a possible contributor or a possible donor to a DNA mixture. You use the word possible because you're never really arriving at an absolute certainty in any of your calculations. Isn't that right?
The word possible is the language that is used because I'm just doing the comparison based on what I know to be the profile from a individual compared to a profile that I don't know where it came from. I know the general location, but I don't know what the end result should be.
And when we're talking about DNA also, we're referring to human DNA, obviously. And human DNA comes from all kinds of sources on a human body, right?
DNA can be found in many different sources that come from the body.
And it can be found in sweat, yes?
Skin cells would be found in sweat, which is where the DNA would come from.
Yes. And also, if you take a swab of somebody's hand, you just rub it across the surface of the back of their hand, that's possibly going to be a source of DNA, whether or not it's skin cells or whether or not it could be blood, or if, depending on whether or not somebody's bitten in that location, it can be saliva, semen, hair follicles. Would you say that all those are potential sources for DNA?
Hair follicles must have a root, but I would expect if you swab somebody's hand that you would likely get DNA from that person.
Now, the hair root would potentially contain blood, correct?
It's possible a hair root can contain blood, but not always.
And there's also, even if you have the hair strand, there's a potential for something called mitochondrial DNA, right?
Yes, but FDLE does not do mitochondrial testing.
And you would have to send that out, but it is a possible source. If you have a strand of hair, that DNA can be found possibly anywhere on the strand, including in the follicle, correct?
Mitochondrial DNA if it doesn't have a root.
Right. So here you're talking about potentially 6 or 7 sources of DNA just from what can be gathered from the surface of the body, or potentially with semen or something like that, right?
Well, the DNA is contained in cells, and so there are a lot of different cells within body fluids, and they could be various.
And you can't look at a DNA molecule, or you can't do some kind of testing, and from that testing alone, or from the appearance of the molecule itself, you cannot tell what the source of that is, correct?
If I didn't do confirmatory testing, I 100% say the source of DNA, no.
Now, there are occasions where you can do that, such as a buccal swab. Now, there's a buccal swab in evidence here, isn't there?
There is a buccal swab.
Now, if you have a buccal swab, obviously that's a witness taking a large Q-tip and rubbing it around inside of somebody's mouth, a very rich source for DNA, and collecting that and putting it in an airtight container and sending it off to you guys. You're pretty sure at that point you're dealing with a known source of DNA, correct?
A buccal swab is a known source of DNA.
Yes. So in that circumstance, you're not really concerned with source. You're not really concerned with whether or not it's blood, whether or not it's hair, semen. It's just DNA that you know comes from a known source, and a buccal swab means that it comes from inside somebody's mouth. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
But you know that if it's a buccal swab, you know that it's not any one of the other possible sources. You know that that buccal swab came from inside somebody's mouth, and that's the source of the DNA, correct?
A known standard would be a known DNA profile.
All right. In that circumstance, when you're dealing with a buccal swab, there really shouldn't be any problem getting a complete profile. Would you agree with that?
Sometimes there are issues obtaining a complete profile, but usually we get a complete profile the first time.
This feels to me like there's a point to this. He's going somewhere with this.
I hope so.
Yeah, I don't think this is just chaos theory.
Now, the buccal swabs themselves are not the only source for DNA that you may have. Sometimes, would you agree that police may send to you a swab from a scene? And we've seen that in this case. That's also the source sometimes for DNA for you, correct?
A swab from a scene would be a question sample.
Yes. And often, also, sometimes you're sent the actual items themselves. Like you could be sent clothing, or you could be sent a weapon of some kind, and your job is to do the actual swab yourself and do the extraction yourself from that collected item, right?
Sometimes we're sent the actual items and not just swabs, yes.
Were you given any actual items in this case, or were you only provided swabs?
The leaves that I was provided did come as just leaves and not swabs, but everything else, the fingernail clippings came as actual fingernail clippings. The blood stain card was not a swab, it's a actual card with drops of blood on it. Let me just check the first report just to be sure. And then the rest of the items were swabs.
So the items that were not swabs that were sent to you would be the fingernails, the leaves, and the stain card.
Hey, Law Talk with Mike. Want a link? We'd love to have you here.
Now, do you always
I'll send you a
test
link.
for-
Join if you
for
can
the
or
presence
want.
of blood in circumstances where are you given any facts of the case? Like if you're given the facts of the case, or do you only test for the presence of blood when you're asked to do so, or do you sometimes do that on your own initiative?
Not all the times do I test for the possible presence of blood. Some of those instances would be to ensure that I have enough sample to take forward to DNA analysis, or if the stain is small, I want to make sure that I have enough sample for my DNA analysis, so I take it right to DNA without testing it for blood.
In this case, you were in some ways concerned with the presence of mixtures, right? In other words, with your stain cards or with your buccal swab, under those circumstances, you know that you're only dealing with one known contributor, right? If you get a buccal swab or you get a stain card from the medical examiner's office, you're not really looking for mixtures or trying to separate different DNA contributors. Would you agree with that?
Any question sample I'm sent, I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but a known swab or a blood stain card, I know that should be from just one person, so I know what I can expect from a known standard.
Same with a buccal?
Yes, a buccal or a stain card.
But with other items in evidence, such as perhaps leaves, fence, fingernail clippings, you know going in that you're dealing with the possibility of there being more than one contributor.
I don't know any information as to what happened, and I don't know what to expect. So I have no idea what it should be or what I'm going to get when I test anything that's a question sample.
My question is, you're accepting the possibility.
There's always a possibility, but I don't know what it should be, so I'm not saying I expect it is not a fair statement.
And with these fingernails, let's just take that item for a second. With the fingernails themselves, when you got that sample, or when you got that evidence, did you at all test for the possible presence of blood on the fingernails?
I did not test for the possible presence of blood on the fingernails to conserve sample.
Did you have any information in the case that, like obviously you tested other materials for the presence of blood, right? So why don't you walk us through really quickly all those items that you tested for the presence of blood.
I tested my item 7 swabs from the front porch, from 6211 front porch. Item 8 swabs from east side of 6209. Item 9 swabs from front west fence of 6209. Swabs from K Baker's neck, which were item 10. I also tested the swabs from the right hands of Matthew Terry, which was item 1, sorry. Item 2, swabs from red stain in backyard of 6209. Item 3, swabs from red stain on side of fence. Item 4, swabs from red stain on front porch of 6209. And item 5, which were the leaves.
And when you tested a swab from the back of K Baker's neck, was that presumptively positive or negative?
The item 10 swabs from K Baker's neck, item 10 gave the chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Now at that point, when you realized that there was presumptively blood on the back of K Baker's neck, did you at all consider going back to the fingernails and testing them for the possible presence of blood?
I don't know what order I worked the items in, so I don't know which one I had done first. But it really wouldn't have mattered because fingernails are, when I deal with fingernails, they're always so small anyway. So in order to conserve the sample, I take swabbings from the fingernails and take them to DNA analysis.
Well, how many fingernails did you get?
I can take a look if you just give me 1 second.
There, somebody was saying there's an expert on the defense side that's feeding this, and there's a point to what they're doing here. I don't know what it is quite yet.
So item 11, which was the right hand fingernails from Kay Baker, came to me that had 4 fingernail clippings and a nail clipper. And item 12, which were the left hand fingernail clippings, had 5 pieces of fingernails in them.
So with the 5 fingernails that you received, and you have before presumptively tested fingernails for blood. I mean, you don't always say, well, these are too small, I'm not going to test them. You could, regardless of their size, swab 2 or 3 of them for the presence of blood, could you not?
I mean, we're dealing with pieces of fingernails. I don't have the entire fingernail. Depending on the case, I couldn't say whether or not I've always tested them for blood or always have not tested them for blood. But in this case, I made the decision to not test them for the possible presence of blood and just collect a sample and take it direct to DNA analysis.
Did you presumptively test the right hand for blood?
I did not. The right hand fingernail clippings, I did not test for blood, no.
Well, you're provided a swab of the backhand of Mr. Terry, correct? Or of the hand of Mr. Terry, you were given a swab of his hand? Yes?
I was, yes.
Were you at all provided a swab of Ms. Baker's hand to see whether or not it had the presence of blood on it?
I was not provided a swab of Ms. Baker's hand.
So you have no idea, based on your findings, whether or not Ms. Baker's hands had blood on them?
I have no idea whether her hands had blood on them, but I have just the results that I obtained from the fingernails, the DNA results.
Now, a mixture, as we've heard about it, you can have a single source DNA sample, right? A single source where it's just one contributor, yes?
A single source is just one contributor.
And you can have a mixture which is essentially unlimited. You could have anywhere from 2 contributors all the way up to who knows how many, correct?
A mixture is more than one person's DNA.
Now, if we're talking about the left-hand fingernails, I think that would be item 12, is that correct?
The left-hand fingernails was item 12.
Okay.
So the first thing he's doing, I think, is saying there's DNA on her hand, but it's not blood. So that could just be from holding hands.
Another way
right?
to say that is the genotype, correct?
Seems that
Does that
way.
sound fair?
Both of the DNA types at an area together make a genotype.
Okay. Now, we're talking about the fingernails that, that's your item 12, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put something up here.
So that modifies if you got
have to go
blood
through
on
an
the
extraction
fingernails
process, and you have to
as
go
opposed
through
to
an
just
isolation
DNA.
process.
DNA
If
can just
you're
be holding a hand,
taking
right?
one person's DNA and saying that that's going to be a contributor, and then trying to identify the second contributor. So first you have to identify that you have a mixture, right? And then you have to break that down into, sometimes you have a major contributor and a minor contributor. Does that sound fair?
That's not really what we do anymore. I'm looking at the DNA types in the mixture together as a whole, so I'm not sure what you mean by isolation process.
Well, when you're saying, well, obviously you're picking and choosing, you're saying, okay, this contributor is 93%, this person is 7% in terms of the mixture, right? So you're assigning a degree of contribution to each contributor.
I'm
correct?
not picking and choosing anything.
All right, well, let's look at your notes here real quick.
That was a good catch on her part.
Now, when I say you, let's just say I'm not necessarily saying you personally, but at some point in your process, you are, let me see if I can hone in on this a little bit. Okay, so these are your bench notes from item 12, the left-hand fingernails.
Good. He's got our
Somebody,
bench notes.
Be it you,
These
or
guys, they know they're good.
STR mix, when we're talking about your statistical calculator, or somebody at FDLE is saying contributor 1 is 93%, correct? Right there?
When I run it through the program that I use to look at mixtures, it assigns what it believes to be the contributor 1's percentage.
Yes, and this is a thing that you're doing.
She's not
You're
doing the
running it through a
uptick thing with her
program,
voice
and
under
then-
cross-examination.
I mean, you're not calling that number wrong,
She's
are
not
you?
trying to
I'm
see
not calling it
what
wrong.
you're
I'm not assigning it 93% myself.
All right. So whether it's you or STR mix, right, and if you want to tell the jury what STR mix is, since we might be using that between us on numerous occasions, if you want to explain to them what STR mix is, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. STR Mix, like I said, is a computer program that helps me look at DNA mixtures. It also helps me
Her voice
calculate the
automatically
statistics.
switched
It's
to that
just
low.
like a big calculator.
Yeah.
It does everything that I can
She's
do
trying to be
by hand,
likable.
but because it is a
Oh,
computer,
is that
it's
it?
faster.
We got to talk
Here.
about this in a break.
Would you say that STR mix or you or whoever else is drawing these conclusions is saying that Kay Baker is contributing 93% to the DNA mixture on her left-hand fingernails?
So what it's doing is looking at the mixture as a whole. It is then looking at the interior components, and of course I have to look at it to make sure that everything in my STR mix run is working properly and there is no indicators that something went wrong.
It's back.
So I tell
Or-
it that there
or
it
the
is a
road.
mixture consistent with two people. So when it's looking at how much DNA is present within the sample, it's saying that for contributor 1, these are the weights and the genotypes that it is calling as contributor 1. So it is looking at the genotype and the DNA types that are present within the mixture and saying contributor 1 at D3, which is that first area, is a 1518, and it's saying the weight is 100%, so there's no other options that what that first contributor can be at that particular area. And if you see the whole contributor 1, it's saying that all of those genotypes are 100% weighted, as those are the only genotypes contributor 1 can be.
And that's a degree of confidence, right? 100%. In other words, at D3, STR mix is 100% confident that the genotype is 1518, correct?
It's not a confidence level, it's saying that the weight is 100% as what those genotypes should be.
Okay. Now that's, as you look at the 93% contributor, it's giving 100% right down the line, is it not?
It is, and with this particular sample, I also knew that it was from Kay Baker, so I told the program that this sample was, if this is item 12, is that right?
This is.
I told it that I know what Kay Baker's profile should be because they were present. It is a sample from her hand. So I told it that these are her DNA types, and then it looks at the mixture with that as well.
Okay, and so there is at times information that you are programming into STR mix, or commands or information that you independently are putting into that program for it to factor into its calculations or the amount of weight that it's going to assign any particular marker.
There is different things that I tell it, and if her DNA types were not present, I wouldn't have told it that she was expected to be a donor to that profile.
Okay, so now we get into contributor at 7%. And if I heard you correctly on direct, you said that there was a 1 in 700 billion or something like that Matthew Terry was a contributor. You know, and using the language that you use, the statistical language versus unknown versus with Kay Baker, things of that nature. Now let's take a look at D3. Very top, D3. I can zoom in on this if you like. Okay. D3 was a 1516 at 91% weight.
He's running the risk
You
of
agree with that?
boring the jury, I think.
Yeah, maybe, but he's getting somewhere with this. He's got an expert witness who has
Now,
educated him on the
QQ
problems with what she's
means
done,
unknown,
and he's going
right?
to
Meaning
tie
that-
it up at the
that
end.
With that 7% amount of DNA for that contributor, you are not able to get an exact marker at D3, meaning that you had an incomplete sample or an incomplete amount of DNA to work with. So QQ is just something that is language for STR mix, or that you use to show we don't know what the DNA is there, correct?
No, the QQ that you see over in the component just means the genotype isn't greater than 99%. So it's not calling a definitive genotype at that area. What you see under weight and the genotype different combinations is what it believes to be the different genotypes that could be present within that mixture, and the weight it is giving those genotypes that are there.
So because it was less than 99%, it comes out with QQ. So everywhere that it's 99% or greater, you'll see either one number or both numbers. Does that sound fair?
If there is a number under component greater than 99%, it means that it was above 99, equal to or greater than 99%.
All right, now here, it also allowed for other various possibilities. 16, 18, it assigned a weight of 4%, correct?
Yes.
And on down.
16, 18 assigned a weight of 4.03%.
Okay, so let's go to D16. Now, if you have Mr. Terry's DNA profile at D16, what is Mr. Terry at D16?
12, 13.
Okay. How much weight is STR mix assigning to 1213 at D16?
It is assigning a 34.01% weight.
So in other words, what STR mix is saying there is that it is 34% confident or 34% convinced that that marker is 1213.
I'll be right back.
It's not a confidence. Again, that weight is taken into account when it calculates the statistic, when it's comparing what the DNA type is present versus what the person is that I'm comparing.
And there's a big difference between 34% and 91%, correct?
There is a difference between the two, but again, it's taken into account during the calculation.
Let's go down to CSF, right at the bottom. All right, CSF is, would you agree that CSF is type 1111?
What do you mean?
CSF, the type at CSF, the marker, CSF, the type is 1111.
I mean, 1111 is the top option at 40.07%.
Which is quite different than 99% or 91%. You agree?
40% is different than 99 or 91%.
And that there's also allowing for the possibility of 1112 at 30%, 12,
I'm totally
12
awake.
at
Why?
15%, unknown and 11, 6.34. So it's
This is
giving
actually
various
very
percentages and assigning
sophisticated
various weights
cross right here.
to
Don't
other
underestimate what's being
possibilities.
done here.
That's what this is doing.
Cross is
correct?
where truth comes
It
out.
is assigning the weights,
And
when the
he's got an
calculation
expert
is
that's
done,
feeding
it
him
takes
the
into
problems
account the weight
with
that
what
it
she's done.
assigns if the
So there's a
particular
point
person
that he's
is
doing.
that
This is not
DNA
random
type
just
or
throwing up
genotype.
questions.
And that's quite
He's got an
different than what we
expert that
saw
fed
with
him
Kate Baker
the
at
weaknesses of what
100%
she's
for every
done.
single weight and every single marker, correct?
That is different, yes.
You don't get to see this kind of cross very often. So And this takes a lot of training to do this cross and a lot of expertise. So I know it sounds boring, but this is a lot of education that goes into this.
Let's go down
cross.
to D2, which is, I'm going to show you what Mr. Terry is at D2. The second D2, not the top. All right. You see, very last marker, D2 S1338. Mr. Terry is a 1720. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
I don't know what any of that means.
Well, he's establishing a foundation
Yeah.
to question her DNA results or what she's doing. See, she's a technician. She's been trained to do it a certain way, and she has a certain level of knowledge. But they have an expert who knows DNA in a way that she does not. So these questions are coming at her, and she's going to have to answer. So this is very sophisticated cross. This is not a lot of defense attorneys can do this. So it's worthwhile to pay attention if you're interested in this kind of thing, because this guy knows what he's doing, and there's a point to what he's doing.
S133.
He's got to get to the point before the jury just tunes out after lunch. Full
Tough,
stomach.
because you got to do it.
Mr. Terry
You
is
got to establish this
1720
foundation.
at D2 S1338, yes?
Mr. Terry is a 1720 at D2 S1338.
Do you see either a 17 or a 20 in any of these possible genotypes when totaled together, STR mix is adding up to 100%? Do you see a 17 or 20 anywhere on there?
I do not see a 17 or 20, but it would take into account where that QQ option is.
In all other circumstances that we were looking at, where STR mix or whatever information you're programming into STR mix is considering what those markers are, and each one of those markers, we see the possibility at various weights of Mr. Terry's DNA type at that marker, don't we?
It is, the STR mix program is looking at what is present within the DNA sample from the question sample and coming up with different combinations of what the contributors could be and assigning weights to those.
And I think I heard you on direct when you said that if somebody's DNA is not at a marker, if they have a DNA type that is not found in the mixture or not found in the single source, that is not their DNA that is contributing to it.
We were discussing single source complete profiles, not DNA mixtures.
So if that's not Mr. Terry's DNA at that marker, and if it's not Ms. Baker's DNA at that marker, then do you consider the possibility of a third contributor?
The sample obtained from item 12 was consistent with 2 donors. I don't know specifically off the top of my head what D2 S1338 looks like. I would have to take a look at it, but those are very possible genotypes that are there, and a QQ option was given, but it be also, it had a low weight, but it doesn't mean someone's excluded. I did run the samples through the program, and if it was excluded, it would have overall excluded the comparison of Matthew Terry.
During that analysis that STR mix goes through and figuring out the 93% with the 7%, does it ever confuse, in that 7%, does it ever confuse any DNA types from the 93% contributor? Does it ever do that?
I'm not sure what you mean by confused, sorry.
Okay. I'm going to walk you through it here. Go back to CSF, right?
I like this guy. I'm telling you, he knows what he's doing. I've been through this training. I'm not good at this, but I've been through the training, and it went over my head too. But there's a point to what he's doing here, and he knows what he's doing. There's a point here, and it may be to set up a defense witness. It may be to undermine confidence in these DNA results. He's already established that it wasn't blood on her fingernails, so that shows it's, as opposed to a scratch, it could just be a handhold, right? Which
Going
is
back to
consistent with a
CSF.
boyfriend.
Mr. Terry is an 11-12, but so is Ms. Baker. They're both 11-12s at CSF. And if you look at the statistical probability or the amount of weight given to 11-12, the amount of weight given to 1112 is 30%, which means that it's giving more weight, STR mix is giving more weight to a DNA type that does not belong to either Mr. Terry or Ms. Baker. Would you agree with that?
So again, what the program is doing is looking at what the DNA mixture has as DNA types at all of the areas. It's coming up with different genotype combinations for the different people within the mixture based on how many people I tell it is in the mixture or if there's an expected donor. I don't know off the top of my head what the DNA types were present at CSF, but it is giving a 1111 as a possible DNA type for contributor 2 at that particular area at 40%. It also gives an 1112 a 30% and a 1212 15% weight based on what is present in the DNA mixture. So that is overall what it's giving as the different combinations as to what can be present in that mixture when I compare someone to it.
We'll talk about this at the break, all right, what's going on here, because about confusing the jury and technical stuff versus boring the jury versus get to the point. Let's talk about this at the break.
Yeah. At D21, you see 2929. The amount of weight being given to it is about 45%. You see that?
I see 2929 is 44.97, I believe.
And you also see that 2930 is 32.37?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So if Mr. Terry is a 2929 and STR mix is giving 45% weight to that, and Ms. Baker is a 2930 and STR mix is giving 3237,
I'll be right
32%.
back. It's all to you, Steve.
Taking over.
You're saying that under these circumstances, because you're programming, and I think that's what you said, you're programming into STR mix that it's 2 contributors, correct?
I am telling STR mix there's 2 contributors and an expected donor on this particular sample.
Is there any possibility at all throughout any of this that STR mix is overlapping the 2 profiles in some manner?
It knows that I gave it an expected donor, and that is contributor 1's DNA types. Contributor 2 is looking at what is present in the possible DNA types that it could be, and assigning weights to those DNA types or genotypes that are present, or possible combinations.
Suppose you had typed in there the possibility of 3 contributors. Would it have broken down the mixture into percentages that would add up to 100%? Would it have done that? Would it have broken these down and done the exact same thing if you had typed in 3 contributors?
Without doing that particular thing, I don't know how it would have reacted.
Very good.
What you said earlier also is that you want to make sure that the program is doing what it's supposed to be doing and working as it should. Am I characterizing your testimony correctly?
Yes, there are different things that I look at to make sure it's working properly.
So she's working the machine. She's not analyzing the possibilities of innocence and third-party contribution. She types in that there's 2 contributors on the machine, and she interprets the output.
Exhibit 5, the leaves, and I believe Exhibit 2, the swabs and the red stain in the backyard. If we just take those 2 exhibits for a second, when you're running a statistical analysis through the software program, through STR mix, when you're doing that, would you agree that the values, for whatever it is you're dealing with, the values have to meet certain criteria? You agree with that?
When I'm running STR mix, I'm looking at specific values to make sure they are what they should be.
And in order for whatever it is you're doing to be of any use to you, then they should be running as they should be, right? All the values, everything about the program, it should be running as it should, right?
The values should meet what I know them to be, and if not, that run's not used.
Right, and so what you're looking for is you're looking for a statistical probability, right?
What do you mean, overall,
Yes.
or?
Ultimately, that's what you want the program to spit out. You want it to give you some sort of statistical probability, because just on itself, some DNA profile doesn't mean
I'm here.
Just by itself, if you're looking at a DNA
Just
profile,
lurking
that's
off
of use
cam
to
for a
you.
second.
It's the statistics that are of use to you. That's what's driving this, right? The exclusion of everyone else except for whoever's profile is on there, right? That's what you're looking at.
Not always. Often I don't have a DNA standard to compare until way later within the case. So I'm not always ultimately looking for a statistical probability, and that's not calculated until I have a known standard to compare.
That's what I'm talking about. You have a known standard. You still ran a known standard through STR mix, right? It wasn't a mixture. You've run a known standard through STR mix to give you a statistical probability, right?
Are you talking about the single source profiles
Right.
or the mixture?
Yes, a single source.
The single source profiles do get run through StarMix to calculate the statistic.
And that's the easiest one to run, right? There's nothing to separate. That's the easiest kind of standard to run through STR mix. You're not going through the 93% and the 7% and the various weights with the genotypes. All you're doing is running that known standard through a program and asking it to do something very simple, right?
I mean, all of it's fairly simple because it's a computer program and I'm typing numbers in and importing files.
And Exhibit 2 was a single source profile, wasn't it?
Exhibit 2 was a single source profile, item 2.
Right, you found no evidence of a mixture.
Item 2 was a single source profile.
You found nothing foreign, right?
Foreign's a different word that you would use. It is a single source profile.
Okay, so the first run that you made of the DNA profile from the swabs of the red stain in the backyard, the very first run that you had was useless, wasn't it? Didn't work.
A few of the runs didn't work, but I was able to identify it based on those different indicators I'm looking for, and I was able to talk to my technical leader on what to do, and I was able to fix it, and it ended up running. The run that was used ran fine.
I'm talking about the very first time you ran it through, it was not acceptable.
The first time I did not use that run because it failed the overall run.
Not good, didn't work. And this is the software program that you're continuing to use throughout this entire process. So the first run of the single source profile from the leaves, STR mix didn't like it, wasn't working, for whatever reason, didn't happen, right? And then you did a second run of the same single source, didn't work, did it?
Nope, sometimes that does happen with complete profiles.
So then you ran it a third time, the single source. We're not talking about anything complicated. You've already said it's very simple, very simple. But this really complex statistical calculator that you rely on to exclude and include for this trillions of odds, whatever it is, couldn't do it successfully.
It did end up doing it successfully once I was able to identify the two that didn't work, talk with my technical leader on what to do further, and if it wasn't going to work a third time, I was going to put it through a manual calculator and calculate the statistic that way, but I did have a successful STR mix run.
And that's what you're claiming, but you really don't know, do you? Because you didn't run it a fourth time to make sure that that was correct. In other words, you never repeated your success with this exhibit. Bad, no, so this is the pattern here. No good, I don't like what it's giving me. No good, I don't like what it's giving me. Oh, third time, it's giving me exactly what I want. And I'm gonna stop now. And then, after you stopped with Exhibit 2...
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question other than argument?
Yes.
Yeah.
You went to Exhibit 5. What was Exhibit 5?
Exhibit 5 was the
He's leading up. He's
Okay,
making his
let's talk
closing
about your
argument, so
first
he's
run of
buttressing
the leads.
either a
Now,
defense expert or a
single source,
closing
was it
argument
not?
with this
It
questioning.
was single source, yes.
Right. What happened when you ran it the first time with the leaves?
The leaves, it ran in StarMix and it did fail, but I was able to identify the fail, and I ran it again. It failed again. I was able to talk to the technical leader on what to do. And again, this does happen on single source samples. And we were able to come up with what to do. But, and then it did run successfully a third time.
So the first time, would you say that it was similar to the problem you were having with the red stain from the backyard?
It was similar. I was able to identify it, and I failed the run based on our standard operating procedures. And then I was able to try it again, and if it didn't fail, or if it didn't pass again, I talked to the technical leader, which we figured out how to go about what I was going to do next, and I had a passing run on the third time.
Now, didn't you say that if it did it a third time, you were going to run everything manually? Didn't you say that before? Or does that only apply when you're not getting what you want with one of the single sources? So how many times does this machine or this program have to fail to perform a very simple function before you all just decide to run things manually and do it on your own? How many times does that have to happen?
It is 2 times, and then we determined what to do a third time, and if it failed a third time, I was able to perform it manually on this single source profile.
And this is the same program, is it not, that is calculating all these various genotypes and weights and things of that nature? It's the exact same thing, isn't it, STR mix?
It is the same, but all the other runs passed the first time around. I was able to identify the failing runs, and those were not what was used to provide the statistics.
You know, he's pointing out the weaknesses. It's not that it's invalid. He's trying to create doubt as to this DNA, because DNA evidence is crushing, right? So he's got some points to make about the weaknesses of what's being done. So he's making sure that's clear.
Ask you whether or not you agree with the amount of weight that STR mix is assigning to particular markers. All right. If you want to go to your notes, you can tell me whether or not you agree.
I don't think there's a disagree or agree. It is what it is.
I'm talking about what was provided.
No, I understand, but I know how StarMix works, and I agree with the program. The program does work how it should work, and if there was any indicator it wasn't working, none of those results would be used.
Ms. Troutman, what I'm asking you to do is to tell me whether or not you agree that this is the number that was produced by your program, not whether or not you agree with STR Mix's results. I'm asking you whether or not you will agree with my questioning as I walk you through each one of these markers, if that is the amount of weight that STR Mix was assigning that profile for that marker or that item, okay? So if we can go to...
The numbers are what they are. There's not really a agree or disagree. The program does work, and I know the program to work.
Can you go to D16, please?
Are you talking about item 12?
Yes.
She's a technician.
Just give me 1 minute, I can find that.
And she's following the technician, right? But the expert the defense has knows this program from behind it, right? So they're pointing out issues with whatever she's done in a higher level way. I'm not saying that they're showing the weaknesses of what's being done, which is exactly what the defense should do, right? It doesn't mean that it's not guilty. I'm just saying this is expert level DNA cross. And he'll wrap it up at the end. There's a point where he'll either have a defense expert or a closing argument that he's setting up, right?
Yes.
The top option was 1213.
Mr. Terry's 1213?
I would have to flip back unless you have it.
Can I approach the witness?
You may. You don't have to ask.
Thank you, I appreciate it. That may help.
I like this, Judge. You don't have to ask. The attorneys don't, permission to approach. Just do it.
The highest percentage type was 1213.
Good judge.
D16, the highest percentage, the weight was given with to a 1213.
And the 1213 is Mr. Terry at D16?
Mr. Terry at D16 is a 1213.
And the amount of weight that STR Mix gave that was 34%. correct?
Yes.
CSF, the highest percentage type was 1112.
The highest percentage type at CSF is an 1111.
I'm sorry. For Mr. Terry at 1112 and type at 1112, the weight was 30%, correct?
At CSF, 1112 is weighted at 30%.
1111 was the 40% that we had talked about earlier, correct?
1111 is weighted at 40%.
Now at D21, D21 S11, where Mr. Terry is a 2929 and the type is a 2929, STR mix was giving that 45%.
D21 2929 is given a weight of 44%.
At D18, for any sort of match of Mr. Terry, STAR mix was giving it a 13%.
The language wouldn't be a match; it'd be an inclusion.
Right.
So, what? Sorry, what was the question you were asking?
D18 was 13% for an inclusion of Mr. Terry.
1619 is
Yes.
a 13% weight at D18.
D22, 1515, the inclusion weight is 18% for Mr. Terry.
At D22, the 1515 is given a 18% weight.
D5, 1112, including Mr. Terry at 1112, was 35%.
D5 at 1112 is 35%.
Now going down to D2, 1923, for a QQ, which is
What are you doing,
allowing
doggos?
for even the remote
The dogs have come to
possibility
visit.
that Mr. Terry as an inclusion is 0.38%.
Sorry, which one are you talking about?
D2 S1338.
S1338. Okay.
Don't come here, whatever.
So they don't even have Mr. Terry on there, but allowing for even the remotest possibility of any contributor other than a 1923 is 0.38. And Mr. Terry's a 1720. Do you agree with that?
No, 1923 is weighted at 32%. There are many other different weights, but QQ is weighted at 0.38%, which would be accounted for in the calculation.
Right, 0.38, not even 1%, not even a 0.5%.
0.38 is the percentage.
Going to TPOX, 10Q, and Mr. Terry is a 1011, 10Q, 13%.
10Q is a 13.73%.
SE33 is 8.7%.
SE33
8%.
is 8.7%.
You know, she's not a bad witness, I will say. She's standing her ground pretty well.
1 second, please.
But the thing is that as an observation, the more objective that she can be, the more credible that she is. The more that she tries to defend her results and defend the science and say that it's him, the less credible she is. So, you know, she's a little defensive. And a lot of that comes from not knowing, because I think the defense they have their questions. They know where there's weaknesses. And she's being a little defensive about it. She loses credibility on that. I'm not saying that's this is the end of the DNA evidence. I think it's.
Thank you, Mr. Troutman. Yep. Appreciate it. No further questions.
So
Mr.
he's
Diaz?
going to.
Yeah, get the redirect.
He is going to redirect?
Yeah.
So he's established that there's no blood on the left
Mr. Trotman,
fingernails. That's
one
just
of the
DNA,
things
not
the
blood
defense
DNA.
asked you about pretty early on that you started to answer, and I don't know that it came out perfectly clear. He asked you about, you kept using the word possible, 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 and you started to respond with something about that's the accepted language. Can you explain that?
Saying the words that they are a possible contributor is just the language that's used based on what FDLE is reporting.
Is that language you picked? I mean, did you decide that that's the language that has to be used?
I did not know.
Is that the accepted language in the science?
It is the accepted language within the community.
Whether that's you or another analyst at FDLE or another analyst at some other law enforcement agency somewhere else across the country or the world, that would be the acceptable way to describe the results per the current custom of people in your field?
Yes, it's an accepted language based on the current guidelines.
You were also asked about the fingernails at Lank and about how you didn't do the chemical testing to see if there's blood on the fingernail or whatever, and you kept saying it was to conserve the sample. What does that mean?
It means I wanted to make sure I had enough sample in order to take it to DNA analysis. Like I spoke about earlier, my DNA testing works best if you put in enough DNA. So I wanted to make sure I was able to collect enough DNA, and even though it would remove a small portion, I wanted to, by doing the blood tests, I wanted to make sure that I was going to be able to have enough to take forward to DNA analysis.
You were also asked over and over, the defense kept trying to get you to say that weight is the same thing as confidence, how confident star mix is, and you keep saying weight is not confidence. Can you explain that to the jury?
So what we were looking at is the star mix report. It's looking at all the different genotypes that could be present for the different contributors. And so when you're looking at the different contributors, like we were for number 2, it's giving a particular weight to that genotype at that area. So when I'm comparing a known individual, if they happen to be the genotype that has the lowest overall weight, that is going to take into account during the calculation. Same thing if the person whom I'm comparing has the highest weight, it is going to take into account during the calculation as well.
All right, and so let's just hypothetically create the first loci of someone, and it turns out to be an 11-12. That's the reading that you believe it is, an 11-12, okay? Is STR mix then looking at the possibility that of 10-12, meaning you subtracted 1 from 11, so it's 10-12, or 12-12, meaning you added 1 to 11, or 10-11, meaning you subtracted 1 from 12, or 10-13, meaning you added 1 to 12. It's looking at all of those possibilities, is that correct?
So if our DNA profile in the mixture, and using a mixture is the best way to talk about it, if it is a 11-12, it's looking at what is the overall DNA contribution, and could that person be in the genotypes a 11-12, an 11-11, or a 12-12, and giving a particular weight to all of those combinations. And so then when I make the comparison afterwards, it is providing the statistic based on the weights as well.
So when Mr. Kane kept asking you about how you kept looking for results you like, are you telling me that STR mix is actually looking at all the possible variables? It's looking at 11-12, 11-11, 12-12, maybe 10-11, whatever the case may be. It's calculating all of these possibilities?
It is calculating all the different possibilities.
And at the end of the day, who makes the call? Does the computer make the call, or do you make the call?
I make the call if the run works like it should or not, and then if it doesn't, I I get outside guidance, and then all of my work is reviewed to ensure that
Yes, ma'am. So you make the decision about whether or not the run did or didn't work. So let's say you go to do the first run and something goes wrong.
Well, I'm
The
confused.
instrument backfires or whatever happens. I don't know what could go wrong, but something goes wrong. Do you just take those results and throw them out completely?
no, I don't. Those are all retained within the case file.
So they can be seen?
Yes.
All right, so now you run it a second
Start
time.
drinking caffeine
And those,
and
for whatever
ingesting
reason,
nicotine.
something goes haywire, whatever the case may be. Do you throw those results out?
No, they're retained in the case file.
So you have all those too?
Yes.
All right, now you run it the third time, and here's my question. Does the computer say, well, I know what it ran the first time, so I'm going to use that somehow to decide what I tell you the third time?
No, they're independent of each other.
It's not tracking what was said the first time or the second time to somehow influence what was said the third time.
No, they're independent.
Is one of the sort of fundamental concepts of science is that it's supposed to be repeatable, that you can replicate it, that you can do something and then you do it again. That's sort of a fundamental concept of science.
Having reproducibility is one of the concepts that we look for in testing.
So in theory, if you ran it a fourth time or a fifth time, you would expect to have the same results, again, absent some sort of glitch didn't happen.
I wouldn't know because I didn't run them, but I would hope that they would run fine.
How often do you have glitches? Is this something unusual where you had a case where you tried to run a single source and twice it didn't work as expected?
It's happened to me before, aside from this case.
He's
so
setting
I
her
know
up for some
it
really
has
bad
happened.
recross here.
I want to ask you, we keep
No,
talking about these numbers, 11, 12, whatever the case may be, 10, 12, all these sorts of things. When you look inside a person, there's not like an actual number. Like if you could look at my DNA, you wouldn't see a 10 and a 12 sitting next to each other, would you?
I would not. I
Well,
would.
as a matter of
So
fact,
10
you
and
would.
12 indicate how many times your DNA is repeated at that particular area.
So going back to what you talked about, you're breaking DNA into these like short tandem repeats, STR, correct?
Yes, that's what it stands for.
And when you feed the DNA through a machine, it spits out a number, and it might be 10, 11, 12, I don't know whatever number it is, it'll be some number, is that correct?
They correlate to numbers.
And so when you're looking at the numbers in total, you're looking at all these different locations, and STR mix is contemplating all the variables of possibilities, whether it's a 10-11, an 11-11, a 11-12, whatever the case may be. You're doing all of that. Are you taking all of that into consideration before you're even deciding whether or not a person is a contributor?
I'm making an overall conclusion as to what the sample is before I'm even looking at who can be a contributor and who can't.
Are you therefore looking at the totality of what is there and not each individual instance of what's happening?
I'm looking at the profile as a whole before it's compared.
How many other questions? Take your honor.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
And by the defense, released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and may be released as a witness at this time.
We need a break.
I'll ask the
Come on,
state,
Judge.
please call your next witness.
Anna Cox.
Anna Cox.
All right, while they're doing that, burn through as many of these as possible. Farmhand Tom says, check out Farmhand Tom on YouTube. Just posted a new video featuring Steve and Legal Vices singing Shiny Happy People. I will be sure to go look at that first chance I get. Corn Pope. Jeff, I'm not Corn Pop. None of my messages are showing up. I'm a member. I think it's Shadow Bad for no reason. I emailed you. I'm not sure if you've got back to me yet. You haven't got back to me yet. I check your email. I don't know what it is. It's a thing. YouTube's been being squirrely today. I don't know if that has something to do with it.
Affirm any testimony you give in this
We had over
proceeding?
1,000 viewers and it said I had
Nothing but the
45.
truth.
It's
So help you God.
maybe it's being squirrely.
Thank you. If you'll follow
And
the
so,
bill
guys, I
down
see all
the
your
ramp, leads
messages.
up
I
to
am
the chair.
replying. Still, no one can see me. Don't know what
Please
to
watch
do.
your
I
step.
have a bunch of things in chat all day.
Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself
Check your
comfortable. That
email,
microphone
and
in
let's
front
hope
of
it
you
goes
is
away
fully
tomorrow.
adjustable.
Thank you.
Mandy Caravicious, can you see this? Just making sure. Thanks.
What she got? What is that on? She threw up a candy on the it's like a little chocolate for later.
Second, I was giving the witness a chance there. Second is set
Oh
up.
no.
You ready to go?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
We'll do this
My
later.
name is Anna Cox.
And Ms. Cox, what do you do for a living?
I own my own private forensic consulting business.
And
More
do you
science.
consult in any particular areas?
I specialize in bloodstain pattern
Oh,
analysis.
here's the blood
It's a
spatter.
blood
proper
splatter
chemical
woman.
enhancement procedures, as well as proper homicide processing procedures.
Proper
All right, those are
homicide
sort of
processing
different
procedures.
things, so let's talk about those just very basically.
But improper.
What is bloodstain pattern analysis?
That is a discipline of forensic science where we analyze and interpret bloodstains at a crime scene in an attempt to
Does she interpret
provide
chocolate
information
stains on the table there?
bloodshedding events that have occurred.
Okay, and then you talked about chemical enhancement? What's
Yes.
that?
That is using a variety of chemicals to enhance whether it be something we call latent fingerprint
Uh-oh,
ridge
chat's
detail,
bored.
trying
That's
to see if
dangerous.
we can get comparable
This
characteristics.
science stuff can get
so
boring.
that
No
that
doubt. And that's a danger with any of
enhancement
it.
can be compared to a known item, whether that be fingerprints, tire marks, fabric marks.
and I specialize particularly in enhancement of blood prints on a variety of surfaces and substrates.
All right, and you talk about blood prints. What do you mean by blood prints? You mean like bloody fingerprints?
Sure, you can have bloody fingerprints, there can be bloody shoe wear, there can be fabric impressions. I've enhanced weapon impressions, and there's a variety of chemicals that you can use because the surface is basically going to dictate to you which chemical that you need to be using. So I am proficient in the chemical application as well as understanding the chemical composition as well as how it reacts with the surface I'm going to be processing.
Well, let's talk about your educational background. Did you go to college?
No.
I did.
And did you take courses in science in college?
I did.
And then having graduated from college, what did you do then? Did you just go into business for yourself and start doing this?
No.
What happened?
I subsequently went and got a certificate in crime scene technology after I received my bachelor's degree. And that certificate in crime scene technology was comprised of basically your core field work courses: photography, fingerprint processing, proper documentation of a scene, crime scene safety. So it kind of gave you your fundamentals to process a scene. While I was a student at that particular college, I met the section manager of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, of which I subsequently became hired as a forensic science specialist there. And then while I was working, I pursued additional academic education.
And I don't know if it's the correct name, but I mean, everybody calls them crime scene investigators. Did you become a crime scene investigator?
I did. We were called forensic science specialists, which was just a fancy term for
And is
crime
this
scenes.
around 2000 when all this is happening?
Yes, I actually began as a volunteer autopsy technician at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office. I did that for about 6 months, and then I was subsequently hired in July of 2000 at the Sheriff's Office.
And so now that you're hired at the Sheriff's Office and you're working as a forensic, what is it again?
Forensic science specialist.
Forensic science specialist. I'm gonna call it CSI, you gotta forgive me. Now that you're working as a forensic science specialist, are you working in the field every day, or not every day, but whatever days you're working out, taking photos, collecting fingerprints, collecting items of potential evidence, whatever the case may be?
Yes, that was my specific job responsibilities, was to respond to crime scenes, ranging from property crimes all the way to death investigations. And I was tasked with all forms of identifying, documenting, processing, collecting, proper packaging, securing, maintaining chain of custody, report writing, all of that. I was responsible to do that for any scene I responded to.
So I want to talk with you ultimately about blood pattern analysis. How do you start moving into blood pattern analysis?
After I finished my probationary period at the Sheriff's Office and graduated from the field training, my section manager recognized that I did in fact have a natural science background and some coursework that I had taken academically, and asked me if I would be interested in pursuing bloodstain pattern analysis. This was roughly a year after I had started the Sheriff's Office, so in 2001. And I indicated an interest in it and was immediately sent to take professional coursework from other bloodstain pattern analysts in the field. I actually fell in love with the discipline, really enjoyed the science background to it, as well as the application of it to scene work, and I've just been continuing from there.
All right, so when we last left off, you're working at the Sheriff's Office. You've now sort of started to specialize in the blood pattern analysis. At some point, do you ever go and get further degrees or certificates or anything in school?
Yes, I went to University of Florida and I enrolled in their graduate certificate program, which was 4 courses that had been extrapolated from their master's degree program. I took forensic anthropology, forensic DNA, serology, and I took forensic medicine 1 and 2. And successfully completed that graduate program and received my graduate certificate in death investigation. I did not finish or pursue my master's degree at the University of Florida because then the rest of the coursework became very lab-based, and I don't work in a lab, I work the road. So I was more interested in pursuing an academic education that was more geared towards what I do on a daily basis, and subsequently enrolled in another master's degree program that was in fact field-based.
All right, so you talk about you work the road. Do you mean like you work out in the field?
Yes, I worked the road at the sheriff's office. We call it working the road, which means I actually dispatched out to active crime scenes. And as part of my private business, I am still contacted by local agencies throughout the state of Florida, and I still respond on behalf of those agencies to assist with an investigation.
All right, we're going to get to that, but in my understanding then, you went to the University of Florida, you got your graduate certificate, and basically you said, I don't want to be a guy sitting behind a desk, or I don't want to be a woman sitting behind a desk in a lab. I want to work out in the field.
I wanted to continue in the field, correct.
All right, so you mentioned that there was another university that did have something more akin to what you wanted. Tell us about that.
I enrolled in a graduate master's degree program through National University, which is based out of San Diego, California. And that master's degree I got actually specializes in investigations. So it was additional coursework in fingerprinting, photography, major case investigations, proper processing. I was also required to complete a thesis, which had to be peer reviewed before I was allowed to present it to the university. And I did my master's thesis on a very specific field of bloodstain analysis, where I analyzed bloodstains on clothing.
All right, and so that's your thesis that you ultimately presented and defended for your master's?
Correct.
Okay, so now what year are we in when you're getting your master's?
If I recall, I received my master's degree in 2016.
And are you still working at the sheriff's office then, or have you left employment to go be in California and take your school?
Well, I did my academic education from National was online, but I at that
Not
time
at
was a
all.
private consultant, so I went straight from the sheriff's office. In 2013, I left the sheriff's office and immediately opened my own business, and then kept working the road, working in the field, as well as doing case file reviews for agencies.
All right, and so since 2013, when you kind of put up your own shingle and opened your own business, tell me who hires you and what you've been hired for.
I am hired by law enforcement agencies to respond to scenes, or if I'm not called when the scene is still active, I can do a case file review off of the agency's CSI work. I am also contacted by attorneys, both defense as well as state attorneys, and I also am at times contacted by families as well as civil attorneys.
All right, so you work both criminal and civil, both for state and for defense.
That's correct.
And how many times do you think you've been hired as a private consultant?
Can I refer to my CV?
If it helps you, sure. Don't read from it, but take a look and refresh your memory.
Can I refer to my own CV?
She graduated in 2016. Her CV's not that extensive.
As
not a
a
good look.
private consultant, I have an overall casework total of over 200 cases.
Okay. And some of those, I assume, are for state, some of those, I assume, are for defense?
That's correct.
And are they only here in Hillsborough County, or have you worked all over the state?
I've worked all over the state, as well as in Louisiana and Maryland.
And there's also state court for criminal cases, and there's federal court for criminal cases. You ever worked a federal case?
I have.
Do you currently stay up to date in the field? Do you have to take some sort of classes, or do you read journals or something to keep you up to speed on what's going on in the developments in the science?
Yes, I am members of some professional associations, which affords me the opportunity to read their journals. So that's primarily why I'm actually part of the membership, is to have access to the journals. I also teach quite frequently, and I recognize part of my responsibility as being an instructor is to be well-versed on new trends, new scientific information, so I do a lot of my own self-instruction.
And when you say you teach, do you mean you teach in a classroom, at a university, or you mean you teach crime scene investigators, new ones? What do you mean?
I teach bloodstain coursework. I teach chemical enhancement, primarily at this time to local agencies, as well as
It's
through
Mike from
professional
Chicago, as
law
always.
enforcement affiliations. For example, the
Good morning,
Institute
sir.
of Police Technology and Management,
Afternoon, whatever it
which
is.
is affiliated with the University of North Florida in Jacksonville. So I will teach up-and-coming crime scene investigators and investigators. I've had attorneys I've taught in courses. I've had some laboratory people who have opted to take some of my courses. So I have the opportunity to teach to a variety of different types of individuals.
Have you ever been asked to serve as a guest speaker or a lecturer or something like that, like at a conference or anything of that sort?
Yes, I actually have spoken for the International Association of Homicide Investigators. I've done bloodstain analysis presentations for them. I have also taught bloodstain analysis for a multi-jurisdictional law enforcement society up in up in Illinois.
Get love for the mic.
I also have taught at the Florida Division of the International Association of Identification. I did a professional presentation for them, so
This
I
is
also
getting
do,
overboard. I don't like it when
Yeah.
they go on and
as
on and
well
on about
for
their
affiliations,
qualifications.
yes.
It's not that
Turn
impressive
the
to
witness
me.
report here.
Any questions?
Nothing.
They're qualifying as an expert. It's like, yes, you've done this course, and then you could get to the point a lot quicker.
Thanks, Judge. Ma'am, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 64 A and B.
What's
and
she an
States
expert
Exhibit
on?
65 A through
Blood
F.
splatter.
Recognize these things?
Mike, have you met Steven? Steven, have you met Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Hi, Steven. We'll have to catch up here in a bit. Their stabby guy. We'll squeeze in a super chat here. Awesome projects. Gentlemen, you are awesome. Steven, you're super nice. I enjoy you talking because I learn. Jeff, I find he doesn't learn, obviously doesn't learn when I talk. Jeff, I find myself on your channel more every day. Thank you.
As to States 64 A and B, are those diagrams that you created for the purposes of assisting in your testimony today?
The large one is my diagram, and then this back page is just a enlargement of a portion of that diagram.
And those are things that you created yourself?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit number 64 A and B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 64A and B will be admitted at this time.
And as to 65A through M, are those photos that you took of evidence that's in this case that you used for purposes of analysis, which will be
Gotta
testifying?
get the pictures into evidence.
Yes.
Go through the
Those
boring
photos fairly
foundation
accurately
stuff.
depict the items that you saw and the things that you observed on them.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit number 65A through M.
Any objection?
No objection.
65A through M admitted.
While he's doing that, Flux says, "Yay, Big Cox is going to do blood splatter." Her last name is Cox.
A PowerPoint slide as a demonstrative to help explain the work that you do.
I did.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, at this time, I would publish the demonstrative that Ms. Cox created.
Any objection?
I've seen, no.
All right, you may.
All right, let me see if I can get this to
And
her.
Flux, who has something about blood spatter, says, "Finally, the good stuff."
So is this your PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm gonna click through the pages and you tell us what we're using here, explain to us what we're reading and what's important.
Okay, so
Don't give me that school
I've
teacher
abbreviated
voice.
bloodstained pattern analysis. We just
No.
call it BPA. And it is, by definition, the scientific study of the blood stains and patterns resulting from a bloodshedding event. So regardless of the type of incident that causes the bloodshedding event, we can respond and attempt to analyze and interpret the blood stains. So it could be anything from a burglary to a death investigation. And what we are tasked with doing is we identify, document, define, analyze, and then interpret the blood stains and patterns that we visually see at the scene. And there's a lot of considerations that we must make when we are attempting to analyze and then interpret the bloodshedding event. We look at the size, the shape, and the distribution of the blood stains and patterns. We look at the number of the blood stains. And the interesting thing about the size, shape, and distribution of the blood stains is that the way that the blood stain is distributed is very entrenched to the natural sciences. It really reflects some of the core concepts of physics. Then we look at the number of the stains. We look at their location, the surface that they're on. And we also look at the relationship of the stains and patterns to other stains and patterns at the scene, as well as other items of evidence. So it is incredibly beneficial for me that I do have a crime scene background, of which I've responded to a variety of different scenes, because I understand how different surfaces and different situations can affect evidence at a particular scene. Then, of course, we have to be respectful of scene-specific variables. And what I mean by that would be like the history of the scene, the evidence itself. Is it an indoor, is it an outdoor scene? Are there multiple persons that are shedding blood? Has there been any type of medical intervention? Has there been collection
it's
of
very
evidence
much an
prior to
art. This is not a
documentation due to
science.
element reasons?
This
So
is
those
an
are
art,
all
and
things, all of those must be considered.
they're selling it
when
like
you're
it's a
attempting to
science. This
do
is
an
problematic
analysis and
type
an
testimony.
interpretation.
I don't know. We'll see how far she goes with
Over the
this.
second page. What are we looking at here?
A lot of times, people ask me why I'm called out to work a scene or why I'm called to do a case file review. And the primary ones that I'm requested to see if I can do is determine the location of the individual when injuries were inflicted, to determine
she's gotta break out of the
possible
monotone,
sequence of events that created the patterns. For example, if there's any alteration to the bloodstains or patterns, or if you have bloodstains on top of
Welcome back, Danny.
bloodstains,
Hey,
to
thank you.
attempt to see
Sorry,
if we can
I'm still at work.
sequence how
So,
those were
and we have the board of
distributed.
canvassers
And then
this week,
if an
which the
individual
council is a
is
part of.
contaminated
So
with blood and
it's a
has,
awkward and weird
moved
situation.
around the scene itself, we can also analyze and interpret to see what those movements may indicate or where in fact those individuals went.
Third slide. What should we take away from this?
The analysis of blood is entrenched in the natural sciences, so we have to be respectful of the fact that we do need to have a background in chemistry and physics and biology. We also use mathematics on certain scenes. And each individual scene is going to dictate which natural science is going to play the most priority
Voodoo?
on
Is
our type of analysis.
voodoo a type of
So, for
science?
example, one of the primary things that we must be aware of is the actual components of blood.
If you'd asked in 2020,
And,
someone would have
We
said
also have to
yes.
understand body's reaction to the infliction of injury.
Sorry to
So
cover
we
your
have
face
to
there for a
be,
second.
At least aware of and understanding of medical examiner results or medical intervention results or medical treatment. We also have to understand that once the blood has left the body and it's exposed to the environment, certain environments can impose drastic changes on blood itself. So we also have to be aware of that to make sure that we are in fact considering all of the blood that needs to be
Mr.
considered, but also not
Turtlesaurus,
considering
that is a
things
great
that
song
are not
reference.
blood. And then physics, we have a fundamental knowledge of the basic laws of physics
was from,
as it applies to the
that was
distribution
also
of blood.
Blazing Saddles.
And the two primary ones are going to be your traditional gravity and air resistance, which are your naturally occurring phenomenon that can play a role in how blood is distributed. And then, of course, if there's an introduction of an outside force that disrupts your natural physics, those blood stains and patterns are going to look completely different than the stains and patterns that are just affected by your natural laws of physics of gravity and air resistance.
So it could have been windy and all of this could be BS.
The identifying blood stains and patterns, we as blood
Very
stain
much.
analysts,
It
we
sounds
have,
very
several
scientific, but
blood
this is
stains
very
and
much
patterns that based on their physical
Sci- it's-
appearance and their
gotta be
size, their
careful with
shape, and
this
their
evidence.
distribution. We have several categories of blood that have already been defined based on those.
We've already got this
characteristics.
guy. I'm not sure what she's going
And
to add.
the best way for me to describe
Detracting.
blood stain analysis is it's
Yeah.
like a forest full of trees, and all of your trees have a tree trunk, and your tree trunk is going to be your very basic generic description of a blood stain. There are times when we are able to actually analyze and interpret a blood stain even more definitively, and we'll start to go up on what I call the branches. So, for example, one of our patterns is something called a projection pattern, and that is a blood stain pattern that results from the ejection of blood under hydraulic pressure, and it's typically caused by a breach in the circulatory system, especially something like an
Almost like she's trying to
we
convince
also have your
people this
large
isn't
volume.
just
So
magic.
your large volume stains
Right,
are going to
yeah.
be what we consider to be your
This is
passive
too-
tree trunk, which means that is a blood stain that
Yeah,
is
there was
results
blood.
from an accumulation of blood
Somebody
on a
got
particular
stabbed.
area. So for example,
Why do we need
an
this?
injury is bleeding. There's not a lot of introduction of
See,
force
this is
to
why
it.
for
It's just the
blood
wound
evidence
is
like
allowed
this,
to
I
bleed, and it's
love
not being
Dr.
inhibited or
Henry
interrupted
Lee.
by anything.
I mean, the guy
That
just-
is completely different than a
He's
projection
just a wizard at
pattern,
explaining
because a
things.
projection pattern's under hydraulic pressure. So that's they're visually completely different. Another passive tree branch would be a drip stain and a drip trail. And those are basically falling drops of blood that form due to gravity. So, example I can give is your rendering aid, you've cut your finger, you're rendering aid over your bathroom sink. While you're trying to render aid, the blood is just dripping down and coming off of your elbow. That would be a passive
Give us
drip
your
stain.
findings.
See, how does she know
Trails
that?
Go from one location to another. Sometimes you can tell which way, sometimes you can't. And sometimes
you
we
really?
get a phenomenon
Sometimes you
called
can't-
satellite spatter.
It's not science.
And satellite spatter associated with your drip stains is a smaller blood
She is
stain
the
that actually
science.
forms because the parent stain impacts
I
the
don't want
surface.
to talk about parent stains.
Best
It's
example of
gross.
that is a rainstorm. You watch a rainstorm, you watch a puddle, rain hits the puddle, and you'll see it break into little pieces and bounce outward. That's what we call satellite spatter. We also see that with blood stains. Cast off is going to be a different tree trunk. This is going to be blood released from an object due to its motion. So that motion could be the rapid acceleration or the rapid
Please tell me she's not gonna go
deceleration
through
of an item.
She's going to go through
26
every
pieces
one
of-
of these things.
You'll
This
hear
is
people
ridiculous.
refer to it as something being flung. So an example of that would be if I had blood on the end of my fingers and I flung my hand like that, that would cause cast off, which is once again a completely different action.
She's going to read
than
through this
blood
whole
just
list.
dripping off
We
my
could
hand.
read the list.
Transfer.
Oh, I hate people that
is
read
exactly what it
PowerPoint
sounds
things.
like.
I hate
Look
it.
at this is a big
A
PowerPoint to
surface that's
read.
contaminated with wet blood comes into contact with another surface and distributes a pattern. Sometimes we can tell what that is. Sometimes it could be a handprint, it could be fingerprints, it could be a shoe print. Sometimes we can't tell. There's no discernible characteristics. A swipe is almost exactly like a transfer, but it shows
This is
movement.
really not
So
good.
rather than
I don't know
just
why
my
the
hand
state's
coming
doing this.
straight
They've
up
got
and
him.
down,
They've got
it
him by
shows
the
relative
balls.
movement.
Come on.
And then a
You got
fill
blood on
pattern is
him.
where blood
DNA on
the
her.
movement of a volume of blood due to the
Blood
gravity
stain
or
on the
movement
hand
of
marks.
a target.
Both of them.
A lot of times you'll see flow
Circumstances,
patterns when you
flight.
have a large accumulation of blood and the
What-
blood just
what are we
streams
doing?
down,
Motive.
following the topography of whatever
Williams
item it is
rule.
on.
I don't think this was a
What are
good
we
call
looking
for
at
the
here? The
state.
next slide.
One of the things that we
But it's-
can use
we'll see
to
what she gets up to.
interpret
See, this is-
possible movement
this is a
or
lot
the
of
directionality of
faux
a person
science
who's
going on here.
contaminated
I
with
don't know.
blood or the direction
Lord.
an
I
item
mean,
is moving.
why
when
is she
blood was
telling us about the
dispersed.
whole
We call it
thing?
directionality.
Why doesn't she get to the point
So,
and
for
say what
example,
happened in
the
this
stains
case?
over here on the left,
Yeah.
we call them tadpole
We're
stains.
gonna educate
Some
you on the
people call them
entire field.
exclamation points.
Focus.
The gist of it is
Exactly.
the very
So this is what we're
thin,
going to look at. This type,
tapered
this type,
end
this type.
is
Here's what it
actually
means. Let's look
pointing
at
in the
it.
direction of which
Sorry,
the
I'm
blood
gonna
was
mute
It's like the
traveling
myself.
community
I'm
college intro to
so
blood
toward
spatter.
this
Right.
left-hand side, it would be downward. Over onto the right-hand side, that is actually a series of passive drip stains. And the directionality of the passive drip stains indicates relative motion.
Okay, I'm gonna go
heading
mute
towards the
because I'm gonna be
right,
typing on my
because you can
mechanical
see
keyboard.
some
I
of
just
the,
realized how
stain
freaking annoying
becomes
that
a
is.
little
I'm
bit
so
elongated,
sorry.
and we have some spines that are actually traveling to the right. So that is just another tool that we use when we're interpreting the
Yes.
blood stains.
K-RAP.
What are we looking at here?
That is a
You
very
see-
classic projection patterns. And
No.
the
Why are we doing this?
projection patterns
Yeah,
that
there's
you
no
see
blood
there,
pattern
the
anywhere
reason they look
remotely like
they're
this in the
arched
evidence.
Is because they're
Yeah,
from a
why do we
breached
need to know
artery.
about this?
So it is the muscle, the heart actually
we've been calling him
pumping
Kingpin.
and then releasing, and it comes out in almost like an arcing formation.
Somebody was
if
saying,
they're in proximity to a surface to see that. So you'll see
look at
the
it.
other thing that you can see with projection patterns, which help us to identify it, is some of the larger stains have enough volume that sometimes you'll see some of the blood
See, this is
actually
off
start to
topic.
flow
Why are
down
they doing
from it.
this? You don't need
So
to educate
those
the
are
jury
some
on
of
the entire
characteristics that
field.
we look for projection pattern.
Focus on what we're going to be paying attention to here and say, here's what we're going to be
What's this?
looking at. Here's what it
Those
is.
are large volumes, so this is blood that is just being allowed to accumulate on a surface. There's no real
I would be
induction
objecting at this
of an
point and just say, can we
outside
please
force.
wrap this up, get to the point?
Yeah, but if
We
you
get a
got
little bit
nothing,
more
if they're
specific.
boring
If
the
it's on a
jury, you
hard
let them.
surface, it's
The
called
judge
pool
wants the
blood.
defense
If
to
it's on an
object.
absorbent
But if you're a
surface, we
defense
call it
attorney, you want them
saturation.
to be bored.
Take a
I don't
snack
know.
break.
Seeing all that blood on the wall makes me
So this would be an
uncomfortable.
example of
And
our
if
drip stains
I
and
wouldn't
drip
want the jury
trails.
being prejudiced
And,
in any way
the
by all
stain in
these
the top
other
left
photos
corner,
that
on
are
the
irrelevant to
actual
what we're
TV,
looking
that
at.
is a
Unless
passive drip
it's
stain that
so,
has come into contact with a rough
different,
surface.
right? If there's
So when
if
it made
there's like
contact
a
with the rough
bucket
surface,
of
the
blood
stain
on the
actually
wall
broke,
in one
and
image,
you can see
and then you
that there's
show my
residual
client
small
where there's
stains
just like this
around
tiny
it,
string of
that's
blood
satellite
droplets.
spatter. As opposed
I
to
don't
the
know.
drip stain that is on the right, that is more circular and
I
doesn't
had a
appear to be
volunteer
as
with that
broken,
tip,
and that's because
that-
that's on a
that, like,
smooth
net
surface. So this is where you're starting
has
to see
Tourette's.
that not only do we have to be
Does he?
aware of
This is
specific characteristics, physical characteristics.
this
of
is the first
stain,
thing that I'm
we
not.
also have to be
I don't
very
think the
cognizant of the
prosecution
surface
is
that
on
it's
point here.
And then
They should
drip trail.
focus her
So for example,
on the
that drip
evidence
trail
of this
down there on the
case.
bottom left,
Now she's
I
just
can't
lecturing
tell
like
if
it's a
they were
class, like she's
going to the right
justifying
or
what
to
she
the left.
does.
So it is just a drip trail.
It's the first choice. I don't think the prosecutor is. They're boring.
That
It's already
is more
boring.
demonstrative,
Don't add to it.
Explanation of satellite spatter, and the difference in these is the one on the right-hand side.
Yeah, if I
you
was
can
the
see a lot
prosecutor, I'd have
more
her
of the small stains that are
hurry it up.
encompassing
Yeah.
or
What-
radiating outward
You're just
from
confusing
that
the issues.
original
What
stain.
blood evidence is
And
in
what
this
happens
case,
is
and
if you
what's the
have blood that
interpretation of
continually
this case?
starts to drip into itself, you'll start to have more blood that can bounce out and break. Another example would be the rainstorm. At the beginning of the rainstorm, the puddle's not that big. At the end of a big thunderstorm, it's much larger, and you have many, many, many more stains radiating outward. Same phenomenon for blood. So you can either have just the blood dripping into itself where somebody is stationary, or if you have an injury that is profusely bleeding uninterrupted, you may get what we call rapid distribution of the blood. And then it basically pours down, for lack of a better term, and then you can also see that satellite spatter coming out.
What are we looking here? A non-horizontal surface.
So this is a drip stain that is actually on clothing.
Why
on a
are we
pair of
doing
jeans. And even though it is a drip stain, it looks completely different. A, because it's horizontal, it's dripping downward, and B, because it's on a textile. So once again, this is where we're getting into and having to look at a lot of
Yeah,
different
this is
features.
boring.
So you can see that
It's boring and
the
it's
drip
not
stain is
connected to the
traveling
case.
downward on here. 'Cause
Okay,
it
Mikey
kind of
in the chat
breaks,
is right.
but it
She
still
has
indicates
cats. I wanna
somewhat
know
of a
how many.
directionality pointing downward.
What do you mean by it breaks? Could you explain that?
When
Well, she's
blood
eating the
comes into
candy that was
contact
on
with
the
a textile,
table,
especially if it's
apparently.
not like a smooth textile, like a silk, if it's something that's got some coarseness to it, like a denim or like a t-shirt, or if it's something that's got like ribbing to it or some special type of design embedded
for your
into it,
bloody pleasure.
the stain is going to bounce a little bit, so it's going to break because it's not one smooth surface as if we were to put a passive drip stain on a piece of glass.
Oh
that
my God,
was
who cares?
horizontal. There's nothing
See,
on the
is
glass
this
to help
connected
it
to the
break, so
case
that's
at
what I mean
all?
by the
I mean,
stain is
maybe-
broken.
What are,
Just
do
trying
they
to
have all
bore
this?
them into forgetting the cross-examination from the last witness.
You expect this is basically one drop of blood. It hits the clothing, and it's all one, but it sort of leaves individual little markings as it goes down.
Correct. And
Like, why don't we just
try to be,
retire the
respectful
case
of
and we'll
the
send the
fact
whole
that
jury to a
there are
college
gonna be
course
situations where
for
we're
a
not gonna be able to
semester,
exactly tell.
and then we
So I
can
would
come
just call
back
this
and talk
passive
about the
dripping.
case.
It could be two
Talk about
stains
the
right
case.
above each
Talk about
other,
the
or it
evidence
could be
here.
one
Don't talk
large
about
stain.
theory.
But what we look at and focus is and interpret the fact that they are both going downwards.
Get to the
and
point.
that, it was a horizontal type.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say this blood spot looks like
Or
this,
not
and this is what it
Now we
indicates.
move to cast off. What are
Right.
we looking at here?
That is for example, a bloodied item.
See, they went through that whole
releasing
now they're
blood
going to
due
show
its motion.
examples
So
of
that could be the
everyone.
rapid acceleration
What's
of an
the evidence
item
in
or
this
the rapid
case? I'm getting
deceleration of an
frustrated.
item.
This is annoying me
And
because it's been so
sometimes you
good
get
up to this
cast-off
point.
stains
Both
that
sides,
form
everybody's
this
been
very
great, but
beautiful type of
this is
linear
not good.
pattern,
They need to
and you
focus
can
it.
see
I'm
exactly
just
where
saying,
it
as a
started and
prosecutor, I would
exactly
not
where
have
it
made this
ended.
choice.
And other times, the item has been flung multiple times.
Aren't you glad you
or
joined the
there's
most
a change in
exciting part of this
swinging
trial,
motion,
Mike?
or
Yeah.
the actual
Well, I haven't
surface is
seen
coming
anything,
off
so I know
of
nothing.
is large.
Oh.
So you may just get.
They've
what
got
we
this
call
guy
a-
dead to rights.
For lack of a
Yeah,
nice,
I assume so.
for a
Yeah,
non-scientific
but
term, you get like a mishmash of all
now
these
the
different
state's for it in the
stains,
jury.
stains and patterns, and they range in directionality and size. But as you can see, this
Guy
looks
stabbed his
completely
girlfriend
different
in the
from
neck and
like a
slit her
passive
throat.
drip stain.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Blood on his hands,
What's important about
DNA on her
This
hands
is,
of him,
where a surface
double
is contaminated
blood,
with wet blood, comes
both
into
of them
contact
on
with
a
the surface
escape route
and
fence,
deposits
where
the-
both
the
of their
blood onto the
DNAs are on the
surface.
blood.
The one on the left is just a transfer.
Motive,
There's no discernible
Williams rule
characteristics
evidence,
to it. Whereas the
circuit
one on
he
the right is
fled
what we
and was
call a
stabbed,
swipe.
and he's found naked
It
in the
just
woods
shows
with
that the
stab
item
wounds where he
that
tried to kill
deposited, that
himself
was
as he
in
fled from the
motion
scene.
during the deposition, or the surface that was in motion.
A lot of good evidence against
Yeah,
the
that
defendant.
seems solid.
Pretty
You
solid.
keep using the word deposition, but you don't mean deposition.
But
like
see, why
lawyers
do we
use
need to know this?
Oh,
Is this
no.
present in
The
our
deposition-
case?
As the stains being deposited.
Hope not.
It's not. It
Here's
can't
flow
be.
pattern.
They've got
What do you
every
think about
type of blood
This
stain
is,
analysis.
where
I'm sorry. I'm
the
going to
flow
mute
pattern where
because I'm.
the blood is allowed to just flow down based on the topography of whatever the item it's on.
The problem with the
or-
familiar
and the
victim
sheer
is, though,
fact
you
that
can
there's enough
explain the
volume of
DNA
blood
being
that-
there.
That gravity is pulling it downward. So that's what the
It was
flow
blood
pattern
DNA, though.
They look like. And then if there's movement by the
On a
target,
fence.
you'll see an alteration and movement
And the
of
back
the
of her
blood
neck.
stain as it continues to flow down.
So the one on the right there where it's sort of bent, would that normally indicate to you like some kind of movement in the course of the blood flowing down the substance?
That's correct.
The DNA under her fingernails was not
Correct.
blood
It's
evidence,
that.
though.
I want to now talk with you about this case. You were asked to evaluate
Okay, I'm
the
back.
evidence in this case, pictures and so on, correct?
Yes.
Let's see
Tell us
that.
the kind of things that you looked at in this case and in the review of the file before you started coming to any sort of conclusions.
That was
I
35 minutes
requested
of
and reviewed
testimony.
the photographs from the
Not-
scene.
not testimony.
And I received
It was
multiple
just-
photographs from
let me tell you
multiple
what we could do with
representatives
this
of
blood
Hillsborough
stuff.
County Sheriff's Office. I also requested the autopsy photographs, as well as any documentation of any clothing that had been removed from Ms. Baker during the autopsy. I also requested and reviewed the 911 call.
Come on, woman, I got
That was
super
about
chats to
16
read.
minutes long. I also
Let's go,
reviewed
prosecutor.
Hillsborough County Medical Examiner. I reviewed their initial case summary report. I reviewed their report of what their actions were at the scene, as well as the official autopsy report that was authored by the medical examiner. I also was provided the toxicology report that was supplemented along with the autopsy report. I also reviewed some of the medical records for Mr. Matthew Terry. He had been received treatment for some of his injuries, and I wanted to review those items as well. I also reviewed the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office reports, and that would include the first responder reports, because there were multiple individuals who responded to the scene and conducted the investigation. That also included the crime scene technician reports. I also reviewed those. And then I was provided Florida Department of Law Enforcement DNA reports as well.
Our clerk
And
is the worst.
I also, after reviewing that, completed documentation of my own.
All right, so I want to start showing you some photos. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 41B. Let me zoom out here. Is this one of the photos that you looked at?
Yes.
All right, and so here we can see a variety of crime scene markers, T, S, R, Q, and on the fence it's a little hard to see, but I believe that's CC, like Charlie, Charlie. Did you review all of these?
I did.
All right, so I want to start with letter R, which is depicted here in State's Exhibit 41J. That's a little better. Also depicted in State's 41K. And then 41L. And then 41M. And I want to talk with you first about this part in 41M. Did you have a chance to go out to the scene?
Not the night of the incident.
Did you have a chance to go out to the scene somewhere afterwards?
I did.
Were you able to find this general area of the home at 6211, that's sort of the little alleyway between 6209 and 6211, that sort of area that's depicted in these photos?
Yes, I did physically see that area.
All right, and so, assuming this is 6211, there is this red stain on this wall.
He's doing
What can you tell me
uptick
about
now
this?
with his voice.
That is a projection pattern.
And how do you know it's a projection pattern?
The characteristics of
stain
it were
on the wall?
very indicative of a projection pattern, including the basic undulation appearance of it, so it actually arcs up and down. You also have the rather large parent staining where it's the larger, more circular stains, and then you have the smaller flow patterns that are coming down. And that's just because there was a volume of blood that was sufficient enough that the blood began to flow down. And I look at all of the photographs. I looked at all the photographs in this case before I ever read a report, even the medical examiner's report. And I actually remember thinking to myself,
What a wonderful world.
need to look at medical reports to see if somebody has a artery injury, because that was very indicative of that to me. And so that's what it was of interest of the pattern itself.
All right, and so I'm going to zoom in
So
just
your
so everyone can
conclusion is that
see.
she was stabbed.
But that looks like a tape measure next to it, and it looks like this arch on the wall is no taller than, at best, maybe 10 or 11 inches off the ground, correct?
That's correct.
Based on the position of this arch on the wall, as well as the portion of the ground you can see in front of it here, and given the tape measurements both up the wall and away from the wall through the yard, can you tell me anything about the position of the person who would have been spraying blood from their artery when this mark is made on the wall?
The artery that was distributing this blood was in very close proximity to that portion of the wall and was very low to the ground.
All right, and so.
Wow.
Thank you. When you say close proximity.
How long did
we're
it take
looking
us to
here
get
in
there?
41L, it looks like the blood goes about
Again,
as far as maybe
those handprints
36
or
inches
blood
out.
prints located near the ground meant they were low
Is
to
that
the
what you mean
ground.
by close proximity, or you mean something closer than that?
I would say that it's even closer to
How
the
much you
wall
getting
because
paid
the
to state the
actual
obvious?
stain that I identified as the projection pattern itself is on the wall, and then it kind of continues down onto
So what?
the
The
ground.
issue's
where the
identity.
wall immediately
Right?
butts
Yeah.
up against the
The issue's identity.
sandy
So
area.
why
So that
is
would
this, how does
indicate
this
that
go
the
to
artery,
identity?
as it's releasing blood because it's been breached, is in very close proximity to that wall.
Stabby
And you
McStab
say the
face.
person must be very low to the ground. In this case, you were able to see the pictures of Kay Baker, correct?
I not only saw the photographs, I also read the autopsy report.
All right, and obviously then you know that she has a pretty large wound to the left side of her neck.
Correct.
How low does she have to be to the ground in order to form this pattern on the wall? I mean, could she be standing upright?
I associated this projection pattern with coming from the breached carotid, as it was indicated in the medical examiner report. There were no other indications of arteries that had been transcended, violated, or injured. So that
Here we have a panel of the greatest
her
legal minds
carotid,
from around
which
the
means
planet,
her
and we're all
left
bored to
side of the
death.
neck had to be in proximity to that lower
Well, I
portion
mean,
of the wall.
I'm just
Right.
trying.
But what I'm asking is.
The question
can you
is
tell me
what does
any
this
indication
prove?
as to
What?
all-
How
as
does
to
this
how
advance
high
the
up
state's
Her
case?
neck was from the ground.
She was
had been
murdered.
standing
She's
up.
stabbed.
I
There's no
would
doubt.
exclude her being standing up. I would include.
The issue is
that she
identity,
her neck
and the
is
state's,
low
the
to
defense
the
is trying to
ground,
create
just-
some third party.
Just above the ground.
So, for example, if she was laying on her back
Ugh,
with her
this
left
is not
side
good.
exposed
I
to
don't
the
agree
wall,
with this
that'd be
choice, the
something that could be
prosecutor, but
consistent with this
they're the
pattern.
prosecutor,
I cannot
and ultimately
exclude
it's not going to hurt them.
If alternatively, I turn to the other.
jury's
direction,
gonna
now
check
she's
out.
sort of face
I would
down,
have,
either
I would
laying on
have,
her
as
stomach
the
or just
prosecutor,
barely on
thrown
her
this
hands
in
and knees,
earlier,
and her neck is again
earlier in
exposed to
the
left side of
case
the wall.
when
Yeah.
you're
Consistent
when they were going
with
through
this-
pictures and evidence and
this mark on the wall.
stipulating, not
That is
stipulating,
also
but
something that
just
cannot
sort
be
of
excluded.
entering
But she would
evidence.
have to
That's
be
when I would have
somewhere in
thrown
the
her
position of,
testimony
like,
in there.
either
And I
laying
would
on
have
her back, her
greatly
neck is that
shortened-
low to the ground, or
She's
like
not
very
saying-
low on her
closing with
hands
this,
and
are
knees,
they?
somewhere where her neck is very
I think
close to
I'd have the
ground.
Williams.
One more
rule.
Very
witness,
close
we
to the
think.
ground and
Okay.
close to that wall.
The
Then people will
ex-girlfriend,
forget. It's fine.
the ex-girlfriend that he stabbed in the neck.
Yeah, Brian Seltzer. That's who this guy.
Yeah,
Brian
that's good.
Seltzer.
That's a good closer. That's a
Yeah.
good closer.
What's that?
You
The
gotta witness,
ex-girlfriend he
like,
stabbed in the
basically
neck.
did the same thing to you. Yeah, you save that for
Stay
last.
right now, it's fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been sitting for more than an hour and a half, so I'm going to go ahead and give you your afternoon break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case and avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom.
Hey,
All
where did,
rise
oh,
for
Miss
your-
Purple moved over there. We've been simping for Miss Purple there.
Go stab yourself in the neck and recreate the crime
Yeah.
scene for us, please.
Oh God. All right, we'll pull this down, drop this into the background. Mike, is this the first time you've met Steven?
Hello,
Hi,
Mike.
Steven. Hi, Danny. I haven't met you either.
Hi, Mike.
Wow. Let's do introductions. Steve?
I'm an attorney. I'm in Chicago, as you can tell from my green screen.
I'm in Florida.
Whereabouts?
Daytona Beach.
I'm
Very
in
cool.
Salt Lake City, Utah.
Ah, I've been all these places.
Oh,
Very nice.
Great. One of my number one supporters is from Chicago. I really like him a lot. And he may end up going back to Chicago because we have a serious crime problem here. And he's like one of the...
Wait, you're going to Chicago to get away from
you
Salt
want
Lake
to
City's crime problem?
Go to Chicago.
You guys.
Mormon
It's serious.
gangs roaming the streets.
No, Mike, like at least your mayor, when the 2020 riots were going on, lifted the bridges. So basically they kept the rioting to all the poor people outside of the city and basically blocked them off from the larger companies downtown, is my understanding.
I'm limited in what I want to say. I live in the nicest neighborhood in Chicago. And they put out messages that basically said, if you're civilized, don't leave your place.
Oh
you
my
are
gosh.
you are under voluntary house arrest right now.
We had similar emergency messages. And my concern is that not only did the mayor and the county mayor not take steps to address the safety issues here in Salt Lake County, they allowed it to continue. And then what happened is it was sort of like a flood. Like we had this flood of civil unrest. And then as things settled, that energy stuck in certain areas. And the areas where it stuck were in the industrial areas, were in our small business areas. And it's driven out all of our small businesses.
Yep.
And I can't say it's completely 2020, but 2020 was a huge... I mean, it just imbued a lot of that mentality of ignore it and the problem will go away.
Yeah. Great movie, SLC, Salt Lake City Punks. Great movie.
Also, Pirates of the Great Salt Lake. No one mentions that one.
Stephen N. Gosney is a extraordinary assistant public defender for the state of Florida where this is going on. He also has this helpful book that we can all get.
So you actually know something.
Yes.
One or two things.
Steven, I was going to have you on my show too.
Oh yeah, sure.
But we can't have that. There's no learning on Law Talk with Mike. It's forbidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like the educator.
The book has a foreword by Andrew Branca.
Yes.
And with a Nick Rekieta blurb on the back. So. Hey.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good book. You can get it right there at crimelaw.net, right under his name.
That's pretty fancy.
And Law Talk with Mike from Chicago is part of my early morning, everyday routine. Does clips from court.
Yeah, when people show up to court with no shirt on. That you know, I tackle the big issues.
And Danny On is a recent candidate for Salt Lake County District Attorney.
Wow.
It was legit. It happened.
It's
still happening.
Ago, she's an up and comer. This is
you
the
gonna
thing.
go clean it
Danny
up out there?
Well, that was the idea. So this is still happening. I actually just sent a letter to the clerk because I wish I could screen share and show you guys this. But the turnout page for voter turnout is so confusing. I can't determine whether or not there are registered voters in some of these precincts or not. And it's been that way since day one. I have no idea what in-person voter means. Does that mean someone who walked in and voted in person on the night of, or someone who submitted their ballot and that was counted the night of? We have no idea. We have no idea how many ballots in total were received, how many have been counted and processed, how many have been adjudicated. We do know that there's at least 2,000 uncured ballots, but out of that list, how many have been cured since? I have no idea. They don't make this public. So for those who are waiting for the result of the election.
No. Salt Lake County hasn't called it yet.
Can they? But it's over. So I can't stump for you now, right?
No, you can't stump for me. I can't.
I need a DA so I can go out and just misbehave in Salt Lake City with impunity. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want out of this stream.
Look, I'm not saying that you could do that, but I'm saying that your chances of that happening just went up significantly as of last week. So
awesome.
And Danny, who is as I said was and still is the candidate, went from a literal unknown running against a district attorney who I hated when I was in law school. When he was an up and coming prosecutor, did not like the guy.
You got to
Absolute
let that
unknown.
go, Jeff. I mean, that was the 30s.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still tells you it was the 30s, but you can't let this guy go.
Incorrect.
But
The
she
chat
went
is
from a
already-
complete unknown to, in the space of 7 months, getting over 100,000 votes.
That's
over
impressive as hell.
Right around 43% of the votes that's been counted so far, with the endorsement of the governor, the attorney general, the Fraternal Order of Police, the Salt Lake City Police, and a congressman. So, Danny, this is the beginning. That's a hell of a first foray into politics.
Yeah, it is.
And hopefully
And
I
if
don't screw it up with my YouTube channel. So we'll see how
She's gonna
this
be
goes.
starting a YouTube channel, yeah. And
I am starting
if
my
she
own
does
YouTube
pull this
channel.
out, she will be the apparently the youngest district attorney in the history in the currently in the United States ever.
I got to tell you, you don't want to be associated with me.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just start there.
Are you a troublemaker?
That's not good across the political spectrum. It's just bad. Anyway,
He's a rebel. He's a loner. There's things about him you wouldn't want to know. Let's burn through some of these quick super chats here. People have been waiting forever. First of all, I got Execation sent me a DM on my Twitter saying, "Why aren't you reading my super chats?" But we read it, but we'll read it again. And I know Steve was here when it was read. Any idea how many times I asked my ex-wife to scratch my back because I couldn't reach it? The mixed blood pattern proves they were all together. That's all. We did read that one, and also for all of the super chats of yours, I didn't read when I was drunk during my drunken Friday stream, which was intentional. We did it again. If you go back,
At least
to
it
watch
wasn't
the Taylor
accidentally drunk. That's good. That's good.
That was my grift stream. The accidentally
I love
drunk
that.
thing that happened a couple days
I did
ago.
it on purpose. Okay.
Yeah. So let's see here. Nana X8. A judge told me to make expert testimony easy to understand. Don't be too complicated or use overly technical language. It's always a good thing if you can possibly do it. X-Comer Triple Z. The direction of the squirts matters, Stephen.
I think that's a vulgar reference, not an actually scientifically valid.
Yeah. I think that's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
Blackjack Gaming. Does anyone remember when the Brooks case was supposed to continue between the sentencing and the family hearing today?
Tomorrow morning.
Yep. It will be the victim impact statements, and the sentencing will be on Wednesday.
It's life in prison. It doesn't matter what anybody says.
Yeah. And will you be streaming that, Mike?
I plan on it, but I may have it up in there, so I haven't figured that one out yet.
I won't. I will be here doing
my
this.
assistant's been hitting me while I'm on the stream right now. That's one of my questions for her.
I will be here doing this because I've committed. K-Rab, this guy just popped up in my screen here. He's like put his face right in the camera. Kind of freaked me out there for a second. K-Rab, the theory is just physics, but the interpretation is the problem. This is a hell of a lot of math, and there isn't just air resistance. Blood is fluid. It acts differently. This is crap. We'll get to we'll get some comments on all of these real quick here. The prosecutor looks like he was used as a model for Kingpin in one of the Spider-Man cartoons. Yeah, we've been calling him Kingpin. Blackjack Gaming again. This is only okay if she was Dr. Shannon Curry. Yeah, I'd listen to Dr. Curry talk for a while.
Well, I mean that would help.
Yeah. Wouldn't hurt. Nancy Jennings.
That's how you know you're not a cute attorney, is when you don't have a judge saying that.
Yeah.
I would like to listen to Ms. On for another 20 minutes here.
Yeah.
Danny, would you please read this super chat from Nancy Jennings?
This description is so long, used to confuse the jury. All BS.
So
Oh, sorry. Exclamation point. All BS.
Yeah.
All BS?
Oh, yeah. X-Comer, you should send Mike a cocktail glass instead of the black one he has. Yeah.
This is coffee still.
We're caffeine team.
My coffee mug says legal vices on the front, and then on the back in little letters says this is a cocktail glass. That's my thing.
Very cool.
They didn't have cocktail glasses, so I had to do the next best
okay, so
thing.
I didn't watch this trial. I feel bad, and you don't have to do all of it, but they've got them. This is what you're telling me.
Yeah, he got drunk in a bar. He got jealous because he thought his girlfriend was dancing with another man, but she wasn't. They were just passing each other, going ooh, like you do in a bar. Less than a second, made her really awkward at the table. They went home. They apparently got in a fight shortly after they got home. He kicked in the bathroom door. She runs into the bedroom, locks herself in the bedroom. He's getting ready to force the bedroom door open. She pops the screen out, runs away. He goes around the house, grabs her, gets really stabby, slits her throat ear to ear, leaves her. I mean, the knife
And
apparently
they've got him at the location and everything. They have witnesses showing him at the bar.
They've got the witness in the bar.
So this expert, it's not helping, and they don't need it.
They don't need it. The issue is identity. The defense is trying to establish that there was some third party that came in and stabbed. He was found in the woods had he tried to stab himself in the neck to kill himself, and he was in proximity. There's a bloody handprints on the fence where she fled, and the DNA is a mixture of his blood and her blood. And course,
that's bad because you know when it's deposited and everything. So now you have a timestamp and all that.
Yeah.
Right. So there's just a lot. He's got a motive. There's this Williams rule evidence, which you're going to have a witness come in that says that he had previously stabbed his earlier girlfriend.
Yeah.
And and he's clearly jealous. All the people at the bar beforehand were saying he was mad and jealous, and he wasn't. He was very grumpy about the whole thing. And they, like 4 or 5, everybody was like saying, "Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous." So, and there's just so much. I mean, this is a very strong case for the state, but really, I think the defense made some points on the DNA, but just enough to say that it wasn't blood on her, because he has her blood on his hands and she has his DNA on her hands. So the defense made the point that it wasn't his blood on her fingernails, it was his DNA. But they did not say that they explained away the blood on his hands, her blood on his hands, and the double print.
Oh, that's how I would try to defend. I mean, it sounds like he's guilty of sin, but yes, the DNA on her fingernails. If you don't have DNA on your girlfriend's fingernails, you're doing something wrong. I mean, honestly, let's face facts, right?
Yeah, she's not really your girlfriend in that.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I missed one super chat from Kara Hightower here. The prosecutor's facial expressions are great. Very grumpy cat. It's true.
I want to can I bring up some more law?
Well, okay. No. Right, now you're interjecting stuff here. Okay.
Law and science. If people are interested, because we're poo-pooing the bloodstain evidence, and it doesn't get them anywhere. I don't know why they brought this expert in. She's going on way too long. But there is, if you want to look at it, that the National Research Council in 2009 put out a report called Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States, A Path Forward. And that was put out by the Committee on Identifying the Needs of Forensic Sciences Community. It's the National Research Council 2009. It is the handbook on forensic science evidence. And that has a whole chapter on the problems with bloodstain evidence. So I will give you here's a quick little thing. Bloodstain patterns found at scenes can be complex because all overlapping patterns may appear simple. In many cases, their interpretations are difficult or impossible. So let's see, I've got it up. I'm reading it right here, but this, I can even send you the link in this private chat.
I already dropped it in the main chat.
Well, a big portion of it's subjective. It's the same problem they have with drug sniffing dogs. Mm-hmm. It's subjective on the person handling the dog on picking up the cues. Oh yeah, the dog just told me you have drugs, and of course they already think you have drugs, so they're going to interpret whatever they want as drugs.
Or where the dogs are trained to indicate.
Here's the final on page 179. The uncertainties associated with bloodstain pattern analysis are enormous. That is the national science. That is like the definitive word on this forensic science. Now, she hasn't really said anything. So because it doesn't go to identity. The defense is that, well, there's a third party that came in and killed and stabbed both of them.
She made one assertion. She made one assertion in all of that testimony. That is, hey, I think that the victim died near these big blood stains. That was the one and only assertion. And I agree with it. I think it's unassailable. I think that's true.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to post this. I'm going to post this in the chat. So if people want to look this up, it'll give you the science. This goes for all these forensic sciences.
To
It
be
is.
fair,
Mhm.
maybe what they're trying to do is create like a map, a mind map for the jury to follow, okay, stabbing occurred here. There's some evidence. It's not conclusive. It's not, it's kind of guesswork, but this is what we can assume happened. Or here are some assumptions that you, the jury, can make throughout this process. So the fight, or at least the stabbing, began here and it likely ended here.
But
She
she
was
didn't do that.
likely in this position. I
Yeah.
know.
All
That's
she did was she said that she was low to the ground when her neck was stabbed.
so she was kneeling,
They
maybe.
could have done that. They could have asked that in 5 minutes,
Yeah,
2 minutes. I mean, you could put her up there and say,
know.
okay, based on, so Luch, did you review this photo? Yes. Okay. And from this photo, what did you conclude? She was low to the ground when she got stabbed in the neck. Okay. No further questions. 2 questions. I mean, why would we have to be subjected to all this stuff about her great scientific stuff,
Which would have been
is
much
all
more
garbage?
effective.
Been more effective, wouldn't have bored anybody. But I mean, the state has been very clean on everything. So I'm not saying it's their case to try, but I just don't think it was way too. That was the one witness that was boring, and
all will be forgotten. If they're bringing in the prior girlfriend that he stabbed, that is the most exciting and interesting witness you could have here, and all will be forgotten because that will be a bit of a show.
Right.
Like, you were going to talk about the DNA stuff, because that whole cross-examination was utter. I had no idea what the hell they were talking about. Nothing.
Well, I've done trainings on this, and I got to tell you, I'm not the guy to do the DNA cross. I've been trained on it several times, and I know enough that I'm not good at it. So this is the kind of thing that you bring in your public defender specialist on DNA cross, who gets trained on this. And I've done the training, but I'm it's always above my head. What you get is you get your own expert. The own expert reviews the evidence and reviews the work, and then advises the defense attorney the weaknesses in what was done in the lab. So this person here, this FDLE expert, is basically trained to work the computer. So she's told that if she works the software, that this is what it does, and when it spits out the number, that she can interpret that and make these calculations. Okay. Now this one, I think she said she had a master's, so she has understanding of what DNA is. She has that, but how much in-depth knowledge does she have as to how that machine works, how that software works, and how that those conclusions are made? All right. So she probably doesn't have the level of analysis that the defense expert that they hired does. So he's going to say, here, defense attorney, here's some problems. So what the 2 points that the defense made, I mean, the DNA evidence was strong. I mean, the fingernails, so his DNA is under her fingernails. On his hands is her blood, and both of their bloods is on the handprints on the defense where they fled. So that evidence is ironclad. But the 2 things that he made was, number one, that the DNA on her fingernails was not blood DNA. That's the first thing, which is good. It's a good attack on, so you can't assume that you're right. The second thing, what was the second thing? So the DNA analysis, now I'm losing it. Oh, was that she plugged into the computer as an assumption that there were 2 contributing people. All right. She never plugged in the defense theory that there was 3 people. Okay. So she put in the computer as an assumption that there was 2 people. And then when it was doing the serology and the DNA analysis, there were low percentages. And on some of them, it was second in place. So based on that, you could say, well, if you had plugged in 3 people, maybe the DNA results would have come out differently. All right. Now, I don't know. That's just reasonable doubt as to the third person theory. So the defense is trying to create reasonable doubt that it's possible, and the state didn't even check. They had it concluded, right? I'm just saying that's a reasonable doubt argument. Not that
it's a good reasonable doubt argument.
It's a good, and so
it's not going to carry the day, but I would be making that argument if I'm defending this guy. Absolutely.
And so it allows them to go forward with this third party and say, and the state didn't even check it. Now I got to tell you, I think there's a very strong guilt case. If I was the defense theory, I would be definitely going for a life sentence, not a death sentence. So I think that they're playing for the life sentence. And in this reasonable doubt things can kind of play in the death sentence qualification, because even though they find beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty, it's like, is he really beyond and beyond every possible reasonable doubt? So if you have the like lingering doubt in your mind that maybe there was a third person and you voted for guilt, it might be enough to swing you and say, well, there's that lingering little spark. I'll vote for life. So that might be the technique here also.
But my problem was they had an expert lawyer who knew what he was talking about, talking to an expert woman who knows what she's talking about in a way that completely excluded me and everybody on the jury. They're just throwing around numbers back and forth at each other.
That's true, but I would say there's two theories behind what he's doing there. Either the defense has an expert who's waiting in the wings, it's going to come back, and he's establishing that, right? So the defense expert is going to come in and then say, well, here's what she agreed with me on this, and here's what that means. If she had run it differently, it might have brought a third. That's number one. Or it's setting up just his closing argument. So he's going to interpret her lack of answers and her saying, and they failed. It's their duty beyond a reasonable doubt. And they didn't plug in the third person. And therefore you got to doubt this DNA evidence. Okay. I'm just here to report the news.
Well, they do need to tie it up with something. Otherwise everybody's going to be confused, myself included. But it looks like we're going to be getting back to court in about 2 minutes. So before that happens, go over to Rumble to I'll get your entire Rumble thing memorized one of these times, Stephen.
Oh, mine?
Crime Law. Yeah, Crime Law with Stephen and Gosney.
Right. It's Crime Law with Stephen and Gosney. Yeah, Ed, I'm just playing around. I mean, this is just a hobby. My book, I mean, I do make a little money on the book. So I guess if you're going to do one thing, buy the book. But if you want to just hear more of me talking, which I can't believe anybody actually wants to do. But I play my guitars too. Everybody wants me to play the guitars. So I play the bass. I play the bass, really. I'm a bass player, really. But I play the guitars and play rock and roll. Iron Maiden, Rush, Police, that sort of stuff.
And go to Law Talk with Mike and subscribe to him if you haven't already done so. And shame on you if you haven't. And Danny On will be setting up her channel sometime in the very near future.
Probably right now.
Probably right now. She's doing it now.
Sorry, I keep like forgetting to mute my microphone. I turn around and I'm like sitting there and it's still on. So feel free to mute me at any point except when I'm arguing. Then I'll be offended.
We can't hear it. And while you're here, please like this video. Just smash that like button. We need to get as many likes as possible so YouTube loves me. And subscribe to my channel as well, so if you haven't already done so. We're going to be doing this trial all the way through to the end. But on Wednesday, unless there's something drastically important happening, we will cut away when the judge comes back with her not her verdict. I am tired. She comes back with her sentencing on Wednesday. It's only 6 a.m. here.
And which case?
The Daryl Brooks case.
It's going to be a prediction here. Life in prison. Okay, there you go. Much for
But it's life in prison plus how many years for the injured?
It's going to be forever.
And we'll be doing this until the jury comes in on this as well. On is Korean, asks RMBK A56. Yeah,
It is super Korean. This is my husband.
But you're not Korean.
I am. Well, I might as well be. I probably should like get my dual citizenship.
That's
bad you
but
can't have the picture.
He's probably going to be upset that I'm like showing everyone his face.
Yeah, probably.
So, I lived in Korea. I served an LDS mission in Korea. I speak Korean, not as well, I'm sure, as Jeff, but Jeff was a jerk when he came out here and didn't speak any Korean and just awkwardly sat there and spoke to me in English.
We do that in America, you know.
Yeah. So anyway, yes, I do have a Korean last name, and it was hilarious. Whenever I would get comments about me being a supposed racist, people would try and jump in and be like, "But did you know?" And I'd stop them. I'm like, "Don't tell anybody. It's funnier that way." So it's been fun.
All right, the judge is
Everyone
back.
Looks refreshed. I hope that
I'm not refreshed.
I'm not refreshed either.
Let me ask you, though, as I normally do after breaks, did anybody discuss anything about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else? By show of hands. No hands.
This is the same judge I had on the Summers case.
Exposed to anything about the case outside of the
Legal Vices. Stephen needs to take tips from Law of Self-Defense. Oddly, Law of Self-Defense takes tips from Stephen.
Yeah. Yes,
There you go.
I'm instructing. I'm teaching his criminal law course
Looking
at the
arch
Law
pattern
Self-Defense
on the wall.
Law School.
In all
So
the
if you go there, you want to hear me talk a whole lot. You can pay him a lot of money, and you can take my criminal law course.
Projection patterns anywhere that leads you to think there's arterial spray anyplace other than this picture?
No.
So now I want to draw your attention to marker S.
I thought we were done with direct.
Here's States Exhibit 41I.
No.
And again, there's a ruler.
We're probably not going to get to
here, so this looks like it's
the ex-girlfriend testimony today.
Oh, it's already 4 o'clock. Oh my God.
Correct.
No.
So what do you notice about this that's of interest?
What was of interest regarding this particular pattern is it is a saturation pattern to the ground.
Yeah, weird how
And
blood saturates
while
into the
there
ground.
was saturation to the ground also under the projection pattern, there were also a couple of passive drip stains that were around the saturation.
Did she die here or not? Just say that.
Under
Just ask
photo
that.
marker R. I didn't see any of that over here at S. So this was,
not what he
this
asked.
had, and I don't see any satellite spatter around this particular stain either.
Yeah.
So first of all, when I identified it as a saturation pattern, that just
Mike.
means that the individual who was bleeding in this area, they were allowed to bleed there for a period of time.
Mike.
And it's most consistent
Come
with
back,
them
Mike,
being in
if-
very
if-
close
if I accidentally did
proximity to
something.
the ground or laying on the ground, because I don't
I heard that
have
before,
any of the
Steve.
bouncing satellite spatter, and I didn't have any projection patterns on the wall.
All right. And now I want to turn to marker T.
Can I give my general
depicted in
advice for
States
witness testimony here real quick?
41F.
Go
Go ahead.
What are we
This is
looking
what
at
all
here?
attorneys should be telling their clients if
That
they're not,
is
or their
a
witnesses.
large saturation.
Think about the
pattern,
question being
and
asked and make
actually
sure you
some of the
understand the question
saturation
first.
has begun to
Answer that
to-
question and
to
only
follow
the question that's
topography
being
of the
asked.
ground, and it has started
Only
to
that question. If you
travel
want
to
to add
different areas
follow-up,
based on the topography
let
of the
me
ground,
ask.
the different structures of the ground.
That's key
and
number
this
one.
area,
In
some
both,
of the blood
this
looks
whole
like it may have
testimony could have been
begun
shortened
to
up had they just
coagulate
followed those two
or
rules.
to
Much
clot a little
snappier.
bit. So
I don't get
and,
what this is
what
adding
was
to the
interesting
case.
of that is that was in proximity to where Miss Baker was documented, and
Maybe they just want to show a lot of pictures of
scene
blood.
photographs where she
Yeah.
was documented, and so. That was just confirmation that once she came to that location.
Well, Mike, if I deleted you
she was in
accidentally,
that-
come back.
that
If you
area
bailed,
until she was
catch you soon.
documented.
Not
This
sure what
is the
happened.
area
there.
where she would have ultimately have come
Did I
to rest.
offend Mike?
Correct.
Even before
I doubt
the
that.
neighbor found her, this is still consistent with, this is the final place that she was at.
Yes, that is consistent with all the other evidence that I reviewed in this particular case. I have no reason to believe that once she went to that area, she went anywhere else.
All right,
I mean,
wanna
the
talk
body was
about,
found there, right?
uh,
Why do we need an
States
expert to
Exhibit
say that she died there?
41D, And then further
The body
close-in
wasn't
shot
moved. The body was there,
41E.
right?
What, if
She
anything,
bled
did you
out.
notice about
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Did someone
This
already
is
testify
an
to that?
area of unique staining, and I actually
Yeah, the
spent
first
a
three
lot
witnesses.
of time looking at
Then,
these
yeah.
the photographs of these particular stains and patterns, and I came to the conclusion based off of all the other scene-specific variables and what the other stains and patterns were telling me as I was looking. This is consistent in appearance with what I consider to be cast-off. I originally was trying to consider whether it was passive drip staining as opposed to cast-off.
She cannot
which
tell that.
required me to
See, this
look
is
at
garbage.
the ground below it to see if there was any other subsequent
Jack.
stains like saturation that would
She's
allow
looking at this
me to
photograph.
differentiate that was passive. I didn't see any of that. So I
Object.
thought, well, based on the fact that
It doesn't go to identity, so there's no
I
reason
know
to
she's in
object.
area R at a point, and
Why
then she's
can-
in area T.
Why is the judge
I
not
felt,
stepping in here
I
to
believe
say,
based
hey,
on the scene
He's gonna let him
specific
proceed. He's not
variables
gonna step
information,
in.
that is most likely cast off from her
This is
moving to
cool
that
and
final
unusual.
resting
Good
position.
news really
her
quick.
abrupt
Mimi says,
movement
I
to that
didn't
resting
realize
position.
that Korea allowed
And
dual
I also cannot
citizenship.
exclude,
And John Soon said
when she
South
was
Korea
rolled
allows it. Not
over.
sure, but South Korea
So
actually
I
kind of
also was
pushes for
aware
it.
of that,
Incorrect. Only under
via the 911
extremely
call.
limited
So all of
circumstances
those
can
taken
you
into
have dual
consideration
citizenship in
allow
Korea.
me
Otherwise, you have to
And I
renounce
think
your
it's only for
citizenship.
women.
Really?
But in your opinion,
Or
having
men who are
reviewed all
past
these
the-
different
the
photos that we're
Yeah.
looking at,
military service
marker
age.
R,
Yeah.
which
It's
we know
extremely
Kate
limited.
Akers has been identified as the person who's
Otherwise, you have 6 months to
Yes.
give up
then moving
your
to marker
citizenship.
S, moving to marker T, and ultimately
previous
the cast
country.
off, which is marker
So if I have a
T,
boy
which is
here,
then
I'm not going to be
indicating
pushing for dual
DNA
citizenship,
indicating
is
Kay
essentially
Baker's
what that
blood.
means.
Does all of this suggest to you that there was
Because he
an
would then just have
ongoing
to be a
struggle
Korean
there in
citizen
the
living in
yard of some
America.
kind?
There was there was movement between R and T, and the proximity of the stains in relationship to each other and their overall appearance, as well as the information provided to me, not only in the photographs that I saw of Ms. Baker, but of the medical documentation through the medical examiner's report, that would indicate movement of Ms. Baker.
All right, and I'm going to put up States Exhibit 65B, or 64B, sorry, and zoom in for a second. Again, we looked at R, S, T, and DD.
See, that's what we need there.
Did you also look at
Right.
pictures
Yeah.
related to BB and AA?
I did.
All right, so let's look at those pictures a second. And did you see the FDLE analysts who ultimately concluded that that was a mixture of blood?
Yes, I did review that report.
All right, so here's States Exhibit 41T, and I'll zoom in just so people can orient them. BB is to the left, AA is to the right. And then I'm going to show, here's 41U, 41V, and ultimately 41W, which is related to BB per the marker. What can you tell us about this?
I can tell you it's buffering. How's that? We don't want to buffer. Don't buffer.
Okay, so that could have been caused by her coughing.
I identified
her
and
flicking
interpreted
her
those stains to
arm.
be cast-off stains as well. And they look visually different than the cast-off stains that were documented in Area DD on the front porch. And that is because the abrupt movement of the bloodied item is different. So that's another thing that I have to take in consideration. And the reason I can tell that the movement is different is because the stains by or on the front porch were larger in size. They also exhibited directionality that was was towards the porch, towards the road. And the reason that they were larger is because the item that distributed those did not have a lot of momentum. Because the more momentum or the more force that you introduce that breaks the natural laws of physics and it's no longer a passive stain, the introduction of that force, as the force gets greater, the stains get smaller. So that is how I can determine that these stains appear in not only their distribution, their elongated size, as well as
Jeff,
the
you're the real
relationship
OG.
to each
I don't
other.
know
This
how
is,
you're still
indicative
awake
of an item
listening to
that
this.
is,
Like, I am fully
has momentum that
functionally
is
awake
moving
right now,
towards the
and
backyard.
I got
So these
decent rest
cast-offs
last
are
night.
completely different incidents.
So I'm going to put the picture, put 64B back up again. Are you saying that based on the markings of BB and AA, they indicate to you that they were created by a person moving away, if the road was over here, they're moving away from the road towards the backyard?
Yes, the item that is
Okay, great.
contaminated with
This is the
mixture
map
of
I'm talking
blood
about. They
of
already
BB
have a map.
was The directionality
this
is
is-
Why do we need her to testify to what has already
You're
been
aware that
testified
BB
to?
Is,
This is
I don't know.
duplicative.
as being Kay
Yes.
Baker and Matthew Terry in the mixture.
Object.
Yes.
Does this indicate to you
Someone
that
object.
Mr. Terry then had to be somewhere in that vicinity?
You're objecting
or his
because you
blood
don't want to
was
listen to any
somewhere
more
in that
boring
vicinity to get into
testimony.
the mixture
Yes, of course. Your
Why
Honor, I
would-
object on the
why would
basis
the
that
defense
this is
object?
So
foreign.
bloodletting had to have already
The
occurred for
defense is
Mr.
just
Terry.
concerned about identity. So this witness doesn't attack that, doesn't damage their defense. So just let
If
her
I was
let her
the
board.
defense, I'd keep my
Let me
mouth
next
shut right
talk
now.
about,
Yeah.
Lull the jury to sleep. Try and make them forget
as we
all
look
the
at
DNA
states
evidence.
54,
Yeah, that's for sure.
You heard nothing.
Exactly.
there are a
Jeff has to be to
variety of
work in
things
4
that-
hours.
And again, this is
Should be
your
3,
diagram.
but
Is
it's going to be
this to
4.
Okay, so this is not to scale, but
Bye,
there's a
Digger.
variety of markers moving up here, Z, Y, X, so on and so forth, getting all
I
the way
figure 420.
to U. Do you remember looking at marker
See
U
you,
in
Dig.
the pictures?
I have a short fuse. No, I'm just ADHD. I have a short attention span, maybe, but not a short fuse.
I can see why this defense.
Here states 42S.
Now this is the damning.
What did
This
you
is
note
the
about
damning
this?
handprint.
The first thing that I noted
both of their
was
DNAs
a
on there.
transfer stain. So an item contaminated with wet blood came into contact with the north side, or the side of the fence that is close to the roadway. It's kind of on the corner. And so the actual residences would be towards the back of the photograph. So the first thing that I noticed was that there's a transfer stain
Ooh,
there.
they should have put
There's
his hand
also
up on
a transfer stain
If the
adjacent
handprint
to
does
it
not
on the
fit, you
actual
must acquit.
edge
Mhm.
of the fence, and then there's another transfer stain down on the bottom. So those in proximity to each other indicates to me that an individual or item contaminated with wet blood, possibly on multiple areas, had contact with that fence, or if it's just one area that's contaminated, it had multiple contacts. So either some individual or item has blood on multiple areas, or one area is having multiple contacts with that portion of the fence.
Do you know what ridge detail is?
I do.
What is ridge detail?
So is she a physical being having a
detail
spiritual
is
experience, or a
the,
spiritual being having a
the
physical?
skin on your fingertips and your feet, which allows
fingertips
you to grip
on your
things. It gives
feet?
you a bit of a texture on there. And ridge detail, a lot of people call them fingerprints, but ridge detail is what we use in the discipline of forensic science. So ridge detail would be the different ridges and bifurcations and things that could possibly allow you to be identified if there was comparable detail.
Were you able to see anything in this picture that was ridge detail?
I did not physically see ridge detail, no.
All right. The fact that you cannot see ridge detail, does that mean
Even
this
he's
cannot be
losing it.
effectively a handprint on a fence?
Yeah.
No.
The murderer's getting bored with
it
his
has characteristics consistent with a handprint, so I would not exclude a handprint.
Hey, keep it up.
For
Maybe
example,
he'll just
this could
confess.
be one
Fine,
finger.
fine, I did it.
Okay, I give up, I surrender.
Right, I did it. I don't care. Just please
another
go
finger,
easy on
four
me. That was our
fingers
goal,
on a fence.
right?
Yes, and the way that I would describe this is it's linear patterns separated by relatively evenly spaced voids, and it does have attributes that is possibly consistent with a hand. I can't exclude a hand.
And are you aware that DNA analysis said that this was a mixture that had Kay Baker and Matthew Terry included?
Is she saying she can get fingerprints from the blood stain?
Yes.
So if this was a hand that had both the defendant and the victim's
Angie?
blood on the hand, and it was placed on this fence for some reason, is there anything about this that is inconsistent with that theory?
That the hand had a mixture? No, that's
Well,
consistent.
I mean, that's according to the DNA, which you're not here to testify to, but assuming that's what the DNA said, assuming there was a bloody hand, and that blood was the mixture that we're talking about, is this consistent with potentially a hand being placed on a fence?
Yes, it cannot be excluded.
There's a mark. There's a blood spattered pattern. That
You need it.
indicates a
You
hand
need
was
it.
on
Expert.
the fence.
The fence line in general, I'm not going to do every
Why
single
did they
photo
go
of
down the DNA trail?
the fence line, but we can see it going up one direction towards the bushes in A, and then
If only they had a
looking
map.
back the other direction towards where the victim would have come to rest. In
We're going to
picture
have
L.
a fence expert sitting
There are
here.
a series of stains
So is this
along
a
this
fence?
and
Is
one
it
on
wood?
the ground, correct?
Is it
correct.
consistent with being wood?
From those stains, can you tell anything
Is there air
about
around this fence?
directionality? Can you say that they were created by a person, for example, running towards the bushes, or created by a person, for example, running away from the bushes?
There, the stains and patterns exhibited different characteristics. So the only stains and patterns that potentially had any type of indication of directionality, there was one area of a relatively large amount of stains.
Steve,
but
thank you for sharing that with me. By
I
the way, I'm
cannot
going to send it
identify
over to my
whether
defense friends,
the
because the
item
first thing I
that
would do is
touched it,
say,
whether it was
"Oh,
going
you don't know
down, going
exactly
back,
what
or
happened."
both.
There's a
So,
million
going back
other,
to state 64
items that could have come in contact. There's
Is there
a million other
anything
things that
about
could have
any of
occurred.
the blood there
You're just kind
along-
of
'cause you already
making
told
this
us the
up.
directionality
You're kind
for
of
A and B.
hypothesizing.
So for these other ones, Z,
And then
Y,
I'd pull up
X,
that
all the way
PDF
through
and
U,
I'd say,
including the P that's the ground.
interestingly enough, this is what this
Is there anything
says.
about those
What are your thoughts on
markers
this?
Well,
rule
usually
out
that
the possibility that a person could have, for example, moved one direction and then decided to
that
double back.
document that I
can't
sent you,
exclude that. I have no
that is
definitive information
used in Daubert
to
hearings
exclude that.
usually to exclude.
So now we're
defense
going to look at
experts.
markers that start moving across 6209
Oh, God, now we're looking at the
towards
other set of markers.
6207.
I wouldn't do it on cross. I would
Give
have
me 1 second
another
to
expert
grab all
witness
those.
come in and say that exact thing.
Right.
It would be inappropriate to conclude XYZ. This testimony, goes far afield from what we can testify to.
But see, I don't know
No
that
smash or pass poll. No, none. Sorry.
I don't
What
think
is a
there's
smash
any-
or pass poll?
For
Is it
example,
smash or
here
pass
states
on the
Exhibit
on the
43C.
participants?
On the witness.
We can see O and N, and if I zoom in, you can
Pass.
see M and J. You looked at all these markers, correct?
I did.
Can you tell us anything about these? Are these a trail?
I did not identify that as a blood trail, no.
Okay. And so I want to differentiate again for the jury to understand. I think for the average person, we think of a trail, like a trail of breadcrumbs, right? Like there's one here, and if I go a little bit further, there's one there, and if there's another one a little further, I call that a trail as sort of an everyday common person, like sort of like connect the dots. But do you use the word blood trail differently?
Yes, by definition, the blood trail is for passive drip stains. We use that terminology when we're defining a trail from one point to another of passive drip staining. And one of the characteristics that we look at when we
is making
identify
too
that
much. They
is
don't need
we're
this
looking
witness.
for
I'm
continuity to
not.
the stains.
I'm not
so for
impressed.
example, we're looking
They're
at the
boring the jury.
stains are relatively
You can
the
have a
same
couple
size,
boring
they're
witnesses, and you
relatively
can
the
miss
same
it. You're still
shape.
going to get your guilty,
They, appear
it's
to
almost
be,
like
deposited
they hired her
by
and she
one,
said something, and
by
they
an action
it fits their
that was
closing argument narrative.
continuous
So
as opposed
throw her
to
up there and let her
disjointed
talk. You know.
type of stain and pattern.
How many expert
and
witnesses
those
has the
characteristics were
prosecution
not
thrown up?
evident.
Two.
Because I
DNA
did look at the
and blood
close-ups
spatter.
of all of
Then
these
this is
photo
probably
markers,
why.
and there's
Because if they're going for a
there was
death
nothing
penalty and they don't
distinct to
want to
me
have it
that I identified as a
overturned on
trail,
appeal.
like I
Yeah,
did
but
in other
it doesn't
areas
give
like
you
the
anything.
sea.
The defense's identity.
So going
I don't
back
see
again
the.
for a
Well,
second
we'll
to
talk about it
state
at a break. I guess.
64B, because they're laid out in a alphabetical fashion, is that suggesting that that's the order in which they were created?
Huh.
I
That's
did
an
not
interesting
interpret it that
question,
way,
Kyle.
and that
Could the
is
prosecution
where,
be
having been a
stalling to
crime
work with
scene
the ex-girlfriend
investigator
tonight?
and having had the experience of working scenes, especially when you're one of
Maybe.
the first people there to document the scene, I did not interpret that
The woman's voice
as
makes me want
why
to be
as
deaf.
to why those markers were
Yeah.
placed in
This
those
woman's voice makes me
particular
want to be
places.
deaf.
All right, so
Josh 360.
whatever sequence the letters are in, even if they're alphabetical, that does not necessarily mean that that's the
As she
sequence
means
of
reminds me
the
like when you're in
alphabet.
kindergarten, you have
That's
to go to
not
the
how I
office and
interpreted
talk
it,
to the vice principal.
For example,
This is the
M,
vice
N,
principal.
And O, can you tell a directionality of movement?
Now, you understand why we have this
So it's
rule.
equally
The
possible
rule
that a
was put in
person, if
place
these
10
were
years ago
sequential.
relating to this former
It could be a
incident that
person going
occurred,
M,
which
N,
I'm now
O,
going
or it
to
could
in
be a
great
person
detail
going O,
relay to
N,
you.
M, correct?
And then after that
Or it
time,
could be a person
we're going to
going
talk about
O,
why you
M,
should feel
back
ashamed
to
about
M,
why
and
it
moving
is
towards
that you
J.
did what you did. But I
Correct.
didn't do anything. That doesn't matter. No, we're going to go in further detail into
I
what you
wanna talk
did
with you about
based on what I heard.
states.
Mike has a date
And
with his
you're-
backpack. That's funny if you know.
Do you remember when you came into school and you were given the rules? Let's
Specifically
go over
this
the rules
marker,
together one by one.
Green J.
She would. She
Let me find a
would.
close-up shot of that particular marker.
Lux says, "Hi, Danny. Looking very Targaryen today.
Oh,
Let's start, Gary.
Game of Thrones. You
Game
know,
of
watch
Thrones.
it. Had to be there.
Eh.
What do you
I don't know
say
whether or not to be
as it
flattered.
relates
Aren't
to
they all
Green J?
inbred?
Should.
I'll just-
The Targaryens?
because it's so zoomed in, I'll back
Fond
up.
Dylan, is it just me, or does the defense look like that guy in Falling Down? A bit.
What's falling down? I'm gonna look it up.
The
Old movie
some of the
with,
blood stains that were in the backyards, I was not
Michael
able to
Douglas.
specifically identify a particular type of stain based on its characteristic, and that was because of the dynamics of this
Yeah, a little
particular
bit.
scene. However, for photo marker J, I did identify it as a small pool of blood, and then a small area of saturation to a petal. So that was indicative of a blood source bleeding in that area, such that the deposition was had enough blood volume that it caused the blood to actually pool onto the leaf and then actually saturate.
This voiceover dubbing for Marlene Dietrich
So that's
movies.
what those particular
We have
stones
ways of making you testify.
You use the word pool, but I noticed there's this like scale or ruler here, correct?
Yes.
Let me see if I turn that off, if that helps.
It is 6:24 a.m.
The actual mark is here in this.
You know
area,
it's
sort of dead
boring
center
when
of the
I
photo,
am
correct?
Well,
looking forward to doing a budget review for the
based
county
on the experience
tonight with my
of-
boss
or you just using
as
scales
my
and having
form of
used the scale,
excitement.
Do you have a lot
It's
of
representative sampling
hurricanes in
that
your
is being documented.
in
So
Utah?
I was also
Yep,
looking
not-
at
Well, we must.
distance
Just have
over
one
the
city.
right?
the
We have
mid-range and then
hurricane.
the close-ups, because you
We-
can see that
we
the,
have
the
hurricane.
stain's not continuous. There's one stain to the left, one
Utah
stain to
drops
the right,
vowels.
which is
What I want to get out
Yeah,
is
we
you
do.
call
There's
this pool.
no
Mountain,
hurricanes in
hurricane.
hurricane.
Measured in centimeters, correct?
yes.
This is not
Ignorant
feet
has
of blood.
only one vowel.
No.
I.
Ignorant.
So the
Ignorant,
pooling is
ignorant.
just the characteristic of it, the fact that
No, that's a
the
southern
blood
accent,
had
ignorant.
pooled together into one area, and it hadn't
That's ignorant.
saturated
That's
down,
ignorant.
and it was larger than a traditional drip train.
We do
drip
confuse
stain, I
heel
should
and
say.
hill
And
a
are you
lot.
aware that
I
the
still
FDLE
confuse the two.
analysis suggested that this was a single source contributor
I will
from Mr.
crush you with
Terry?
my hill.
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, so again, Mr. Terry's blood somehow has to be getting onto the ground there at marker J, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell from that whether that's coming from?
Oh, what channel is
a
based
cut
out
of
of
his
Hurricane?
neck, cut on his hand, a bloody nose, whatever the case may be?
I can't tell.
Oh,
But something that's producing.
He's not
blood
the
of
survival
Mr.
guy
Terry
that's in
is then
trouble, it's
allowing it
another
to
guy.
spill onto the ground, is that correct?
That's correct.
I believe he's
Oh,
a
you mean
former
the
special
rescue guy
ops.
who's in trouble?
Yeah, not that guy. Different guy.
I want to now move over to.
Adventures with a Purpose. That's my
The
first
next
case I'm going to be
batch of
reviewing on my
photos
channel,
as we
which
get
I am going to
to-
change the name of right now. Somehow.
As depicted here
I'll
in
figure it
state
out.
64A, this cluster
Channel
over
status
here, the sort of
information.
ABC, through I and J there.
Wow, they're just walking through every single one of these.
This is
Now,
terrible.
these appear to be much more heavily clustered than, for example, N and O and M and
See,
L.
this is-
Those
they
seem
probably-
spaced
see-
out by comparison. I know this is not to scale.
I gotta say, this is the first thing that I could criticize. I like it because as a prosecutor, I can criticize it.
Yes.
All of this whole thing is not necessary.
That indicates that
It's
a
obvious there's a blood trail,
person, an individual
right?
is
I
bleeding.
mean, it's obvious that there's a body at the end of the
moving
blood
around
trail.
this area to multiple
You got to
locations,
focus on what's important.
and
Edit,
it was
edit, edit.
confined to the area around the jungle gym because there were there were many stains on the side of the jungle gym.
No,
that
I
is
don't know about
facing
you
the
guys,
photo
but I feel
markers.
like
And let
I
me just show
get.
the jury that for a second. Here states 44C.
I feel like I'm receiving
Is this
more
what you're talking
full
about in the fact that there are
education
multiple places or
by
multiple
watching
stains on
these
the jungle gym?
like LawTube
Yes,
videos than I do
and,
from CLE.
The interesting thing
Oh,
that
absolutely.
allows
Actually,
me to identify that as
I'm
an
gaining a
individual
lot. I'm
bleeding is
enjoying
because
doing
of the
these
stains
trials
also on the jungle gym.
because it does
a
put
lot
you
of
on
them
e-
were passive
edge.
drip stains.
I'm
and a
losing.
lot
I'm
of
sorry. I'm
them
talking over
were
her
dripped
because I'm
not
bored.
only on
Yeah,
the
we all
actual
are.
metal bars,
He's not saying anything
but also
important,
on the
otherwise I
base
wouldn't.
of the frame,
Yeah.
which indicates, based
They're
on
literally
where the
just going
scales
blood
are,
drop
as
by
you can
blood
see in
drop,
these
saying, "Oh,
photographs,
is
that
there
means
blood
that if
drop
it's a
here?"
passive drip stain, that blood
That
source
means
has to be
she
above
was
that area.
moving or he was moving.
So this is not an individual that's, at least over by the jungle gym, crawling around. This blood source where the different scales are is above those areas, and
Yeah,
it's
it's high
dripping
up, so
down.
she wasn't crawling
and
when
then,
it
as you
happened.
get progressively closer to that fence line,
Let me
and
find
then
a picture for you.
progressively closer to the foliage, you're starting to
She
see
reminds me
a-
of like one of
a
those
larger
videos that
volume
crop
of
up every
blood,
now and then of
I'm
like
starting
someone
to
who's
see
gone
drip
onto a
trails.
world
This is
stage and they're
44A.
faking sign
Yes.
language.
Right, so now you're actually calling something a drip trail.
Yes.
That's her expert
So
testimony.
tell us where
It's
you're
really
seeing
high
that
up,
and
so
what
that
that
means she
means.
wasn't on the ground. Well,
Photo
thank you,
markers,
expert.
A and photo marker B, those photo markers don't just represent one
it
single
may be-
stain. There's actually multiple stains, especially in photo marker A and B, that are
It may be
spaced
that the
out, and they're like
prosecutor thinks he
saturation
needs
patterns,
this witness
and
so that
then
he
you
can argue this in
actually
his
see a
closing,
drip trail
but I don't
that
think
is
you can
connected.
assume
And we're looking at states
that there's a
44A,
blood
and there's
trail
actually
leading
two
to the
A's
body,
here.
that
So
that
let me
came from the
clarify,
blood
when
pot.
you
That
say
is
A
not
to
a,
B,
you don't
mean
need an
green
expert
A
to say
or
that.
red A?
Green A.
So you're talking from here at the far left of this picture over here to the marker
Boom,
B.
changing
you're
the
seeing
name.
Drip trails.
Correct.
All of the blood that you're seeing here at these various locations, all of these different markers, A, B, C, all the green ones at least, is this consistent with a person who is lingering in the area for some period of time? And I don't mean like hours, but I mean at least a few seconds or minutes?
That is consistent, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Not impressed.
All right.
It's almost like you got it, so you got to
Now I
play
wanna
with it.
turn to that red
You know,
marker
it's like
A.
it's there, it's a toy, and you can't leave it alone. It's so tough to edit something out. When you bring them in and they say something, you got to justify to hiring them. But boy, this is just paint dry.
a little painful.
This is very painful. But
So now as we start looking
Chads are
at
funny,
these red markers, A, B, C, D, moving through the bushes, what do you notice about them that is of interest?
That there are blood stains and patterns that is on leaves on the ground at red A, and then there are blood stains and that are on the foliage at photo markers B through E. So that indicates an individual with blood on their person and or a bleeding injury is in that foliage.
obviously, is that really? Do we need an expert for that?
So I want to show you a group of photos here from State's Exhibit number 51. Here's 51D, and then E, F, G.
This is consistent with somebody bleeding, walking over these plants while they're bleeding.
There's a couple different spots there where there appears to be blood, correct?
Correct.
Why not just do this with a cop? Cop take pictures of blood stains, boom, 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 boom. They establish those markers, they have the photos, they establish the trail, boom, that's it.
Single source as it was.
Yes.
These dots or drops, as depicted here in 51E, don't appear to be particularly large. What, if anything, does that tell you?
That either the source of blood was not in that area for an extended period of time, or there wasn't sufficient blood to cause more staining.
Either the person was moving through the area pretty quickly or they weren't bleeding a lot.
Either or.
Now,
or both.
as we use this photo,
Thank you
I
for
don't wanna
that
go through every
frickin'
single
expert
photo, but is
testimony.
this
Yeah, either or.
Generally, roughly the size or the amount of blood that you're seeing as the person is moving through the bushes, or are you seeing large concentrations of blood moving through the bushes?
I didn't see the large concentration of blood that I did by the jungle gym area. There were some leaves and some stems that did have blood deposition on their entirety, but I didn't see any large areas like I did by the jungle gym.
Says it's boring, but it still beats the Legend of Wakanda movie.
Oh
Later, I'm
no.
going to show you 64 or 64A.
All right, I have officially changed
And,
the
you
name
created
of my
this, correct?
YouTube channel.
And
So
it says that it's not to scale, but I want to talk
And
to
my
you just a little
pictures, so
briefly
it's
What's your
legit
YouTube
now.
channel called?
about this
Awesome.
sort of
Congratulations.
Danny on Direct.
Danny, oh, I like that.
You
Gonna do Rumble and YouTube or just YouTube?
Correct?
Yes, it's a standardized
Probably
computer,
both,
aided
but I need to
diagramming
like make
program
an
that I
audience
use.
first. I
Right,
feel
and
like
so
before I just
if
hop
a person
on
was
over to
looking at
Rumble.
this picture, they might think to themselves,
Because
over
being
here
a
where
conservative, you know, you're
A,
gonna
B,
be
C, D
target
is,
number one on
it's pretty
YouTube.
wide, the bush.
Well,
Whereas over
when
here
you
by
say
where
it that
you
way,
is,
then
the bush
yes.
looks pretty thin. Did you do this
I don't
intentionally?
I don't
because
market
the
myself
area
as
by you is in
conservative.
I know, but they'll sniff you out when you start talking. You start talking religion,
No.
it's over.
Was the
Especially
foliage
popular,
there
somebody
pretty
who has
uniform,
elected
running up and
aspirations.
down Lithia Pine Crest?
Come on.
Yes, and those
Just
areas
back up your plans.
to the left of the sketch,
Yeah,
there was a
I'll
lot of
create
like
a
foliage
backup.
and bushes and scrub and all that. And then as you get a little bit further down, you still have the scrub and the bushes, but then you're also starting to see some trees.
I want to return for a moment to the victim herself. Did you have a chance to see the condition of the victim as she was at the scene?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of her position before the neighbor found her?
I listened to the 911 call, and my understanding from listening to the 911 call was that she had to be rolled in order for medical intervention for appropriate medical
No,
intervention.
Jeff
Why
was
did she
reading Twitter.
testify to this?
And I
Jeff's not conking out.
that
Jeff
was
is reading
beneficial
Twitter.
to me because one of the first things I
'Cause
looked
it's more
at when I looked
exciting.
at the blood stain at T and then the location of her position, I actually said to myself before I listened or read any reports on like who moved her. So when I listened
Oh,
to the
you're so
911
brilliant.
call, that
So genius,
provided
man.
me that information.
But more specifically, as part of the information that was provided by the neighbor, did you see an indication that she was
I actually figured out this entire murder myself.
There was blood staining on her
I found out
person.
that I knew
was
that she
consistent with her being
I knew
on
that.
her right side with her
before I
left side
even
up.
saw the picture.
Like,
I want to show
I
you
just
State's
knew.
Exhibit number 1 for a moment. Do you notice anything of interest between the left side and the right side of Miss Baker's face?
This was one of the primary things that made me think who at least moved her head. And that is on her forehead, she has flow patterns that are traveling across her forehead, which is not consistent with the position that she's in. So that indicates to me that at some point her forehead is turned. And then as you look on the right side, the right temple area, you can see that there what we call a void of blood, which means that area was not available to receive blood as it was flowing down her forehead, which is consistent with that area being in contact with the ground.
Yeah, you scroll down, Vices.
Because she had a large amount of blood on the
Did I
left
scroll
side of her
down?
face.
So if the neighbor
I
were
guess
to
I
say
should
that
pay
he found
attention to
her
what
on
I'm
the
doing, huh?
ground,
You're nodding
around
off.
the right side
She
against
should
the wall,
be
the
she
left
should be
shoulder
taught
there,
the
blood
IRAC
pattern
formula.
depicted on her face.
Oh, you're an Iraq.
Yes.
Yeah, good
I
job.
would suggest
Issue
that
rule
that's
announces
the position
conclusion.
she was in when you found her,
Just start
that
with
she hadn't
her
been
head was
moved
on the
before
ground.
then.
This is how I know.
Correct.
It's just horrible.
It's my expert opinion. Her head was on the ground. Generally, when heads are on the ground, this is how it
Did you have a
looks.
chance ultimately to
I've
go
seen other things
and
like
inspect
this,
the
and that's the
clothes that were
general
taken
rule.
from Miss Baker's body?
I did.
No, I was literally
Those
just scrolling through
objects are
YouTube trying to
clear in
find some
evidence. I'm not
topics to
gonna
discuss
pull them
when the
out
trial's
because they're
over.
still biohazards, but,
I actually
I
prefer
wanna show you
Odyssey to
State's Exhibit
Rumble.
78D. Tell me what we're looking at here.
So
Blood
there
spatters.
on her legs, one of the things that I identified was I began to identify the types of stains and patterns that were visually on the pant legs. So I identified areas of saturation. I identified passive drip stains, some with satellite spatter. So I began.
Her head was
my
on the
process
grounds,
with
would have been
doing
adequate.
the basic identification of the stains and patterns. So, and I'm looking at them in relationship to each other. So I
Ground.
go and I identify the different stains and patterns, and then I start to look at their appearance in relationship
I
to
am
each
the
other.
blood spatter.
So what was interesting to me was the location of the saturation
teaches with
stains
puppets, obviously.
on her pant legs. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, she doesn't have any corresponding stains on the upper portion of her jeans. Like
For those who don't know, in Korea, this is crab.
So as I go
Not
through and
this.
I'm analyzing and I'm interpreting these stains, what
It
I'm
confused the crap
trying
out of
to
me.
do is
For
to
my
see if
first
I
like
can
2 months, I'm
determine
like, why
the
is
most
everyone doing
probable
this?
way
What
of
is this?
those stains
Scissors?
being deposited.
Not.
And
It's crap.
what allows me to do that is the location of them on her clothing, the
Oh my
overall
gosh, that'd be
appearance of them,
excellent.
the
Someone
relationship
needs to
to
do
each other,
baby
as well
shark.
as did any of the stains have what I consider to be directionality.
Sync it up to her hand.
And some of the passive drip stains did.
We're going to talk about directionality, but I just want to first, before we get to there,
Oh,
I want
dear.
to draw your attention to the space of ground that runs between her legs. Did you notice anything about that?
Yes, I actually
Yes.
looked
Yes, I do.
to see whether or not there were what we call reciprocating stains around her person.
You know, the
So
prosecutor
one of
could
the
say,
key
is
areas
there
that I
anything of
really did
note
focus
that
in
you
on was
observed?
between her
Not anything
legs,
you could say about
because
that,
what
because
I'm
I think
at
that
this
will,
point trying to determine
that little
is
minor
it
change
possible
might help
that those
focus her
stains and
testimony.
patterns were deposited on her jeans when she's rolled over
I
in
just
that
don't see
position,
the point of this
and I did
witness.
not see any reciprocating saturation to the ground between her legs.
You know, she was
There's
murdered.
no
She was
blood on the
stabbed.
ground here, correct?
Correct.
And she's moved, obviously, so is there any chance that now that you saw the pictures
Her person
of
is on the
ground
ground.
from all the other different angles of the pictures, do you see anything that looks like a little thin little V area that would have been between
Exactly,
her
the
legs
defense
where
on
blood would have
cross.
been
So the blood
deposited?
splatter didn't tell
No,
you
and I
anything about who did
intentionally
this,
looked at all
right?
the photographs
Thank you.
before
questions.
she's
Yeah,
removed
I mean,
and
it's-
after she's removed.
There's no
because I
question
wanted
that
to
she's
make sure
murdered
that
by
I was
stab
cognizant
wounds,
that I
right?
was, looking at
And there was
What
blood.
is she saying that the police agents who discovered the blood themselves could
So
not say?
let's talk about.
Well, they did say it. We've established that. This is just duplicative at this
You had a
point.
chance to look at the pictures directly in evidence, and I'm going to turn now to State's
Take a
Exhibit
break here, hold on.
65.
There's a really
through
abusive
N.
guy I know in the state who looks just like this guy, and it's kind of freaking me out.
Did you take this photo as depicted in 65A?
I did.
And then 65B
Yes.
65C,
Yes.
and 65D.
Yes.
Now,
It's a lot of blood.
I'm going to go back to this one. 65A.
This supports my theory that the prosecution is just trying to show a lot of pictures of a lot of blood.
Started to talk about directionality, and I cut you off.
And if I were,
What I
if I were defense,
was looking at directionality, the
I mean,
stains that were
I would let
immediately
it go
brought to my
still. I
attention
agree.
are
I
the
agree with
passive
you.
drip
I think
stains
you let
that
it
are
go,
basically
but
in the groin area.
if you were
of the
concerned
jeans,
about
they
prejudicing
have
the jury, this is
directionality
what
that
this is. It's more
travels
prejudicial than
towards the inner
anything.
seam and towards what would be like the interior area of the groin area. So that allowed me to determine that there was the blood source was
You ripped
above
your
the
pants
groin
too?
area,
No,
and
they're-
it was going
they
slightly
probably
down
came that way.
towards the interior seam of the legs as well as the groin area. And the other thing that also allowed me to determine that the blood source was above.
Yeah,
the
he does
jeans
have a
was,
lizard look.
Right there at the bottom right corner.
Now, folks,
there's
I'm going
passive drip
to
stains, and then you've
I'm going to
got your
put this
little
picture
satellite
here in the
spatters
background for a minute
that,
because YouTube doesn't like blood.
basically bounce outward around uniformly
So,
around the stain.
As soon
That
as they
also
stop
tells
showing
me
this
that the
picture,
blood
we'll bring it
source
back
was
up.
directly
But we can
above
listen.
that area of the pants
There's got to be a
because the blood
filter where we
bounced
can
out
change the
uniformly
screen like
around it. It
green,
didn't
so it looks like ooze and not like blood.
exaggerate down to one side or another side. So at this, with these stains, that's what I'm doing, is I'm taking each stain and I'm looking at it individually, then I'm looking at it in relationship to the other stains around it. And that's what is providing me the opportunity to get a little
Wicked
bit
Money,
more specific with
Don't harp on the mom jeans. Mom jeans
positioning
are the
or
best jeans.
location of the blood source in relationship to when these stains were deposited.
All right, and so you talked about a couple things there. You talked about the satellite. Is that like we see here where there's like these little fringes coming off and the dots expanding out from it?
Yes.
And then you talk about directionality. I'm going to turn the jeans for a second.
There is no
that
smoothing
like
of my hair.
these
It's too
here
dead
that
to
are starting
smooth.
at the seam
Sorry.
and go kind of downward?
Got to pull this back a
Those,
little bit again
I
here. Sorry,
call them
guys.
Smaller blood stains, but I
There's just
cannot
like way too
exclude
much
that those
blood
are
here for
also
YouTube.
satellite spatter from the
We're
large
just
deposition
we're
of
just
the
pulling back
large
the pictures of
saturation
bloody
stain.
jeans so
The
YouTube
directionality
doesn't
I'm talking
decide
about is the
that
drip
I'm
stains
showing
that are
graphic
actually
and
on the
horrific
interior
content.
seam area of the pants. So that would be
but we can
consistent
listen
with
to
the
it.
blood being above those pants and going downward, as
Pretty
opposed
good about
to, for
keeping
example,
that
somebody,
outside the.
Miss Baker standing up and the blood dripping down. It's not going to defy gravity and turn a corner to go down inside the seam of her leg. It's going to go down the front of her leg. So it's all of those factors that I'm taking into consideration.
So let me ask you a hypothetical. If Miss
right.
Baker was seated with her butt on the ground and her legs stretched out in front of her, so she's sort of like an L, you know, body up and then legs out, let's say, the blood could come out of her neck and fall onto her thigh. Would it then go in towards her inseam of her pants?
If she's leaned over, and that would also could possibly explain the lack of blood that is on the top portion of her pants. Is if
Frederick says, I've heard legends of a time when this woman wasn't testifying.
if she's leaned over, that would then have deposited away from her waistline and more towards her legs.
Oh, that's
Right,
great.
so in that scenario where she's seated and bent like an L on the ground with her butt on the ground, she has to be leaning forward enough that the blood is basically falling directly onto her thigh.
Jeff's
and not,
hair
for
is dead
example,
too.
on her
No way.
chest
This is a
or
choice.
Under her waist.
Correct.
Okay, and we'll talk about.
This
the
is a
backside of
lifestyle
things in a
choice.
second.
My dead hair
As
is
a
also a
different
lifestyle
scenario,
choice.
Would this also be consistent with the notion of
A very
Kay Baker
expensive
is
lifestyle
instead- I'm
choice.
not limber, so I'm not going to try.
I didn't call the
Kay
witness.
Baker
Don't
is
blame me.
basically Sitting on the back of
Yeah,
her
Jeff.
heels. Her legs are
What are you
bent
thinking?
underneath her, and she's sitting
What a
on the
worthless
back of her
witness.
heels. And again, she's
Yeah,
leaning
this is
forward a
so
bit, the blood will
boring,
fall
and
onto
it's
her
so
thigh and
useless.
go towards her inseam area.
Nothing this witness
cannot
is giving you
exclude that
can't you get with the cop
So,
witnesses.
We know
It's
that
almost
at
like
Bunker
the
R,
state is
you
so
told us
impressed
that
by all
she's
the
gotta
stuff
be
that they can
somewhere
deduce
low on the ground,
about the
either
crime.
potentially
You know,
on
look
her
at how
back
much
or
we
just
know
barely
about
off
what
the ground,
happened
maybe
here. Aren't we
up on her
brilliant
hands and knees
for
or even
solving
laying on her
crime,
stomach.
right?
But then these
Yeah.
indications indicate to you that at some
This is
point
the
Miss
one,
Baker
I think this is the
now
first
sort
misstep of the
up where her neck
prosecution,
is
of
above
really
her-
anybody in the
her
case.
thighs.
Yeah, the blood source that's depositing.
just seems
these
prejudicial to
stains and
me.
patterns is above the
Well-
thigh
Because it's not,
area.
But it doesn't go to the identity.
Right, it's not probative, so what's the purpose?
So,
And she doesn't add anything to the cop witnesses. The cops have already identified all the bits of evidence. She's looking at
Here is
photographs. She
State's
wasn't even
Exhibit
there.
E.
She's testifying to things that she heard. She just did that
I know that you're
earlier.
a
She
blood
said,
pattern
well, this is
expert,
what
but
I
did you see
heard.
any
But this is already in evidence.
blood or anything
It's already in
on the
evidence,
back of
then
her jeans that
why?
would suggest she was
The,
seen
the,
with
the
her
prosecutor
butt on
can
the ground?
already say
There was
everything she's
none-
saying in his closing argument.
No debris that was consistent with the area that I saw around her person.
All right, you got to see these jeans in person, so I just want to
I am curious how that one drip
Did you see any
ended
area
up
of
there.
the jeans that looked something like
Well, it might not be blood.
depicted here in States 48E?
Uh-oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah, Jeff.
These dirty feet.
I did see what I consider to be Florida sugar
might have
sand
to-
and debris on her knees.
On her knees, but as far as the backside of her.
No.
Again, with the sand on her knees and the blood the way it is deposited on the jeans on that thigh area, is that again potentially consistent with that notion that I put forward of she's sort of on her knees, seated on the back of her heels, and she's leaning forward a little bit as she's starting to bleed onto her thigh?
That is consistent.
Y'all in
Let me, show
here
you
talking
some
about
more.
feet are sick.
I want to talk about Ms.
Sickos.
Baker's shirt. You got a chance to look at that too,
That's just the
correct?
male mind at work.
Here is States 65F, and I don't know what it is because I'm not a fashion expert, but this is like a tank top or a camisole or something.
Oh
Yes.
my gosh,
So,
neither is she.
It's obviously it was cut originally.
How long has
we know
this been
that from
witnessed
the
on?
medical records. It was cut by the first responders.
At
to
least
do
an
a check to
hour
try and
because I've
put it
written
back to
like
look like it roughly
5
should.
emails and changed my
I
YouTube
put in
name.
what would be consistent with its natural state prior to being cut, but I obviously have to be aware that it was.
All right, and this glaring light.
About 2 hours.
So let me see. Oh, that makes it worse.
Oh shit, that didn't help, did it? Thank heavens this is
Hey,
live.
that's good.
Ooh, sorry to interrupt the riveting testimony. Yee.
And also look at 65H, which is the continuation of the shirt. You just tell me what it
Yeah,
is you want
so
to look
about
at. And I'll
an
put it
hour
up
and
here.
45 minutes. They took the break,
what
so
I
about
was
an hour
really
and a half
interested
so far.
in Is the fact that there was heavy saturation to the right
I
side
hate the idea of being
shirt,
murdered and having
but
it be
not to the left
unsolved.
side of
That's
the
like one of
shirt,
the worst
yet a lot
fates
of her very extensive
in my mind.
injuries were to the left
Almost,
side of her
I
neck.
mean, murders
So these are things
are almost
that
always
I'm-
solved.
that I'm
Very,
going through in my mind.
very. They
I'm
put
looking
the.
at, and I'm
Usually,
attempting
it's
to
very
analyze,
thoroughly
and I'm-
done.
And I'm hoping that
So,
the evidence is
it's-
allowing
it's-
me to interpret when and how the blood stains and patterns
It's
were
not.
distributed. The other thing I didn't
It's the
notice
odd
is not
case
only
it
is
goes
there not a
unsolved.
lot of heavy concentration.
Yeah, there's a lot of odd
saturation, there's
cases
not a lot
out
of
here
drip
because I have,
stains
I'm
either,
surrounded by like
which is
500
just another
miles, square miles of
indication that,
wilderness
if Ms. Baker
desert
was the
that
one that,
looks the
deposited
same as
the stains on
everywhere
her
else you
pants,
look.
that she
So
would
there's a
have
lot
been
of those
beaten
cases
over.
here,
So
unfortunately.
these are all
Interesting.
is all information that is.
Yeah, I
I'm sure
imagine
Florida
it's-
has a ton with your
I
gator.
equate it to a traffic cone. Like you have the base of the traffic cone; it's very wide.
Well, we got all the New
and then as
Yorkers
you go
that
up
stay in the
traffic cone, it gets
condos.
very
They don't go
narrow.
out in
So what I'm
Gatorland.
trying to do
Oh, that's
is
true.
get up to the
Yeah.
top of my traffic
Well,
cone,
voluntarily,
so that I can
no,
be a
they
little more
don't.
precise with my findings.
All right, so here in States
Nobody cares what you're
65H,
saying,
we're
lady.
looking at still the left side. a little bit
Prosecutor, you're
further
losing
down.
me here.
I'm
Yeah.
actually
Again,
really
sort of
impressed they
drip
found
stains
the
or major
remains of
deposits other than
Gabby's murderer.
This discolored area
Her
here by where it
boyfriend?
says front.
Yeah, that's a small.
Gabby, the girl who
saturation
was murdered
stain, but I don't.
last-
it's-
was that last
saturation
fall?
stain is
Out
disconnected
here
from the,
in the Grand
neckline of the
Teton?
shirt, and I don't.
I really do
see the
not
saturation to the bottom
Most
left
things.
Side
I mean, I focus
So
on
you
my
saw
cases
the majority
and
of the discoloration or stains on the shirt to the right side of the shirt.
Correct.
Again, is this
Sinbad
consistent with the
33,
notion of the person is
333.
to the
I'm so
right
sorry
on
to
the
hear that
ground,
that
the wound
happened.
is on the left side,
And
but it's-
that's really
Gabby's taking
unfortunate.
it to the right.
I am a little bit Gabby Petito. That's it. Thank you guys. Brian Laundry.
You also have a chance to look at the back side of the shirt.
Yes.
Here states 65I. This is still that same shirt. We're just now looking at the back, right?
Correct.
And again, it's hard to see. So did you attempt to use that same lighting?
Yeah, I
trick
don't
to see what
understand
you can
people's
see?
obsession
I
with
did.
true crime.
So
The legal
here
side
is
I get,
state
'cause I'm a lawyer.
65J.
well, it's
And
kind of that
also
rubbernecking
65K.
idea, you know, when you go past an auto accident.
This is the
We're
back
fascinated because
left
it
side
plays
of the
to our
shirt,
fear
correct?
and more mortality. And
Did you make note of the fact that Ms. Baker had an
But when you
injury
deal
to
with
the
it every
back of her
day,
neck,
it's-
a sort of
Not fun.
wound to the back of her neck.
Want to go to Disney World.
If you were dealing with it in the capacity of an appeals court, maybe it's not quite as bad.
Then
I'm not sure,
did the
but I'd
evidence review
imagine,
and
you
took
know,
these
where you're
photographs
working with
and,
victims all the
subsequently
time.
went back and did
That's
more,
another
looked at
story.
them in
'Cause,
more
I mean,
detail in my
I'm not a
office.
prosecutor, but even
I
in the time that I had running
realized
for
that those are
office,
consistent
I
in
got
appearance with
phone
passive drip
calls
stains.
nonstop from victims' families.
And so
And that was hard.
I identified them at
Yeah,
the evidence
it's a tough
review,
subject
which is
matter.
why I put a
Yeah.
scale in there to show relative size. So what I thought was interesting is there's passive drip stains on the back left side of the
Rhode
shirt,
Isle
but not on the
1313, I
front.
agree, it does remove all
So at
humanity
some
from the
point,
survivors.
a blood source is
What is that?
in very close
The true
proximity
crime shows.
to the back of
Does
Miss
it?
Baker.
I don't
and
watch
blood
that
is
stuff.
dripping
Yeah, neither
down
do
her
I.
shirt. These are
Mostly
not
'cause I get
consistent with
paranoid.
being
I'm like,
deposited while she's
did I
on
lock
her
the
right
door
side,
downstairs? Did I lock my
because
window
there- as
downstairs?
you
That
can
guy
see, the
followed her for 3 weeks
back
and he
left
didn't
is
know. How could I
actually
not know?
along the
That's where my
seam
brain
line
starts to
of
go.
the
So.
shirt, and they're not
I don't have a
going
short fuse. You know what it is?
sideways,
I'm
going
animated.
downward.
And I
So
think
those are
most
all
people aren't
things that
used to
I
working
was
with like
attempting to
animated
capture with my
attorneys.
infrared
That's all.
photography.
And again, you don't know
Passion.
exactly
That's what I love it.
Shoot me.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, no, that's a. You know, if you're passive and bored, you'd be watching this witness.
And so if that's the wound that is bleeding on her back side that would then potentially drip onto the back of her shirt, would that wound
Maybe you could sneak
have
in
to
a
have
live
been
cam
higher
to your
in
office,
space
Jeff, and
than
make
the
this your
shirt, where it can
24-hour
therefore drip
streaming
down onto the
challenge?
shirt?
Yeah, no.
And then grift the heck out of it. Just be like,
now,
you
that
want
would
me
be
to stay on another 5
cannot
minutes?
exclude
Donate another
She
100.
was seated on the
Yeah,
ground with her
that
bum
ain't
on the
gonna
ground and
happen.
her legs out in front of her. That
I just
would be
want her to
fine.
stop.
Yes,
They
I will
can't
be doing
possibly
a
do
24-hour
cross-examination
be
today.
above her neckline.
Stream
This
challenge.
is not her. This is
Down
this
on
is
her
the
knees,
prosecutor's
seated on the
fault.
back of her heels, and at some point,
He's
her
just
head is
really
up enough
impressed that
the
he
wound
can
is now able to
talk
get
so much
backwards
about
instead of,
what
moving
happened
forward with gravity.
through this
Is that also a possibility?
evidence testimony. You know,
Not,
This
yeah,
is,
not being
So that's
sassed. What is the
left
purpose
side
of
the
this
shirt.
witness?
Let's
I have
talk about
no
the
idea.
Right side of the shirt. Here is states
I have no idea what the purpose of this witness is.
65L and 65M. And if you need me to change back and forth between pictures, please tell me. But tell us what you notice about
No, I need this thing to end.
The back right shirt
what do you
up
think
near
here?
the top, near the neckline area and
yeah, you
the
know,
armpit
I have
area
a
was saturated
and
with
the
blood.
murder is horrible.
You can see
I mean,
the
murder
heavy
is horrible
saturation.
for the families. It's not
And
just the
there
victim.
are
It's the
additional drip
families that are
stains
impacted,
that
the
on the
children, the
bottom right side
parents,
of the shirt,
and not just to the
and
victim's
some of
family.
them
The
exhibited,
defendant's got a family that
directionality,
loves him,
downward.
maybe children, maybe
So
parents.
again, there must have
And
been
they
some
are
sort of source of blood
tremendously damaged
that
too.
was
It's horrible
spilling
all the way
blood
around. There's really
that
no
was
positive
higher up
upside to any
on
of this
Ms.
stuff.
Baker's
That's
backside
what
and
criminal
going
law
down
is
her shirt.
pretty dark.
Yes.
Okay.
I
So,
think it
in
would
an
be
entirely
worthy to
hypothetical
have a
universe, if we
show
had like a 7-foot-tall
that
basketball
focused
player
on
standing behind
survivors,
Ms. Baker bleeding from the
whether
front.
it be suicide survivors, meaning the families that
So it's possible that this could be
that live
somebody else
on,
bleeding onto
or
Ms. Baker's shirt. Is that
victim
correct?
survivor
As
families.
long as whatever
And
blood is
On my
is
Rumble
running down
channel,
the back
I
is
have
above
an
her
interview with a woman
Given the
who was very
directionality of
close
blood
friends
going
with somebody
down
who
the
was
back
convicted of
and not
murder
sort
and
of
sentenced to
across the
death
back
and
towards
actually
the ground.
executed. And she talks about the
Would
impact
this rule
of
out the possibility that
the
somebody was, for
execution
example,
of her
over Ms.
friend
Baker
on
with a
her and
bleeding
her
wound
family.
trying to render
It's a
her
pretty
aid,
good interview if you want to
their
go
blood
to
is
my Rumble
spilling
channel.
onto her shirt
I'll
as
go
she's
check it
laying
out.
outside.
I would
Yeah.
like that.
Because it's not really
blood
thought about.
stain
You know, you
to
think
passive
about,
drip
oh, that
stain on
guy
the back are
kill
not
him, right?
consistent.
But
one
the
that
impact
you're
on the
talking
people
about
that
is-
are around them,
Given the fact
especially
that we
the
know that Ms. Baker
the
is
murderer's
laying
father,
on her right
it
side
destroyed him.
and her left side is
And
up.
that's the key point that
talk
I
with you about
don't think
states
anyone focuses
65D.
on is the impact on the
I was
community,
to
on the
posit the
families.
theory
Because that's
that
what I
as Ms.
tried
Baker's
to
laying on the
educate
ground,
voters
her
on
right
when I was
side on the
running
ground, her left
is
side is
yes,
up.
the duty of the
A person
prosecutor is
comes
to
over
follow the law,
and is
enforce the
bleeding
law
from
as
the
written
neck
by the legislature,
and is
not as I
trying to render
interpret it
aid
and
to
as
Ms.
interpreted
Baker,
by
and
the
the blood is
courts,
spilling
right?
spilling out of their neck. Is that
Um,
consistent with the genes?
and to seek justice, not just for
I
the
didn't see
victim, but
heavy
for the
there's no
defendant as
heavy
well.
saturation along
But
the
in
left
that
seam area,
totality,
which would be
you
the
have to
side
take into
area,
account the community as a
and there
whole
was no
and the impact on the
spilling,
community. So
for
whenever
lack of
my
a better
opponent would say,
term,
well,
where
it saves the
that would be
community
going
money,
down
it
the
saves the
lake.
taxpayers money, I'd always shake my
So,
head and say, no, it's
that is
cost
not
them every single crime,
Based on
every
the
single
directionality
victim
of the
costs
blood
the
on the genes,
community
then
An
That would be
inordinate,
inconsistent with the notion of somebody being over
as
she's laying on her side and they're just bleeding.
an immeasurable amount of
The blood on the
cost
left
that
side
we
of her,
cannot
this outer seam area, that is
quantify.
not consistent.
Now, you have the death penalty in Utah?
Oh, yes.
You do.
Oh, yeah.
And you and I should talk
All right,
about
so
death
now I wanna
penalty
jump
on a
over
separate
to-
screen because I am a fan of the death penalty.
Sure.
I'm not a fan of it, but I do support it.
No, I understand. No, and you're with the majority. So I understand that I'm in the minority position, and I used to be 50-50. I was in line to be a capital prosecutor.
Wow.
And I actually took the capital prosecutor training to be qualified to do capital death penalty cases as a prosecutor until the election changed and I got the boot from the state attorney's office. And then maybe God was telling me he didn't want me on that side.
This
I don't
area
know.
over here.
It's funny how
not
God
falling
leads us.
asleep.
I swore I would
Markers
never.
G, H,
I'm just
so
bored out
on.
of my mind.
I know.
All
I'm
the
sorry.
way
I'm
to where
just
it says rad 1 through
drifting.
3. Did you look at these photos?
You guys are so much more interesting
So
than this woman.
we know that
It's actually
we
funny
have
you
A, B,
mentioned the
C,
whole
D,
God
E
aspect
going
because
through the
I
bushes,
never
and then
wanted
we
to
have
touch
this
criminal
one
law.
F
Not
here alone.
ever.
There
As a
were
matter
no
of fact, all
evidence
my
markers
defense attorney
between
friends
F
are
and
like,
G,
they went to
correct?
law school with me and they're like,
And do you know
to
why?
see you running for DA is one of the
I
weirdest
vetted reports
things
that
I could
they
imagine because
initiated a canine
they know
search.
me. I was anti-state,
so
right? In law school,
since
I
they
was,
used a
I was very
canine
much,
and there's
you
no
know,
markers, does
unless
that
we're going to
mean that
have
we
like
can
an
be absolutely
island to
certain
throw
that there
convicts
isn't blood
on, then
between
there's
F and
not
G?
much use of the state and the justice system
There
as
could
it
in
is.
fact be more blood
And
between F and G. They just didn't
I don't
take the
know.
time to look for
A
it
lot
with the
changed.
dog.
A lot of my opinions
Right, so
and
let's look
mindset
at
changed. So I'm excited to
pictures
do the
of
YouTube
F
channel
and
and to
G.
show voters how public officials or elected officials, how their opinions and thoughts can change over time.
What time
Because
does
I
this-
think that will, help our civil discourse in general. Oh,
Right,
she's
so here's
done?
an overview.
Oh, no, she's
What
not.
time did the courts usually close in Florida? 5?
Yeah, if they should
This
close
is
at
States
5.
Exhibit,
4:30 is usually when we
66N
shut it
as in
down, but
Nancy.
we're already going into 5.
There is a variety of
I mean, the
blood.
judge.
Again,
I can't believe the judge
this
is
is
letting
laid
this go
out in a
on too.
particular order. G,
Well, that was
H,
my
Counselor,
question.
how much longer are you
moving
going to
through
be?
the alphabet.
That was my question. Is
you
that
have
a
any way
question
of
that
knowing
you would
which one of these
normally
came
ask
first
in
or second or
Florida?
third?
Like, can we wrap this up?
So let's look at these for a second. The first one that pops up is G, and let me find a close-up of that.
And he's got to be thinking about it because
Here's
before the
States
break,
G.
he was saying, "Are you going to be able to wrap this up in 30 minutes?"
That's an O. That's
No.
in 66O, and here's 66P. What are we seeing here?
There's transfer on that leaf, and then down at towards
On
tip
the
of
civil
the
side, I've
leaf,
done
there's a little
protective
bit of,
order
blood
cases
is
that I
pulled
will
together.
intentionally drag out the witnesses because I don't have the strongest
is
case.
blood
But
basically
there's
contained
like a
on the
war of
size of a
attrition
leaf,
going
correct?
on where if I
This is
just
not
hold
like
out
feet
long
and feet
enough,
of
the
blood.
defense will fold. And it worked. It's been
Well, but
effective. I get a
in a death
continuance.
case
Their
like this-
witnesses don't
So now I
show.
wanna draw your
That doesn't
attention
work in a
to
death case.
Right.
States Exhibit
So in the
H.
civil case, though, I'm saying I've done
Yeah.
this exact thing.
Well, this
I'm
is
gonna work backwards
ridiculous.
for a second. Here's States Exhibit H, and this is in 66T. What are we seeing here?
Blood on the
In
ground.
this particular area,
Consistent with somebody
has
being
a
stabbed.
relatively large saturation stain to the leaves and the ground.
And now, how much
in that
education do you have
area,
to tell us this?
And
Oh
radiating outward around that saturation stain and multiple
Blood.
satellite spatter stains.
All right, and I want to ask you to look at the H here is to
Actually,
the
I didn't
right
expect
of
to do
the
criminal
stain
law
of
either.
blood, correct?
I was in
Yes.
civil litigation for
So
6
when we
years.
look at state 66S,
And then
over
I was
here,
I was a litigator,
sort of
civil litigator,
northwestish of the H,
and I was
instead of
getting afraid of the
directly west
courtroom because I didn't have a lot of courtroom
Is that where we
experience.
see?
So I was like, I need to not be afraid of the
66U,
courtroom.
which-
So I went to prosecutor's
I don't
office
know what the
to
best
get
way
it, and then I
try
got
see this is,
stuck.
but for example, here,
This is exactly what
on
I'm sure you
this
heard me talk
leaf.
about it on the other stream, where
Right there.
the primary reason
Is
you
that-
go and work at
is
the
that appear
DA's
consistent with
office
blood?
is experience and career
Yes,
development.
there's
And
there's
a DA
multiple
who's not
satellite
willing to
spatter
admit
stains on
that to
all
the
those
public
leaves.
and to
Right, so
themselves and
we've
to
seen
applicants
the drops of
is
blood
fooling
that
everyone
went
and
through
it
the
will
yard,
perpetually
like
be
an J
understaffed.
and like an A,
You have to
and
come at
we've
it with
seen
the
the pictures
approach of,
before of
I
F,
know
and
you
we
guys
saw
are
the
using the
picture of
taxpayer
G.
dollars to get trained.
Is this something
Fine. I'm willing to
different
take
than
that
those other
risk
ones by
because
size?
I bet that you will enjoy
By
working here so
size,
much.
overall
You will find so much
appearance,
meaning and purpose in your work
there's
that you will not leave.
drip trails.
and then
And
create
so,
an environment where
since you
that is
have
the case.
a larger size.
Well, and I thought
since you
I
have
was a good
difference of
prosecutor, you know,
appearance,
and
since you have
I
drip
enjoyed
trails, what,
that.
if anything,
But
can
God
you
did
tell
not
us
want me
about, for
working for that
example,
this current
the
one.
stains that
So,
are around the
and
area of
thankfully,
marker
the
H?
public defender's office knew me and hired me, and I've been there for.
Satellite, or excuse
And
me,
we have
the
the best
saturation
office
to
here.
the area,
The Seventh Circuit. If somebody's a
it
law
was
student
a
and wants
large
to
area of
work and get
saturation,
great
but it was
training,
fairly confined.
contact our
And the
office
fact that
because
there
we
were
have
so
great
many
training.
satellite
We have great
spatters around
attorneys.
it, and it was uniformly around
The highest
the
retention rate of any
saturation
public
state,
defender's
and
office in
they-
Florida is our circuit.
Satellite actually went
Wow.
out
Yeah.
pretty
awesome.
far in relationship
The judge
to the
could be
original
asleep.
parent saturation
We're all
state.
asleep.
That in appearance and distribution and the stains relationship to each other, as well as the very dense drip trails.
Is the
most
strategy to make the
consistent
jury
with,
self-delete?
an actively bleeding injury and a rapid distribution of blood.
Gee, I'm glad we have this expert to tell us this.
Yeah, somebody's bleeding.
So this blood trail is consistent
And
with
yes, and
somebody
it's
bleeding
uninhibited,
a
and
lot.
That's one of the things that we're all, I'm
And
also
she's
have
low to
to
the
take
ground in some
consideration
places and
is
high in
where
others.
injuries are on the person and what
So it's
clothing, if
possible that
any,
the dead body
individual
here
possibly
created this
distributed
blood
stains
trail
was
leading
wearing.
to the dead body?
So
Yes,
we
it's
were to go
consistent
back
with
to the
somebody
diagram.
dying right there where the body is.
KTB, thank you for subscribing.
States,
Is your channel up and running now, Danny?
Yeah.
It is.
65.
I'll
So
find
I
it.
had it before. I just needed to change the name and the picture. So now it has my serious.
Is
You want to
this
make a deal face
whole area
picture.
here
And what is it, Danny? What?
relatively
Danny on
small drops
direct.
Sorry.
or small stains of blood?
Robert
in
Lawrence, thank you so
comparison
much for the super
to
chat.
The one that we saw depicted in the photos at H.
Yes.
Is it
So
one
H
word?
is suddenly something different.
No,
is that
it's separated. Hold on.
Yes.
I'll just drop you the URL. Boop, 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 boop. It just has my campaign stuff in there right now.
correct? And next, I want to talk to you about
Tell us more about your newts. It'll help.
what's depicted here in
It'll
state
help me keep you awake.
CC.
I'm not tired. It's just frightfully
which then
boring.
moves into
Jeff, you have newts?
state 66
I know. I used to breed
DD,
newts like back in high school.
And here
We talked about it
towards
earlier.
state 66 EE.
I must have missed out. I love
Can you tell us
newts.
about these
Yeah,
various stains?
I just
Are they
named them.
connected?
Olivia
Are they
Newt
different in size
and
or
John.
shape? Anything unusual?
Sir Isaac Newt,
Oh my
The
gosh.
stains
Fig Newt.
At J and K were
Wayne Newt, and there was one more.
trails.
I forgot Fig Newt
So I
earlier
was
today when I
able
was
to,
naming them. There's
based
one more. I
on
can't remember what
their
it was.
Relationship to each other, their relative size
There,
and
that's
relationship
the story of
to
the
each
Newt.
other,
It's the end.
their
like
proximity
it.
to each other. I felt comfortable identifying
Okay,
that as a
subscribe to
drip trail.
YouTube. Are you on Rumble
And
yet?
those drip trails
No,
were in
not yet.
close proximity to the large,
But I
another
like
area,
Odyssey
large area of
personally.
saturation.
Like if I
which
can
also
watch.
has
So I
some
watch,
satellite
like,
spatters around it, but nothing to
Chris-
the extent that we
what's
saw in
his
the other
full name?
saturation pattern.
Okay, but
It
again,
used to be
there's
the Matt and
satellite
Blonde
spatter.
show.
Is this
Matt
indicating
Christensen
a wound that is
and
bleeding
Rebecca Blonde.
fairly quickly,
So I
or
watch
a
their
large
show and I
amount?
watch it on Odyssey. I watch
Yes,
almost
it's
every.
not
Odyssey is
consistent
just
with
more
the
user
source of
friendly
blood
for it.
remaining stationary, for example, laying on the ground.
So not a person laying on the ground.
The blood, the source is
감사합니다.
slightly elevated from the ground,
Give you
allowing the
this
blood
minute.
to come
Oh,
down.
I'm going to be
and
on
then make
Megan
contact and
Fox's show
bounce,
tomorrow at 11.
both because of the possible
Oh, cool.
rapid distribution as well as the texture and the
I'll probably be asleep at 11 in my office.
It's dripping onto.
Jeff, I
is
need
not
to
consistent
excuse
with
myself
an
for just one
individual who's
minute.
just
I'll be
laying
right
there
back.
bleeding.
Hopefully, we'll be gone
So
before you get
next
back.
I want to show you state
Probably not.
66 GG.
Probably not. It's
just
still-
to orient us.
He's got
There's this
7
blue
minutes.
cooler
Hey,
in the
Danny, have you
picture.
been on Rekida's show
And
yet?
then is this fence
No,
line the
but he
back
promised I would
yard
be,
or the
and
edge of the
he's just
yard?
kind of been like
One of the
yada
homes along
yada about
Kite
it
Ridge?
since.
Yes.
But now that I have
And then
a,
there's a
I'm
series of
officially
red
part of the
evidence markers
YouTube,
moving
the
there on the
Lawsuit
left-hand side of
Pantheon,
the
is my
photo.
hope.
Are those the same evidence markers that are depicted here in states 66II?
Yes.
And so, for example, there's M, N, and an O there.
I'll just stay until the
Yes.
7 minutes. I can wait 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Are those areas
Where does
large
7 minutes come in?
pools of blood? like
There's
we saw in
definitely
H?
not,
Are they, again,
well,
like a
because it
trail
will be
or
5
small
o'clock Florida
droplets
time,
like we
right?
saw in many of the other
It's already past
pictures
5
moving
o'clock
through the
Florida time.
backyard of like 6209 and 6207.
It's
Area
5:04
M was
right now,
was
Florida
a
time.
transfer stain to a leaf. And then
I recognize
NNO
there is a
were,
risk to my political
saturation
career by going on
stains
Mercator
and
Log Show.
combination of transfer stains.
I don't have a
accept that
political
risk.
career.
Which is more consistent with a bleeding source being
Yeah,
stationary.
well, you just
in
got to
that
have a
time,
sense of humor.
possibly
That's it. You just got to
laying
have
or
a,
in very,
a
very
chance
close
to
proximity
chuckle and
with
be
the injury
like,
to the
I
All right, so
denounce
there's
this.
an indication that a person might have been laying on the ground.
I
there
denounce,
for
I renounce,
some
I
period of
don't
time,
agree,
been
but
very
that's,
close to the ground. Is that
and then
correct?
laugh and move on.
All right, and then I want to show you States Exhibit 66.
Oh God, show us some more evidence, please.
I was super nervous the first time I did
each of
a
these photos, but there are these three
live stream.
yellow
I did
and
it with
three
Legal
green
Vices. I sent him like
triangles
13
on
emails
this
after
fence.
being like, delete
Did
this
you look at
part,
these?
please delete this.
And I'm just going to show you, for example,
Yeah, you did.
66.
And actually, he's because I do have a public defender job. He was very
What did you
respectful
notice
of me
about
and
these
not
particular stains
reading
on
the,
the fence?
the thing with the
I identified
Pope
the
thing and
stains as,
Same with me.
swipe and
Same
transfer
with, well,
stains, which
at least
indicates
Jeff has
a
been. I
source
don't,
of
I'm
blood
sure
was
Nick will be respectful.
contaminated, or
Nick's,
an item was
Nick's a nice
contaminated
guy.
with wet blood and came
yeah,
into contact.
he is really a nice guy.
And at some point, one
Megan
or
Fox
multiple
is
of the
and
contacts
Megan Fox
indicated relative
investigates,
movement.
and I'll be on there at
Then
11 a.m.
I also
tomorrow.
notated
It's
that
ridiculous.
some of the stains had sufficient blood volume, that
On Rumble?
flow patterns had begun to
Yeah,
basically
Rumble and
flow
Facebook.
down the
To be
side of
fair,
the-
I'll
the
send out
fence
another
that was
message to
facing
Nick.
with
I
the
mean, I have,
road.
he and I have
Right, and
something in
you
common.
describe it
It's
as,
this very distinct
transfer,
schnoz.
and I don't want to
So,
use the word touch to necessarily mean a
Yeah,
hand. But
I'll text him
something
too.
obviously came into contact,
Yeah.
touched against
Again.
the fence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the way that the blood is on the fence, does it look like whatever touched the fence, the blood then, for lack of a better term, dripped?
and when I say
down the
distinct, I
fence?
mean blessed. I'm pretty
So it
sure
looks like
that my
something
nose
with
is a little
decent
bit
amount of
like,
blood came into contact with
oh,
the fence enough
Samson
that it could then drip down the
with his
fence.
hair. Like if you cut my nose, then I'll lose some kind of like legal prowess.
Now, I want to talk with you.
Well,
about the
Josh
injuries to
316
the
says, "Thank
defendant's
God for
neck."
Steven and the
You have a
pretty
chance to
blonde, or
look
else
at
this
those
trial would have
photos?
had me drooling in
I
my
did.
chair." Apparently, I'm useless, and I
Hey,
don't
look,
help
he's got the
anybody do
gator
anything.
symbol. He's a Floridian too.
Yeah.
Jeff, you're drooling in your
example,
chair.
Here in
What do
States
you mean?
27A,
I
and
would
then
be
closer
useless.
up,
You're already like half
States
asleep. I'm not
27B,
entirely sure how you make it through
then
your
looking at
workday.
the other
I'm
side,
not half asleep at
27C.
all. I'm good to
Based
go.
on what
Are
see
you?
in
I
these
don't-
wounds,
yeah.
Would you expect these wounds to bleed?
I'm
when they
good to
were
go.
caused?
I'm gonna be in work in 2.5 hours.
I don't know how you guys do this. If I
Yes.
don't sleep, I'm like at
Okay.
risk of
And so
homiciding
I don't
someone.
sleep. I sleep like 3-4
I was
hours
to
a night.
offer you the notion that a
Whatever you
person
do on Nick's
So I'll grab an
runway.
hour at
through the
lunch and then
backyards of
3 hours after I
6209
get
and
off of work, and then I'll be
6207
good to go for
crossed
another
through the
day.
bushes
Oh, here's
and
the
ran along
penultimate
with
question.
Pinecrest, eventually coming to the area of H
Are you speaking out of hope?
and decided
Yes.
to then open their neck.
Here it is. I'm going to turn
Is
up
there
my
anything
volume.
consistent about the blood pool at H that that says that couldn't be the situation?
As you've presented it, I can't exclude that.
Oh my gosh!
There we go.
Oh my God.
Cause the kind of rapid blood flow that you talked about at H that could then create that pool of blood at H and the resulting satellite spatter.
Yes, I can't exclude those, because I did read the ER notes, yes.
Just say yes.
And so
or
I
no.
understand you can't say with any certainty that that's exactly what happened, but the evidence does not contravene that. Is that correct?
Correct, I can't exclude it.
No further questions.
Please. Shh. Sit down. Shh.
I've had fact witnesses like this in
gonna
civil
have them in here?
practice, and they drive me up a wall.
He's got to have a moment. What's he have a moment for?
He's
Oh
got to
my
see if he
God.
missed anything. He didn't ask
Oh,
something.
yeah. See if you missed any. Oh, wait a minute. I found this other loose leaf notebook of paper
You
questions.
missed
that-
Bloodstained ZX. What about Bloodstained ZX? We missed that one.
Oh, God. Let's go to go to the bench. The judge. Hopefully the judge called him there. Like, sit down.
He's not helping himself wearing headphones that way. Like,
When they sidebar, he does this. It's pretty cool. What they do here in this courtroom is that the defendant has earphones so you can hear what's going on at sidebar, which I really like. Because
I like
the
it too.
Yeah, this witness was a disaster. I don't like him at all, but I still think the state's got him by the short hairs. But it's like this witness was unnecessary and boring. First flub, I think of the trial, because everybody has been on their game.
If I was
Well-
defense, I would turn to my client though and say, "Hey, you might want to wear those like a normal person, so that you look as normal as
Oh, it's
possible."
like
You
the
weirdo.
like upside like this here.
Yeah,
the-
you're
the
not too good to put
superstars.
the head. Your hair's not going to get ruined by putting it on your head.
The
Probably.
Why am I
superstars
getting-
here. Hey, we got to do some super chats here while we
Yes, do them.
can. These are the people that have been suffering through this with us and throwing good money. Oh, too late. We'll have to get the super chats in a bit.
You can't go for about another 30 minutes tonight.
No!
Kids to pick up or anything like that.
Say yes. Say we got to go.
But there are no hands. Thank you. Thank you for your
Oh,
We're going to turn to...
Jury, don't be shy.
The judge is clearly hungry. Let him go.
Okay, so he's basically going to cross. So that he asked them, how long is your cross going to take? Not shouldn't be more than 30 minutes,
May
Your
I
Honor.
approach the witness?
Oh, good night.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fox. Hello. Can I give you this? I like color, so I'm just gonna make sure that I marked that correctly before I show that to the jury.
Quickly, I'll squeeze one in here. Turd Ferguson says, I think they're all trying to support the neighbor's testimony that Terry was lurking behind the houses.
Yes.
Are there
Maybe.
any spots? I've marked, if I can see the color. Oh, no, it's okay. I've marked in yellow, Kay Baker's DNA. I've marked in orange, Matthew Terry and Kay Baker's DNA where they come together. In blue, Matthew Terry's DNA. And then we'll get to the.
Julie says
pink
he's
in
wearing a
just moment.
camisole.
Are there any
The
spots
judge?
Kay Baker's DNA, Matthew Terry's DNA, or any time where they intersect that is not marked on this chart?
No.
Great.
Julie again. Man, the jungle gym has blood drops too because I can't do penny drops. I don't know what that means. What's a penny drop?
I think he said
So
like
we've got here in the yellow, Kay Baker's DNA, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we have a little diagram here that shows where she came to final rest, just beside that spot
They're
where her
final resting
DNA was
days.
found, right?
Correct.
We've got a spot that's marked as BB, just a little bit more towards the backyard that is both Kay Baker and Matthew Terry's DNA together, right?
Correct.
You can't exclude that if Matthew Terry went over to help Kay Baker where she came to final rest and got her blood on his hands, and then he was attacked and ended up stumbling into that wall, hitting it with his hand that had gotten Kay's blood on it, that spot BB could have been caused by him simply touching that wall.
Calling
after he
Occam's
got her
razor.
blood on his hands after he was attacked, correct?
And then the
item
aliens
that
came
distributed
down,
That cast
and-
off would have had to been a mixture.
This is when you know
of
that
both,
you've hit.
prior
This is
deposition.
when you know
Sure.
that you've met
So
your
if
burden.
Matthew was already
When you're having to
injured
call
and he
down
was touching
aliens
Kay
for some
when
very
she had blood on
absurd
her trying to help her when she
rationalization
was
to
injured,
reasonably
that's a way
explain what
that that
happened.
blood could get together
this is a
and
good
then
chart
get
they've got
passed
right
off
here
to
with the
BB.
color
Is
coding.
correct?
See
Yeah, I
that
can
Matthew
understand that.
Terry's DNA is the
And
blue.
also where
The
you
yellow
lived
is
down
just the
fence
woman's,
line,
right?
we
And
can't
the
exclude
the
that if
orange
he
is the
further was
together.
stumbling from being
And then they
so
have a pink
attacked
is
that the
unknown.
exact same
But they
thing
don't
could
have any
happen down
unknown
at
bit.
you,
I
correct?
know, well, you could put
I
it
would
on
have
there
objected
anyway.
to
Would
that.
have
I
to
would have been
have,
like, no, that's confusing the
been
jury.
premixed
I
prior to being
object.
deposited,
Pull
yes.
that.
Sure, but could have still happened in the same way as long as he had been trying to help her and got her blood on his hands.
That's just
Correct?
purely.
Correct.
I mean, smart
Then
move
we
on
also
defense.
have over here
Well, no, I
this
redirect you.
J, which is Matthew Terry's blood.
Well,
as well
I guess
as
you'd have to
A right
recall the
here
first
is
three
Matthew
witnesses and go,
Terry's blood. You
did
can't
you see
exclude
anyone
that
trying to
after
help
he
her
was
while you were
attacked,
calling
he
the
was
police and
trying
trying
to
to
chase the
to
assailant,
staunch the
and that's how
bleeding
those
from her
spots
slit
got there,
throat?
right?
No, I can't
But they don't know.
opine to intent.
Ooh, colors.
And can't
Right, Brittany.
exclude, in fact, that
Us attorneys
that's
like
exactly
colors.
how those
Most.
spots could have
I don't know
gotten
about you
there.
guys.
That's a
I love colors.
possibility,
Color
right?
coding is my thing.
I don't know intent. I can't exclude that. Correct.
Okay, great.
So they're
And
trying
now
to
I
go
said
for
we'd get
second
to the
degree
pink
murder.
in just a moment. The pink I've marked as unknown. That is all the blood and all the areas that were not tested, correct?
Correct. There was the ones that do not have DNA results listed were not tested.
So we're talking about DD, correct?
See, here she's got the pink marker. Unknown, unknown,
Is that
unknown.
correct? Because I asked you if I had marked them all. Did I miss one?
I
Want to go home?
I can, if that's helpful to her. Do you need to see it again?
Wait, shouldn't they have to recall the DNA person?
I'd have to
No.
to refer
And Harry,
to the DNA
please no.
report.
No,
Harry
they
Dick
did
Shaft
not.
says the thing.
They
is-
did not test these other blood
I
spots.
received.
Right, so she
I
can't be
can't
marking
recall.
any of them as
No, but they're
unknown.
unknown.
that there?
Sure, you
The
can.
DNA report?
The
I do
state
have
didn't
with
test
me.
it, so
Go
it's
ahead and take
unknown
a look.
blood,
You take your
right?
time.
Yeah.
And I'll bring you up
The
the
thing I
charts
find
that
interesting
mark
about true
any that
crime
have
is
been
how they solve the cases and the problem-solving aspect of it.
Sure, fair enough.
So that's a pretty good defense strategy. I mean, although it's still so damning, this DNA and this whole blood, the whole thing. But I mean, you point out, look, they didn't test this blood, it could be our unknown assailant. I mean, this is what you do when you don't have anything, right? But I mean, there's something.
What was that, Danny?
I just said fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
You're right. It is a good defense. I mean, why not?
Well, what else are you going to do? I mean,
Noodles 44 thinks we should bring back Gary Busey to talk about DNA. This is cruel and unusual punishment. Yeah, the DNA sort of kind of did look Gary Busey-ish. And Julio, if anyone asks how to do membership, I had to go through a website. I think someone was asking last week. Please don't say ask. I couldn't get it to work on the iPhone. YouTube is messed up at the moment. Just deal with that,
And you let me know if there's any spots that need to be marked, and then we'll show the jury again.
I am not seeing in my reports that I have that DD.
So as far as you're aware, all the spots have been marked already.
That I'm familiar with, yes.
Jeff, there's another super chat about a closet I saw.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
It's
okay.
marked.
And
I was
again,
just
so
doing it
that
right
means-
now. Don't worry.
As far as the information that you have, every other spot that isn't already in yellow,
Oops.
blue, or orange is an unknown, correct?
As far as DNA testing goes, yes, ma'am.
Great. So we're talking about S.
See, this is actually, I like
Is
this.
that correct?
I mean,
that was not
you're
tested,
grasping
correct.
at straws, but I mean, hey, I mean, it's true.
How can she testify to that being tested or not?
CC was
they only
tested.
tested the ones that were marked.
Did not come back as the indicative.
Just
Result
whether
of
or
a
not
fetal
she
phase
knows
that
if
was
it's
not
been
tested,
tested
but
or
was
not
submitted.
based on the report she read, correct?
Yeah, but it's not. But the state,
not
there's
DNA
no.
tested.
She knows the evidence, and she knows that every one of those blood spots was not tested. So she's using this witness to show all the things that were not tested. So it's all these are unknown blood spots.
N, N, and O?
I know it's weak,
Correct. No
but
DNA
it's not a bad technique. I mean,
K and L?
yeah.
Correct.
Of all the other things you could pull out, this isn't the worst idea because there is
Yeah.
that blood spatter to
G
the
and F?
6207 on the
E
upper
and D?
left-hand corner of that map.
A, B, C?
That doesn't
Correct.
seem to explain itself in
No,
the timeline unless
spot we
that's
talked
where
about a moment ago.
defendant
That's the
ended
other
up.
A. That's Matthew Terry. But then there's a B, C, D, and E. None of those were tested, right?
Correct.
It
Hit
was
the
the
spot.
third attacker wielding his knife, stabbing
Not
everybody.
tested.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, that's an evidence
And then, I know
marker
you
to the upper
indicated
left-hand
there
corner of
weren't markers,
6207,
but
right?
that was because a dog was
This is
used.
probably
It's
a
possible
demonstrative
there was
aid.
additional blood between F and G, none of which was tested, right?
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
So it's probably a
Put a
copy of
question
the
mark
states,
here.
and they're using it as their demonstrative aid.
And then over way on the other side, we've got more G, H, I, O, none of which was tested, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
See, I agree with her. That should have been
And then this
tested.
is that wrought iron
There's
fence
some
that you
where
were
it just
talking
doesn't fit
about,
the
where there was
narrative.
some marks on the
Yeah.
fence itself, right?
Yes.
And those
I
were
don't know,
tested,
maybe.
right?
I don't know.
But I doubt you can overcome the mountain with this
Right.
one
But
exhibit.
still, I mean, if you've got nothing, this is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Is unknown.
Ooh,
Right?
she
was not DNA
bolded
tested,
it.
correct.
And we can't exclude that some of that DNA was a third or fourth person, right?
There was no other mixtures with the stains that were tested. So I'm going by the information that I had been provided with the blood that was tested and was also confirmed to be from the two bleeding individuals that were confirmed.
It seems they didn't get to
Part of the
test all of it
incident.
because they didn't have time.
There was a third or
Well,
fourth person, right?
You don't.
Correct.
You do not
And
test
in
every
fact,
drop.
if the
That does not
DNA
happen in
person,
any
Ms.
case.
Troutman testified that she's the one who put two people into STR mix and didn't bother to put in the possibility of three, that wouldn't be something you'd have any information about, right?
Correct. I'm not familiar with her testing procedures.
Now, of course, there's no blood inside the home or garage that you've been
All right,
given
I'll
any
be right back.
information about, right?
That is
Okay.
incorrect. There was blood inside the master bedroom.
Sorry, I
I'm
need to
sorry,
use
that was
the ladies'
transferred by
room.
a deputy, you know.
Don't know
that,
why I
right?
told your entire
Okay, so
chat
other
and
than
you that.
which
I
a new
apologize. I
deputy
won't
made
do
a
that
mistake
again.
and accidentally
Just go.
got in the house. There was no blood inside the home.
I'm like that super annoying law
Just
intern.
go.
And so you don't have any opinion about what occurred.
Can I
inside
use the
garage,
restroom, please?
correct?
I do not.
And other than the stains where Ms. Baker came to final rest and the obvious that something happened where she and Matthew Terry were injured, there's nothing about the blood stains that give any indication of the sequencing of events, right?
I feel it's the evidence, the blood evidence that I spoke about earlier from being identified at photo marker R, that's where the stain was deposited by her carotid artery, and then her final resting place is at area T.
Sure, but other than that's where she came to final rest, there's nothing about the blood stains that tell you anything about the sequence of what happened, right?
What, like when injuries were inflicted specifically, time frame? No.
Or which ones were inflicted first, other than the final one?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked a lot about the blood on Miss Baker's jeans. There's no DNA testing telling us whose blood that is, right?
There was no DNA, no.
So it could have been Miss Baker's blood, it could have been the assailant's blood, we don't know, right?
It was not DNA tested.
And that includes her shirt as well?
Correct.
And the blood stains on Ms. Baker's lower legs could actually have been caused by her swinging her arms or hands if she had blood on them as she was trying to escape, right?
There are some stains that I did identify as cast off, but those weren't the ones that I discussed previously.
Sure, but those stains could have in fact been caused by Ms. Baker herself trying to get away, right?
Which ones?
Some of the ones on her jeans that you indicated were actually possible to have been caused by her swinging her hands trying to escape.
The stains that I identified as cast off were not addressed with Mr. Diaz. He and I during his direct of mine.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear that the stains that he and I discussed were not cast off from the swinging of any weapon or any type of hands or bloody instrument. There were cast off stains, but they're a different area on her jeans. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay, so there were cast off blood stains that could have been caused by Ms.
I'm back.
Baker herself just simply
Hey,
trying
welcome.
to get away.
I cannot exclude those for the cast off stains, correct?
Okay.
Now it's literally
And
time for me to go
additionally,
feed
the
my
blood
dogs
stain
breakfast.
On the front porch that was in Ms. Baker's head, that could have
I'm
been
sure they'll
caused
still
by
be
she
here
was
when I get
told
back
she
in a
was
couple of
a
minutes.
911 caller, right?
We'll
Correct.
entertain your group.
It's consistent with her possible movement as well as her being rolled over, were both activities that could cause the cast off.
And in fact,
To be Flair, are you talking about the defense attorney?
Do you know that
For
Mr.
what?
Figgins, the 911?
So to be Flair says, could she have bothered to put on some lipstick? No offense. And
People
I'm
bust,
assuming
you know,
My understanding is that
when you live in a glass house, I don't throw stones.
exactly, I was about to say, generally, we try not to comment on female attorneys' appearances because I'll tell you, as a female attorney, I've been told not to wear fake eyelashes. I've been told not to wear pantyhose and not to wear pantyhose. I've been told to wear closed-toed shoes, open-toed shoes. I mean, the rules are just so ambiguous and out there. I was told by one professor not to wear a shawl instead of a suit coat.
Yes.
You know,
I mean,
you just have to be true to yourself. That's
yes, yes, and she seems to be very confident and in her element, and however she wants to present herself so that she feels that way and can present her case, go for it.
And I think she looks very professional. I mean, I
I
don't
think
have
so
any
too.
criticism at all for her. And, you know, I mean, you don't want to wear like bright red, pink makeup and, you know, on lipstick in this kind of situation. You want to tone it down. So
Where's
she's
the H you were
very
referring to?
professional, I
The
think.
red H down by the telephone utility.
And
pole.
what's really
This one?
the quality of
Okay.
her questioning
So
is
down
excellent.
here, this H,
So-
there's a large concentration of blood, right?
Correct, a large saturation pattern.
So in addition,
If you guys
to
will
very
recall, there
serious
wasn't any
bleeding
bright
that occurred
lipstick
at
that
H.
Camille wore as
Oh,
well
I
in
can
the
see
civil
that.
trial with the
And there's nothing about the blood stains
Johnny
that
Depp
tell
trial.
you anything about where Matthew
Yeah,
Terry
I'm-
was when he incurred the 2 wounds to his neck, right?
Correct.
So it's
I always
entirely
try and wear
possible that at
lipstick
that
because
age he
I
was
think it shows up.
attacked
If I
and
knew
was
that it's being
actually
live
injured
streamed, I'd
there,
wear lipstick.
causing that
Well,
large
especially when we're like we're of the
Correct.
pale
That
pallor
was
with our blonde and everything. We look so
rapidly
like
bleeding injury. I
ghosty.
don't know when that would have
I can't wear makeup or anything, but I mean, you know,
photographs had multiple injuries,
you can at least
including an
account for
injury
that. You know, you go in there, you look like a ghost.
nose. Did you
Oh
see
yeah,
those?
my foundation
I
base
did note
is
that he
like
had blood in his
alabaster.
nostrils.
It's
I
what
didn't
mine
see
is
an
called,
injury to
or
his nostrils. I
ivory.
did see blood in his nostril.
And Matthew Terry's
Camille
clothing
didn't
in
need it.
person
She
was
had.
actually covered in blood. You can't
No one
exclude that
needs
that
makeup.
blood
Let's be
could
clear.
his own,
No one
correct?
needs makeup.
His shirt was
You wear makeup because it's fun. It's an art form. May
Now,
make
you've
you
been
feel
to the
better.
scene,
May
and you
enhance
talked
your
about that a little
features.
bit,
May help you
with
get a
Mr.
guy or a
Diaz.
gal.
If you're
But no
in
one
the
needs
backyard,
it.
looking past the bushes,
No,
and the
I'm
overgrown
going to work in 2 hours.
you can actually see the large roadway that it's called Lithia Pinecrest. You can see that roadway, right?
Correct.
So that foliage isn't so thick.
If I
that
start
you
calling
can't
into my real
see the
job
road. It
because of
doesn't
YouTube,
completely obscure it.
that's
You can just
problems.
simply see it through
Yeah,
the
I think
trees
she's
and
a smart
brush there.
cookie. This one,
She's great.
I
She's on
don't.
top of it.
She's on top. She's interesting. She's to the point. She's not overly emotional. I mean,
Right.
she's
I
right
can
on
testify
task. I
as
have no
somebody
problems
else
with this
could
defense
easily.
attorney.
I walked that area and I
But where she is
Had no intention of
emotional
going
is
through
not emotional. It's just put emphasis on her points, which is really well done.
Through the foliage in the backyard?
Yes, I did say that, and somebody.
Yep.
Oh, good. Oh, darn it.
Sure, and somebody actually did. You can see that somebody
It
was
came
able to
back.
go through there.
Yes, ma'am.
There's also a large walking trail right adjacent to those residences, right?
Just outside the scope.
I can recall her if you prefer.
I love it.
There's a
See, that's
large
great.
walking
Good
trail
defense
by the
attorney.
residences, correct?
Not.
I'll recall her in my case, and she.
See, that's what I would have done anyway. I would have just recalled her. Been like, let's go.
Actually, that's a good point. There's
Judge-
sidewalks
Judge
out front
overruled
that
the
go to a
objection.
cul-de-sac, right?
Correct.
And then behind that, couple of residences away, there's a walking trail as well that go out towards the same cul-de-sac, but and end up around a big lake, right?
The walking trail actually goes out and as down by the house that's at the end of the row.
It takes me 5
the
minutes to get to
walking
work.
trail actually veers.
Can't do a
How do
power
you-
nap in 5 minutes.
How do you handle this kind of live stream and then go on to work?
Tree line and foliage line.
I just
There
don't
is
sleep
no
much.
Walking trail there. It's actually.
I sleep
an
like
embankment.
3-4 hours a night, sometimes 5 or
I know
6.
that is because I walk.
And you can, in fact, as you did, walk it to get to that walking trail, right?
Very carefully, yes, you can.
Sure, and that walking trail then goes past that lake. and
Very
there's a big
carefully.
open field as
That
well,
reveals
right?
bias.
My
The-
hours
the
are
walking
flexible,
trail
and my
goes
boss isn't
down the
available
lake
really
is-
at all today
so,
until
for
like
example,
5. So
if-
we're gonna meet and go over the budget till
This
about
is the
10.
sidewalk,
So
like where I have the words not to scale, that would be the sidewalk. The cul-de-sac.
The
is gonna be
taxpayers are
down
getting
towards
their
the
money's
right
worth with me,
bottom
I
area
promise.
Of the scale, and then the lake.
I just work odd
as I
hours.
recall, is back there, like all over in the corner.
Sure.
And then it's big enough that the walking trail goes down with the Pinecrest, but it's not in proximity to those 607, 609, or 6211.
The walking trail is right about here, right about 6223, right?
I recall it as the cul-de-sac that it veers to the right down at the end of those houses.
Sure,
Yes,
it
ma'am.
kind of veers around into a circle to come back, right?
I didn't walk the walking trail.
See, why
So I
she
just
can't
got the
agree
embankment.
with it? Oh, I don't
And
want to
the
agree with the defense
embankment,
attorneys. That's a
as you
mistake on
indicated,
these.
goes past, and then there's still the furthering and the additional roadway of Lithia Pinecrest. So we've got just a walking trail, a large roadway, a lake, and an open field, all within walking distance of where this occurred, right?
You can walk to those from the residences, yes, ma'am.
Now, you have no opinion on who could have caused any of these injuries, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you have no opinion in regard to whether it was some third or fourth assailant, correct?
I have no opinion on.
You have no opinion on anything other than she died close
Somebody
to the ground.
bled on the ground. I'm an expert on that. I want to be a blood spatter expert. I'll come in and say, yes, there was blood. It fell right here.
It splattered.
Splattered.
You only need a bachelor's degree, right?
Jeez.
Oh, nothing further. Oh, good.
Oh,
No more. No more. Let us go.
I suppose it's common sense, but I'll ask.
No.
Every place that Ms. Perry pointed out that it was unknown, that could be the defendant's blood, correct?
Cannot be excluded, correct.
Thank you.
That was lame. Just wanted to get the last word in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it, Your Honor.
Maybe it could just be released?
Oh, good. Never call her again.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to call it a day.
Already?
Thank you.
All right.
For allowing us
You can
to go
shut
a
it
little
down.
bit
Good.
late.
Awesome.
You'd be due for
We
a
made
break
it through
now
her.
anyway, and then after a break, it'd be late, so we're not going to go any later tonight.
Remind me
I
not
do
to hire
want
any
you
blood
tomorrow,
spatter
though,
experts.
to be prepared just in case. I'm not saying that we will, but just in case we're in a similar situation where we need to go a little bit later tomorrow night. So just
No.
be prepared for that. I will again instruct you not to do any research related to this case, not to talk about this case amongst
This is a
yourselves
standard
or with
charge.
anyone else, and to please avoid any reports of this case outside of the courtroom in any way, shape, or form, media, social media, or anything else. So with that said, I am going to release you.
The guy,
for
the lady
evening.
next door is
It's,
tired.
5:30, so it's probably still light outside, but it'll be dark soon. So please be careful. Have a safe trip home and a safe trip back, and I look forward to seeing you in the morning. All rise for the jury.
What time in the morning? You didn't say what time.
8 a.m.
It better not be 8 a.m.
Hey guys, so I just got an update from one of my volunteers. He's watching the ballot counting. He is poll watching, and he sent me a video. He says, "Here they are right now doing it," and there's just ballots flying out onto the ground, and the poll workers just trying to like scrounge them up. It looks horrible. He goes,
Nope.
"It's a little less than half of the vote has been counted. You might still win."
Oh, okay.
So I should be very careful about
what
what I say.
Tomorrow, obviously, we'll start off with a witness. Do you expect to rest?
I would hope to rest before lunch, yeah. Before lunch hour.
Okay.
Well before the lunch hour, I would hope. But that's
All right. Well, obviously, we'll have some motions, and then we'll see where we're at tomorrow.
This judge looks like a nice guy.
I like the judge.
Never
He's,
know.
I think he's
suppose there's a
cool. I mean, I
possibility
like the way he
prepared just in
conducts
case.
himself.
You know more than
Me
us.
too.
I don't expect you to tell us. But I suppose there's a
I
possibility.
like that he's friendly and casual to everybody and pretty laid back, and he doesn't seem to prejudice,
Ooh,
you know.
that's interesting.
What did he say?
So they might be going late if they need to do closings tomorrow.
Good.
I agree.
Huh.
Absolutely. Can you bring one? A disc or a printout? What do you think?
Oh, I can print it out. That's fine. I'll print it out.
I think a printout's probably better. So
He's not playing to the cameras at all.
He
It's
did
just-
look at it a few times, though.
Yeah, but he's not. You know, he's not doing anything that's over. And this is very typical Florida judge kind of calling it. I mean, this is a good judge. I don't know how he is in other cases, but I think he's playing it fair here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the defendant. The defendant kept looking over at the camera.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yes. So I don't know. I think we've already had one court exhibit, so I don't know what number we're at. This is number 2.
Are cameras allowed in almost every courtroom?
Yeah,
in
Florida's
Florida?
very open,
So this will be 2,
except
and
for
then Mr.
juvenile
Diaz's
cases.
power court will be 3.
We need to have that
Mr. Diaz,
same.
Mr. Kane is
model
giving
here.
the clerk the bench notes that he used
Well,
during his cross-examination.
I'm working on.
and
Well,
making
I guess.
that court exhibit 2.
Let me see if let me think if I could talk
Court
about it.
exhibit 2 will be the bench notes.
Are your judges elected or
Court
appointed?
exhibit 3
They're
will be the PowerPoint
appointed and
presentation.
elected.
Okay.
So they are generally they can resign at the end of their term so that they force an election,
Have a very nice evening.
or
I
they
will
can
see everyone
resign
here
just
bright and early,
before
9
so that they can make an
Okay.
Ready to
appointment.
go.
I see.
Thank you all.
It will
But
be
generally,
9
but once they get
a.m..
appointed, they have an election within a short period of time that they're elected. Oh, my wife's on.
Interesting.
Well,
You want to get the super chats because they've been building up
I
like
do. I've got like at least 7 of them. Let me just scan real quick to see if we've got all of the dogs are in the room. Hey, dogs, you woke up. You got your food. You're good.
Well, I'll just say, I guess I can say this. I'm working on a motion with some of our people to exclude cameras in a particular case because of and one of the arguments is that the cameras have an effect on the participants and that is prejudicial. So I think that there's an argument against cameras in the courtroom because if you get people, they want to play and they want to show off for the camera rather than focusing on the case. So in the right case, in the particular case where there's a lot of media interest, that can be a negative effect. And as a defense attorney, you want it, but as a prosecutor, you also don't want that. I would think you want a
Right.
fair trial. And you know, if the presence of cameras affects the fair trial, then they should be excluded. But it's very hard because in Florida there's a lot of open records type stuff. So it's an uphill battle that we're doing. So I guess I can say that. How's that?
I like that. No,
Sounds
we I think that the prosecutors may have an issue because there's a lot of prosecutors who, like we said before, go there for experience. So they're not, they're still very green, and so they
but
get
not in
very
death penalty.
hesitant.
Not in the
No,
death
not
penalty.
in death penalties, but
Yeah.
I mean in other cases, having a live stream would be detrimental to their performance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually the stuff that's lower level doesn't get televised because people aren't interested in the average run-of-the-mill case,
Well, I do need to get through these super chats and get ready for my day in the office. The light is pouring in the house here. The sun comes right up out of the ocean, like directly out this way, so it like shines right off the. I have blinds down, and it's still this bright because it just bounces off the ocean. All right, is this lawful law? Says amazing how boring a regular trial is compared to the Brooks trial. Need more soft-sit, self-represented defendants for the lulls.
We're not here for your entertainment.
Yes,
we are, but
We
not
are.
them. We are not
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, certainly that last witness wasn't. Josh 316. The only thing interesting about true crime is I can get away with it. Yeah, if there's one thing you should learn from watching true crime, you can't get away with it anymore.
No, it's very hard.
Julie, Danny, my closet is color coded. You only have to do it once, then you just put it back in the right spot next time.
Huh. I'm impressed. I'm also a little too lazy to do that.
Yeah, I arrange things every now and then I unarrange them. Kara
I'm just
Hightower.
too freaking busy.
Crazy that the prosecutor was so adamant that this had to be his last witness prior to Williams' ruling.
Yeah, I think the prosecutor has misassessed this witness. I think they think that they're better than. She's gotten impressed by this. Maybe went to a prosecutor conference and they did a presentation about how wonderful blood spatter is. And the prosecutor got like, wow, we're going to hire her for this case. And then, kind of got his eye, like for some reason got impressed by this expert witness. And I mean, because I don't think this was a good witness for them at all. Boring.
Was it the Dr. Spiegel of the trial? Like, why is this person here? Bad Weather Biker says Jeff occasionally admonishes chat degeneracy. If I admonish degeneracy in the chat, it is well and truly degenerate. So, police yourselves. Givner says, I bet she's a hoot at parties. Speaking of the last witness. Ugh. And to join on an Apple device, you must open a browser. Google won't let you do it through the YouTube app. All righty. Well, I guess that's fun things for all. Can you boost the court feed a little? It's too late. Why would you want to boost that? That was just insane. That was just so unnecessary. The last 3 hours, we could have all gone about our business 3 hours ago. But with that said, we had 1,000 people stick with us through this. If any of you stuck with it as long as I did, I really, really question your life. This has been crazy long. All right. So, hey, everybody that was here for watching any part of this, deeply, deeply appreciated. Hit that like button, please. And go to Crime Law with Stephen and Gosney, or just Gosney?
Well, after you buy the book first, then go to Crime Law with Stephen and Gosney, and you get Rumble channel stuff.
Yeah,
But
so first stop at crimelaw.net.
Get the book, and then you can talk to me on the chat on the Rumble channel.
There you go. And Danny, what have you changed your YouTube name to?
Danny on Direct.
I like that. That's a good name.
Thank you.
AHN Direct.
Well, it's kind of like my DA4DA, which I had before. Yeah. So I had to, or being tough on crime. Which, by the way, I just wanted to say here really quickly, to be Flair, you're amazing, and I love you.
We got some great chatters, don't we?
There are.
Seriously do. And Oh,
the
there's
best
one
chat
other person
ever.
really quick before we let go. I just want to thank them. They were so nice. Oh shoot, you know who you are. Come back and I'll tell you. Oh, Sinbad 333. Thank you. You're
Wow.
awesome.
Ms. Amanda says legal advice. Some of us were with you during your maritime law stream. In addition to this one, so that was 11 hours ago we started.
Oh my goodness.
Ugh. Get some sleep, Jeff. Sorry, no time. I have to pick up like an hour at lunch and then about 3 hours after work and do it again. So again, hit that like button. I know I deserved it. You know I deserved it. So do it. Thank you to everybody that super chatted, and thank you to Steve for coming on and sticking it out through this rather tortuous affair we got through. And Danny, it's good to have you pop in late.
Thanks for having me.
Always welcome, both of you. And the other guests that came and went during the day, great to have you here. We'll put up everybody's info in the links as soon as I think about it. I gotta get ready for work. And everybody that just had it on in the background as you went about your day, your life, working, whatever, thank you so much. If you get a chance, come back later, hit a like and hit to subscribe. And let's do this again tomorrow. It'll be 9 a.m. Eastern time. I'll be right back here. And you guys, I'll send you links and you're welcome to join if and when you are so inclined.
All right. Good night.
Everybody had a great day. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning for me. Talk to y'all later. Bye now.